Lu Kong sat at the edge of his bed, cradling his phone as he engaged in a conversation. "Hello, Mom. This month's salary has been disbursed, and I've transferred 5,000 to you." On the other end of the line, a weary yet concerned voice responded. "How many times must I reiterate? Your money should be for your own use. I will manage on my end. This mess is one that your father and I left behind. It should not fall upon your shoulders." Lu Kong maintained a calm demeanor, gazing out at the shimmering city lights. "Without you, where would I be? With Dad no longer here, I am the pillar of this family. This money I will repay it bit by bit. You are of an age where I cannot bear to let you struggle alone while I remain indifferent." There was a prolonged silence on the other end, followed by a soft, choked sigh. "Alas, it is entirely our fault for being inept. How can you blame yourselves? Who could have foreseen such a severe pandemic? Life is unpredictable. It is simply fate." Listening to Lu Kong's composed words, his mother fell silent once more. After a significant pause, her voice returned. "Please take good care of yourself over there. Remember to eat on time and dress warmly as the weather turns cold." As he listened to his mother's concerns, Lu Kong did not interrupt. Instead, he felt a warmth enveloping his heart. After a lengthy admonition, his mother continued, "It's getting late. You should rest well. I won't keep you any longer. You take care as well, Mom." "All right, I understand. You may hang up now." "Okay." Lu Kong ended the call and placed the phone beside him. He stared out at the neon lights for a considerable time before reclining on his bed, exhaling slowly. The transformations of the past few years had left him somewhat drained, even with 2 lifetimes under his belt. Originally, his parents ran a small company with a decent income, and his life was filled with happiness. However, 4 years ago, a sudden outbreak of a severe infectious disease led to the company's bankruptcy, incurring debts amounting to millions. His father, unable to withstand the blow, took his own life by jumping from a building, leaving behind only Lu Kong, who was then a freshman in college, and his mother. The immense shock turned his mother's hair grizzled overnight, rendering her visibly haggard. Yet, she proved to be stronger than his father, managing to persevere. As she would say, "Your father is gone. If I were to leave as well, wouldn't the burden fall upon you? How could I ever bring myself to do that?" She worked multiple jobs daily, striving to repay the debts bit by bit. Though Lu Kong had urged her to rest earlier, he knew she would still take on night shifts. He wished for his mother's ease, but he felt utterly powerless. After graduation, he secured a job that paid him $9,000, a commendable feat given the challenges faced by contemporary graduates. The cost of living in Shanghai City was substantial. He allocated $4,000 for necessary expenses, transferring the remaining $5,000 to his mother, hoping to contribute his share. Reflecting on the exhaustion of these years, Lu Kong couldn't help but smile wryly. He had traversed into this world, yet it seemed he was perhaps unique in having fallen to such depths as a transmigrator. Nevertheless, he had come to terms with it. Having faced death once, what more was there to fear? Was it merely debt? He could always repay it gradually. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from the sky. "People of Yuanxing, the cosmic server has established a connection with you. We are now issuing the first batch of public test qualifications." Lu Kong was taken aback, sitting upright as he gazed out the window. A broadcast? Could this be some prank? Cosmic server? If I were to present the multiverse core, how would you respond? While Lu Kong found humor in the absurdity, a sudden sharp pain shot through his left wrist. He quickly glanced down. Before him, a complex array of runes materialized around his wrist. The runes glimmered with a white light, encircling him like a bracelet, inscribing themselves onto his skin. Soon, the white light faded, and the runes gradually disappeared beneath the surface. The earlier vision of runes and light felt like a fleeting dream. Lu Kong felt utterly bewildered. What was happening? He recalled the authoritative voice, a chill creeping down his spine. Could that proclamation truly be real? Before he had time to ponder further, the resonant voice resounded again. There are a total of 20 million slots for the initial public test, all of which have been allocated. Participants may enter the game at any time. Please check the specific rules for details. People of Yuanxing, we hope you can venture beyond your home planet and contribute to the defense of the universe. Lu Kong no longer dismissed this voice as a mere jest. The content of the announcement sparked a whirlwind of thoughts within him. He glanced at his wrist, and with a thought, the ring of runes reappeared. Was this the qualification for the public test? Did this ring of runes connect him to the game? This game seemed extraordinary, promising the ability for humanity to transcend Yuanxing and enter the cosmos. It was well known that Yuanxing's technology was commendable, yet it had only developed manned space stations. True cosmic exploration was still a distant dream. The notion of defending the universe struck Liu Kang as absurd. The cosmos is vasto. They truly need protection from them? How could they even protect it? Liu Kang understood that the limitations of an individual lie in their perspective and cognition. As an ordinary human who had yet to set foot in the cosmos, comprehending such matters seemed a daunting task. Yet perhaps within this so-called game, he could find the answers? He gazed at his ring of runes, concentrating his thoughts once more. Before him, a panel materialized. Name, Liu Kang race, galactic humanoid occupation, unchosen level, 1. Strength, 7 endurance, 7 agility, 7 intelligence, 7 skills, none. Soul talent, designated drops garbled. You can view the drop list of monsters and specify items from that list. Rules, click to view details, enter game. Yes, no, the information displayed on the panel seemed no different from that of a typical online game. However, upon seeing the section for soul talent, his eyes widened in astonishment. Designated drops? What a cosmic jest is this? Before the upheaval at home, he had also indulged in online gaming. As an unfortunate player, the drop rates had always been his eternal anguish. Yet, to be able to designate drop items was that not akin to possessing administrator privileges? This implied that as long as the item existed in the monster's drop list, he could claim it with absolute certainty. Given that this was a game hosted by the Cosmic Server, was such a talent truly plausible? Wouldn't this disrupt the balance? Oh, but the one disrupting the balance would be me in that case. There's nothing to worry about. Observing the garbled text following designated drops, Liu Kang fell into contemplation. He surmised he understood the origin of this talent. Perhaps it stemmed from his status as a transmigrator, his soul not belonging to this universe. When the Cosmic Server created his character, the talent was likely derived from his soul, resulting in this anomaly. What a fortuitous glitch. This game, which could determine the fate of all Yuanxing, was bound to be profitable. In due time, he would be able to repay his debts, relieving his mother of her burdens, and allowing them both to enjoy a better life. His breath quickened with anticipation. Calm down. Calm down. The specifics of this game remain unclear. First, let's examine the rules. If there's no danger, he'll enter the game immediately. Chapter 2. CPDD. Liu Kang steadied his emotions, clicking on the details of the rules. Rules. 1. The ratio of game time to real time is 2. 1.2. Attribute enhancements and items acquired in the game can be transferred to reality. 3. Every 24 hours, players can enter the game for 12 hours, with time to be allocated freely, and any unused time can be saved for future use, with the specifics determined by player level and attributes, currently set at 48 hours. 4. Game currency is linked to reality. All financial institutions on Yuanxing are bound to the Cosmic Bank. 5. The real world has been invaded by demonic energy, with random appearances of monsters from the game. There are countless rules, each as explosive as a nuclear bomb, creating mushroom clouds in Liu Kang's mind. If the rulebook is to be believed, then from the moment the game commenced, Yuanxing has entered a new era. The entire human society will likely undergo earth-shattering changes. Liu Kang glanced once more at his soul talent and couldn't help but ponder. With such a talent, shouldn't he set his sights a bit higher? However, it mattered little. Goals can be discussed later. He advanced into the game. A burst of white light enveloped him. As Liu Kang's consciousness swayed, he floated higher and higher, in the external world. His body appeared to be encased in a white sphere of light. Drifting in midair, with a flash of brilliance, Liu Kang found himself in an ancient plaza. The ground was crafted from bronze, surrounded by an endless starry sky. Rays of light emanated from the stars, converging near the plaza to form a magnificent aurora. Liu Kang's attention was drawn to 5 statues in the center of the plaza. The figure on the far left was a man clad in armor, wielding a gigantic sword. To his right stood a man in leather armor with a longbow, another in leather with dual daggers, a robed figure holding a staff, and finally, another robed figure bearing a scepter. To Liu Kang's astonishment, all the faces of these men were his own. As he examined the statues, information appeared before his eyes. Warrior, basic class, archer, basic class, assassin, basic class, mage, basic class, priest, basic class. Beneath this information was further detail. Upon clicking, Liu Kang discovered that these classes were akin to those found in typical online games. Cosmic online games also feature these classes. Liu Kong scratched his head, expecting something more formidable, perhaps a unique class. However, these were basic classes, implying the existence of other advanced classes. His thoughts raced, but soon he grew disinterested. He had yet to engage with them. He would consider it later. With his powerful soul talent, it mattered not which class he chose. His ultimate achievements would surely be remarkable. Previously, he had always played as a warrior in online games. He particularly liked the phrase, "Heaven to the left, warrior to the right." He admired the warrior's fearless charge. Well, to be honest, it was because warriors were sturdier and less prone to death in past games. He had also dabbled in mages and other fragile classes, only to perish when inadvertently aggroing too many monsters. He felt more suited to the straightforward, reckless profession of a warrior. Liu Kong chose the warrior class. The massive bronze statue transformed into a stream of light and merged into his body. A warm sensation enveloped him, akin to soaking in a hot spring. A mechanical voice chimed, "Ding! You have become a warrior. Strength 2, endurance 2. Liu Kong's eyes brightened. Such benefits were unexpected. No wonder he felt a slight increase in strength. Before he could ponder further, the mechanical voice spoke again. "Congratulations, player. You are identified as a Yuanqing human. Your planet is located in the Orion arm of the Milky Way. You will now be transported to the Orion Novice continent, where the player races include Yuanqing humans, various star humans, half-spectra stone beings, and Blackwood star tigers. May you fight valiantly as a Yuanqing human." Hearing this, Liu Kong was momentarily stunned. Wait, he hadn't chosen a name yet. He had already thought of a cool and flashy online name. Who dares oppose me? Why wasn't he given a chance to rename himself? And what was this about a novice continent? Wasn't it supposed to be a novice village? Moreover, why were there other races? What did it mean to fight for Yuanqing humans? Were they going to war? Liu Kong's mind was a flurry of questions. However, in the next moment, the plaza vanished, and Liu Kong's body plunged downward. He gazed at the endless aurora below, his heart skipping a beat. Wasn't this supposed to be a teleportation? Was this how it was done? As he passed through the dazzling aurora, Liu Kong suddenly beheld an enormous continent. The land was dotted with towering mountains of unimaginable height, colossal trees reaching for the skies, and endless flames, among other wonders. In the south of the continent, a vast expanse of black mist swirled, seemingly pregnant with boundless evil. Other areas also exhibited patches of black mist. Instinctively, Liu Kong felt a sense of dread and danger upon seeing these mists. He continued to descend, aiming for the sea on the continent's right flank. It was then that he noticed countless islands scattered across the ocean. These islands were densely packed, resembling stars, as he fell. The islands grew larger before his eyes. Liu Kong realized these were no mere islands but colossal landmasses. Wait, if these islands were so massive, how immense was the central continent? Liu Kong gasped, contributing significantly to global warming. His target for descent was one of these landmasses. This should be the Orion Novice continent mentioned by the system. As he approached the land, a thought struck him. Wait, no parachute? Wouldn't he just die from this fall? Just as Liu Kong's fear escalated, a flash of white light appeared. His body felt weightless. When the light dissipated, he found himself standing on a plaza. Surrounding him was a chorus of astonished voices. Wow, is this the cosmic game? It's incredibly realistic, no kidding. This transcends any science fiction explanation. It's practically divine. A game forged by the gods, of course, it feels real. Is anyone forming couples? Let's play together. CPDD. Heh, the wise ones have already gone to enhance themselves. Liu Kong noticed that around him were players clad in gray cloth, both male and female, with the oldest appearing to be in their 50s or 60s, while the youngest looked around 14 or 15. Looking down, he discovered he was also wearing the same gray cloth attire. Examining his attributes, he found that all the cloth items combined offered no bonuses. Liu Kong 6. In addition to the clothing, he held a worn-out iron sword. It was indeed very shabby, with multiple notches along the blade and rust covering it. It offered only a single point of damage. Well then, a novice artifact in hand. However, this game certainly lived up to the cosmic server's reputation, as it felt indistinguishable from the real world. Liu Kong touched his body, and he even felt warmth. Furrowing his brow, he wore a serious expression. By the way, is there a moderation system in place? He quickly shook his head. He, Liu Kong, has no alliance with gambling, drugs, or vice. Lu Kang further examined his panel and discovered that after classing as a warrior, he had acquired a new skill, Heavy Strike. Level 1 execute a powerful attack, dealing 120 damage. A divine skill at hand. This makes him nearly invincible, right? Lu Kang scoffed inwardly as he integrated into the player community and exited the plaza. A novice rider feeling a bit nervous. If you all think this is decent, please take a moment to click the free update prompt and send some free gifts. The little novice expresses gratitude here. Chapter 3. Can this broken game be played? Lu Kang discovered that the village contained numerous buildings constructed from wood and stone. The native inhabitants were indeed present. To Lu Kang's astonishment, these natives possessed silver skin. Yuanxing has no races with silver skin. Are they not Yuanxing humans? Are they people from other planets? And would these be mindless NPCs? Lu Kang doubted it. After all, this cosmic game was too peculiar. Even NPCs likely possessed their own personalities. Like many players, he attempted to communicate with these silver-skinned humans. However, regardless of who approached or what was said, the natives appeared uninterested in engaging. They simply glanced at the players and proceeded to act as if they were invisible. One hot-tempered brute could no longer contain himself and attempted to forcibly grab a native. Consequently, he was instantly rendered into a pixelated blur by the native's slap. Everyone fell silent, not to mention triggering quests. Even conversing seemed an arduous task. Aside from shopkeepers selling equipment and potions, hardly anyone was willing to interact with players. Lu Kang also tried to obtain quests from the shopkeepers, but upon realizing he wasn't there to make a purchase, their expressions soured, and they promptly shooed him away. Others similarly encountered numerous failed attempts, resulting in a complete lack of success. Lu Kang suspected it might be due to insufficient reputation or lacking prerequisite conditions. He had no choice but to opt for monster hunting to level up. The village had 4 exits, located in the east, south, west, and north. As an Easterner, Lu Kang naturally chose the eastern exit. Upon reaching the eastern village entrance, he beheld vast fields stretching beyond, where various crops were cultivated. Some of these crops were familiar to him, recognizable from Yuanxing, while others were entirely foreign. Amidst these fields, numerous large black rats scurried about. These black rats were nearly the size of dogs, with crimson eyes and sharp teeth, clearly not to be trifled with. Numerous players are engaged in a fierce brawl with them. The scene is nothing short of catastrophic. At the village entrance, players are calling out, "Let us form a team to battle the corrupted mice. I need someone to join me. These mice are exceedingly tough to defeat." A priest is seeking to join a team to tackle the corrupted mice. Requesting private messages for group formation, Lu Kang, with a calm demeanor, steps out of the village entrance and casts a detection spell. Corrupted mouse level, 1 health, 100 attack, 5 description. Once an ordinary mouse, it has been transformed into a frenzied, bloodthirsty, corrupted mouse due to the invasion of dark energy. Dark energy? Lu Kang suddenly recalls the black mist he saw prior to arriving in this land. It also strikes him that the rules mentioned something about dark energy invading reality, potentially leading to the emergence of monsters. Is this dark energy what they referred to? Gazing at the terrifying visage of the corrupted mouse, Lu Kang finds himself pondering the implications. This dark energy seems rather ominous. However, it is of little concern to him at present. What matters now is the next step. Lu Kang rubs his hands together, eagerly opening the loot list for the large black mouse. Let me see what treasures await. The list materializes before him, items arranged from highest to lowest level, with the top item being a white object, followed by several gray items. After scanning through the list, he notes approximately several dozen items. The gray items primarily consist of mouse teeth, eyes, and fur. The white items, however, are more promising, including several pieces of equipment: cloth armor, leather armor, chainmail, and 1 weapon. Rusty greatsword, common, attack 5. Required level, 1, drop rate, 0.8. This attack power far surpasses that of the pitiful sword Lu Kang currently wields. Yet, this item has a mere drop rate of 0.8. Can this wretched game even be played? Aside from this equipment, there are also a few miscellaneous white items. One particular item catches Lu Kang's eye. Small white pouch, common, increases storage space by 10 slots. Drop rate, 0.09. Lu Kang is somewhat taken aback. This is a valuable item. He had just noticed that his initial backpack only had 20 slots, allowing for limited storage. Yet, aside from his default backpack, He has 4 additional slots available for equipping bags. The small white pouch can occupy one of these slots. If he manages to acquire 4 of such pouches, he could instantly add 40 slots to his backpack space. The storage suddenly expands significantly. As for the drop rate, Lu Kuang is too disheartened to comment. One must wonder what sort of fortunate player could ever obtain such a pouch in this game. Lu Kuang chooses not to claim his loot immediately, but instead examines the loot lists of other large black mice. He discovers that each large black mouse has a similar yet slightly varied loot list. For instance, the equipment differs somewhat. Moreover, he observes that more than half of the large black mice do not drop any bags. Additionally, Lu Kuang realizes that the drop rates in this game are truly absurd. Even the highest drop rate for gray items is only about 50. This means that upon defeating a monster, there is a 50 chance of receiving nothing but experience. Who can withstand such odds? I can specify a drop. Well, that changes everything. Lu Kuang also discovers that perhaps due to the low level of the large black mice, he can only specify 1 item drop at a time. He had initially hoped to claim multiple items in one go, only to realize he had been overly ambitious. After contemplating, Lu Kuang decides to first acquire a full set of equipment. This will make battling monsters considerably easier. As for the backpack, that can wait. After all, many monsters possess these items. Lu Kuang selects a large black mouse and specifies the rusty greatsword for a drop. Then, he charges at the large black mouse. Engaging in a fierce struggle, he realizes just how immersive this game is. Not only does it convey a sense of pain, but the monsters also dodge attacks. Furthermore, the large black mouse has formidable fangs, biting Lu Kuang to the point where he questions his life choices. His health totals only 90 points, and fortunately, his attack power exceeds that of the large black mouse, with a total strength of 9 points. Each point contributes 1 point of attack, plus the 1 point from the small broken sword, culminating in 10 points of attack, nearly double that of the large black mouse. Even so, Lu Kuang expends 70 health points before finally slaying the creature. This is primarily due to his inexperience in combat. It's his first time wielding a sword against another being. The large black mouse, lacking any sense of honor, dodges frequently, resulting in several missed strikes. That said, he too has evaded some attacks, making it a fair exchange. As the large black mouse falls, a white orb of light emerges, hovering above its lifeless body, drawing the attention of several nearby players. A white item dropped. What luck! Is this real? I never thought I would witness a white item drop in my lifetime. They are well aware of the absurdly low drop rates for these items. Many have battled dozens of large black mice, only to obtain a few gray items, leaving them questioning their existence. To their astonishment, seeing someone actually drop a white item fills them with envy. Some players even feel a pang of jealousy. This game directly correlates with their real-life prowess. Were it not for the peace mode in the novice village, many would likely have rushed to snatch the item away. Lu Kuang senses the player's scrutiny and furrows his brow slightly. Thankfully, the novice village is under peace mode. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could not withstand the onslaught of so many players. However, given his drop rates, by the time he exits the novice village, he will have soared to new heights, rendering him impervious to fear. As for his real-life identity, the rulebook states that to protect player privacy, player information is safeguarded by the cosmic server. Unless a player exposes themselves in reality, there is no way to trace their identity. With that in mind, what does Lu Kuang have to worry about? Chapter 4. Goodness, is there a cheat? Lu Kuang picks up the white orb, which instantly transforms into a greatsword. Entering his backpack, he equips it without hesitation. The greatsword is significantly larger than his small broken sword, measuring approximately 1.6 meters in length. Fortunately, his strength is sufficient to wield it. Amid the envious gazes of others, Lu Kuang sits down to recuperate. After all, his health has dwindled considerably. With only 20 health points remaining, any further combat could lead to his demise. The rulebook notes that the penalties for death are severe. The first time one dies, they cannot log in for an hour. The more one dies, the longer the penalty. This is particularly detrimental in the early stages of the game. Soon, Lu Kuang discovers another frustrating aspect of this game. While sitting to regain health, he recovers only 1 point per second. This means it will take him over a minute to fully restore his health. The efficiency in battling monsters is far too dismal. No wonder these players form teams to be by the time his health is replenished. Others have long since resumed their battles. Lu Kuang casually seeks out another monster, continuing to specify loot drops. Warriors can equip chainmail, which boasts superior defense compared to leather and cloth armor. Naturally, Lu Kuang opts for chainmail. He then charges at the large black mouse. After equipping the greatsword, his attack range has expanded, significantly reducing the mouse's evasion capabilities. Coupled with an increase in attack power, Lu Kuang only loses 50 health points before dispatching another, resulting in yet another white orb of light appearing. Amid the envious glances of nearby players, Lu Kuang collects the specified drop, a chainmail chest piece. After donning it, he feels a surge of security. Resting to regain health, Lu Kuang resumes his monster hunting. Before long, he has collected the chest piece, gauntlets, greaves, boots, belt, and wrist guards, adorning himself entirely in white chainmail armor, which boosts his defense by 23 points. However, Lu Kuang is somewhat bewildered. He had assumed that with his current armor, the corrupted mice would no longer penetrate his defenses. Yet, when the large black mice bite him, he still loses 2 health points. This suggests that the damage reduction mechanics differ from what Lu Kuang had anticipated. Nevertheless, it matters little. At least he is now losing much less health, and his efficiency in battling monsters has skyrocketed. Each encounter only costs him a maximum of 20 health points. He can engage 3 monsters at once and then rest to recover. His efficiency rivals that of a small 3-person team, and he alone reaps all the experience. Lu Kuang observes that each monster drops a white item, leaving all nearby players utterly flabbergasted. Who on earth is this person? He has consistently dropped multiple white items. Someone retorts, "What do you mean consistently? I've been watching him since earlier. He drops white items every single time." Everyone is left in a state of confusion. Goodness, is there a cheat? This game is unplayable. Someone exclaims in frustration. Why is it that we toil and struggle, yet he can drop so many items? Is it simply due to his exceptional luck? Is this really a matter of luck? Is he perhaps the consort of Lady Luck? Many players' eyes turn green with envy. Yet, they find themselves powerless to act, forced to watch Lu Kuang continuously acquire equipment. At that moment, someone seems to have an epiphany. Their expression shifting slightly. I've heard that some players possess soul talents. Could this individual's high drop rate be attributed to such a talent? Upon hearing this, many players come to a realization. That could very well be the case. Talents are said to be exceedingly rare, especially those that enhance drop rates. Why does he get to monopolize all the good fortune? Just then, a clever-looking young man approaches Lu Kuang. A broad smile plastered across his face, exuding a sycophantic demeanor. "Brother, how about we team up? You can have a larger share of the experience, and in return, just share a bit of the equipment with me. My request is modest. I only need 1 white item, just 1. The others, witnessing this, quickly catch on. "Big brother, look at me. I'm a mage. My damage output is tremendous. I'll settle for just 1/3 of the experience. Take me along, big brother. I'll take 1/4. I'm a mage too. Damn. Can this really happen?" The mage who had called out earlier immediately erupts in fury. If a mere gaze could wield the power of death, he would have reduced the readers to mere shreds. "Dear elder brother, might you take your younger sister along? She is eager to meet you in reality, brother. I possess a 36D figure, gentle and understanding. I am not clingy. Would you kindly take me with you?" Each young man and woman nearby yearns for the chance to be part of the ground and air team. Without delving into specifics, acquiring even a single piece of equipment would be a boon. It would significantly enhance their combat prowess. This game influences reality, and opportunities for improvement are seldom overlooked by the masses. Faced with the fervor of the players, Lu Kuang felt somewhat overwhelmed, particularly when he caught sight of the women speaking of meeting in person. A few were indeed quite attractive. These enchanting maidens wish to disrupt my resolve? Meeting in reality? Does this not expose their personal information entirely? Unless one is certain of their safety, they would be remiss to divulge such details. Struggling to escape the throng, Lu Kuang shouted, "Everyone, please refrain from the clamor. If I have surplus equipment, I shall set up a stall in the square to sell it." With that, he paid no further attention to others and moved aside to continue battling. For now, Lu Kuang was not considering forming a party. Given his current gear, the efficiency of solo monster hunting was scarcely inferior to that of teaming up. Noting Lu Kuang's disinterest in forming a party, many were left disappointed. However, upon hearing his mention of potential equipment sales, numerous minds began to stir. As long as one has money, acquiring equipment is within reach. Many grew increasingly excited about slaying monsters. The gray items they obtained could be sold at the village shop for coin. Who knows, they might even afford a piece of equipment. The difficulty of leveling up in this game is no trifling matter. Even with Liu Kang's efficiency, it took over 3 hours to reach level 2. Upon leveling up, all 4 attributes increased by 1 point. Additionally, he had 2 points of free attributes to allocate. Without a moment's hesitation, he assigned both points to strength. His equipment was sufficiently robust, and his defense ample. What he lacked was offensive power. A higher attack would hasten his monster-slaying efficiency. During this process, Liu Kang accumulated 4 small bags, significantly expanding his backpack's capacity. Even so, due to the excessive drops of equipment and bags, his backpack soon reached its limit. He planned to head to the square to sell some items and clear out space. Upon arriving at the square, Liu Kang quickly observed numerous players setting up stalls. After a glance, he noted that most were selling equipment, predominantly of gray quality, with white items being a rarity. Gray quality gear bore no attribute bonuses, and its defense was half that of white gear. While one piece might be acceptable, when considering a full complement of gear, the deficiencies compounded. To his astonishment, others were demanding 5 silver coins for such equipment. Liu Kang was momentarily taken aback. The Cosmic Server had established a connection with the Blue Star financial institutions, allowing players to buy and sell gold coins on the trading platform without fear of detection. With a player base of 20 million, numerous affluent individuals were present. Many wealthy players were collecting gold coins, with the exchange rate reaching 1 copper coin for 1 blue star coin. Consequently, 1 silver coin equated to 100 copper coins, amounting to 100 blue star coins. The revelation that a piece of gray level 1 equipment could fetch 500 coins was utterly absurd. However, considering the game's impact on humanity's future, Liu Kang rationalized that it did make some sense. Thus, he took out the equipment and listed it all at 6 silver coins each. In addition, he decided to sell all 6 small bags for 10 silver coins each. While this pricing might appear lower than the intrinsic value of the equipment and bags, for Liu Kang, time was of the essence. The equipment and bags could be dropped at any moment. By selling them promptly and clearing his backpack, he could resume monster hunting and leveling up. Like other players in the square, Liu Kang began to call out, "White equipment, bulk bags for sale, price to sell, act swiftly." Upon hearing Liu Kang's proclamation, players in the square turned their attention to him. Chapter 5. May the spirit of the Great Xia endure. What? White equipment. Bags? What are bags? The crowd buzzed with excitement as many pressed closer. Upon seeing the equipment and bags at Liu Kang's stall, many were left dumbfounded. Is this real? So much white equipment? Dozens of pieces? What is white equipment? Look at those small bags. They can expand the backpack space by 10 slots. This is nothing short of miraculous. Such items exist? But didn't the mutated rats only drop gray materials? What on earth are these? The crowd murmured in astonishment, their faces a mix of disbelief and intrigue. At that moment, a tall, handsome, middle-aged man approached. Dressed in tattered robes adorned with patches, he bore gray cloth armor. Despite his shabby attire, the man's presence exuded an undeniable strength. As his gaze swept over the equipment at the stall, a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. He then looked up at Liu Kang and smiled, saying, "Young man, you are quite fortunate to have acquired so much equipment." Liu Kang chuckled. "Are you interested in purchasing?" Noticing Liu Kang's unwavering demeanor in response to his probing, the middle-aged man ceased his attempts at persuasion. As a businessman, he recognized the potential before him. Given the game's profound implications for the future, this young man possessing such an array of equipment at this moment was certainly destined for greatness. Such an individual must either be befriended or dealt with decisively. As a merchant, he understood that fostering good relations would be more advantageous. With more friends comes more opportunities. He smiled and introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liu Kang, chairman of Tianyue Group." Liu Kang's introduction elicited gasps from the surrounding crowd, igniting a flurry of whispers. Tianyue Group? Is that not one of the top 10 corporations in the nation? A conglomerate that ranks among the top 30 globally? Who would have thought it was him? No wonder he looks familiar. I've seen him on the news before. It's truly Liu Kang. Goodness, Liu Kang is a public tester. This is big news. Hearing Liu Kang's introduction, Liu Kang felt a surge of excitement. A major client had arrived. Such a person surely wouldn't lack funds, especially considering that some players might still be trading copper coins directly through the game's trading platform. Liu Kang smiled. "So it's Chairman Liu? I am Liu Kang. A pleasure to meet you." Lu Chang responded warmly, "No need for formality. I am slightly older than you, if you don't mind. You may call me Changgu." How does that sound? Lu Kang was taken aback by Lu Chang's overture. When had he ever been in a position to have a chairman of a globally ranked corporation approach him for a closer rapport? In his previous job, even the boss of their small company treated employees with disdain, as though they were mere beasts of burden. It was only now that Lu Kang truly felt the stark difference in his life. In response to Lu Chang's friendly overture, Lu Kang readily acquiesced, nodding with a smile. "Changgu? Excellent." Lu Chang beamed, a hint of surprise flickering in his heart. Establishing a good relationship with Lu Kang was, in his view, more valuable than discovering the equipment itself. He chuckled. "I'll take all this equipment. However, I must say, your prices are a touch too low. Would you consider raising them? Otherwise, I might feel uneasy." The crowd fell silent, caught off guard by Lu Chang's unexpected request. They had never witnessed someone attempting to negotiate upward before. It was utterly absurd. Even Lu Kang was momentarily perplexed. With so many items, this newly acquainted Changgu was suggesting he raise the price. How much had he gathered from the trading platform? Lu Kang smiled. "Let us stick to this price. Integrity is paramount. It's essential to honor the marked prices." Upon hearing this, Lu Chang raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Lu Kang growing more amiable. "Indeed, the merchant's path is built on honesty, and you speak wisely, Lu Lao Di." Lu Chang smiled. "Shall we proceed with the transaction?" Just then, a voice interrupted. "Wait." Lu Chang frowned slightly at the interruption, his displeasure evident. Turning to see a tall, imposing young man approach, he felt a moment of alarm. The youth, sporting a buzz cut, moved with a commanding presence. Lu Chang, accustomed to encounters with numerous individuals, felt a twinge of surprise. "Military personnel?" The buzz-cut youth approached Lu Chang and Lu Kang, saluting them both. "Greetings, Mr. Lu." "Greetings, Mr. Lu. I am Wang Bing, captain of the 7th team of the Xianyao Army's 3rd Corps." "The Xianyao Army?" Lu Chang furrowed his brow. "I have never heard of a Xianyao Army within the Great Xia military." Wang Bing grinned. "It's understandable that you haven't heard of it, Mr. Lu. This is a new military form today from public testers, specifically for the cosmic game. Named after the phoenix rising from the ashes, it aims to ensure that Great Xia can also undergo a transformation in the gaming era." Upon hearing this, Lu Kang, Lu Chang, and the nearby players all shifted in their expressions. Lu Chang chuckled knowingly. Indeed. With His Majesty's remarkable vision, how could he fail to see the path ahead? Lu Kang silently acknowledged this. Unlike his previous world, Great Xia was an imperial power ruled by the Xia family for over 3,000 years. Each generation produced remarkable talents who led Great Xia to greater heights. Throughout pivotal moments in history, such as the Industrial Revolution, Great Xia consistently remained at the forefront of global progress. At present, Great Xia stood alongside the Barren Empire as one of the world's 2 superpowers, enjoying a highly esteemed international status. Wherever a citizen of Great Xia traveled, they were met with respect and privilege. Every citizen of Great Xia could take pride in this legacy, a testament to the extraordinary leadership of generations of Xia emperors and the might of the Great Xia military. At this moment, the entire Yuan Star stands at the cusp of a new era, and naturally, the contemporary emperor of the Xia dynasty would not miss such an opportunity. The emergence of the Shinbird army is indeed the most logical and reasonable occurrence. However, no one anticipated that even military personnel would appear here. Among the crowd were also some affluent individuals, but upon seeing Lu Chang's presence, they had already forfeited this transaction. After all, when compared to Lu Chang, they had no chance in terms of wealth. The military, however, represents the entirety of the Great Xia. In an instant, whispers filled the air. With the military's involvement, it seemed that times were indeed changing. Yes, the era has transformed. With the military of Great Xia intervening, it is likely that reality will undergo reform as well. As the crowd murmured, Lu Chang and Lu Kang both turned to Wang Bing. "Captain Wang, do you have something to discuss?" Lu Chang inquired with a smile. Wang Bing responded, "Mr. Lu, our 7th squad also requires an upgrade in equipment. Would it be possible for you to allocate some for us? Rest assured, we will not shortchange you on the payment." Lu Chang sighed inwardly, realizing that the request had indeed come. Nonetheless, he found himself in a position where he had no choice. It was a critical period, and the military genuinely needed the gear. Should he refuse at this juncture, it would likely invite trouble from above. On a brighter note, the The Lu family also had officials within the ranks, and conceding to Wang Bing would be advantageous for them. His thoughts raced, and he quickly made a decision. He then smiled and said, "Of course, it's no problem. The spirit of the Great Xia military exists for the benefit of its citizens. If you grow stronger, you will also be able to protect Great Xia in this era. As a citizen of Great Xia, it is my duty to assist." Upon hearing this, Wang Bing felt a wave of relief. If Lu Chang had been adamant in his refusal, given the Lu family's status, there would have been little he could do. Fortunately, Lu Chang was a decent person, someone with whom one could collaborate. He expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Lu. However, I must emphasize that this is not solely my decision. You must consult Brother Lu's opinion." Lu Chang waved his hand, indicating that he did not wish to overshadow others. Wang Bing promptly turned to Lu Kong, his face filled with anticipation. "Brother Lu, what do you think?" Lu Kong smiled and replied, "Of course, it's no problem. I too am a citizen of Great Xia and wish for its continued prosperity. May the spirit of the Great Xia military remain eternal." Chapter 6. The Lu sisters. Lu Kong also harbored fond feelings for the Great Xia military, as he too was a part of it. Being in the business of selling equipment, Lu Kong naturally favored the military of Great Xia. Wang Bing felt touched and saluted both Lu Kong and Lu Chang, saying, "Thank you both." Lu Chang then declared, "In that case, I will take 2 sets of cloth armor and 1 set of leather armor. The rest can be allocated to Captain Wang." After finishing, he cheerfully explained, "My 2 daughters have also entered the game. Otherwise, 1 set of cloth armor would have sufficed." The crowd around them was left bewildered. 3 members of the same family as public testers. What kind of miraculous luck was that? Lu Kong's remarkable prowess was one thing. But now it seemed everyone was blessed with such fortune? No, that couldn't be right. They were still quite formidable. Even Wang Bing's lips twitched as he remarked, "If our military had the same luck as Mr. Lu and his 2 daughters, it would be splendid." In the vast Great Xia military, only 30,000 individuals had qualified as public testers. Naturally, the Shenbird army comprised only 30,000. In Wang Bing's view, 30,000 was utterly insufficient. Ideally, they would need another 300,000. Subsequently, the 3 concluded their transaction. Lu Chang was financially secure, and the Great Xia military was certainly not impoverished either. The trade proceeded smoothly, totaling 40 pieces of white equipment, amounting to 240 silver coins. As for the 6 small bags, Lu Chang and Wang Bing each took 3, adding another 60 silver coins. In total, that amounted to 300 silver coins, or 3 gold. Calculating at the current rate, that equated to 30,000 yuan. Lu Kong found it somewhat surreal. 30,000 yuan. He had previously toiled for over 3 months, working tirelessly to earn such an amount. Now, he had merely earned it in just a few hours, and this was only the beginning. Once he acquired better equipment, he could sell for even more. It wouldn't be long before he could repay his parents' debts. At that point, his mother would no longer have to work so hard. Lu Kong let out a slight sigh. Since his father's passing, he had been under immense pressure. Now, he felt as though the heavy stone weighing on his chest was gradually lifting. After the transaction, Wang Bing looked at Lu Kong, hesitating before speaking. "Brother Lu, I wonder if you might be interested in joining the military?" Lu Kong was taken aback and then shook his head. "I'm sorry, Captain Wang, but I've grown accustomed to a leisurely life. The military has too many regulations. It's not suitable for me." Joining the military would inevitably mean he would have to relay information to them. Even though Lu Kong respected the Great Xia military, this matter pertained to his safety, and he dared not take any risks. Once his strength was sufficiently formidable, he would then feel secure enough to reveal his identity in reality. Hearing this, Wang Bing sighed. He had merely extended an invitation out of curiosity. He was not at all surprised by Lu Kong's refusal. After all, given Lu Kong's capabilities, he could certainly thrive without enlisting. However, Lu Kong's subsequent words delighted Wang Bing. "Although I want to join the military, I will prioritize your team for any suitable equipment in the future." Upon hearing this, Wang Bing was immediately filled with excitement. "Thank you very much. I must say, Brother Lu, you cannot solely focus on the military. Your elder brother also needs equipment." Lu Chang chimed in with a smile. In fact, Lu Chang was even considering establishing a guild, which would require an ample amount of equipment. "Rest assured, Brother Chang, I won't forget you," Lu Kong replied with a grin. Subsequently, the 3 added each other as friends and bid farewell. After Lu Kong departed, his private messages began to flood in. "Big Shot, could you take me along? Big Shot, Could you spare me an item? You dropped so many. Surely you wouldn't miss a few? There were even some rather suggestive messages from women, detailing their measurements and even inquiring about whether it was their first time. This left Lu Kong wondering if, had the game allowed photos, these individuals would have sent personal pictures to AS and normal man. He certainly appreciated beautiful women. However, with time of the essence, he resolved to focus on improving himself first, planning to address such matters later when he was more stable. Ultimately, Lu Kong grew weary of the incessant private messages and adjusted his settings to reject messages from strangers. The world suddenly became tranquil. In a secluded forest, two young women were engaged in leveling up. One wore tattered leather armor, her snow-white arms and thighs exposed to the air, her tall and curvaceous form strikingly alluring. She wielded a longbow, her gaze sharp, each arrow finding its mark in the eyes of a distant, dark wild boar. The other donned a ragged robe, grasping a staff. She radiated tranquility and gentleness, as she waved her staff to unleash a golden arrow of light towards the wild boar. Remarkably, the two young women bore identical, exquisitely beautiful faces, only the expressions between them differed. One was mischievous, while the other was sweetly gentle. The archer was named Lu Yueqing, while the spellcaster was Lu Yuexian. At that moment, Lu Yueqing paused her staff-waving motion and glanced at her private messages. With Lu Yueqing's support momentarily lost, Lu Yueqing, who was engaged in a struggle with the demonic wild boar, felt an immediate surge of pressure. She cried out, "Wow, Lu Yueqing, what are you doing? I'm about to die." Lu Yueqing then snapped back to reality, conjuring two arrows of light in quick succession, striking the demonic wild boar. The creature let out a mournful cry and collapsed. Lu Yueqing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled, "I'm sorry, sister. It was a message from Dad. He said he bought us a full set of equipment, complete with weapons," she added. "All of it is white gear, of course." Upon hearing this, Lu Yueqing's eyes sparkled. "Wow, did Dad go robbing? How could he acquire so much white gear?" Lu Yueqing and Lu Yueqing indeed possessed extraordinary luck, having both activated their soul talents. Furthermore, they had ended up in the same village. By teaming up to level up, their efficiency was remarkably high. However, after defeating so many monsters, Lu Yueqing understood how challenging it was to obtain equipment. Now that Lu Chang claimed to have prepared an entire set for them, one could only imagine Lu Yueqing's astonishment. Lu Yueqing, knowing her sister's personality, smiled gently. "What kind of person do you think Dad is? He would never resort to robbery. I heard he bought it from a young man." He also mentioned that the young man has incredible luck, having obtained all that gear himself. Upon hearing this, Lu Yueqing was left utterly perplexed. One person managed to acquire several sets of white gear? What on earth is going on? One would think he has some kind of luck god. Lu Yueqing lightly tapped Lu Yueqing on the forehead with her staff, admonishing her, "No foul language. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics either. However, Dad has already sent the equipment via email. It seems there are also 2 small bags to expand our storage space. Each of us will get one." Lu Yueqing, her mind was filled with questions. Monsters can drop things like that? Lu Yueqing was left bewildered by her father's description of that young man's luck, simultaneously feeling greatly shocked. She eagerly exclaimed, "Let us go. We need to head back and retrieve the equipment." Lu Yueqing nodded in agreement, and the two began their journey back. Chapter 7. Approaching the billionaire. After Lu Kong sold the equipment, he withdrew 1 gold coin from the trading platform, equivalent to 10,000 Great Xia coins. He intended to keep the remaining funds within the game. Sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping wood, he thought. Next, he needed to quickly grind monsters and level up to enhance his efficiency, thus enabling him to acquire more equipment and earn more money. His strategy was to purchase healing potions and consume them while battling monsters. Although monsters do drop healing potions, the price of these potions pales in comparison to that of equipment. Lu Kong naturally opted for designated equipment and small package drops. After selling them, he would head to the apothecary to purchase potions. The apothecary is located to the east of the novice village. Modest in size with merely a single counter. Behind the counter stands the proprietor of the apothecary, a mature woman with silver skin, above average looks, and a ponytail. Beside the counter, several players gather, attempting various methods to see if they can acquire a quest. Lu Kong chuckles to himself, realizing that these individuals have likely just entered the game. The indigenous people here are quite aloof and indifferent. A young man approaches the proprietor, his expression pitiful, tears streaming down his face. "Boss, I find you bear a striking resemblance to my late mother. Before he could finish, the proprietor delivered a sharp slap to his face. With a resounding crack, the young man spun in midair, flying out of the apothecary and landing horizontally on the ground outside the door. His body convulsed a few times before dissolving into a beam of white light. He died on the spot. The players who had originally intended to showcase their myriad skills to impress the proprietor gaped at her impassive demeanor as she withdrew her hand, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. What the hell? Is this some kind of broken game? NPCs can kill players? They were stunned, planning to leave the apothecary. In a way, no way. Just then, they noticed a handsome young man approaching the proprietor. It was Lu Kong. A seemingly young girl nearby, recognizing Lu Kong's familiar face, kindly warned him, "Hey, big brother, don't go over there. This boss is a killer." Lu Kong paused, smiled at the girl, and replied, "It's all right." Others, witnessing this, immediately halted their departure, eager to observe the spectacle. This guy isn't afraid of death. This game is unlike any other online game. I suspect these NPCs might actually be real people, perhaps even extraterrestrials, with a high degree of autonomy. I suspect so too, especially since they all have silver skin, completely different from us humans of Yuanqing. If this guy angers the boss, he is likely in for trouble. As the spectators watched in anticipation, Lu Kong reached the proprietor's side. She merely glanced at him before returning her gaze elsewhere. Unperturbed, Lu Kong smiled with a charmingly arrogant grin, placing 2 gold coins on the counter. "Boss, I'd like to buy some potions." The air in the apothecary fell into a profound silence. Several players stared at Lu Kong's gold coins, their minds slowly processing the situation. Meanwhile, the proprietor's expression shifted rapidly. Her previously cold demeanor transformed into a sweet smile. "Oh my. Handsome young man, what potions do you wish to purchase? How many?" The players, witnessing the transformation, gaped in astonishment. What the hell? It can be like this? Just a moment ago, another player bought potions, and the boss didn't even flinch. "You don't understand. Look at how much this guy just laid down. 2 gold coins. That's a whopping 2,000. A middle-aged man's voice nearly erupted in a shout as he gazed at the coins, his eyes turning red with envy. 2 gold coins equate to 20,000. The girl who spoke earlier widened her eyes, muttering in disbelief. Could it be that this is the legendary wealth brings favor? They exchanged glances, feeling the weight of money's allure. Even the indigenous people cannot resist. How can we, the impoverished, bear this? They felt as though their hearts had been pierced by an arrow, causing immense pain. Lu Kong smiled. "I'll take 200 bottles of healing potions." The potions sold in the novice village's apothecary are the most basic types. The healing potion is as follows. Apprentice healing potion, common, restores 80 health points immediately upon use. With a cooldown of 30 seconds. 1 bottle can nearly restore him to full health, and with a 30-second cooldown, he can use it again. With this potion, Lu Kong's sustainability is nearly guaranteed. After all, he seldom uses skills, his basic attack damage is high, and he doesn't consume much mana. He can simply cut through enemies. The only issue is the steep price, requiring a hefty sum of 80 copper. Most people truly cannot afford it. However, with 2 gold coins in hand, Lu Kong is not short on funds. For the sake of efficiency, he directly purchases 200 bottles, totaling 1 gold and 60 silver. Nevertheless, these potions will last him for quite some time. Upon hearing Lu Kong's request, the apothecary's owner's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile growing even sweeter. "All right, handsome young man, you are quite generous." She deftly counted out 200 healing potions and 40 silver coins, placing them on the counter. In his inventory, 100 bottles of the same potion occupy 1 slot. So 200 bottles take up 2 slots. Lu Kong collected the healing potions and silver coins, smiling as he inquired, "Boss, considering I've bought so much, may I ask you a few questions?" The proprietor raised an eyebrow, appraising Lu Kong, and replied with a smile, "Sure, ask away, but I may not have answers for everything." At this, the other players held their breath, eyes wide in astonishment at the proprietor's seemingly different attitude toward Lu Kong. They couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves, "Indeed, it seems that wealth truly reigns supreme." Even these aloof indigenous people have softened considerably. However, we too benefit from this big guy's fortune, gaining insights into the game. After all, since the Cosmic Online game announced its open beta, it has remained silent. With even the official website lacking updates, they only know that this game is connected to reality, but the specifics remain a mystery to everyone on Yuansheng. Now, they finally have a chance to learn something. Lu Kong nodded and smiled. Boss, for my first question. What are you? Data or real people? Hearing this, the apothecary owner cast a slightly peculiar glance at Lu Kong, a smile playing on her lips as she asked. What do you think? Lu Kong was taken aback by her rhetorical question, momentarily stunned. However, after a moment's thought, he quickly provided his answer. Real people, are you other races from the universe? Half right. Half right. Both Lu Kong and the others displayed expressions of surprise. Not only Lu Kong, but others had assumed that the indigenous people of this village were likely extraterrestrials. It seems that may not be the case. Then who are you? Lu Kong pressed on. We are merely a wisp of wandering souls. The apothecary owner replied with a hint of self-deprecation. Chapter 8. 2 opinions, 1 advice. A wisp of wandering souls? What does that mean? Lu Kong furrowed his brow, looking at the apothecary owner in confusion. He hesitantly asked, did these indigenous people perish? The proprietor glanced at Lu Kong, then at the other players, seemingly lost in thought. She smiled and said, when you entered the cosmic game, you should have received a warning from the cosmic server, right? The demonic energy will invade reality. Lu Kong nodded. Yes, that is correct. The proprietor continued with a smile. We were in the same situation. Once the demonic energy appears, it only multiplies, and the monsters manifesting in reality grow increasingly powerful. If those monsters cannot be repelled, can you guess what will happen? Inside the apothecary, the air turned eerily silent. Whether it was Lu Kong or the other players, they all held their breath, having already envisioned the outcome. When monsters cannot be held at bay, there is only one future: destruction. You seem to understand the consequences, correct? Indeed, our planet was consumed by the demonic energy. We were fortunate. Although our physical forms were destroyed, our souls were sheltered by the cosmic server, ultimately becoming the indigenous people here. Lu Kong was taken aback by the proprietor's revelation, momentarily lost in thought. However, having lived 2 lives, he quickly regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he realized that his original goal was merely to earn money to pay off his parents' debts and provide a better life for his mother. Now, it seemed he must strive to grow stronger. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he protect himself and his loved ones in the impending invasion of demonic energy. Lu Kong silently resolved himself, then sought to ask more questions. However, he found himself at a loss, his understanding of this world still shrouded in darkness. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and said, Boss, we should all be humanoid. Right? We can be considered the same race. Could you give me a piece of advice? What should I do next? The proprietor regarded Lu Kong with surprise, a smile gracing her lips as she said, You read quite sharp, young man. She recognized that the humans of Yuansheng had limited understanding of the world, and even less about the demonic energy. This Yuansheng human before her was aware of his shortcomings and directly sought her advice, which was undoubtedly a clever approach. The proprietor chuckled softly. Actually, there isn't much you need to do. Since I find you agreeable, I'll provide you with 2 pieces of advice. First, level up to level 10 as quickly as possible. At level 10, you can advance. When you take on the advancement challenge, try to choose the higher difficulty challenges. This way, after your advancement, your strength will surpass that of the average person. Lu Kong nodded, committing the advancement information to memory. The second piece of advice is also related to advancement. Currently, on the novice continent of the Hunter, there are 4 cosmic races, and the resources of the entire continent are limited. Naturally, in order to bolster the strength of your own race, you must compete for resources. Once a racial player ascends to the first tier, their respective race will issue a second wave of public test qualifications, allowing a greater number of players from that race to enter the game. Consequently, this will provide a significant advantage in the future resource competition among the 4 races. The apothecary owner pondered for a moment, then stated gravely, Remember, the incursion of demonic energy into reality necessitates the united efforts of all members of a race to stand a chance of resistance. In my years of experience within the game, I have witnessed numerous races diminish in strength due to internal strife, ultimately being consumed by demonic energy. I hope that you, the Yuansheng humans, do not tread this worn path. Lu Kong, reflecting on this, nodded thoughtfully. He was well aware of humanity's inherent flaws. Internal conflicts were inevitable. However, There was little he could do at the moment. He resolved to strengthen himself before taking further action. Currently, his capacity was limited to providing the Daxia military and some high-ranking officials with equipment. This way, when the demonic energy incursions occur, Daxia would possess a certain level of strength to resist. Well then, those are the two suggestions, which ultimately boil down to one. Focus on leveling up. Oh, and one more piece of advice. Completing certain achievements in the game will yield special rewards. You should be a remarkable member of your race, with a potentially exceptional soul talent. Perhaps you could accomplish some achievements and truly unleash your greatest gifts. Strive for this. Do not wait until your planet is consumed by demonic energy and regret your inaction. Upon hearing the apothecary's words, Lu Kang felt an immense pressure weighing upon him. With a serious expression, he nodded. Thank you for the reminder. I will. He then smiled. Well then, I must get back to my duties. I shall return to support your business next time. Oh, by the way, do you have any tasks for me? The apothecary cast a sidelong glance at Lu Kang and replied coldly, with your current strength, you would be unable to complete any tasks, Lu Kang. He was a guest, after all. Such blatant disregard was disheartening. With a resigned smile, he said, very well. I shall return once I am sufficiently powerful. With that, Lu Kang turned and departed. As he passed by several players who stood in stunned silence, he hesitated and spoke. You all heard what I just said, right? Those two suggestions and one piece of advice can also be shared among you. This way, we Yuanqing players can exert enough pressure. Only through pressure can we find motivation. Several players, awakening from their stupor, regarded Lu Kang with newfound respect. Even the well-informed apothecary deemed him a remarkable figure among the Yuanqing humans. Such a person would undoubtedly be extraordinary in the future. Moreover, he had generously allowed them to hear vital game information for free. Such demeanor was compelling. A middle-aged player, with a serious expression, nodded and said, understood, brother. We will spread the word. Lu Kang nodded in acknowledgement and continued on his way. Along the journey, he contemplated the apothecary's advice and privately messaged Wang Bing and Lu Chong. Both held significant status in reality, especially Wang Bing. If he reported this, the Xia Emperor would surely take it seriously due to his great vision. As for their responses, that was beyond Lu Kang's concern. He needed to focus on leveling up, setting a modest goal for himself. To reach level 10 as swiftly as possible. Then, he would complete the highest tier of job advancement, in the Daxia Imperial Palace. Within the Divine Martial Hall, the Xia Emperor sat upon his throne, surveying the ministers below who were as silent as the grave. His expression remained calm, yet his eyes radiated an unfathomable authority. They were waiting for intelligence regarding the game.at. The very moment the Cosmic Game announced its public test slots, the Xia Emperor ordered a tally of all military personnel awarded public test qualifications. Establishing the Xianbird Army. This army promptly entered the game with two primary objectives: to enhance their strength within the game and to acquire all pertinent information therein. From the moment the Xianbird Army entered the game, the Xia Emperor summoned his ministers to the Divine Martial Hall. All were present, anxiously anticipating news from the game, prepared to analyze it collectively and devise corresponding strategies. At this moment, 2 hours had elapsed. For hours had passed in the game as the hour approached midnight. The Xia Emperor, leading by example, ensured that none of the ministers dared to voice their fatigue. Suddenly, a tall man burst into the hall. Your Majesty, the Xianbird Army has relayed the latest intelligence. Upon hearing this, the Xia Emperor's spirit surged. Presented. Chapter 9. A new era. The intelligence was delivered to the Xia Emperor by an attendant, who carefully unfolded it and read each word with utmost attentiveness. Upon finishing, the Xia Emperor clenched the report tightly, slowly furrowing his brow. A pin drop could be heard in the Divine Martial Hall as the ministers exchanged anxious glances, afraid to utter a sound. The Xia Emperor then handed the document to an attendant beside him. Read it aloud. The attendant cleared his throat, opened the report, and prepared to read. However, upon seeing the contents, his eyes widened in shock, momentarily freezing in disbelief. The Xia Emperor frowned, directing his gaze at the attendant. The attendant quickly regained his composure and began to read aloud the information Lu Kang had received from the apothecary, including the source of the information and the advice given. As the ministers listened, their breaths quickened, and gasps of astonishment filled the air. Once the attendant concluded, the Divine Martial Hall fell silent once more. The Xia Emperor spoke calmly. My esteemed ministers, What insights do you glean from this intelligence? The ministers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The Xia emperor called out, Nangong Zhu, Nangong Zhu. An elderly man with white hair standing at the forefront stepped forward. Despite his age, his eyes remained clear and bright, devoid of any cloudiness. He was the Prime Minister of Daxia. He bowed respectfully and stated, Your Majesty, if this information holds true, our previous measures may be woefully inadequate. Moving forward, both official duties and educational reforms must be undertaken. He hesitated, then added, However, I possess a question. How can we ascertain the veracity of this information? It seems too extraordinary to believe. The Xia Emperor turned to the man who had brought forth the intelligence. Wang Yi, since this report originated from you, please enlighten us. Wang Yi stepped forward. His expression grave. This information was relayed by my son, Wang Bing. He encountered an exceptionally skilled player in the novice village, who reportedly has an extraordinarily high drop rate, acquiring dozens of white-grade items in mere hours. What? This cannot be true. Several ministers erupted in disbelief. Dozens of white-grade items in just a few hours. What a farce! Before Wang Yi could elaborate further, the ministers clamored in protest, though they had not entered the game. They had been privy to enough information to understand the established drop rates. The notion of acquiring such quantities in such a short span was utterly inconceivable. Even the Xia Emperor furrowed his brow. Struggling to accept the claim, however, glancing at the other ministers, he gradually commanded, Silence! The ministers fell quiet. The Xia Emperor turned his attention back to Wang Yi. Please continue. Wang Yi maintained his calm demeanor. I understand that many of you may be skeptical. To be honest, I was initially doubtful as well. However, I know my son's character. He would not err on such a critical matter. That player seems to possess a soul talent that enhances luck, which accounts for the astounding drop rate. Upon hearing this, the ministers exchanged knowing looks, some appearing contemplative while others frowned. The concept of luck, being so intangible, was not readily accepted by those present. Nevertheless, they recognized the legitimacy of soul talents, which were notoriously unpredictable. Wang Yi continued, My son reported that this player acquired this information through the apothecary owner among the natives. In my opinion, the reliability of the information should correlate with the natives' attitude towards us. However, based on our prior intelligence, this report appears to be genuine. Once Wang Yi finished, a heavy silence enveloped the room. The air in the divine martial hall grew thick with tension. The Xia Emperor finally spoke. In all matters, we must prepare for contingencies. Let us treat this information as true. If that is the case, Nangong Zhu, what changes do you propose moving forward? Nangong Zhu contemplated briefly before responding. If this is indeed the case, I propose establishing an official department dedicated to countering the demonic energy incursions. It would be prudent to invite players from the common populace to join. This approach would facilitate player management and prevent the emergence of ambitious individuals among the empowered commoners, thereby averting social unrest. Furthermore, if the game's significance surpasses our expectations, we should reform the education system, introducing game-related courses from elementary school onward, while also encouraging the common populace to familiarize themselves with relevant game intelligence. This way, when the second wave of public tests arrives, our Daxia commoners will be poised to seize the initiative. Upon concluding his proposal, Nangong Zhu returned to his position. The Xia Emperor nodded in agreement and continued, Esteemed ministers, if you have further opinions, feel free to voice them. The ministers immediately began to converse, exchanging their thoughts. The Xia Emperor listened intently, his expression serene yet exuding an imposing authority that was as palpable as a looming storm. Wu Yi, promptly establish a player management bureau to gather player information. Our approach should be one of benevolence, inviting them to join the official ranks. For those unwilling to join, a simple registration will suffice. Additionally, should any criminal activity arise among players, they must be apprehended immediately and face severe penalties as a deterrent. Understood. Wang Yi, inform all military districts to heighten their vigilance. Should any demonic entities appear, they must be dealt with promptly. Any manifestations within the city should be addressed in coordination with players from the Player Management Bureau. Yes, the Emperor of Xia issued commands with remarkable composure, engaging in discussions with his ministers regarding various contingencies to address unexpected situations. Once everything was arranged, he slowly rubbed his forehead, a thought crossing his mind as he turned to Wang Yi and inquired, Is it possible to locate the player who acquired this intelligence? Wang Yi responded with a bitter smile. All we know is his name, Lu Kong. However, Your Majesty, as you are aware, we have made numerous attempts. But it is impossible to uncover player information through conventional means. When the game first emerged, they had already tried, as long as the player does not disclose any information in the real world. Even an investigation through population data will yield no results, as if this person's existence in reality has been completely erased. The Emperor sighed softly, nodding in acknowledgement. Even he felt a sense of helplessness. Lamenting indeed, it is a cosmic game. Your Majesty, you appear fatigued. Perhaps you should rest for a while. The attendants and ministers regarded the weary Emperor with concern. After a moment's hesitation, the Emperor responded, in that case, let us take an hour to rest. Those with matters to attend to may proceed. The assembly nodded in agreement. Rising, the Emperor departed. Upon leaving the divine martial hall, he promptly made his way to a palace currently under heavy guard. As he approached, the leading soldier hurriedly saluted. We have awaited your arrival, Your Majesty. The Emperor nodded and entered. Within a chamber of the palace, a breathtakingly beautiful young woman was enveloped in a white light. Floating above the bed, a rune circled her delicate left wrist. Beside her sat an equally stunning mature woman, her gaze filled with concern for the girl. Upon noticing the Emperor's entrance, she stood to greet him. Your Majesty, how fares Yennefer? She has not awakened since entering that so-called game. There appears to be a protective barrier around her that I cannot breach. Hearing this, the Emperor nodded slightly. The woman, filled with worry, remarked, Yennefer should have allowed the soldiers to try entering the game first. It would have been safer. We know nothing about this game, and it is far too perilous. The Emperor gazed intently at Xia Yan. Speaking slowly, you do not comprehend. He clasped his hands behind his back, turning to look out at the starry sky. Does Yennefer not realize the danger? Yet, this game's rulebook indicates that our great Xia is facing its gravest calamity in over 3,000 years. The times have changed, Hua. Yennefer is our clan's sole public tester. She fights for us, for the people of Xia. The times have changed? Hua Fei, Yennefer's mother, looked puzzled. Indeed, the times have changed. The Emperor's expression was calm. Yet his eyes flickered. However, despite the changing times, the principle of strength remains unchanged. Yennefer understands this better than you do. Yennefer. Hua Fei gazed at the beautiful girl lying on the bed, her face a mixture of anxiety and complexity. The Emperor clenched his fists. As the sovereign of Xia, he was the leader of his people. Yet he lacked a public testing opportunity. In this tumultuous era, he wondered if he could still lead Xia further. He was uncertain whether he could once again shield the citizens of Xia from the storm. Exhaling a deep breath, he turned to Xia Yan, murmuring, Yennefer, when you awaken, the 30,000 Xian bird army will be your strongest support. Chapter 10. Green equipment. After replenishing supplies, Lu Kong exited the village once more. This time, his target was no longer the mutated mice in the fields. As a level 2 expert, the level 1 little black rat no longer satisfied his needs. His intense desire for battle urged him to seek stronger opponents. Thus, Lu Kong ventured into the forest behind the fields. Inside the forest, several wild dogs roamed. These wild dogs were roughly the size of Samoyeds. Entirely black, with glowing red eyes and teeth as sharp as daggers. Mutated wild dog, level 2 health, 120 attack, 7 description. Once an ordinary wild dog, it has turned into a frenzied, bloodthirsty mutated wild dog after being corrupted by demonic energy. Upon seeing the wild dog's information, Lu Kong couldn't help but grin. Truly, as a level 2 monster, it was vastly superior to the level 1 black rat. Nonetheless, it was still manageable for Lu Kong. Equipped with his gear and a plethora of healing potions, if he couldn't defeat it, he might as well smash his head against a rock. Instead of charging in directly, Lu Kong opened the drop list as per his usual practice. The mutated wild dog also dropped white and gray items. He focused on a weapon listed. Rusted greatsword, common, attack 6, required level 2, drop rate 0.8 compared to the level 1 rusted greatsword. This one had one more attack point, worth the exchange. He steeled himself and charged in for battle. The mutated wild dog's attack was slightly higher than that of the mutated mouse, dealing 4 points of damage with each hit. However, Lu Kong's attack power had significantly increased since then, allowing him to defeat the mutated wild dog in just a few strikes, only losing a total of 20 health points. After defeating 3 at a time, He consumed a healing potion, instantly restoring his health. After slaying a batch of mutated wild dogs and replacing his equipment, his defense improved further, reducing his damage taken to 2 points. This significantly enhanced Liu Kong's sustainability. Wielding the greatsword, he resembled a war god, rampaging through the pack of wild dogs. However, the mutated wild dogs had a broader aggro range compared to the mutated mice. One careless move could attract 2 or 3 wild dogs to attack him simultaneously. On one occasion, he inadvertently provoked 3 at once, nearly leading to his demise. Fortunately, the cooldown on his health potions was complete. Otherwise, he would have surely lost a life. The penalty for death was a full hour of inactivity, severely hindering his progress. This realization sent a chill down Liu Kong's spine. After that incident, he became much more cautious, carefully luring only one at a time. The number of players in the mutated wild dog area was relatively sparse. Those who could grind in a level 2 monster zone were generally formidable teams at this stage. Witnessing Liu Kong single-handedly slay monsters with such efficiency left them dumbfounded. Who was that person? His efficiency in defeating monsters is almost on par with our 3-person team. Of course, look at how often he's consuming health potions. He's constantly replenishing. And he's fully geared. Each health potion costs 80 copper. That's $80. A weathered middle-aged man muttered, incredulous. How can he waste it like that? Is this how the wealthy play games? The middle-aged man was filled with envy. Wait, is that really the point of focus? Shouldn't we be amazed that he consistently loots white items? A young woman couldn't help but interject. The others quickly realized. Indeed. Why does he always get loot? And it's all white. A youth from a nearby team pondered aloud. I heard a ridiculous rumor that a player in our novice village always loots something whenever he defeats a monster. And it's always white that I didn't believe it at first, but it seems to be him. Always loot, and always white. This is utterly absurd. It's downright ludicrous. The others were left speechless as they processed this astonishing revelation. Liu Kong suddenly halted. He gazed at a mutated wild wolf before him, astonished. The first item on its drop list was, astonishingly, green. Wild dog leather armor, excellent. Leather armor, defense 15, agility 1. Required level, 2. Drop rate, 0.004. A level 2 leather armor boasting 15 points of defense. It rivaled the level 2 chainmail he currently wore. It was simply outrageous. Furthermore, it added 1 point of agility, making it a veritable early-game artifact for agility-based classes. As for the drop rate, others might take years to obtain it. Liu Kong grinned broadly, promptly designating the wild dog leather armor as his target. He then charged forward with his greatsword, fearing someone might snatch it away. With a few swift strikes, he dispatched the mutated wild dog, and a green orb began to rise. The nearby players, upon seeing the green orb, widened their eyes in shock, the air momentarily thick with silence. Suddenly, a young man leaped up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Holy cow! It's green! It's green! Others quickly reacted, rushing toward him. Bro, check the stats. Check the stats, bro. Are you selling it? I can offer cash right now. As seasoned players, they didn't plead for handouts like other players. Instead, they wanted to see the stats first, with some even inquiring if it was for sale. Liu Kong, observing the eager faces around him, decided not to keep it a secret. He shared the attributes of the wild dog leather armor. Upon seeing the stats, everyone fell silent. Moments later, a girl clad in leather armor sighed. Why can't this cursed game allow for looting? Liu Kong. He looked at the girl, perplexed. Your thoughts are somewhat perilous. The others nearby also chuckled ruefully. To be honest, I somewhat entertained the idea of robbing it. The stats are too good. My gray leather armor only adds 7 points to defense. And this one adds more than double that, plus 1 point of agility. I'm heartbroken. Brother, name your price. How much? We'll buy. A middle-aged man looked at Liu Kong. Liu Kong shook his head. I don't trade for cash. I only accept gold. It would be absurd to require a bank card for cash transactions. That would be tantamount to leaking information oneself. The server will certainly not assist in safeguarding his privacy. At present, he is still not very formidable. It would be prudent to maintain a low profile in reality. In the game, one can directly exchange gold coins for money on the trading platform. Why complicate matters further? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man wore an expression of disappointment. He had perused the rulebook and understood that he could not persuade Liu Kong. Alas, We do not possess such a significant amount of gold. Never mind then, Lu Kang shrugged. Whether they genuinely lacked the gold or had ulterior motives in reality, he remained unconcerned. As long as he did not reveal any vulnerabilities, he was content. One must not harbor malicious intent. Yet it is wise to remain vigilant against others. As for selling this equipment, Lu Kang certainly intended to sell it. After all, he is a warrior, and agility does not yield substantial benefits for him. Regarding defense, his current chainmail is not inferior to this leather armor. It holds little value for him. Naturally, selling it is the most advantageous choice. He opened a private chat and invited Lu Chang and Wang Bing to a chat room. Lu Chang and Wang Bing almost instantly agreed. Before either could speak, Lu Kang sent over the information regarding the wild dog leather armor. Lu Chang? Wang Bing. Chapter 11. The daughter slave is truly terrifying. The two simultaneously responded with a flurry of question marks. Lu Kang grinned, relishing the effect. He laughed and asked, "Who wants it?" Lu Chang, "Brother, give it to me. I want it. Just tell me how many gold coins." Wang Bing, "Brother Lu, give it to me. I want it too. Just name your price." Lu Chang, "Wang Bing, I will not let you have this leather armor. My daughter needs it." What a joke. His little daughter is a leather armor class. Such excellent leather armor equipment should be bestowed upon his precious daughter. Lu Chang was already prepared to pool funds. What he feared most was not having enough money. Wang Bing, Lu Dong, since that is the case, we are no longer brothers today. Come on, make your bid. Lu Chang, 2 gold. The chat room fell into silence. After a moment, Wang Bing slowly typed out a question mark. Wang Bing, wait, Lu Chang, what do you mean? You're offering 20,000 for a mere green item? What is your intention here? Wang Bing, can we just bid normally? Although the wild dog leather armor has excellent attributes, it is still merely a level 2 item. In Wang Bing's view, a few thousand would suffice. Lu Chang's sudden offer of 20,000 left Wang Bing utterly flabbergasted. Their Xian Yao army indeed had ample funds, but with 30,000 brothers to feed, such extravagant spending was out of the question. Not only was Wang Bing perplexed, but even Lu Kang, who had been quietly observing, felt a bit bewildered. So many words swirled in his mind, leaving only the phrase "what the heck." The wealthy are truly absurd. Oh, this money is earned by him. Then it's no problem. Lu Chang, Captain Wang, we are now rivals. Let us not beat around the bush. 2 gold, deal or not. Wang Bing, I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. Lu Chang, for something my daughter can use, I'd purchase the moon from the sky if I had to, let alone this green armor. Arrogantly smoking, JPG, Wang Bing. He was momentarily rendered speechless. Lu Kang could not help but scoff. The daughter slave is indeed frightening. Lu Chang, Brother Lu, what do you say? Lu Kang, deal. Shall I mail it to you when I return, or would you prefer to come and collect it yourself? Lu Chang, mail it to me. I'll cover the postage. Lu Kang, Brother Chang is generous. Brother Chang is mighty. Lu Chang, grinning. JPG, Lu Kang. Then it's settled. I must attend to my business now. Lu Chang, off you go. Wang Bing, I'm out of here. Just as Lu Kang completed the transaction, the nearby middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Brother, we discussed it, and we can offer 40 silver. That's our highest price. What do you think? Lu Kang, his expression turned somewhat peculiar as he replied. It's already sold. Huh? The middle-aged man and the others were taken aback, feeling somewhat disheartened. No wonder he hadn't spoken earlier. He was privately selling items. Subsequently, the middle-aged man curiously inquired, I didn't expect it to sell so quickly. How much did you sell it for? 2 gold. Everyone's expressions froze, and a question mark slowly formed in their minds. Ignoring the bewildered onlookers, Lu Kang resumed his monster hunting journey. As time passed, more and more players reached level 2, and the forest became increasingly populated. Although the experience required for leveling up to level 2 is higher, with a plethora of healing potions at his disposal, Lu Kang's leveling efficiency exceeded that of before. He quickly ascended to level 3. During this time, Lu Kang returned once, for his backpack was full. Even with his current 60 slots, he could not withstand the drops from each monster. Among them were 13 small bags, with the rest consisting entirely of level 2 white equipment. Lu Kang intended to return to sort them out. On his way back, he contacted Wang Bing and Lu Chang to inquire if they needed. Wait, what did you say? How much equipment did you acquire? Wang Bing, upon seeing Lu Kang's message, was utterly flummoxed. Lu Chang was equally astonished, both of them in disbelief. How long has it been since he started playing? And he has already amassed a backpack full of items? In a meadow north of the village, several squads were engaged in monster hunting. These individuals were well trained, their coordination seamless, even managing to avoid communication throughout. The ferocious mutated beasts appeared as lambs to the slaughter in their hands. Ordinary players steered clear of them. This was the 7th Squad of the 3rd Regiment of the Xianyao Army. With Wang Bing among them, he was a warrior, clad in chainmail, wielding a sword and shield. Suddenly, he halted, his expression turning quite peculiar. The squad members beside him paused in confusion. "Captain, what's the matter? Is something up?" They were well aware that their captain was not one to lose focus in battle. Why had he suddenly spaced out? Wang Bing snapped back to reality and waved his hand. "You all continue fighting. I have something to attend to now." Wang Bing quickly stepped aside and chose to voice chat with Lu Kong. Meanwhile, Lu Chong initiated a voice chat as well. Seeing this, Lu Kong opened a small room, and once the three were inside, they began to converse. Wang Bing's eager voice rang out, "Brother Lu, what you said earlier is true. You really dropped over 40 pieces of equipment?" Lu Kong chuckled. "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you?" Lu Chong, too, expressed his surprise. "And you have 13 backpacks?" Lu Kong nodded. "Yes. Everything I said is true." The atmosphere in the chat room fell silent for a moment before Wang Bing spoke up. "Brother Lu, how about selling all this equipment to our Xianyao army?" Hey, Wang Bing, don't go overboard. What do you mean by selling everything to your Xianyao army? What about me?" Lu Chong immediately voiced his discontent. Wang Bing lamented, "Lu Gu, you don't understand. When I brought the equipment back just now, I was at a loss on how to distribute it. The brothers who didn't get any have been complaining to me. I'm feeling the pressure here." Lu Chong, however, was not swayed. "You're feeling the pressure? What about me? What kind of talk is that? I let you have the majority of the equipment last time. Don't say I'm heartless. I deserve half this time, don't you think?" Wang Bing furrowed his brow. "Wait, Lu Gu, why do you need so much equipment? This is level 2 gear. It's not level 1. I need to equip myself and my 2 daughters." Lu Chong retorted, fully justified that of course, he didn't mention that the equipment he was swapping out was intended to build his own team. He could pay this team a salary and allocate them a small amount of experience to help him level up rapidly. In fact, Lu Chong was already contemplating recruiting testers into his company, establishing a gaming department within Tianyue Group. He was well aware that he was not alone in this endeavor. All major companies globally would likely follow suit. This was the wave of the future. If they did not seize the opportunity, Tianyue Group would undoubtedly be left behind. Thus, he sought more equipment to form a stronger team. Lu Chong felt fortunate to have met Lu Kong. With Lu Kong around, he was confident that his team's equipment would not lag behind others. With good equipment, their progress in the game would surely be swift in time. Tianyue Group might reap significant rewards from this game, potentially advancing their global company ranking. Contemplating this, Lu Chong felt a surge of excitement. Tianyue Group was his labor of love, and naturally, he wished for its prosperity. Chapter 12. This advantage is mine. Meanwhile, Wang Bing's brow furrowed. He understood that Lu Chong was making a legitimate request. He also recognized that the equipment Lu Chong discarded would not be offered up lightly. Wang Bing was fully aware of Lu Chong's intentions. However, he found himself without a reason to refuse. Wang Bing's expression shifted and he sighed. "Since Lu Gu has said so, then let us do it this way. This time, we'll take a bit more from the backpack." "That's not an issue." Just then, the previously silent Lu Kong chimed in with a smile. "You don't need to rush. I still have leveling to do later. There will be more equipment. Captain Wang, your team will receive their share of the equipment." Hearing this, Wang Bing's eyes lit up. His earlier frustration vanished instantly. Right? Lu Kong had just obtained so much equipment in such a short time. How much would he acquire next? It was unfathomable. With the equipment of their mere 7th squad of 100 members, it would be a piece of cake. Wang Bing quickly said, "Brother Lu, you must think highly of me. Just call me Wang Gu from now on. Whatever concerns you have, they are also my concerns as Wang Bing. If anyone dares to trouble you in the game, I'll lead the team to support you." Upon hearing Wang Bing's promise, Lu Kong immediately broke into a smile. Wang Bing was no ordinary individual. He was a member of the Daxia army, representing the military. With such a statement, ordinary people would dare not provoke him. This exemplifies the advantages of having connections. Lu Kong chuckled. "Then I shall not hold back, Brother Wang. When shall we conduct the transaction?" I am currently returning to the village and am almost at the entrance. Liu Kong looked up at the village entrance and spoke. Wang Bing quickly replied, I will send someone over to facilitate the exchange right away. Lu Chang added, I will also dispatch someone, by the way. Since we're at it, let us include the green leather armor in the trade as well. Wang Bing raised an eyebrow, surprised that Lu Chang had managed to gather personnel so effortlessly. However, neither Lu Kong nor Wang Bing found this unexpected. Tianyue Group was quite affluent, and the allure of wealth is something that most cannot resist. All right, let us meet at the village entrance then. Good, the three concluded their voice chat. Wang Bing surveyed his surroundings and soon spotted a beautiful woman with a ponytail and an air of elegance. His eyes lit up, and he waved. Su Su. Come here. Jiang Su approached briskly. She saluted seriously, Captain. Is there something you need? You are to return to the village and find Lu Kong to trade for equipment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Su was taken aback. Her eyes sparkling. Captain, do you mean that Lu Kong has more equipment? They were aware that their captain had previously brought back a batch of gear, and Jiang Su had received a piece. Instantly feeling more powerful, she also knew that this equipment was procured from a player named Lu Kong. Tio think he had more so soon. Their Team S equipment would undoubtedly improve. Yes, indeed, Wang Bing affirmed with a smile. He cleared his throat and added, make sure to build a good rapport with Lu Kong. In the future, our gear may depend on him. Jiang Su, oblivious to the underlying implications, confidently thumped her chest. Don't worry, I know my manners and won't offend him. Then off you go. Jiang Su turned to leave but suddenly remembered something. I don't know what Lu Kong looks like. He asked at the East Village entrance. The young, handsome man with the best gear is him, Wang Bing described it. Jiang Su nodded and departed. As Wang Bing watched Jiang Su walk away, he murmured to himself, Brother Lu, don't blame me for employing the charms of a beautiful woman. After all, this equipment is simply too tempting. He was convinced that a vigorous young man could hardly resist the allure of a woman's soft words. In this scenario, the advantage lay with him. Wang Bing. Lu Kong awaited at the village entrance. Before long, he noticed a mature woman with striking black hair approaching. She smiled. Hello, are you Lu Kong? Lu Kong was taken aback and nodded. I am. And you are? I am Li Mu, sent by Director Lu for the transaction. Please hold on, I need to confirm. Given the significant amount of money involved, Lu Kong was cautious. Very well, Li Mu nodded with a smile. After a private chat with Lu Chang, Lu Kong quickly verified that she was indeed sent by him. He smiled and said, everything is in order. Then Mr. Lu, shall we proceed with the trade? Sure. Brother Chang is trading 2 sets of cloth armor. 1 set of leather armor, and the previously agreed upon green leather armor, correct? Yes, Li Mu confirmed with a nod. Although Lu Chang had briefed her beforehand, she was still taken aback upon confirming the existence of the green gear. 20,000 coins. A single piece of green equipment costs a staggering 20,000. Li Mu couldn't help but glance at Lu Kong, who was busy organizing the gear. Over 6 feet tall, handsome and evidently skilled, with such a close relationship with Director Lu, Li Mu swallowed hard. This man was exceptional. All right, she said. Oh, very well, Li Mu replied, her smile radiant. As they engaged in the transaction, Lu Kong placed the equipment one by one, while Li Mu handed over the prepared money. Please check for any discrepancies and no need. You have a close relationship with Director Lu, so there will certainly be no issues, Li Mu replied with a smile. In truth, she had already verified everything during the transaction and found no problems. By the way, Mr. Lu, Director Lu mentioned that I will handle all future transactions, so let us add each other as friends. Li Mu had intended to add Lu Kong as a friend earlier, but the system had alerted her that Lu Kong rejected friend requests from strangers. She had to propose it in person. All right, Lu Kong nodded, adding Li Mu as a friend. That moment, a beautiful woman with a ponytail, exuding a certain elegance, approached. She ignored Li Mu and addressed Lu Kong. Hello, are you Lu Kong? Lu Kong nodded. I am. The woman stood at attention and saluted. Jiang Su of the Xianyao Army, 3rd Legion, 7th Team, reporting for duty. I am here to trade equipment with you. Lu Kong realized she was a soldier. Hence her serious demeanor. Li Mu, standing nearby, couldn't help but think, this woman looks good, but acts like a man. Whereas the allure in that? Then she observed Lu Kong's beaming smile as he greeted Jiang Su. Hello, Jiang Su. Li Mu was taken aback. He hadn't smiled this brightly when addressing her. Mr. Lu seems to prefer this type. Li Mu mentally noted this, planning to adopt a similar approach. Liu Kong confirmed with Wang Bing once more. Once assured there were no issues, he traded the remaining equipment and small pouch to Jiang Su. For the record of the transactions, Liu Kong sent details to both Liu Chong and Wang Bing, as it was prudent to maintain transparency in trades. After completing her trade, Jiang Su too proposed adding Liu Kong as a friend, to which he readily agreed. Since that is settled, I shall not disturb you further. Mr. Liu, Jiang Su stated decisively. Liu Kong nodded with a smile. All right, you go ahead. If you need anything, Mr. Liu, feel free to reach out to our 7th team. We are always eager to assist our friends. Jiang Su smiled as she spoke. Liu Kong reciprocated with a grin. As he watched Jiang Su depart, Li Mu quickly added, I shall take my leave as well. Goodbye, Mr. Liu. Liu Kong cheerfully bid farewell to Li Mu. After their departure, Liu Kong glanced at his balance. With level 2 equipment priced at 7 silver coins each, and having sold over 40 pieces, he had accrued more than 3 gold coins, including the 13 backpacks, which garnered over 1 gold coin, and the sale of the green leather armor for an additional 2 gold coins. He had amassed over 6 gold coins in total. That equated to more than 60,000 coins, a most gratifying sum. Liu Kong felt as though he were in a dream. In just a few short hours, he had earned nearly 100,000 coins from selling equipment. This was an amount that previously would take him an entire year of hard labor to accumulate. At this rate, he would be able to repay his debts in no time. Liu Kong was suddenly filled with motivation. Chapter 13. The Legend of the Village. As before, Liu Kong exchanged 3 gold coins for cash and kept the remainder for emergencies. After sorting through the equipment, he resumed hunting monsters. The number of players around the forest's edge was steadily increasing. Once Liu Kong reached level 3, he ventured deeper into the forest. The interior still harbored the magic-infused wild dogs, but their level had risen to 3. These level 3 magic-infused wild dogs had an attack of 9 and 150 health points. The players here were significantly fewer than at the perimeter. Of course, this did not imply that there were only a handful of players of this level in the novice village. The surrounding areas contained various leveling spots, and level 3 monsters were not exclusive to this location. Higher-level players were simply dispersed throughout the region. Liu Kong continued to hunt monsters. The level 3 wild monsters dropped items of the same grayish-white hue. Since encountering the wild dog leather armor, he hadn't seen any green items again, indicating that his earlier luck had been exceptional. Just then, Liu Kong spotted 3 magic-infused wild dogs clustered around a large tree, and nestled within the underbrush at the base of the tree appeared to be a chest. Liu Kong cast his identification spell. Old wooden chest. There seems to be something inside. Is it a treasure chest? Liu Kong's eyes brightened. At that moment, he noticed that this wooden chest, like the monsters, also had a drop list. This revelation filled Liu Kong with excitement, as it meant he could specify the dropped items from the chest just as he would with monsters. He eagerly opened the drop list. The first 6 items on the list were all green, followed by a selection of white and gray items. Liu Kong was utterly thrilled. 6 green items. He quickly began to examine them. Liu Kong had previously discerned that the order of the drop list was based on the rarity of the items. For items of the same quality, those with lower drop rates were more valuable and appeared higher on the list. The top was a skill book. Basic regeneration, level 1, a passive skill that restores 1 health point per second. Requirement: all classes. Drop rate: 0.0001. A skill book available for all classes, and it's a passive skill. While 1 health point per second may seem modest, it is passive. Even in combat, he would still recover 1 health point. It is worth noting that even when out of combat, most players only recover 1 health point per second. This effectively means he would always be in a state of recovery, a marvelous little skill. The second item was a stone. Minor attribute stone, strength. Upon use, permanently increases strength by 1 point. Drop rate: 0.0009. Another splendid item. Liu Kong was overjoyed. The player attributes in this game could be carried over into the real world. An increase of 1 strength was a tangible enhancement. The third item was a 2-handed sword. Training greatsword. Attack 12, strength 1, required level 3, drop rate 0.06. Truly a remarkable item. An attack of 12, nearly doubling the meager 3-level white greatsword in his possession. And it even grants an additional point of strength. Quite formidable. Following this, there are 3 more items of the same quality. A piece of chainmail bracers, a cloth robe, and cloth boots. All excellent attributes enhancing gear. Liu Kong is utterly stunned. With such an abundance of fine items, he desires them all. Alas, although the drop rate from treasure chests surpasses that of ordinary creatures, he can only select a maximum of 3 items. After some deliberation, Liu Kang ultimately chooses Basic Regeneration, Minor Attribute Stone, Strength, and the Greatsword. The first 2 require no further explanation, as skills and attributes yield bonuses even at higher levels. However, equipment has a shelf life. Liu Kang selects the weapon that will provide him the most significant enhancement. After making his selections, he also designates the drops from the 3 demonic wild dogs nearby, all of which are white-grade equipment. He then rushes forward with the greatsword in hand. At the cost of 2 healing potions, Liu Kang narrowly defeats the 3 demonic wild dogs. After collecting the dropped items, he eagerly opens the treasure chest. 3 green orbs of light float out, igniting a surge of excitement within Liu Kang. Even with his designated drops, he had only previously acquired a single green item, thus far. Point 1 can only say this game is rather unforgiving. After stowing the 3 items into his bag, Liu Kang promptly learns the skills. He then utilizes the attribute stones, bringing his strength to a total of 14 points. Finally, he equips the green greatsword. It must be said, the green equipment lives up to its reputation. It is far more aesthetically pleasing than the rusted old sword he had been wielding. The blade is smooth and glistens with a cold sheen. Just from its appearance, one can tell it is extraordinary. With this greatsword equipped, Liu Kang's attack power skyrockets to 27 points. He finds dispatching level 3 wild wolves to be significantly easier, felling them with just a few strikes. Before long, Liu Kang's inventory is once again full. He feels somewhat helpless. The high drop rate can be quite troublesome. He frequently has to clear out his bag. Currently, he possesses a total of 60 inventory slots, yet for his drop rate, this is utterly insufficient. Defeating 60 creatures fills his bag to capacity. At his current efficiency, it takes him no more than half an hour to defeat 60 enemies. If only larger bags would drop more frequently, Liu Kang muses to himself, once again messaging Wang Bing and Lu Chong. Upon hearing that Liu Kang possesses an entire bag full of level 3 equipment, both Wang Bing and Lu Chong responded with friendly incredulity. Wang Bing, wait, Brother Liu, your equipment update speed seems to surpass our leveling speed, doesn't it? There are hardly any of us in the team who have reached level 3. And yet you're pulling out dozens of level 3 items? Lu Chong, brother, I just reached level 3. Your equipment is arriving at the perfect time. Lu Chong has wealth and spends it to hire players to team up with him, sharing experience at an 80-20 split. This is the highest experience distribution available in a team. Most other players are essentially working for him, so his leveling speed is also not slow. However, even so, his advancement pales in comparison to Liu Kang's. Wang Bing, Lu Dong, just like last time, don't think about taking more. Lu Chong, rest assured, am I the kind of person to do that? Brother Liu, shall we trade as we did last time? Liu Kang contemplated for a moment before replying. I'll send you my location. Have your trading partners come directly to me. I still need to level up. And running back is too time-consuming. Wang Bing, no problem, Lu Chong. You send the address, and I'll have someone come right away. Liu Kang's ability to amass such a plethora of equipment in such a short time elevates his standing in the eyes of the two. The conditions he proposes, even if they present challenges, they will do everything in their power to accommodate. All right, I'll send you the address now. This way, I can take down a few more monsters. Liu Kang sent the address and continued hunting. However, due to his full inventory, he was unable to pick up the drops from the slain monsters, leaving them to rest momentarily on the ground. In a short span, dropped items do not refresh. If they were to refresh, there would be no choice but to continue fighting. As a result, a curious phenomenon arose within a radius of several hundred meters deep in the forest. The ground was littered with the corpses of demonic wild dogs, each with a white orb of light hovering above it. After a while, a 5-person team happened upon this area while hunting. Upon witnessing the bodies and white orbs, they were all left speechless, their minds flooded with questions. What on earth is this? So many white items? Oh my, each corpse has a white item. Which deity has been hunting here? And why aren't they picking up the loot? At that moment, a young woman suddenly recalled a tale from the village, her eyes widening. I just remembered a legend from our novice village. What legend? The others questioned, puzzled. It is said that there is a big shot in our novice village who always drops white items when hunting, just like the current situation. This young woman's eyes widened in disbelief. I initially thought it was merely a legend. I can't believe it's true. The group gasped in astonishment, contributing significantly to the warming of the game world. Chapter 14. The cold and ruthless overlord. Is this for real? Is there really such a person? One young man exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. The evidence lay before them, did it not? The young woman pointed at the heaps of white light orbs on the ground. The players in the team fell silent. Staring at the white orbs, tears of envy nearly streamed from their eyes. Let us go in and see why that legendary figure is collecting the items. The group curiously made their way inside. Shortly after, they heard the sounds of battle. Their hearts raced, and they hurried over. Soon, they beheld a handsome young man clad in full chainmail, wielding a sharp greatsword. Engaging in combat. The young man's attacks were simply outrageous. He dispatched a demonic wild dog with just 7 or 8 strikes, his speed astonishing. Moreover, he didn't even pause to recover between kills, opting instead to consume healing potions directly. This left the players with their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. They, too, had reached level 3 and were considered experienced players, but they had never witnessed such a method of monster hunting. Lu Kang noticed the newcomers approaching after slaying a demonic wild dog and turned to look. The players immediately rushed over with smiles on their faces. Greetings, Great One. Hello, Great One. The young woman who spoke had stars in her eyes. Although she had heard of this legendary figure, she had not anticipated him to be so strikingly handsome. A figure so impressive, she wondered if he had a girlfriend. The others also greeted Lu Kang. He smiled. Hello, what brings you here? Ah? Nothing much. We just suddenly noticed all these corpses and the many uncollected items, so we were curious and came to take a look. Yes, Great One. Aren't you going to collect all these items? It would be such a shame if they refresh. Lu Kang smiled wryly. My inventory is full, player. The air fell silent for a moment. My inventory is full. A mere 4 words carried a weight of devastation. They recalled their own struggles, having fought valiantly against hundreds of monsters, yet none of them had filled their bags. And here was this Great One. His inventory full, unable to collect all the white items strewn about. How disheartening. Yet, considering the number of items on the ground, the players began to understand. The young woman nodded in agreement. Indeed, the 20-slot inventory provided by the system seems a bit insufficient. The others nodded in unison, expressing that they too often faced full inventories and the frustration that accompanied it. Perhaps this will prevent the Great One from looking down upon us? Lu Kang was taken aback. Ah? My inventory is 60 slots. Players, what? What is this? The system provided inventory only 20 slots. How do you have 60 slots? They exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of confusion. Seeing their perplexity, Lu Kang chuckled. Didn't you know that monsters can drop small bags? Lu Kang displayed the attributes of a small bag. Upon seeing the attributes, the players were utterly stunned. Wait, what is this? This drops from these little monsters? Exclaimed the blonde youth, who appeared to be the team leader, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Little monsters can drop such treasures? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Great One, don't deceive us. This must be from an elite monster. They refuse to believe it. Lu Kang shrugged. It's from the little monsters. Each has a chance to drop such items. Players, 6, they were about to speak again when 2 somewhat attractive young women approached. Mr. Lu, hello? Li Mu said sternly as she jogged over to greet him. She had witnessed Lu Kang's assertive demeanor before. Lu Kang looked at Li Mu with some confusion, wondering why she seemed different from the last time he saw her. Hello, Miss Li. Beside her, Jiang Su saluted Lu Kang. Mr. Lu, Jiang Su reporting for duty. Lu Kang smiled and nodded. Miss Jiang, no need to be so formal. I'm not a soldier. Jiang Su shook her head. You are a distinguished person as per the captain's orders. As a soldier, I must salute. Lu Kang resigned himself to her formality. He smiled at both. Let us begin the trade. However, there is a situation. As you can see from the items on the ground, my inventory is full and I cannot collect them. If you would like, you may take them. As soon as he said this, both Li Mu and Jiang Su's eyes lit up, and they spoke in unison. Mr. Lu, I want it. The 2 individuals were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances that flickered with a spark of intensity. Just as they prepared to engage in competition, Lu Kang nodded slightly. Let us conduct that minor transaction first. We shall complete the exchanges in my backpack, after which I will gather the remaining items and confer with Brother Wang and Brother Chong. Upon hearing this, Li Mu and Jiang Su realized that their opportunity to shine had vanished. Li Mu feigned seriousness and nodded. Everything shall proceed as Lu commands. Lu Kong glanced at Li Mu, unable to suppress his concern. Are you feeling all right? Are you unwell? Jiang Su let out a soft laugh. Although she was a soldier, she was still a woman and could somewhat discern Li Mu's intentions. Jiang Su approved of Li Mu's clumsy maneuver. Hearing Lu Kong's words, Li Mu felt a bit flustered. Her cheeks flushed and she offered an awkward smile. Haha. No, I'm fine. Mr. Lu need not worry, Dado. As long as you are fine, Lu Kong replied, dismissing any further thoughts. Then let us commence the transaction. The group proceeded to exchange all the items in their backpacks as previously discussed. Subsequently, Lu Kong collected all the dropped items from the ground and conferred with Wang Bing and Lu Chong to finalize the selling strategy. Afterward, Lu Kong engaged in transactions with Li Mu and Jiang Su. Mr. Lu, here we have 2 gold and 70 silver. Please verify, Mr. Lu. Here are 2 gold and 60 silver. Li Mu and Jiang Su transferred the gold coins to Lu Kong. He nodded, feeling the comforting weight of over 5 gold coins in his possession. A gratifying sense of fulfillment washed over him. Another 50,000 in hand. All right, I will notify Brother Wang and Brother Chong when it's time for the next transaction. Then we shall take our leave. Li Mu and Jiang Su bid farewell to Lu Kong before turning to depart. Since Li Mu and Jiang Su's arrival, the 5 players nearby had fallen into a profound silence. They listened to the conversation, feeling as though they were in a dream. Military personnel were actually negotiating with a big shot, and it seemed to be a long-term collaboration at that. This big shot was truly impressive. Moreover, in such a short span, he had already earned over 5 gold coins. That was an astounding sum, exceeding 50,000. A few of them were overwhelmed with envy, tears of admiration trickling down their cheeks. Are you not leaving yet? The players snapped back to reality. The young woman spoke up, Big shot. I seek your patronage, Lu Kong. Other players. The atmosphere grew awkward. The young woman cleared her throat. My apologies. I misspoke. Big shot. I seek your guidance. Others quickly caught on. Big shot. Please take me along. I can offer anything, Big shot. I wish to cling to your coattails. Lu Kong rolled his eyes in exasperation. I am quite busy. Farewell. He turned to leave, eye in the eyes of the young woman. Lu Kong instantly transformed into a cold, unyielding CEO. Her mind replaying an entire soap opera. Chapter 15. Unique drop items. Lu Kong continued to battle monsters, notifying Wang Bing and Lu Chong whenever his backpack was nearing capacity, allowing them to send someone to collect the equipment. This way, he avoided unnecessary back-and-forth trips, significantly enhancing his leveling efficiency. Hours passed, and Lu Kong reached level 4. The demonic wild dogs in the forest were only level 3 at most, and he found that these monsters could no longer satisfy his leveling needs. He decided to leave the forest behind. Beyond the forest lay a range of mountains, teeming with demonic wild wolves, standing at nearly 1 meter 3 in height. These wolves were pitch black, baring their teeth in a menacing display. Demonic wild wolves typically traveled in packs of at least 3, ranging from levels 4 to 5. For an ordinary person, even a 5-member team would struggle to level up here. Lu Kong, too, had to exercise caution. If he inadvertently attracted 4 or 5 demonic wild wolves, he would find himself fleeing in disarray. However, he felt confident facing 3 demonic wild wolves. After all, he was fully equipped with level 3 chainmail and green gear, complemented by a passive healing ability that allowed him to regain some health. Although the battles were somewhat challenging, the efficiency was commendable. The sheer number of demonic wild wolves meant that he didn't need to waste time searching for monsters. He could simply engage them as he moved forward. After defeating the demonic wild wolves, Lu Kong quickly acquired a full set of level 4 equipment. Even against level 4 demonic wild wolves, they could only manage to reduce his health by 2 or 3 points per hit. His monster hunting efficiency soared. If not for the excessive experience required for leveling up in this game, he would have leveled up long ago. However, the downside was that his healing potions were depleting rapidly. He started with 200 bottles, and now only 30 remained. He planned to consume the remaining potions before returning. This time, aside from purchasing healing potions, Lu Kong also intended to buy some mana potions. From the outset, he had a powerful strike skill, which he occasionally utilized during battles. Just recently, he discovered that his powerful strike skill had reached level 2. Powerful strike. Level 2 executes a strong attack, dealing 130 damage. This is a 10 increase compared to level 1. If this rate of enhancement continues, once the skill reaches level 8, it could deal 200 damage, making it a formidable damage skill. Thus, Liu Kang planned to practice this skill as well. Since skills consume mana, he resolved to purchase some mana potions for emergencies, as continuous skill usage could be quite draining. Time passed, and Liu Kang had been in the game for 12 hours. His healing potions were nearly exhausted, with just 12 bottles remaining. Just as he intended to use the last few potions before returning, he suddenly heard a distinctly different wolf howl. He paused and turned towards the source of the howl, which emanated from a pile of rubble. Liu Kang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it possibly be a boss? His heart raced at the thought. After all, what game experience would be complete without confronting a boss? Bosses represented vast amounts of experience and an array of excellent equipment. He hurried towards the direction of the howl. Upon reaching the rocky heap, Liu Kang quickly spotted a black wild wolf, over 1.5 meters in height, lying atop a slab of stone, resting. Indeed, it was unlike any ordinary wild wolf. He cast a detection spell. Bloodfang Elite, level 5 health, 400 attack, 29 description. Originally an ordinary demonic wild wolf, it has been nurtured by a minor demon leader, evolving into an elite monster. Upon seeing the details of this wild wolf, Liu Kang couldn't help but gasp. A regular level 5 demonic wild wolf had only 180 health points, whereas this elite monster's health was double that. Its attack power had also nearly doubled. This truly was an elite monster. One could only imagine how absurd higher-level monsters must be. However, Liu Kang estimated that with his current strength, along with the healing potions he had, he should be able to defeat this Bloodfang. What puzzled Liu Kang was the monster's description. It indicated that Bloodfang was a pet of a minor demon leader. He wondered what kind of monster that minor demon leader might be. As he had yet to encounter any minor demons in his journey, dismissing further contemplation, Liu Kang proceeded directly to the crucial step. He opened the drop list. A cascade of green items nearly overwhelmed Liu Kang's senses. After a quick scan, he discovered that most items were equipment and materials. However, the first item on the list left him astonished. Unknown Necklace Elite. A necklace found within Bloodfang's belly. Perhaps someone in the village knows its origin. Drop rate 0.25. Unique. This was Liu Kang's first encounter with a unique drop item. This indicated that it might be tied to a unique quest. Unique quests, one could only imagine the bountiful rewards they offered. Without a second thought, Liu Kang selected this item. The second item was a piece of green chainmail armor. Bloodfang Battle Armor, Elite. Chainmail, Defense 59, Strength 3, Required Level, 5 Drop Rate, 0.07. This armor's attributes surpassed all the green equipment Liu Kang had seen prior. The strength bonus was a direct increase of 3 points, while the defense soared to an astounding 59 points. His current level 4 white chainmail only provided 35 points of defense. Although the drop rate for this equipment was higher than that of the unknown necklace, the uniqueness of the necklace clearly made it far more precious. This elite monster could drop 2 items. Liu Kang examined the other equipment and materials, finding nothing superior to the Bloodfang battle armor. The unknown necklace was undoubtedly a must-select item. Thus, Liu Kang chose both items. After making his selections, he charged forward with his great sword drawn. It must be noted that Bloodfang's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary demonic wild wolf. Each strike inflicted 9 points of damage upon Liu Kang. This was significantly higher than the damage dealt by regular demonic wild wolves. Moreover, Bloodfang was more agile than its ordinary counterparts. Despite Liu Kang's considerable improvement in combat skills since his initial entry into the game, he still found himself evading certain attacks. However, Liu Kang was also able to dodge some of its assaults. Coupled with his stock of healing potions, he could outlast it. An unexpected twist arose when Liu Kang discovered that Bloodfang possessed a skill. His detection spell only revealed basic information, failing to uncover any skills. As a result, Liu Kang suffered a direct hit that cost him 20 points of health. Fortunately, he managed to keep a close watch on his health, or things could have turned perilous. Ultimately, he emerged from the encounter unscathed, if not a bit shaken, as the anguished cry of Shueya echoed through the air. Liu Kang successfully delivered the fatal blow. Observing the 2 floating green orbs above Shueya's lifeless body, Liu Kang let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly collected the orbs. He then cast a glance at the remaining 4 vials of healing potions. Choosing not to linger and making his way back, to prevent any unforeseen complications, He intended to first visit the village to ascertain whether the mysterious necklace was related to a unique quest. Chapter 16. The isolated courtyard of the village head. Upon returning to the village, Lu Kong's first thought was to consult the local apothecary. Coincidentally, he planned to purchase some healing and mana potions. Thus, he made his way directly to the potion shop. AS players had now settled into a routine, engaging in battles with minor monsters and occasionally obtaining gray items that could be sold for profit. The potion shop was bustling with activity. Many players could now afford potions, leading to a noticeable increase in the shop's clientele. However, most players were financially constrained, often purchasing only 1 or 2 vials to sustain themselves. Daring not to hope for more, given this limited budget, it was challenging to even catch the apothecary's attention. Consequently, under the expressionless gaze of the shopkeeper, players bought their potions and promptly departed. When it was finally Lu Kong's turn, the apothecary's demeanor underwent a complete transformation upon seeing him, revealing a warm and inviting smile. "Young man, is it you, here to buy potions?" The surrounding players were taken aback, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Wait, why does the shopkeeper suddenly treat him so differently? Just moments ago, we were invisible. Exactly. It's just like when my favorite streamer encounters a wealthy patron. Amidst the murmurs of disbelief, Lu Kong smiled and requested, "I'd like 300 novice healing potions and 100 novice mana potions, please." Such decisiveness, young man. The shopkeeper's smile grew even brighter. The other players, now utterly stunned, could hardly believe the quantity Lu Kong had ordered. 300 novice healing potions and 100 novice mana potions, at 80 copper each, totaled 3 gold and 20 silver. Mathematicians among the crowd began calculating, and by the end, everyone was left swallowing hard. 3 gold? That's over 30,000 coins. Who could possibly afford such a purchase? Is there a major guild in the village? It seems implausible. The game has barely begun, and no major guilds have formed yet. Even Lu Chong, the chairman of Tianyue Group, who has gathered a following, wouldn't he spend so extravagantly on potions, unless it were the procurement from the Shinbird army, but they had just left not long ago. It couldn't be them. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their minds swirling with questions. While 3 gold may not seem excessive to a wealthy player, no affluent player would make such a lavish purchase in one go. Who could this enigmatic figure be? Lu Kong, sensing the scrutiny, smiled and said, "Boss, seeing as I'm a regular customer, could you offer a discount?" The apothecary smiled faintly. "Who are you again?" Lu Kong's lips twitched slightly as he handed over the 3 gold and 20 silver. "Thank you, boss." Curiosity piqued, Lu Kong gazed at the excited shopkeeper. "Why are you so fond of gold?" The apothecary glanced at him and chuckled. "You wouldn't understand." Not wishing to pry further, Lu Kong produced the mysterious necklace dropped by Shueya. It was crafted from several pieces of ancient white stone, seemingly of little value. He waved it before the apothecary and inquired, "Do you know anything about this necklace?" Upon seeing the necklace, the shopkeeper's expression shifted dramatically. Let me see." Lu Kong's heart leapt with hope. Perhaps the apothecary recognized its significance. Other players, intrigued, gathered around the counter. What could this necklace be? The swift change in the apothecary's demeanor suggested it was something extraordinary. "Does anyone know who this prominent figure is? They seem quite impressive, even the locals recognize them. I believe I know this individual. They seem to be the spouse of Lady Luck." "What?" "The one who only drops common items." "Oh, it makes sense now." Realization dawned upon the crowd. Their gazes toward Lu Kong ignited with fervor. This individual represented immense wealth and resources. If only they could befriend him, they would soar to new heights. Several female players, believing themselves to be attractive, harbored ulterior motives. However, upon attempting to send a private message, they discovered that Lu Kong had disabled unsolicited messages. Thwarting their plans, Lu Kong handed the necklace to the shopkeeper. As she examined it, her expression shifted repeatedly, her gaze becoming increasingly complex. Noticing her silence, he asked, "Do you recognize its origin?" The apothecary regained her composure. "Where did you acquire this necklace?" Lu Kong replied candidly. "I obtained it from an elite mutated wolf I defeated." "An elite mutated wolf? I see. No wonder," the apothecary murmured, her tone laced with surprise. "I didn't expect you to be only level 4 and capable of defeating an elite wolf." "Impressive, young man." Lu Kong chuckled, flattery aside. "Could you please tell me about this necklace?" The apothecary returned the necklace to him, instructing, "Seek out the village chief in the center of the village. He will provide you with the information you seek." The mention of the village chief undoubtedly indicated the necklace's significance. Liu Kong's heart swelled with anticipation as he accepted the necklace. "Thank you, boss." After bidding farewell, Liu Kong departed the potion shop under the watchful eyes of the other players and headed straight for the village center. There stood a stone courtyard where the chief resided. The entrance was ajar, but those who entered typically left in a less than favorable state. Often rumors spoke of no one returning alive. Having witnessed players emerge in a disheveled state, Liu Kong had never contemplated entering. However, the others knew that the village chief was the most important figure in the village, and it was evident that he was the one most likely to offer quests. While aware of the dangers of entering the chief's courtyard, players lingered outside, hoping to catch a glimpse of any quest the chief might offer. But Liu Kong strode boldly inside, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. They exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with the audacity of his actions. Did someone just enter? Is he a fool, unaware that the chief's courtyard is off-limits? Perhaps he is a newcomer. Once he faces the consequences, he'll learn. Chapter 17. The divine skill. This was Liu Kong's first venture into the village chief's courtyard, and he was taken aback by the overgrown weeds and desolation surrounding him. He hadn't anticipated such neglect, as if the place had been abandoned for years. In the center of the courtyard stood a stone house, and Liu Kong soon spotted an elderly man slumped against the stone slab outside. The man's hair was disheveled and gray, and he clutched a wine jug. His clothes were filthy, and even from a distance, Liu Kong could detect a foul odor. Casting a detection spell, Liu Kong confirmed that the man was indeed the village chief. Though his appearance was rather peculiar, one might mistake him for a beggar due to his disheveled state. The chief seemed to sense Liu Kong's presence, lifting his head to gaze at him. Liu Kong finally beheld the chief's face, lined with wrinkles and eyes glazed over, as if heavily intoxicated. In the next moment, the chief stood up, his expression transforming into one of fury. "You outsiders should focus on your own business. Why do you disturb me?" Seeking death? Liu Kong felt an overwhelming aura of terror emanating from the chief, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Goodness, is this old beggar, this elder, so formidable? As the chief prepared to strike, Liu Kong hastily interjected, "Wait, the apothecary sent me." The chief paused, swaying slightly before replying, "Oh, it's Hongyang. What do you need?" Liu Kong breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding a deadly encounter. He produced the mysterious necklace and began, "Chief, do you recognize this?" Before he could finish, the chief had inexplicably appeared right before him, snatching the necklace from his hand. The once dazed elder focused on the necklace. Tears began streaming down his weathered face. Liu Kong's eyes widened in astonishment. What was happening? As the chief stared at the necklace, Liu Kong decided it best not to interrupt. Clearly, this necklace held profound significance for the chief. Disturbing him now would likely yield unfavorable results. Standing in silence, Liu Kong waited patiently, time stretching into over 10 minutes. The old village chief finally regained his senses. He casually wiped his face and looked up at Liu Kong. "Little one, I seem to have embarrassed you." The village chief's voice no longer bore the menacing tone it had at first, but instead carried an indescribable weariness, tinged with a slight hoarseness. Liu Kong smiled gently. Everyone has their moments of misfortune. He was reminded of the time when his father had just passed away. He and his mother had also been weeping profusely, hadn't they? Noticing the complexity in Liu Kong's expression, the village chief chuckled. "Heh, it seems you have some experiences of your own." Liu Kong smiled back. "If it weren't for these experiences, I would be much happier." "Indeed." The village chief sighed and then inquired, "Do you know to whom this necklace belongs?" Liu Kong shook his head. "It belonged to my grandson." "Your grandson?" Liu Kong was taken aback, somewhat astonished. "Yes, my grandson. I wonder if Hongyang has mentioned to you the origins of we indigenous people?" The chief gazed at Liu Kong. "Is she the owner of the apothecary?" Liu Kong recalled, "She did mention it to me. It seems Hongyang holds you in high regard," the chief said with a smile. "We, in essence, are but the spirits of those who have lost their homeland and even their lives. Yet, in this game world, we are no different from ordinary folk. We can breathe the same air as you players. And we can marry and bear children just as in reality. My grandson is a product of such unions." Liu Kong was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that one could marry and have children in this world. Wait, a question arose in Lu Kong's mind. If a player married an indigenous person, would they be able to have children? He pondered for quite some time but could not come to a conclusion. The chief continued, "My son was once the leader of our clan and the mightiest player among us. At the height of his prowess, he even reached demigod status, enough to dominate a star domain. Alas, our planet was ultimately consumed by dark energy, and he, like us, perished in battle. After arriving in this world, he felt a profound regret for betraying our trust and for our entire tribe. Once we were settled, he journeyed to the central continent. I presume you have seen it." Liu Kong's mind conjured the image of the colossal landmass he had glimpsed upon entering the game, vast beyond comparison to their current location in the Orion Novice continent. He nodded. "Indeed, I have seen it." He believed that this game encompassed the entirety of the universe, that it could harbor our souls, and surely it must possess a means to resurrect us. Thus, he ventured to the central continent with my daughter-in-law, seeking the method of resurrection to revive our clan. Due to the perilous nature of this journey, my young grandson was left behind. Liu Kong regarded the necklace in the chief's hand, his heart beginning to speculate. In our previous lives, we were formidable players, but as mere souls, our powers are diminished to a mere fraction. Furthermore, we have tasks assigned by the cosmic servers, preventing us from easily leaving the village. However, offspring born in the game world are different. They can leave freely. Just 6 months ago, a rift to the demon realm appeared outside the village, and a group of minor demons teleported through. My grandson sought to investigate but has not returned since. I never expected to see my grandson's necklace here. The village chief gazed at the necklace in his hand, tears streaming down his aged face once more. In this world, we are essentially souls. To die here means the obliteration of our spirits. We cannot resurrect as you players do, but experience true death. Liu Kong fell silent for a moment before offering, "Old chief, my condolences. One cannot revive the dead." The village chief exhaled softly and replied, "Thank you, young one. You have returned my grandson's necklace, which somewhat alleviates my regret. This skill book is just right for you. I gift it to you." With a flick of his wrist, a skill book appeared. "Thank you, Chief." Lu Kong, of course, did not refuse. Upon receiving it, he opened the book and his eyes widened in shock. Battle Intent, Level 1 Passive Skill. Upon entering battle, your attributes will increase by 10. Requirements. Warrior Class. This was a passive skill that granted a permanent boost of 10 to all attributes upon entering combat, though the effect might not be immediately apparent with current low attributes. Once they increased, the enhancement would be remarkable. Moreover, this was merely a level 1 skill. As the skill level increased, so too would the magnitude of the enhancement. Just thinking about it revealed its immense potential. A skill that could be deemed godly even in later stages of the game. Liu Kong felt a bit embarrassed. Having merely found this necklace, he was rewarded so generously. Is this really appropriate? He mused, yet his hand acted of its own accord, slapping the book to learn the skill. My hand seems to have a mind of its own. After Lu Kong acquired the skill, the village chief spoke again. "Young one, ever since the minor demons arrived, we have had no further news of them. The village has dispatched numerous investigators, but to no avail. I hope you can assist in investigating the situation with the minor demons. Would you be willing?" A system notification chimed in Lu Kong's mind. Ding, quest discovered. Investigate the whereabouts of the minor demons. Do you accept? Lu Kong felt a surge of joy. There was even a quest. Chapter 18. Not to brag, Lu Kong glanced at the quest details. Quest. Investigate the whereabouts of the minor demons. Description. Silver Moon Village has reported sightings of minor demons, and the village chief hopes you can track their movements. Rewards, experience points, 2 gold coins, minor skill stone. There was nothing else of particular note, except for that minor skill stone. Liu Kong's eyes widened in surprise. It was a treasure that could enhance skill levels. He had not expected such a boon existed. Even if it were just for the minor skill stone, he was determined to accept the quest. He nodded. "No problem. It's my duty." The village chief chuckled. "Then I shall trouble you." Liu Kong quickly reassured him it was no trouble, then bid farewell to the village chief and turned to leave the chief's courtyard. As Lu Kong departed, the old chief trembled back to his seat at the stone door, staring at the necklace in his hand, lost in thought. After a long while, he sighed, "Ming, Ying, I am sorry for you both." Outside the village chief's courtyard, The players lingering about were beginning to question their existence. Ever since Lu Kang entered the courtyard, they had been waiting to see the spectacle unfold, even wagering on how long it would take before he was thrown out. Yet, Lu Kang had been inside for nearly half an hour without a hint of his return. This left them utterly perplexed. One player could not contain himself. Is that kid dead in there? Upon hearing this, the other's eyes lit up with possibility. It was quite plausible. Otherwise, there was no explanation for his prolonged absence. Exactly, everyone else has come out. There's no reason he wouldn't. It seems he must have. Before the player could finish his thought, the courtyard door swung open, and Lu Kang swaggered out. The onlookers' eyes widened in disbelief. Jaws agape as if they had seen a ghost. Just as Lu Kang was about to leave, they snapped back to reality and hurried over. Hey, no, wait, brother. Hearing the calls, Lu Kang turned to look. He saw several players rushing toward him. Their faces filled with eagerness. Lu Kang raised an eyebrow. What is it? One rather plump player grinned. Brother, how on earth did you survive in there? Lu Kang realized these players must have witnessed others perishing in the village chief's courtyard. And now seeing him emerge alive, they were puzzled. He smiled. Oh, it's nothing. I just had a quest. The group's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across their faces. They were exploration-type players, keen on uncovering hidden quests in the novice village to soar to greatness. Many players like them existed, as the multitude of players battling monsters outside made leveling up quite laborious. A small faction of players sought alternative routes, aiming to discover hidden quests in the novice village and strike it rich. Regrettably, none had yet succeeded in uncovering such quests. Now, someone claimed to have a quest? This revelation left them astounded, their eyes gleaming with envy. Brother, what quest are you on? Could you share? The chubby player rubbed his hands together. Exuding eagerness, Lu Kang glanced at them and shook his head. You wouldn't be able to handle it. Why not? They asked, perplexed. Lu Kang replied with a grin. Can you defeat a level 5 elite monster? The players were taken aback, their minds slow to process the implication of a level 5 elite monster. Ha, brother, don't joke around. Not to brag, but I could easily die fighting a level 3 regular monster. Lu Kang. That was indeed no exaggeration. He chuckled. The quest item is dropped by a level 5 elite monster. If you can't handle it, then there's no point in dreaming. Upon hearing this, the players exchanged glances, each resembling deflated balloons. The chubby player looked particularly crestfallen. Observing their despondent expressions, Lu Kang shook his head. Instead of waiting around for quests, you would be better off leveling up. This game is intertwined with reality. Wasting time is a disservice to yourself. With that, Lu Kang paid no further mind to their reactions and turned to leave. He reminded them primarily because the words of the former village chief had provoked him. Although he was unaware of the true strength of demigods, it was evident that they were formidable figures capable of dominating a star domain. It was disheartening to think that such powerful beings could not safeguard their own race. Placing immense pressure on Lu Kang, surely, this burden could not rest solely on his shoulders. After all, they were all humans. Should they not unite to rescue themselves? Naturally, Lu Kang hoped for as many strong allies as possible. For only then could their home world be secured. After replenishing supplies, Lu Kang departed from the village once more, intending to investigate the whereabouts of the little demon. He had no knowledge of the demon's location and had inquired with the village chief before leaving, who could only inform him that it was situated to the east of the village. The specific location remained unclear to the chief. Given the vast area to the east of the village, searching for the demon would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, Lu Kang possessed another clue. The previously slain Bloodfang. The description of Bloodfang indicated that it was a mutated wolf raised by the little demon leader. As a pet, it stood to reason that Bloodfang would not be too far from its owner. By initiating his search from the location of Bloodfang's demise, he might increase his chances of finding the little demon. Naturally, Lu Kang's destination was the site where Bloodfang had once roamed. The number of players to the east of the village was steadily increasing. It was evident that many of those who had secured early access to the game had already logged in. In the fields, even a 60-year-old man was entangled in a struggle with a large black rat, while a 15 or 16-year-old child was crying out in distress from a bite. The forest was also bustling with players. And even the mountains now bore the signs of some elite teams. Lu Kang arrived at the pile of rubble where Bloodfang had once been. Beyond the rubble lay the sprawling mountains. Lu Kang chose to delve deeper into the mountains. Along the way, he engaged in combat with mutated wolves while searching for any signs of the little demon. Having donned the Bloodfang armor and learned the skill of battle intent, Lu Kang's combat prowess surged. Now, even a level 5 mutated wolf could only inflict a meager 2 points of damage upon him. He was capable of fending off 4 mutated wolves simultaneously. His mother no longer needed to worry about him attracting too many monsters. While battling, Lu Kang consciously utilized his skills. Active skills required his direct engagement to improve, whereas passive skills continuously advanced on their own. This was indeed encouraging news. After half an hour of combat, Lu Kang felt grateful for his foresight. He had wisely purchased a few mana potions. Otherwise, he would have struggled to enhance his heavy strike level due to insufficient mana. After traversing the outer peaks of a mountain range, Lu Kang arrived at the entrance of a valley. Within the valley, numerous trees flourished, and the mutated wolves present had reached levels 5 and 6. Just as Lu Kang prepared to charge in, he suddenly noticed a narrow path along the stone wall at the valley's edge. This path appeared distinctly different from those formed by nature, bearing clear signs of human intervention. This revelation astonished Lu Kang. He raised an eyebrow and proceeded along the path. Chapter 19. Discovering the little demon. The winding path was flanked by towering stone walls, leading to an unknown destination. After walking several hundred meters, Lu Kang perceived that the path had widened slightly. Continuing onward, he abruptly halted as he spotted 2 pitch-black, 1.5-meter-tall humanoid monsters with long, pointed horns and menacing visages standing on either side of the path. Lu Kang discreetly cast a reconnaissance spell. Little Demon, Elite, Level, 5 Health, 400 Attack, 30 Description. The lowest tier of demons from the demon realm. Lu Kang felt a mix of shock and joy. He was elated to have finally traced the little demon's whereabouts, yet astounded to discover that these little demons were elites. Both of them were elite. This suggested that the little demon itself might very well be an elite template creature. However, despite his surprise, Lu Kang soon broke into laughter. While elite monsters might typically offer more experience and a chance to drop valuable items for others, for him, it was a certainty that they would drop something worthwhile. Lu Kang quickly began examining the drop list for the 2 elite monsters, as he had anticipated. The initial entries on the drop list were all green items, although the quantity of green items seemed slightly less than that of Bloodfang. Lu Kang was still delighted. Any green item was bound to be of considerable value. Lu Kang scrutinized the descriptions of the green items. One of the little demon's green items included equipment and a material called demon blood. The other little demon's green item, however, caught Lu Kang by surprise. Minor Attribute Stone, Stamina, grants a permanent increase of 1 point to stamina upon use. Drop rate, 0.0001 Attribute Stones. Lu Kang entertained a bold notion. If elite monsters had a chance to drop attribute stones, then he could potentially amass numerous attribute stones and elevate his stats to extraordinary levels. They say that sheer strength can overcome all magic. When his strength reached several hundred or even thousands, wouldn't he be able to vanquish monsters with a single blow? And when his stamina soared to hundreds or thousands, who could possibly defeat him? The prospect of such possibilities filled Lu Kang with immense excitement. Was this the correct way to unlock designated drops? The 2 elite monsters had 2 items each, allowing Lu Kang to choose 2. The attribute stone was a given. It had to be selected. As for the others, Lu Kang glanced through them and chose the equipment. Among the items, 2 were suitable for him. Little Demon Battle Axe, Attack 20, Strength 3, Required Level, 5, Drop Rate, 0.06, Little Demon Gauntlets, Lock Armor, Defense 25, Stamina 2, Required Level, 5 Little Demon Set, 2-4 reduces damage by 2 Little Demon Set, 4-4 increases damage by 5 Drop Rate, 0.07. Lu Kang was pleasantly surprised to discover that the Lock Armor Little Demon Gauntlets were part of a set. The set bonuses were quite impressive as well. Reducing damage by 2 points was a tangible benefit, while enhancing his own damage by 5 was a significant advantage. He was now well equipped on both offensive and defensive fronts. Since only these 2 items were suitable, Lu Kang opted for the highest-priced green item, a green staff. Little Demon Staff. Magical Attack 20, Intelligence 3, Required Level, 5, Drop Rate, 0.04. Undoubtedly, this staff boasted excellent attributes. If it were given to a magic base class, they would surely be thrilled. Presumably, Brother Wong and Brother Chong would be eager for this item. After finalizing his selections, Lu Kang prepared to engage the two elite monsters. Their damage output surpassed that of Bloodfang, and while Lu Kang's attributes had improved, he was still cautious about confronting both simultaneously. However, Lu Kang had his own strategy. He picked up a stone and hurled it at one of the little demon's heads. With a resonant thud, the little demon was momentarily stunned and turned to the direction from which the stone had been thrown, spotting Lu Kang fleeing. The little demon's eyes turned crimson as it brandished its sword. Bellowing "Intruder!" it charged toward Lu Kang alongside its companion. Lu Kang retreated into the narrow path he had come from. The constricted pathway could accommodate only one individual at a time, granting Lu Kang a significant tactical advantage. This meant that only one of the little demons could attack him at any given time. Lu Kang sprinted down the path, running several hundred meters before halting just before exiting the path. He turned to face the direction of the path and saw the two little demons, one behind the other, menacingly pursuing him. Witnessing this scene, Lu Kang couldn't help but smile. This was going to be a secure endeavor. The next phase would involve the straightforward yet brutal exchange of blows. When Lu Kang had faced Bloodfang, he had lacked the Bloodfang armor and the battle-intent skill, yet he had prevailed. Now, victory was all but assured. Lu Kang struck the little demon repeatedly, consuming potions to maintain his health whenever he was hit. Meanwhile, the little demon's companion behind it was screaming in frustration, "Let me attack too." It shoved its partner, attempting to rush forward to strike. Unfortunately, the narrow path did not permit such maneuvering. When the little demon facing Lu Kang found its health dwindling to a mere 100 points, it finally recognized the dire situation. With a shriek, it attempted to flee. However, its companion would not allow it to escape, blocking its way despite its frantic pushing. Lu Kang couldn't help but chuckle at this sight. He had initially worried that the little demon might possess a high level of intelligence. To prevent its escape, he had deliberately run a considerable distance down the path. He feared that if the little demon exited the path, it would complicate matters for him. Now it appeared that this little demon was merely a low-level creature with limited intelligence. The little demon, with just over 100 health points remaining, was swiftly dispatched by Lu Kang, even more easily than before. Since it had intended to flee and offered no resistance, by the time it realized escape was impossible, it was far too late. With a final scream, the first little demon collapsed. Releasing two glowing green orbs, the second little demon erupted into laughter, finally free to attack. However, its smile was short-lived as it soon realized it was outmatched and attempted to flee. Lu Kang pursued, landing several strikes that ultimately felled the second little demon. He collected the dropped items from both little demons with great satisfaction, eagerly using the stamina attribute stone and equipping the little demon gauntlets while swapping his great sword for the battle axe. Grasping the axe handle and swinging it a few times, he noted that it felt somewhat awkward compared to the great sword he had grown accustomed to using. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as the battle axe dealt far more damage. Even if it felt slightly less comfortable, it was undoubtedly superior to the great sword he had been wielding. After donning the new equipment, Lu Kang felt significantly empowered. He then returned to the spot where the two little demons had been stationed. Curiosity piqued, he cautiously peered out from the exit to see what lay beyond. Upon witnessing the scene outside the exit, Lu Kang could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Chapter 20. Could the captain have been possessed? Outside the exit lay an expansive basin, within which stood fortifications crafted from stone. Patrols of diminutive demons were scattered throughout the area. Most notably, at the center of the basin, Lu Kang beheld a colossal castle exceeding 10 meters in height, concealing an unknown number of small demons inside. The basin was teeming with at least several hundred of these little fiends. Lu Kang attempted to use a detection spell, only to discover that all these demons were elites. Several hundred elite demons. In fact, such a multitude of elite demons, they were indeed treasures. Lu Kang was overwhelmed with excitement. At that moment, he heard the system's notification. Ding! Player has discovered the demon camp. Mission accomplished. Hearing this, Lu Kang recalled that he had previously slain 2 small demons without completing the task. So, one had to witness the demon camp with their own eyes for it to count as a completed mission. After pondering for a moment, Lu Kang decided to return and turn in the task before returning here to farm elite monsters. After all, the sheer number of elite monsters here was staggering. He needed to enhance his own strength first. The mission would reward him with a skill stone, which was rather useful. He glanced once more at the demon camp and then turned to leave. On his way back, Lu Kong shared the small demon staff with his group chat, which included Wang Bing and Lu Chong. Wang Bing, Lu Chong. Both sent a string of friendly question marks. Lu Kong, what's your offer? Lu Chong, 8 gold. That's my daughter's staff. Arrogant smoking.jpg. Wang Bing, 6. Lu Kong, brother Wang, 6 is actually less than 8. Even a primary school student knows that. Wang Bing, I'm not bidding. I just think Changgu is truly 6. I never expected someone at level 5 would be willing to offer 50,000 for a green staff. Crying.jpg. Lu Kong, can't you get it up? Wang Bing, I'm down. Lu Chong, hey, I may not have much, but I do have plenty of money. Lu Kong, Changgu is amazing. Wang Bing, enough about Changgu being amazing. Aren't you the real star? You've managed to acquire 2 pieces of green gear already. I haven't even found as many white ones as you have. Lu Chong, I'm doing slightly better. I found 2 pieces of white gear. Wang Bing, lucky bastard, go away. Lu Chong, are you calling me lucky? What about Lu Lao Di? Wang Bing, that's probably someone playing the game with their lifespan. Right? Lu Kong was left speechless. I'll sell the next gear to Changgu. Smiling.jpg. Wang Bing, don't, Lu Gu, I'm just joking. Lu Chong, but honestly, Lu Lao Di's luck is incredible. To have 2 pieces of green gear is enviable. Lu Kong, demon handguards, demon battle axe, bloodfang armor, sunglasses. Smoking.jpg. The chat room fell into a sudden silence. Lu Kong wondered if the two had disconnected. But then he thought, this is a cosmic server. How could there be disconnections? Just as Lu Kong pondered this, another message arrived. Wang Bing, adoptive father, please look at your pitiful child. Lu Chong, Pa, truly shameless. Bringing disgrace to the Great Xia army. Wang Bing, you better watch out for the military baton. How about I introduce you to my daughter? Both of my daughters are stunningly beautiful. Wang Bing. Lu Kong, in a forest. Wang Bing's expression resembled that of someone who had seen a ghost. He didn't even react when a nearby monster attacked him. The surrounding Suanio soldiers were taken aback. Captain? Oh no, could the captain have been possessed? They hurriedly defeated the monster and gathered around Wang Bing. Coming to his senses, he was startled to see a group of people surrounding him. What are you all doing? No, Captain, that's what we should be asking you. What is going on? The deputy captain couldn't help but complain. Wang Bing's mouth twitched as he glanced at the chat log. Then, with a somewhat odd expression, he asked, do you all think it's normal to drop green gear now? The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Everyone exchanged glances, and Jiang Su looked at Wang Bing, speaking up, Captain, you can't possibly be possessed. Can you? How could green gear drop? Even with Lus luck, he has only managed to obtain 1 piece of green gear so far. Wang Bing, 1 piece. He grimaced and then looked at the deputy captain. Oldly, go report that Lu Kong has at least dropped 5 pieces of green gear. That's a conservative estimate. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in disbelief. 5 pieces of green gear. Captain, you must be joking. Indeed, how could there be so much green gear? We only drop white gear from elite monsters. Captain, you must really be possessed. Get lost. I'm telling the truth. Oldly, just go report it. Deputy Captain Li Ming looked at Wang Bing. Captain, are you sure you want to report it like that? Just go. Seeing that Wang Bing wasn't joking, Li Ming nodded and exited the game. They needed to report all information to their superiors. Ever since they reported Lu Kong's information last time, the higher-ups had begun to pay special attention to him. After all, Lu Kong's drop rates were abnormally high. If they could foster a good relationship with Lu Kong, in the future, the Great Xia army could potentially lead the world in terms of equipment. Thus, information regarding Lu Kong was of utmost priority. Meanwhile, in another mountain range, Lu Chong stood to the side, observing the chat logs with a changing expression. Beside him, a high-level player hired with money was diligently slaying monsters, although Lu Chong absorbed most of the experience. After some thought, Lu Chong sent a message in the group chat with his 2 daughters. Lu Chong, Uxin, I bought you a green staff, demon staff. Lu Uxin, thank you, Daddy. Hug.jpg. A gentle smile immediately spread across Lu Chong's face. His Uxin truly was a caring treasure. He felt immensely satisfied. Lu Yuqing, old man, how come there's another piece of green gear? It's not another one dropped by that Lu Kong, is it? Her green leather armor was dropped by Lu Kong. And over the past few hours, Lu Chong had frequently sent new equipment to both Lu Uxin and Lu Yuqing. All this gear originated from Lu Kong's drops. This had left Liu Qing with a deep impression of the name Lu Kong. With the abysmal drop rates of this wretched game, how on earth had this fellow named Lu Kong achieved such a high drop rate? Liu Yuqing was utterly baffled. Lu Chong, yes? It was indeed dropped by Lu Kong. By the way, Yu Xian, Yuqing, you both are now in your second year. You can start dating. Have you considered Lu Kong? That lad is quite decent and handsome. Yu Xian, Liu Yuqing, Chapter 21. The Soul Mission in a Forest. Yu Xian and Liu Yuqing stared at the messages in the chat room, their smiles frozen. Although Liu Yuqing was curious about how Lu Kong acquired so much equipment, it was merely curiosity. They hadn't even met in person, and their father was already trying to play matchmaker? What a joke! Liu Yuqing scoffed. Dad has really gone too far, hasn't he? Trying to set us up in our second year? Beside her, Liu Xian rarely agreed with her sister, but she nodded. Dad is indeed out of line this time. We should at least get to know someone before dating. Right? Exactly. Liu Yuqing nodded vigorously and sent a message. How handsome. Liu Xian turned to Liu Yuqing. Yuqing? Liu Yuqing blinked innocently. I'm just curious. Looking at a handsome guy doesn't cost anything. Liu Xian. Upon seeing Liu Yuqing's message, Lu Chong couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't he this promising? To be honest, Lu Chong genuinely thought Lu Kong was quite good. He was neither servile nor arrogant. And from their several collaborations, he had not shown any tendencies to inflate prices. Moreover, based on the information Lu Chong had gathered from the game recently, the strong players in the game would surely hold corresponding status in reality. With Lu Kong's talent, he would undoubtedly thrive in the Great Xia in the future. Lu Chong truly believed that if his daughters could find common ground with Lu Kong, it would be a beneficial arrangement. Of course, while Lu Chong was playing matchmaker, he naturally wanted to consider his daughters' feelings. If they didn't like him, he wouldn't force the issue. But if they did hit it off, wouldn't he? As their father-in-law, no longer have to worry about equipment in the future? Lu Chong happily pondered this and replied quickly. He is very handsome. Even more so than those celebrities. What, are you interested? Liu Yuqing. Oh? No, I was just asking casually. Lu Chong. Liu Xian. Daddy, don't interfere in our relationships. Otherwise, I'll be angry. Lu Chong. All right then, but once we leave the novice village, I'll take you both to meet him. Liu Xian and Liu Yuqing fell silent for a moment before ultimately agreeing. Lu Chong beamed. I'll send you the equipment shortly, and in the chat room of Lu Kong. Lu Chong and Wang Bing. Wang Bing. Foster father, look, if you happen to acquire any more green equipment, could you possibly sell some to us? Lu Chong. Good son-in-law, your father-in-law would like some as well. Lu Kong observed the messages exchanged between the two, contemplating for a moment, and ultimately resolved to sell them some green equipment should he come across any. At this juncture, the most crucial resource for Lu Kong was the attribute stones. These stones were exceedingly precious, verging on being classified as strategic resources. Lu Kong had no intention of selling them, planning instead to retain them for his own USE.AS for the equipment. Selling a portion to Lu Chong and Wang Bing would bolster the strength of the Great Xia, enhancing their capacity to resist any future incursions of demonic energy. With this thought in mind, Lu Kong sent his reply. Certainly, once I have an excess, I shall sell some to you. Wang Bing. Thank you. Foster father, Lu Chong. I will discuss this with my daughter. I have decided on you as my son-in-law. Lu Kong gazed at their banter, bemused. He certainly did not take their words to heart. It was merely jest among friends after several transactions that had fostered a good relationship. In the midst of their conversation, Lu Kong had already returned to the novice village. He made his way directly to the village center. Upon arriving at the village chief's small courtyard, Lu Kong glanced around, noticing that the players who had previously lingered there had vanished. Perhaps they had gone to grind monsters for experience. Upon entering the village chief's courtyard, Lu Kong observed that the chief had changed into a simple white robe. His formerly disheveled gray-white hair had been washed, now appearing neat and tidy. The grime that had marred his face had also disappeared. Compared to the old beggar he had seen before, the current village chief resembled a completely different person. Lu Kong greeted him, saying, Village chief. The village chief looked at Lu Kong, somewhat surprised. How have you returned so swiftly? Is there a predicament? Lu Kong shook his head. I have already discovered the whereabouts of those little devils. What? So soon? The village chief expressed his astonishment. Indeed, Lu Kong recounted what he had observed at the little devil's camp. After listening, the chief furrowed his brow, worry etched across his face. Lu Kong raised an eyebrow. What troubles you? The village chief sighed and replied. Young one, The demons in the game world hail from the demon realm. As you may already know, Liu Kong nodded. The chief continued. They breach our universe through the opening of the demon portal. Our clan was defeated by the demons, and we could only survive in this game world as spirits. The demons can likewise enter the game world. They will ravage all the indigenous cities and villages, leaving players without the support of the natives, thus making leveling up and other aspects exceedingly difficult. If players struggle to level up, what do you suppose will happen? Liu Kong's eyes widened in heavy concern. If players' strength increases at a slow pace while the pace of demonic incursions remains unchanged, then they would likely find themselves hopelessly unable to fend off the invasion of demonic energy. The village chief solemnly nodded. Indeed, the arrival of the little devils may spell disaster for our Silver Moon Village. Should Silver Moon Village fall, we natives will perish entirely, and while you players may not die, the absence of supplies would render even leveling up a formidable challenge. Liu Kong furrowed his brow, taken aback by the gravity of the situation regarding the little devils. All the potions he possessed had been purchased from the apothecary. If the apothecary were to cease to exist, it was easy to fathom how significantly Liu Kong's leveling efficiency would diminish. Though he could rely on potions dropped by monsters to sustain himself, what of the others? Moreover, if the equipment repair shop were to vanish, even the durability of equipment would decline and could not be showcased. The gathering places for players to rest would also be lost in the wilderness. One could be attacked at any moment, and should death occur, that would result in several hours of being unable to log in. Should such circumstances arise, the players of Silver Moon Village would find themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Noticing Liu Kong's grave expression, the village chief spoke. Now, I must trouble you, young one, to find a way to obliterate that little devil's camp. It may slow the advance of the little devils, however. While they are low-level demons, they are still elite. It would be wise to seek assistance. Ding, task discovered. Destroy the little devil camp. Will you accept? Upon hearing the system prompt, Liu Kong felt no surprise. This was evidently a subsequent quest, and likely an exceedingly challenging one. He glanced at the task description. Task: destroy the little devil camp. Unique description: the little devils are gathering an army to conquer Silver Moon Village, severing the players' supplies. The village chief hopes you can destroy the little devil camp to slow their assault. Note: this task is extremely difficult. It is advisable to bring your companions. Rewards: experience points, 10 gold coins, 10 attribute points, minor skill stone 2, Great Martial City reputation 50, Silver Moon Village reputation 500. Liu Kong's eyes widened slightly. It was indeed a unique task. Chapter 22. Another unique task. Liu Kong nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Village Chief, I shall take care of the little devil camp. The village chief nodded. You have completed the previous task. I shall grant you your reward now. He produced a pale stone and handed it to Liu Kong. This is a skill stone. Once used, it can enhance your skill levels. The village chief elaborated on the skill stone. Liu Kong quickly accepted it, revealing a smile. Thank you, village chief. And here are 2 gold coins as well. Part of your reward. As for experience, the cosmic server will provide that. Upon the village chief's words, Liu Kong's experience bar surged dramatically, propelling him directly to level 5. His eyes sparkled with delight, and a smile graced his face. No wonder this task was associated with elites. The experience saved him hours of grinding. Just then, the village chief reminded him. Now that you are level 5, you can seek out the tavern in the village to find Axe Warrior. He is the warrior mentor and will teach you skills. Upon hearing this, Liu Kong's smile broadened. Many players had tried to find profession trainers, but the natives paid them no heed, let alone offering to teach them new skills. It seemed that one needed to reach level 5 to learn skills. Liu Kong nodded. All right, I shall go immediately. After departing from the village chief's courtyard, Liu Kong made his way to the tavern in the village. He had visited the tavern during his earlier exploration of the village. It was a place that sold drinks and food. Consuming food during rest periods could hasten health recovery, but at that time, Liu Kong had no money to purchase anything. Later on, with funds at his disposal, he opted to buy healing potions instead, as they offered instantaneous recovery, far surpassing the efficiency of food. Liu Kong was not particularly concerned about a small sum of money. The majority of patrons at the tavern were natives. Upon entering, Liu Kong observed numerous natives seated together, drinking and engaging in lively conversation, while others were purchasing food, and some players wandered about, seemingly in search of quests. As soon as Liu Kong stepped inside, the tavern attendant approached him, inquiring, What would you like to eat? Lu Kong was taken aback. The last time he had entered the tavern, the attendant had completely ignored him. Why was it different this time? If he were spending money, that would be one thing, but he clearly had not spent anything. Then it dawned on him that he had reached level 5. Perhaps that was the reason. Nearby players appeared equally puzzled. Isn't this person a player? Indeed, why is the attendant greeting him? Hey, isn't this the lucky fellow? Which one? The one who consistently drops white items when defeating monsters. It's him. Oh my, we're seeing the real deal. Lu Kong overheard the players' chatter, feeling somewhat bemused. What did they mean by the real deal? Had he ever died? Not wishing to dwell on it, he directly asked the attendant, I am looking for Axe Warrior. Is he here? Oh, you're looking for Lord Axe Warrior? Yes, over there drinking. The attendant replied with a smile, pointing towards a corner table. A tall native was seated there, surrounded by numerous wine jars. Lu Kong expressed his gratitude and approached Axe Warrior. Smiling, he said, Hello, are you the Axe Warrior mentor? The village chief sent me to learn skills from you. Axe Warrior looked up, slightly intoxicated, and Lu Kong noticed a deep, ghastly scar running across his cheek. Axe Warrior belched, Level 5 already? Quite quick. Huh, kid? You say the village chief sent you? Axe Warrior's bleary gaze held a flicker of surprise. That old man had been in a state of despondency for months, yet he had found the energy to engage with you? How peculiar. Lu Kong chuckled softly. He wish to delve into the affairs of the natives. Merely responding with a smile. Yes, the village chief directed me here. Axe Warrior appraised Lu Kong for a moment before saying, Very well, let us learn some skills. With a wave of his hand, a translucent screen appeared before them, displaying the skills Lu Kong was eligible to learn. There was only one. Charge. Level 1. The warrior charges towards the enemy at great speed, stunning them for 1 second. Lu Kong's eyes lit up. Indeed, there was a charge skill. A warrior capable of charging is a true warrior, undaunted, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Learning skills came at a considerable cost, amounting to 30 silver coins. It was likely that many players would struggle to afford this even upon reaching level 5. However, for Lu Kong, it was a trivial sum. He promptly chose to learn it. After acquiring the skill, Lu Kong smiled. Thank you, Axe Warrior mentor. I shall take my leave now. Wait a moment, Axe Warrior called out, prompting Lu Kong to turn in confusion. What is it? The village chief responded to you. Casting an appraising glance at Lu Kong's equipment, exclaiming in astonishment. At level 5, you already possess green gear? You are quite extraordinary, my young friend. I have a task for you. Will you accept it? Lu Kong's eyes sparkled at the mention of a task. A task? Of course, I will undertake it. Please, mentor. The chief continued, I am currently forging a weapon and require the spine of a mutated tiger at the boss level. If you can procure it for me, I shall teach you my unique skill. Ding, task discovered. Materials for the weapon. Will you accept? Lu Kong glanced at the task description. Task. Materials for the weapon. Unique. Description. The battle axe requires the spine of a mutated tiger at the boss level for its crafting. I hope the player can assist in obtaining it. Note. This task is of extremely high difficulty. It is advisable to bring along your companions, reward, experience points, and a unique skill book counterattack. Another unique task. The reward is, astonishingly, a unique skill. Lu Kong speculated that perhaps this task was offered due to the recognition of his own strength. With a smile, he replied, No problem, I will acquire it. The mutated tiger is a level 8 to 9 creature, with the boss potentially reaching level 10. You are still quite far from that. You should practice more. Lu Kong smiled in response. Thank you for the reminder. Battle Axe mentor. After saying this, Lu Kong bid farewell to the battle axe and turned to leave. The surrounding players witnessed this scene with wide eyes, utterly astonished. What? He already has a task? And it involves hunting a boss? Just imagine how generous the rewards must be. Isn't it absurd that this powerhouse is already at level 5? There are hardly any players who have reached level 4 yet, right? Nonsense. The most outrageous part is that this elite has a connection with the village chief. Enough, enough. It's all utterly ridiculous, simply absurd. Many players realized that the information they had just gleaned about Lu Kong was overwhelming. Not only does he have a connection with the chief, but he has also reached level 5 and received an impressive task. Their minds felt as if they were being bombarded by explosions, and for a moment, they were too stunned to react. Forget about trying to curry favor. A young man slapped his thigh in despair. Don't even think about it. I just tried to send him a private message, but this elite refuses to respond. It seems I cannot rely on him. The crowd collectively sighed in disappointment. After acquiring the skill, Lu Kang visited the potion shop once more. He purchased 200 bottles of novice healing potions. Lu Kang planned to venture to the small demon camp to grind elite monsters, so he needed to ensure he was well prepared. As for the task description suggesting finding companions, that was more for ordinary players. Given his current strength, taking down a few elite monsters should pose no challenge. If it truly becomes difficult, he could always enlist the help of Wang Bing and Lu Chang later. Chapter 23. Unleashing dominance among elite monsters. Once again, Lu Kang arrived at the outskirts of the small demon camp, ready to engage in battle. Given the presence of elite monsters within, he remained cautious and vigilant. Outside the exit, 2 patrol teams of small demons were intersecting their routes. Each patrol consisted of 3 small demons, 1 warrior and 2 scouts. Their attributes were similar to typical small demons, with the warrior boasting a slightly higher health of 450, while the scouts had 400 health but dealt 33 points of damage. Rather than charging in, Lu Kang opted to first utilize the skill stone he had received as a task reward. Without hesitation, he applied the skill stone to the remarkable skill, Battle Intent. Upon activation, his Battle Intent upgraded to level 2. Battle Intent, level 2 passive skill. Upon entering combat, all your attributes will increase by 20. Requirement: Warrior class. The enhancement effect directly raised his attributes by 10. If each level provides a 10 boost, then by the time Battle Intent reaches level 10, Lu Kang's attributes in combat would double. One can only imagine the power of such a skill. Truly a divine ability. Even with just a 20 increase for now, Lu Kang's strength attribute surged by 6 points. This was equivalent to the attribute boost provided by 2 or even 3 pieces of green gear. Other attributes also saw improvement. This skill currently granted Lu Kang an attribute enhancement comparable to nearly half a set of green equipment. Once all his gear is green, his attributes will soar even higher, leading to even greater enhancements. Feeling the surge of strength within him, Lu Kang clenched his fist, brimming with confidence. Even against a horde of elite monsters, he could solo them. Subsequently, Lu Kang began targeting specific drops. Among 6 small demon monsters, only 1 agility attribute stone dropped, and the probability of such a drop was exceedingly low. It seemed that among elite monsters, the chances of obtaining attribute stones were slim. However, the mere existence of such a probability was a boon for Lu Kang. After designating the attribute stone, Lu Kang specified a new backpack. Small demon pouch, excellent. Increases storage space by 15 slots. Drop rate, 0.004. This was a significant improvement over the previous small pouch. Lu Kang designated it as well. The remaining items were all designated as equipment. Lu Kang discovered that the small demon set included not only chainmail but also leather armor. Most drops from small demon scouts were leather armor, including the small demon leather armor set, while the small demon warrior dropped a piece of chainmail leg armor, which Lu Kang also designated. Following the same strategy as when he defeated the 2 gatekeeping small demons earlier, he drew 1 patrol team and retreated to a narrow path for a true test of strength. With the substantial attribute boost and updated equipment, Lu Kang's efficiency in defeating monsters increased significantly. He could vanquish an elite small demon in under a minute. Soon, all 3 small demons lay defeated. Equipping the new small demon leg armor further enhanced his attributes, adding 3 points to his strength. Coupled with the set bonus, which reduced damage by 2 points, a single small demon could only inflict 5 points of damage on him. Keep in mind that these were elite monsters. Their attacks felt like mere scratches. Conversely, Lu Kang's axe could deal over 50 points of damage. Even against elite small demons, it took him only 8 or 9 strikes to defeat one. Lu Kang didn't even need to utilize the terrain to his advantage. He could charge straight in and forcibly take down 3 elite small demons. Lu Kang noticed that each elite monster granted 5 times the experience compared to regular monsters. Naturally, his leveling efficiency soared. He steadily advanced, methodically eliminating the small demons outside the fortress. In addition to small demon warriors and scouts, there were also small demon archers and small demon mages. The most troublesome were the small demon mages, whose high damage output could inflict 20 points of health with a single fireball. Fortunately, small demon mages had low defenses and only 300 health, making them manageable for Lu Kang. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Kang had already slain dozens of small demons. The green gear drops were plentiful, almost filling his backpack to capacity. This was with the new 15-slot backpack. Otherwise, it would have been full long ago. Liu Kang had successfully gathered the complete small demon set, including the small demon breastplate, leg armor, gauntlets, and boots. In addition to these 4 items, he had also acquired various other pieces of equipment. His entire ensemble was now comprised of green gear. Furthermore, he had obtained 7 attribute stones, including 2 agility, 1 strength, 2 endurance, and 2 intelligence stones. He used them all, effectively boosting his attributes by over a level. The power increase these items provided was staggering. Now, when level 5 small demon warriors attacked Liu Kang, they only managed to inflict 2 points of damage. Even small demon mages could only deal 12 points of damage. Meanwhile, Liu Kang's attacks consistently exceeded 80 points of damage. He could defeat elite monsters in just 5 strikes. He was on the verge of entering a mode of mowing down enemies with ease. At that moment, Liu Kang suddenly halted, his eyes widening. He spotted a minuscule skill stone among the drops from a small demon. He was utterly astonished. Elite monsters could drop skill stones? As a player with formidable skills, Liu Kang understood the immense power increase that each skill level brought. To put it simply, level 2 battle intent is entirely different from level 1. Skill stones can enhance skills, and their value is immeasurable. Without a second thought, Liu Kang designated the skill stone drop. After selecting the other drops, Liu Kang charged in, delivering several powerful strikes to eliminate a group of small demons. After collecting the dropped items, he immediately chose to use the skill stone, enhancing his skill. Of course, battle intent, level 3 passive skill. Upon entering combat, all your attributes will increase by 30. Requirement, warrior class. Gazing at his level 3 battle intent, Liu Kang's lips curled into a radiant smile. Just as he had anticipated, the attribute boost of level 3 battle intent reached 30. Given Liu Kang's current attributes, this enhancement was akin to donning an entire additional set of green equipment. One can only imagine how powerful this was. Liu Kang decided to test his newfound strength against monsters. A small demon warrior charged at him, swinging its great sword and landing a blow on Liu Kang's chest. -1. Both Liu Kang and the small demon warrior fell silent. The small demon warrior bellowed, "Invader is strong. Let us attack together." Liu Kang revealed a sinister grin, wielding his battle axe and swiftly dispatching the approaching small demons. He didn't even need to use any healing potions. After collecting all the dropped items, Liu Kang realized his backpack was full. Even if he discarded all his previous white gear, he still couldn't fit more items. He glanced into the depths of the small demon camp. He had only traversed less than a fifth of the distance. Behind him lay merely 5 fortresses, the ground strewn with the corpses of minor demons. Ahead, there stood a larger fortress, housing monsters that might be somewhat stronger or more numerous. However, he intended to return and rest for a while. After all, after such an extended battle, he was quite fatigued and could take a moment to recuperate, which would also afford him the opportunity to sell the equipment in his possession. He pondered what Wang Gu and Chang Gu would think upon seeing such a plethora of green equipment. A smile crept onto Liu Kang's lips. Regardless of their reactions, he was certain to profit. Chapter 24. Which celestial being is this? On his way back, Liu Kang initiated an inquiry in the chat group. Liu Kang, is anyone interested in green equipment? Wang Bing, I want it. Liu Chang, I want it too. Both responded in an instant, leading Liu Kang to suspect they had been idly watching the chat without engaging in other activities. Liu Kang, there are a total of 73 pieces, all level 5 green equipment. How shall we price them? The chat group fell into a sudden silence, both individuals rendered speechless. Liu Kang. As soon as Liu Kang sent a question mark, Wang Bing and Liu Chang simultaneously bombarded the chat with a flurry of question marks. Wang Bing, adoptive father, did you truly mean what you just said? How many pieces of green equipment? How many? Liu Chang, good son-in-law, do you really possess 73 pieces of green equipment? You wouldn't deceive your old father-in-law, would you? Liu Kang, I genuinely have 73 pieces, encompassing green equipment for all professions. Liu Kang recalled something and messaged again. Oh, there are also sets. He casually shared a complete set of leather armor from the minor demon set. Liu Chang, I'll take this set for 30 gold. Wang Bing, no Liu Chang, you really have to escalate it like this, don't you? Wang Bing, who was in the midst of leveling up, had his expression contort, resembling a malevolent spirit. Nearby players from the Xian Yao army witnessed this scene and instinctively distanced themselves from Wang Bing. Ever since their captain had become possessed, he had been increasingly erratic. Wang Bing felt utterly speechless. Damn it. A level 5 green equipment set consists of merely 4 pieces, and yet, he demands 30 gold, which amounts to 8 gold per piece. Such pricing was untenable for the Xianyao army. Was Lu Chang attempting to monopolize it? Wang Bing had already devised a plan to have the Daxia army investigate the situation. Nonetheless, it was just a fleeting thought. The Lu family was quite powerful, and he certainly wouldn't dare have the Daxia army investigate them. Lu Chang. This set, with these attributes, 30 gold is not excessive. Is it? Wang Bing, you can't do this. Trying to get a free ride on my son-in-law? Not a chance. Wang Bing. 6th Liu Kong, observing the exchange between the two, couldn't he help but chuckle. He hadn't expected Changgu to support him so fervently. However, he could empathize with Wang Bing's perspective. After all, the Xianyao army was official, and with so many soldiers present, if they were to accept that price, each of the 30,000 Xianyao soldiers would likely end up with a minor demon set, thus exhausting their military budget. Liu Kong contemplated and then spoke. Changgu, let us be a bit more lenient. We are all from Daxia, and the stronger the Daxia army becomes, the safer we will be. Right? Upon hearing this, Wang Bing felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. His eyes reddened. Wang Bing, Brother Lu, just for that statement, if anyone dares to harm you in the future, I'll twist their heads off and use them as a ball for you. Lu Chang, since my good son-in-law has said so, I naturally have no objections. Liu Kong. How about this? All level 5 green gear, 50 silver each for individual pieces, and for the set of 4 pieces, 3 gold, while weapons will be calculated separately. How does that sound? The price Lu Kong proposed was exceedingly favorable. Wang Bing, father, you are truly my father. This price was a tenth of what Lu Chang had suggested. Lu Kong. No, I fear your real father might come to strike me. Lu Chang. That won't happen. Wang Yi would only strip Wang Bing of his skin and then make you his son. Lu Kong. Then that would be unacceptable. What does everyone think of this price? Wang Bing. I have no objections. Thank you, adoptive father. I would lay down my life for you. Lu Chang. Of course. I have no objections. Liu Kong. Then it's settled. Liu Kong wasn't averse to making money. He merely understood that the future circumstances could become quite dire. When the demonic energy invaded, Daxia would likely experience turmoil, and the entire Yuan Star could face calamity. Selling at a high price in such times would appear to be profiting from national suffering, a notion that crossed Lu Kong's moral threshold. Earning money was acceptable, but profiting from a national disaster? What distinguished that from being a beast? Lu Kong. I'm returning to the novice village now. Shall we trade once I arrive? Wang Bing. Sure. I'll head to the novice village immediately. Lu Chang. I'll return too. This was not just any ordinary white equipment, but an entire set of green equipment. Entrusting it to their subordinates made both men feel somewhat apprehensive. As Lu Kong now fought monsters in an area quite distant from the novice village, he sprinted back for nearly an hour. This left Lu Kong feeling somewhat exasperated. The map was so vast. If he had to rely solely on foot travel, who knew how long it would take to reach his destination? He wondered if there were any means for swift travel. Otherwise, leveling up would be far too inefficient. With considerable time wasted on running, sighing, Lu Kong finally returned to the novice village. Upon reaching the village entrance, he spotted Wang Bing and Lu Chang waiting for him. Perhaps due to their status as local big shots, many players passing by were observing them. One was the chairman of Tianyue Group, while the other was the captain of the Daxia Xianyao army. The combination of these two figures drew significant attention. At that moment, the previously expressionless duo suddenly brightened, their faces alight with radiant smiles. Good son-in-law, over here. Adoptive father. I'm here. Nearby players. A multitude of question marks flooded everyone's mind. What was happening? Director Lu actually had a son-in-law? Which fortunate fellow had the audacity to be so impressive? Indeed, that was Tianyue Group. This was a leap that could save several millennia of toil. A model for our generation. But wait, isn't it more absurd that Captain Wang is calling someone adoptive father? He represents the Xianyao army. Is it truly acceptable for him to refer to someone as adoptive father? What kind of celestial being is this? The crowd buzzed with speculation, turning their gaze towards the direction Lu Chang and Wang Bing were fixated on. Soon, they beheld a remarkably handsome young man approaching. All players widened their eyes in astonishment. They had seen handsome individuals before, but this striking figure was clad in an entire set of imposing plate armor, wielding a massive battle axe, his entire ensemble exuding an air of opulence. Most players only possess 2 or 3 pieces of white equipment, with the remainder being grade I in comparison to Lu Kang. They appeared as if they were destitute. Almost everyone's attention was now riveted on Lu Kang. Was that the esteemed Lu Kang? What was the deal with his equipment? It was evidently impressive. Indeed, white equipment didn't seem to have such elaborate designs. Could it be that he possessed green equipment? You might not be aware, but have you heard the news about Lu Kang learning skills? The skill instructor even mentioned that Lu Kang had green equipment. He could very well be wearing several pieces right now. Gasp! Is that true? Is there really such a vast disparity between people? I can't comprehend it. Agreed. Same here one. The players felt an overwhelming mix of emotions. This disparity rendered them incapable of even feeling jealousy. They were simply not on the same level. Chapter 25. Sister, go and capture him. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Chang and Wang Bing approached Lu Kang. Wang Bing rubbed his hands together. Filled with anticipation, adoptive father, shall we take a look at the equipment? Lu Chang also looked at Lu Kang with eager eyes. Lu Kang nodded. Yes, we can trade now. Lu Kang shared all the equipment in the chat room. And after a thorough tally, Wang Bing and Lu Chang engaged in intense negotiations. Ultimately, Lu Chang acquired 2 sets of minor demon cloth armor sets, 1 set of minor demon leather armor, along with several scattered pieces for mages, priests, and archers. The remaining equipment was all transferred to Wang Bing. This was also due to Lu Chang's consideration of the Xian Yao Army's influence on Daxia. Otherwise, he would not have so readily relinquished his claim. For Lu Kang, selling to anyone was still selling. In total, there were 73 pieces of green equipment, comprising 13 complete sets, alongside other scattered items. The cumulative price reached an impressive 60 gold, equivalent to a staggering 600,000. Coupled with the earnings from previous sales of various white equipment, Lu Kang's current income approached nearly 100 gold, amounting to a whopping 1 million. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could clear his debts. Thus, all 3 individuals felt immensely satisfied. Meanwhile, the surrounding players were left utterly dumbfounded. They had certainly overheard the bickering between Wang Bing and Lu Chang, especially Wang Bing's booming voice, making it nearly impossible to miss. But what had they just heard? Dozens of pieces of green equipment, each piece costing less than 1 gold. Their eyes turned green with envy. Jealousy compelled them to the brink of wanting to eliminate Wang Bing and Lu Chang to seize their positions for themselves. No wonder Captain Wang referred to him as adoptive father. If it were me, I'd just call him real father. Indeed, it all makes sense now. I had suspected that no mere leech could become Director Lu's son-in-law. This was clearly not just living off someone else's success. Bro, be bold. Under the current game circumstances, it's possible that in the future, Director Lu might have to rely on Lu Kang to elevate his status. Lu Kang is truly extraordinary. How could he possibly possess so many pieces of green equipment? Uncertain, perhaps this is the legendary prowess within the village. Our team was fortunate enough to defeat an elite mutated rat, ultimately receiving a pair of white shoes as a drop. Can you guess how the esteemed Lu Kang fared? The crowd immediately felt a pang of heartache. Wang Bing carefully stored the equipment, grinning as he remarked, with these items, our 7th team will undoubtedly be the strongest in the 3rd Legion. When the time comes, surely the Legion commander will have no choice but to appoint me. Wang Bing was well aware of the significance of the Xian Yao army to the Great Xia. Becoming the commander of the 3rd Legion would certainly pave a broader path for him. Lu Kang glanced at Wang Bing and chuckled. Then allow me to congratulate you in advance, Brother Wang. What is there to celebrate? If it were to happen, it would be thanks to you, my adoptive father. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to inform me. Wang Bing laughed like a fool, a sight rather jarring to behold. Thankfully, none from their team were present. Otherwise, they would surely question their existence. Nearby, Lu Chang appeared quite satisfied. Though he said little more, he inquired, by the way, I heard from other players that you, son-in-law, have accepted a quest to slay a boss monster? Lu Kang nodded. Indeed. Boss monsters are no ordinary foes. Should you require assistance? Do not hesitate to ask. Wang Bing chimed in as well. Our 7th team is always ready to help you. Any drops will be yours. We require no experience. Lu Kang smiled. If the need arises, I will surely inform you. Lu Chang and Wang Bing both nodded in agreement. By the way, do you know of any means to expedite travel? The area for leveling up is rather distant, and the back and forth is quite time-consuming. Lu Kong pondered aloud. Lu Chong and Wang Bing exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. Lu Chong remarked, I do not know. I too find travel bothersome. The monsters we need to defeat are already in the level 4 zone, requiring nearly half an hour to reach. Wang Bing nodded in affirmation. Same here. Level 4 is undoubtedly high among the current players. Seeing their shared sentiment, Lu Kong ceased his thoughts. Subsequently, he bid farewell to the two, intending to inquire at the potion shop if the proprietor had any items to hasten travel. Meanwhile, Lu Chong and Wang Bing planned to distribute the equipment. After the trio departed, a gathering of curious players continued their lively discussions. In another novice village, Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing were grinding monsters in the level 4 area. At that moment, both heard the notification sound from the chat room. After slaying a monster, Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing decided to take a break and glanced at the chat history. Lu Chong, dear daughters, can you guess what gifts your father has prepared for you? Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of a smile. For their father to be this excited. Could it be yet another piece of green equipment? Lu Yueqing stroked her smooth chin, feeling a touch of anticipation. Lu Yuexin smiled gently. It should be that I suspect it's from Lu Kong again. Lu Yueqing nodded and messaged in the chat room. Green equipment? Mine or my sister's? Lu Yuexin curiously watched the chat room. Lu Chong, little demon robe, little demon cloth boots. Lu Chong sent more than 10 pieces of green equipment in succession. Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing's eyes widened in astonishment as they stared at the equipment information in the chat room. Lu Yueqing swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Sister, I think I'm seeing things. I just saw over 10 pieces of green equipment. Lu Yuexin blinked. I think I'm seeing things too. The two exchanged glances, falling into a brief silence. Then, Lu Yuexin pinched Lu Yueqing's delicate cheek. Lu Yueqing exclaimed, That hurts. What are you doing, sister? Is this not a dream? Not an illusion? There are truly over 10 pieces of green equipment. Lu Yuexin was in shock. Lu Yueqing. She was flabbergasted, puffing her cheeks and giving her sister a resentful glare. However, her attention quickly shifted back to the green equipment. It seemed real, so much. Could all of it have dropped from Lu Kong? I must ask, Lu Yueqing. Old man, these green equipment pieces, they can't all be from Lu Kong. Right? Lu Chong. Hee. So what do you think? Isn't it astonishing? My son-in-law is truly remarkable, Lu Yuexin. Lu Yueqing. The two young women felt their faces flush. Lu Yueqing indignantly remarked, Old man, really? You haven't even seen anything yet? And you're already calling him son-in-law? Lu Yuexin blinked. If all of this truly dropped from Lu Kong, then his soul talent must be extraordinarily strong. His future is boundless, Lu Yueqing giggled. Then sister, you should go and win him over. As your sister-in-law, I won't have to worry about equipment anymore. Lu Yuexin's cheeks flushed, playfully threatening. Lu Yuexin, do you believe I'll smack you? Why don't you go and win him over? Then I, as your sister-in-law, wouldn't lack equipment either. Ha, spare me. The two immediately began to playfully tussle. Meanwhile, Lu Chong noticed the two had not replied for some time, scratching his head in confusion. Could it be that his two dear daughters were upset with him referring to Lu Kong as son-in-law? Would they ignore their old father now? Lu Chong felt a twinge of panic. Chapter 26. Little Demon Boss, Blue Items. Meanwhile, in the training area of the 7th team, Wang Bing looked solemnly at the gathered players of the Xian Yao Army's 7th team. I have something important to discuss with you all. Li Ming, Jiang Su, and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Captain, what is it? Why so serious? Wang Bing cleared his throat and began. I just want to find Lu Kong. As you all know, yes, to trade equipment, right? What kind of equipment could make you so mysterious? Wang Bing took a deep breath. It's not just one piece of equipment. The crowd furrowed their brows. Li Ming, curious, asked, not one piece? What is it then? Something else. Wang Bing coughed again. You've misunderstood. It's not one piece of equipment, but many pieces, all green. Xian Yao Army players. The atmosphere fell silent as all Xian Yao Army players came to their senses. One by one, they excitedly rushed over, grabbing Wang Bing's legs. Adoptive father. No, dear father. Please give me a piece of green equipment. I beg you. Great captain. My best captain. I don't ask for much. Just one piece is enough. Seeing the rushing teammates, Wang Bing felt immense joy. He had called Lu Kong adoptive father so enthusiastically precisely to witness this moment. Suddenly, he had gained numerous sons and even a daughter. Wang Bing feigned seriousness and coughed once more. Then declared, "All right, the army has its discipline. The capable rise while the incapable fall. Do I need to elaborate on this principle? These green equipment pieces are all level 5. Whoever reaches level 5 first gets to claim the equipment. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, their SA full set. The top player of each class will receive a complete set." Wang Bing posted the attributes of the Little Demon set in the chat group of the 7th team. The eyes of the 7th team players instantly gleamed with excitement. They howled like beasts, eagerly forming teams to level up. Meanwhile, Wang Bing turned to Li Ming. "Old Li, you know what to do next, right?" Li Ming, still in shock, nodded. "I know. I'll report it right away." "Good," Wang Bing replied. "I'll head to the mailbox to send a set of equipment to the 3rd princess." "All right, go ahead, I in another novice village." The dark-haired Xia Yin gazed at the messages, narrowing her eyes, her gaze sparkling with intrigue. Lu Kong, indeed a formidable individual. Lu Kong visited the potion shop to inquire whether the proprietor had any items to expedite travel. The shopkeeper informed him that after reaching level 10 and leaving the novice village, he could learn capture skills, allowing him to tame mounts. For now, only town return scrolls were available, though they were quite expensive, 50 silver each. Only the general goods stores sold them. After considering, Lu Kong decided to purchase 4, spending 2 gold. After all, he wasn't short on money. Efficiency was paramount. Following that, Lu Kong hastened onward to the Little Demon camp, intent on continuing his monster hunting and leveling up. Upon arriving at the Little Demon camp, Lu Kong resumed his battles. As he ventured deeper, the level of the little demons he encountered increased. They were now level 6. However, even though Lu Kong remained at level 5, he faced no pressure against the level 6 little demons. His equipment was simply too formidable, and his skills were sufficiently powerful. Soon, Lu Kong had slain over 30 little demons, earning yet another minor skill stone. Originally, he intended to continue enhancing his battle intent skill with this stone, but the system then issued a notification. Ding! The battle intent skill can no longer be enhanced with minor skill stones. Please use a higher grade skill stone. Upon hearing this, Lu Kong understood that the enhancement of minor skill stones had its limits. However, he did not possess any higher grade skill stones at present. Thus, he resolved to apply this minor skill stone to the enhancement of another skill. Lu Kong currently had 3 skills remaining: Charge, Heavy Strike, and Basic Regeneration. After contemplation, he decided to use the skill stone on Basic Regeneration, as he discovered that enhancing passive skills was more challenging than enhancing active skills. Moreover, passive skills, being permanent, might provide even greater benefits to a player. Upon utilizing the skill stone, the Basic Regeneration skill ascended to level 2. Basic Regeneration, level 2. A passive skill that restores 2 health points per second. In alignment with Lu Kong's expectations. The health restoration increased by 1 point per second, effectively doubling the original amount. If this rate of enhancement continues, upon reaching level 10, Basic Regeneration should be capable of restoring 10 health points per second, which is quite commendable. With this passive ability, Lu Kong could forego the use of healing potions entirely. Subsequently, Lu Kong continued his quest, battling monsters to gain experience. Before long, he arrived at a fortress that was significantly larger than others he had encountered. After defeating the monsters patrolling outside the fortress, he peered inside. To his surprise, the interior revealed a vast hall, populated by a pack of corrupted wolves. At the farthest end of the hall, a diminutive demon wielding twin blades was feeding one of the corrupted wolves' meat. Lu Kong raised an eyebrow and cast a detection spell. He discovered that all the corrupted wolves were elite creatures, each bearing a name, such as Big Flower, Little Tiger, Blood Fong, and so forth. The attributes of these corrupted wolves mirrored those of the Blood Fong he had previously encountered: 400 health points and an attack power of 29. Upon careful counting, he noted there were a total of 12 elite corrupted wolves. However, the diminutive demon within was, in fact, a boss. Guning, boss, level, 6 health, 5,000 attack, 90 description. The minor leader of the demon camp, responsible for training the corrupted wolves to assist in the demon's operations. Upon seeing these attributes, Lu Kong's eyes widened in disbelief, and he gasped in astonishment. The creature's health was tenfold that of a level 6 elite monster, and its attack power had doubled. This revelation caused Lu Kong to frown. Even with his superior equipment and heightened attributes, augmented by a 30 boost from combat spirit, facing off against a boss like Gu Ning seemed daunting. In that moment of hesitation, He instinctively opened Gu Ning's loot list. The next instant, a dazzling array of blue and green lights nearly blinded him. So many treasures? Lu Kong gasped once more. He spotted skill stones, attribute stones, and even skill books. The bounty from this boss was astonishing. Most strikingly, the first item on the loot list left him astounded. Could it be? Chapter 27. The Challenge of the Boss Mount. Corrupted Wolf, Rare. Summons a Corrupted Wolf Mount. Drop rate, 0.000007 mount. Previously, the potion shop owner had mentioned that one could only capture mounts after reaching level 10 and learning the capture skill. However, she had not mentioned that bosses could also drop mounts. The only drawback was the rather low drop rate. Yet, the drop rate posed no issue for Lu Kong. Without a doubt, if he could defeat Gu Ning, he would certainly acquire this mount. It would significantly enhance his efficiency in traversing the map. Making it a necessity, boss monsters could drop 3 items. However, the loot list contained more than 3 blue items. Lu Kong was left with no choice but to make some sacrifices. Ultimately, aside from the mount, he selected 2 additional items. Basic Skill Stone. Upon use, it can elevate the skill level. Drop rate, 0.00018. This appeared to be a higher tier skill stone than the minuscule skill stone, capable of enhancing the level of combat spirit, which would be immensely beneficial for Lu Kong. The third item was a skill book. Sweeping Strike, level 1. Wielding a weapon, strike all enemies in front, dealing 150 damage. Learning requirement, Warrior class. This was a rare area of effect skill. With this skill, Lu Kong's monster slaying efficiency would increase substantially. Aside from this skill book, there were numerous other valuable items akin to basic attribute stones and rare equipment. Lu Kong could only choose 3. Compared to skill stones, he could obtain attribute stones from other elite monsters, making them somewhat less urgent. Unfortunately, Lu Kong's aspirations were lofty, yet he lacked confidence in defeating a boss with such exaggerated attributes. The sight of so many treasures within his reach, yet unattainable, stirred a yearning within him. Lu Kong's gaze wandered, scanning the surrounding environment, and then glancing at the loot list of the corrupted wolves. Hoping to discover a method to defeat Gu Ning, he found that the only useful item was a green healing potion that many elite monsters dropped. Apprentice Healing Potion, excellent, instantly restores 120 health points, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Although this healing potion was somewhat superior to the ordinary variety, Lu Kong felt that relying solely on it would still render defeating such a boss quite challenging. After all, this healing potion also required a 30-second cooldown. Were it not for the cooldown, Lu Kong would have felt more confident. As it stood, he still needed something more. Ultimately, Lu Kong could not devise a better strategy. After much contemplation, he concluded that the most plausible plan would be to reach level 6, equip himself with level 6 green gear, and supplement his attributes with the stones he had acquired. He would also bring along the excellent apprentice healing potions, and see if he had a chance to vanquish Gu Ning. After all, he was not far from level 6, though the experience bar at level 5 was lengthy. He had been consistently battling elite monsters. Leveling up would certainly be swift. If reaching level 6 proved insufficient, he could always clear out the lower-level monsters within the demon camp. This should allow him to reach level 7. And with the attribute stones and new level 7 green gear he would acquire by then, he should be able to defeat Gu Ning. If all else failed, he would have to seek assistance from Wang Bing and Lu Chong. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Kong cast a lingering glance at the fortress's interior. He circled around to the back of the fortress and continued battling monsters. As he passed Gu Ning's fortress, the lesser demons behind had already attained level 7, 2 levels above Lu Kong. However, their attributes, when compared to the boss-level demons, were worlds apart. Lu Kong easily dispatched several of them, as was his custom. He opened the loot list for the lesser demons. This time, Lu Kong no longer sought high-value loot items, but instead focused on finding anything that might assist him in defeating Gu Ning. Soon, his eyes widened slightly as he spotted an intriguing item. Apprentice Weakness Scroll, excellent. Reduces the target's movement speed by 40. Duration, 30 seconds. Note: the target's level cannot exceed 10. Drop rate, 0.0011. Although Lu Kong had previously seen scroll-type items in the loot list, this slowing scroll seemed of little use to him. After all, he could easily bulldoze through a small group of elite monsters without the need for such tactics. Moreover, the value of this item was evidently not on par with that of equivalent green gear. Thus, he had never prioritized it as a drop. Now, upon seeing this scroll, Liu Kang was struck by a bold idea. If feasible, he might have a significant chance of defeating Gu Ning. Even if he couldn't win, escaping would still be an option. Liu Kang promptly designated the weakness scroll as a drop.I in addition to the weakness scroll. He also designated the excellent apprentice healing potions. Unless he encountered attribute stones or skill stones, those two items were all he intended to specify. Ultimately, Liu Kang defeated dozens of lesser demons, acquiring an agility attribute stone and a stamina attribute stone, as well as a skill stone. He continued to apply the skill stone to basic regeneration, boosting his health recovery to 3 points per second. The primary item he designated, the apprentice weakness scroll, yielded a total of 24 copies. He also amassed an impressive 30 bottles of the excellent apprentice healing potion. Furthermore, he leveled up, raising his level to 6 after donning the prepared level 6 green gear. Liu Kang allocated all his attributes to strength. Thus, he was now fully prepared. He retraced his steps, intending to confront Gu Ning. Upon reaching Gu Ning's fortress, Liu Kang selected all his desired loot items. He then checked his inventory, confirming that everything was ready. Finally, Liu Kang casually picked up a stone and hurled it at a corrupted wolf's head, situated near the entrance. Howl the corrupted wolf, upon being struck, let out a cry, and immediately all the corrupted wolves turned their gaze towards Liu Kang at the entrance. Even Gu Ning, who was tending to his pet, looked up. Upon spotting Liu Kang, Gu Ning's expression twisted into a menacing snarl. Intruder! My little darlings, tear him apart! In an instant, all the corrupted wolves charged toward Liu Kang, while Gu Ning unsheathed his twin blades, howling as he charged at Liu Kang. Surrounded by the corrupted wolves, Liu Kang pressed his back against the wall to prevent attacks from behind. While he could block frontal attacks with his weapon and evade damage to minimize harm, attacks from the rear would inflict greater damage. Soon, the claws of the foremost corrupted wolves landed upon his armor. -0-0-0, none of the attacks breached his defenses. Liu Kang was momentarily taken aback, astonished that he had completely negated all damage. However, he was not overly surprised. After all, he was now clad in a full set of level 6 gear, and with his formidable attributes, it was only natural that the elite corrupted wolves' meager attacks would fail to penetrate his defenses. Wasn't it? Certainly, this is merely in relation to the mutated wolves on land and in the air. For ordinary players, the elite mutated wolves are far too formidable, and they can hardly withstand a few of their attacks. Chapter 28. Dancing on the edge of a blade, Liu Kang swung his battle axe, striking one of the mutated wolves squarely on the head. A colossal number floated into view, indicating a critical hit. The health of this mutated wolf plummeted to nearly half. Liu Kang persevered, enduring the claws of the other mutated wolves while wielding his axe. Before long, he managed to slay one of the mutated wolves. No, my Xiaohua! Upon witnessing the fallen mutated wolf, Gu Ning let out a heart-wrenching wail. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he fixed his gaze on Liu Kang. My little treasures, avenge Xiaohua! Instantly, all the mutated wolves howled in fury. Their claws slashing with renewed vigor, Liu Kang could distinctly perceive that their attacks had grown somewhat more potent than before. While they still failed to breach his defenses, he felt an undeniable increase in their strength. Frowning, he cast a detection spell at the mutated wolves. Then he discovered that their attack power had indeed risen by 1 point. A chill ran down his spine as he gasped in astonishment. If each mutated wolf he killed raised the attack power of the others by 1 point, then after slaying a dozen or so, they could potentially breach his defenses. Oh, there were only 12 mutated wolves in total? And he could regenerate 3 health points per second? That was manageable. Liu Kang continued his assault on the mutated wolves. With everyone he dispatched, Gu Ning would let out a mournful cry. Liu Kang, feeling a twinge of concern, glanced at Gu Ning's attributes, wary that he too might experience a surge in attack power, akin to the mutated wolves. Thankfully, Gu Ning's attributes remained unchanged. Otherwise, Liu Kang would have to contemplate a hasty retreat. 90 points of attack were already formidable, and an additional 12 points would likely be insurmountable for him. Though Gu Ning was furious, he was unable to personally strike at Liu Kang due to the barrier of his little treasures. Only able to howl in frustration, Liu Kang had ample time to methodically eliminate the remaining mutated wolves. As one after another fell, Gu Ning finally seized the opportunity to push his way to the front, brandishing his dual daggers and launching an attack on Liu Kang. The speed of the dual daggers was astonishing. Lu Kang barely had time to evade, enduring 2 strikes. -12-13-2 substantial damage notifications appeared, startling Lu Kang. Such high damage. After the second attack, Gu Ning raised his daggers once more. In swift succession, 2 additional damage notifications emerged. In the span of a single second, Lu Kang endured 4 strikes, losing approximately 50 health points. This left him feeling quite pained. He could hardly withstand such punishment. Fortunately, he had refrained from recklessly attacking Gu Ning earlier. Otherwise, he might have met his demise by now. Lu Kang retrieved a weakness scroll and aimed it at Gu Ning. Instantly, a layer of gray mist enveloped Gu Ning, indicating the scroll's effect. Lu Kang turned and retreated, escaping Gu Ning's attack range. Gu Ning's speed diminished by 40%. Although he was naturally agile, Lu Kang had been consuming attribute stones, increasing his agility beyond that of a typical level 5 player. Coupled with Gu Ning's reduced speed, Lu Kang barely evaded his pursuit. Seeing Gu Ning chasing behind him, Lu Kang's lips curled into a slight smile. Success. As long as Gu Ning could not eliminate him in a single blow, he could retreat to recover his health when it became precarious. Once his health was restored, he could resume attacking. Compared to Gu Ning, Lu Kang's greatest advantage as a player was his ability to use healing potions to regain health. He was determined to exploit this advantage to the fullest. The moment he laid eyes on the weakness scroll, a plan had formed in his mind. Now, it seemed that this plan was indeed effective. After dodging 2 of Gu Ning's strikes, Lu Kang turned and, utilizing the reach of his battle axe, delivered a powerful blow aimed at Gu Ning. Had Gu Ning been at his normal speed, Lu Kang feared this strike might have missed entirely. However, now, Gu Ning was struck solidly, with over 50 points of damage displayed above him. Following the blow, Lu Kang continued to retreat, evading Gu Ning's counterattack. He then retracted his axe and launched another assault. This back and forth allowed Lu Kang to leverage the longer reach of his axe against Gu Ning's daggers, coupled with his speed advantage, seizing the initiative. Although Lu Kang had little prior experience in combat, after 20 hours of fighting, he had acquired a degree of battle experience. Despite his relative inexperience, he still made occasional errors during the fray. From time to time, Gu Ning would land hits, causing his health to plummet. Yet, Lu Kang had room for mistakes. With around 300 health points, he could withstand several of Gu Ning's attacks. As his health dwindled, he began consuming potions to maintain his health at optimal levels. He did not underestimate Gu Ning's capabilities. As a boss character, Gu Ning undoubtedly possessed formidable combat skills. Without maintaining his health within a safe range, Lu Kang could not feel secure. This tug-of-war persisted for over 2 minutes, with Lu Kang managing to reduce Gu Ning's health by half. At that moment, Gu Ning bellowed, "Damn invader, meet your doom." The dual daggers in his hands shimmered with a dark crimson light. In the next instant, 2 arcs of blade energy crisscrossed and struck fiercely towards Lu Kang. Despite Lu Kang's utmost effort to evade, he was still caught. -99-102 staggering damage notifications appeared, and Lu Kang's health immediately plummeted to near 0. He was taken aback and quickly consumed a superior healing potion to restore his health. A sense of dread washed over him. Thankfully, he had been prudent in managing his health. Otherwise, he would have met his end. He had not anticipated that a level 6 boss would be so terrifying. Were it not for Lu Kang's resilience, any other player would have been slain in a heartbeat, even by a mere basic attack, let alone this blade skill. Lu Kang's defense was no weakness. Combined with his enhanced attributes and the attribute stones he had previously acquired, his base endurance surpassed that of any warrior fully invested in endurance. Furthermore, clad in green gear, he could likely withstand more damage than any other player of the same level. Even so, each of Gu Ning's hits drained a significant portion of health, and other players would likely fare even worse. At this stage, few players could endure such damage. Following the blade skill, Gu Ning, seeing Lu Kang still standing, widened his eyes in disbelief. That's impossible. His fury intensified. The damage dealt by each of his attacks surged to nearly 20 points. Fortunately, Lu Kang had stocked up on several superior healing potions, and by carefully controlling the distance, he could ensure his health remained safe. In fact, due to the continuous exchanges of blows, Lu Kang had grown increasingly adept at gauging distance. He managed to evade Gu Ning's attacks with greater frequency, resulting in less noticeable fluctuations in his health. He also capitalized on opportunities to land precise strikes with his battle axe on Gu Ning's head. Dancing on the edge of a blade heightened Lu Kang's adrenaline. Causing his heart to race, he felt an unexpected craving for combat, a thirst for the peril and thrill intertwined in battle. He had never imagined he would find himself to be such a combative individual. As Gu Ning's health dwindled to a mere 200 points, he unleashed the blade skill once more. This time, the damage was even greater than before. Lu Kang was left with only 20 health points. This startled him, prompting an urgent recovery of his health. After the final blade skill, Gu Ning seemed to exhaust his strength, even his attacks diminishing. With a series of axe strikes, Lu Kang depleted Gu Ning's health entirely. No, this cannot be, Gu Ning screamed in despair, ultimately collapsing to the ground. 3 blue orbs of light floated above his lifeless body. Chapter 29. System announcement. All are astounded. As Lu Kang gazed at Gu Ning's fallen form, the tension that had gripped him for several minutes melted away, leaving him engulfed in fatigue. He felt mentally drained, eye in his hand. Only 2 weakness scrolls remained. Just a fraction more health for Gu Ning. And it could have been Lu Kang lying lifeless instead. In the final moments, Lu Kang dared not even blink, fearing that a missed attack might leave Gu Ning's health intact, leading to the depletion of his weakness scrolls and resulting in ultimate failure. Thankfully, the conclusion was favorable. As he beheld the 3 blue orbs, Lu Kang's exhaustion was swept away by the joy of his rewards. These were all items of exquisite quality. Just as Lu Kang stepped forward to collect the drops, a resounding and magnificent voice echoed from the heavens. Yuanxing region announcement. Ding! Congratulations to player Lu Kang for his first defeat of a boss-level monster. Reward: 40 gold coins, 5 free attribute points. Exquisite treasure chest 1. Reputation in Da City 30. Yuanxing region announcement. Ding! Congratulations to player Lu Kang for his first defeat of a boss-level monster. Reward: 40 gold coins, 5 free attribute points. Exquisite treasure chest 1. Reputation in Da City 30. The announcement rang out 3 times, echoing throughout the realm. Lu Kang stared wide-eyed, momentarily dazed as he looked up at the sky. Goodness, simply defeating a boss warrants a system announcement? He touched his nose, pondering whether this meant he was now somewhat renowned. Suddenly, Lu Kang recalled what the potion shop owner had mentioned about achievements. Was this it? The achievement for being the first to slay a boss-level monster? Indeed, there were considerable rewards. A smile crept onto Lu Kang's face. Beep beep beep. Notifications flooded Lu Kang's chat channel. Upon checking, he found messages from friends like Wang Bing. Wang Bing. Holy cow, father. You actually defeated a boss monster? You're incredible. Did you solo it? Lu Chong. Good son-in-law, what did the boss drop? You may sell what you do not need to your father-in-law, Jiang Su. Congratulations, Mr. Lu, for slaying the boss monster and becoming renowned throughout Yuanxing. Limu. Mr.Lu is truly impressive. Admiring.jpg. Lu Kang smiled and thanked both Jiang Su and Limu. He then replied to Wang Bing. It was quite challenging to take it down alone. I nearly perished. Finally, he responded to Lu Chong. My apologies, Chong Gu, but I find all the loot from this encounter useful. Just as Lu Kang finished typing, Wang Bing sent a message in the chat room. Wang Bing, foster father, may I see the loot? I wish to broaden my horizons. Lu Chong. Good son-in-law, let us see what treasures the boss monster has dropped. Lu Kang chuckled and shared the details of the dropped items. Upon seeing 3 blue items, both Wang Bing and Lu Chong were left speechless. Wang Bing. No way. No way. No way. All blue? Lu Chong. They are all blue. We have never even seen a green item drop. And now good son-in-law is already getting blue ones? Lu Chong. And there's even amount with this, traveling will be much more convenient. I'm so envious. Wang Bing. Is the skill stone for enhancing skills? How is this even possible? This is the first time I've seen such a thing. I've been working hard just to upgrade my heavy strike to level 2. Lu Chong. There's also a group attack skill book. Our good son-in-law will level up even faster now. After all, everyone else is merely fighting one monster at a time. With a group attack skill, it's practically a dimensional strike. Wang Bing. This broken game is unplayable. Why is the gap between players becoming so vast? Lu Chong. Broken game 1, observing the excitement of Wang Bing and Lu Chong. Lu Kang couldn't help but chuckle. Daily task? Show off. 1-1, Lu Kang. Is this all that's impressive? What is there to be astonished about? Arrogant smile.jpg. Wang Bing. Lu Chong. Both felt deeply wounded, their hearts riddled with despair. Wang Bing. Foster father. Behaving like this will cost you friends, Lu Kang. Then shall I sell this green equipment to Changgu? Wang Bing, foster father, my dear foster father. While you may lack friends, you still have a son. Lu Kong. 6. While Lu Kong was chatting with Wang Bing and Lu Chong, in the entire Yuanqing player region, all players suddenly heard the system announcement. The players in Silver Moon Village stared wide-eyed. Their expressions perplexed. Is it really the great Lu Kong? He has already begun slaying bosses? No way, is this really Beaver? I am only level 2 and haven't even encountered an elite monster yet. The great Lu Kong is broadcasting, how impressive. I always knew he was extraordinary, and I'm not surprised at all. Meanwhile, in another village, Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing were battling a corrupted wolf. Suddenly, upon hearing the system announcement, they froze in place, with Lu Yueqing barely escaping a fatal bite from the corrupted wolf. They hastily defeated the corrupted wolf, exchanging bewildered glances, their mouths agape in astonishment. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuexin reached out to pinch Lu Yueqing's cheek. Lu Yueqing quickly retreated, eyeing Lu Yuexin warily. Sis? What are you doing? Lu Yuexin blinked, silently dropping her hand. I just wanted to see if I was dreaming. Lu Yuexing. Wait, you want to check if you're dreaming by pinching me? She was utterly speechless, filled with indignation. Lu Yuexin laughed and said, quickly ask Dad what is going on. He is on such good terms with Lu Kong. Lu Yuexing rolled her eyes, retorting, oh, very well indeed, good enough to have him call him son-in-law. The two inquired Lu Chong. Lu Chong, still immersed in excitement over Lu Kong's 3 blue items, was met with his daughter's inquiries. He relayed the news of Lu Kong soloing the boss and acquiring 3 blue items. Instantly, both Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing widened their eyes in disbelief. Lu Yueqing, unable to accept it. Soloing a boss monster? This is too absurd. Even Lu Yuexin frowned, utterly astonished. We find it dangerous just to tackle an elite monster. How on earth did he manage to solo the boss? Indeed, bosses are far stronger than elites. They could not fathom it. However, they were equally curious about the 3 blue items Lu Kong had acquired. With blue equipment, Lu Kong's strength would undoubtedly increase, and the gap with others would only grow wider. That guy couldn't he possibly be some cosmic server administrator, could he? Lu Yuexing felt a sense of frustration. She had thought her talent was impressive, but now it seemed like the gap was insurmountable. Meanwhile, in another novice village, Xia Yin, wielding a staff, was leveling up. Upon hearing the system announcement, her movements abruptly halted. The corrupted wolf seized the opportunity to charge at Xia Yin, but she evaded its attacks with the grace of a nimble butterfly. While moving, Xia Yin chanted a spell, vanquishing the corrupted wolf. She paused, her expression equally filled with disbelief. Soloing a boss. How could there be such a vast disparity? She glanced at the staff in her hand and the robe she wore. Her equipment was all purchased from Lu Kong. She had initially thought the gap would narrow, but unexpectedly, it only widened. Xia Yin remained silent for a moment before messaging Wang Bing. Once I exit the novice village, help me arrange a meeting with Lu Kong. I wish to see him. Chapter 30. Legendary weapon not only in the Daxia region, but players across the Baran Empire, Lionheart Kingdom, and Karadusi Kingdom regions raised their heads to the sky. A tall man clad in battle armor, wielding a sword and shield, wore a look of astonishment on his face. Slaying a boss? How is that possible? Beside him stood several players, all equally astonished. Adams, just how did that Lu Kong manage to accomplish this? Yes, we have also attempted to defeat that boss, and we were wiped out in under a minute. How did he manage it? I don't know. Adams pondered for a long while before shaking his head, marveling. Truly, the ancient empire is brimming with talent. But we are not weak. So what if Lu Kong has taken the lead? Adams, your talent only grows stronger over time. In the future, you will surely become the strongest player in Yuanqing. The nearby players gazed at Adams with admiration. Adams took a deep breath, nodding with a calm expression. For the glory of the Baran Empire. For the glory of the Baran Empire. In the Lionheart Kingdom region, Princess Alice Christian, donned in a pure white robe, her beautiful and sacred visage paired with golden hair, resembled an angel. She looked up at the sky. Equally astonished, the players of the Princess's Guard exchanged glances. The Lionheart King is above. Could the Daxia Empire be producing another prodigy? To be able to slay a boss already is simply terrifying. Amidst the discussions of the Princess's Guard, Alice gazed skyward, softly exclaiming, "The times always stand by Daxia." Others nodded silently, filled with envy, jealousy, unwillingness, and reverence. For thousands of years, Daxia has always stood at the forefront of the times. A position unattainable for their Lionheart Kingdom. After conversing with Wang Bing and Lu Chong, Lu Kong utilized all the loot he had acquired. Naturally, he employed the primary skill stone on his combat will. As he had anticipated, his combat will upgraded once more, reaching level 4, with an overall attribute increase of 40 to Lu Kong immediately felt a surge of power. He also learned the sweeping strike skill. After acquiring it, Lu Kong discovered that this skill differed from heavy strike, possessing a cooldown of 10 seconds. Nevertheless, it remained a formidable combat skill, significantly enhancing his efficiency in monster farming. As for the mount, it could simply be stored in his backpack and retrieved when needed. In addition to these, the system achievement awarded Lu Kong a reward of 40 gold coins, equivalent to 400,000, and 5 free attribute points, which he decided to allocate to stamina. The earlier incident where Guning nearly eliminated him with a single skill left a lasting impression. He felt it prudent to increase his health for better survivability. There remained a vast area of the little demon camp yet to be destroyed, and it was likely that more bosses awaited. Lu Kong needed to exercise caution. Finally, there was an exquisite treasure chest, which he placed in his backpack. Lu Kong discovered that this chest also had a drop list. This revelation filled him with delight. He opened the drop list, and to his astonishment, the first item listed was a purple item. Lu Kong's eyes lit up. As expected of an exquisite treasure chest, it contained a purple item. To Lu Kong's greatest surprise, it was a great sword. Flame, legendary, attack 95, strength 9, stamina 7, 5 chance to deal 100 points of fire damage on attack, required level 6. Upon reviewing the attributes, Lu Kong gasped, feeling as though his lungs had turned cold. This is what a legend truly is. Tactical retreat. JPG, Lu Kong glanced at the Little Demon War Axe in his possession. Little Demon War Axe, excellent. Attack 26, strength 4, required level 6. The disparity was not merely slight. It was immense. One was in the heavens, while the other was on the ground. Although there were still some valuable items remaining, such as junior skill stones, junior attribute stones, and even a wizard's skill book, Lu Kong did not hesitate for a moment and decisively chose the blazing greatsword. Had Lu Kong possessed this greatsword earlier, he would have effortlessly dominated Guning. While the other items were commendable, they paled in comparison to the grandeur of the blazing greatsword. Initially, Lu Kong believed that the exquisite treasure chest would allow him to select 3 items, only to discover that the system's rewards differed from the chests he typically encountered in the wild, offering him the choice of only one. This effectively rendered his options non-existent. Selecting the blazing greatsword, he opened the chest, revealing a sword with a crimson blade, measuring a staggering 1.7 meters, that appeared in Lu Kong's inventory. Upon withdrawing it, he was immediately enveloped by an intense heat emanating from the sword. To his astonishment, tiny flames flickered along the blade. Lu Kong smacked his lips in admiration. Truly, this was a legendary weapon, exuding an aura of audacious splendor. Without hesitation, he equipped the greatsword on his back. Alas, he could not behold his own reflection with the greatsword strapped on. A twinge of regret washed over him. Surely, he must look quite impressive. After tallying his gains, Lu Kong glanced at the time. Only an hour remained until his 24-hour gaming session would conclude. He resolved to continue tomorrow. For now, he intended to return and tidy up his inventory, selling the equipment he had amassed. Summoning his mount, a deep black demonic wolf appeared before him. Towering at a height of 1.6 meters, this imposing creature was agile and prowled at Lu Kong's side, growling softly. Mounting the demonic wolf, he tugged on the reins, and it surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. However, Lu Kong had not previously learned to ride, making him somewhat unaccustomed to the jolting motion, causing a slight discomfort. The speed of the demonic wolf far surpassed his own running pace. What would have taken Lu Kong nearly an hour to traverse, he accomplished in merely 20 minutes, arriving at the novice village. Outside the village, numerous players were engaged in monster hunting to level up. When they witnessed a demonic wolf charging forth, they were taken aback, yet, upon seeing Lu Kong atop the wolf, their eyes widened in astonishment. Who is this formidable player? A wolf mount? How impressive! I have never seen a mount in this game before. This esteemed player, could it be Lu Kong? Upon realizing it was indeed Lu Kong, Their surprise diminished somewhat. After all, he was the first to slay a boss monster. What was so surprising about him having a mount? Wait, look at the weapon on Liu Kang's back. One player, with keen eyes, spotted the blazing greatsword. The moment they noticed the flickering flames along the sword, all eyes widened in disbelief. What? Am I seeing things? A weapon that burns with fire? What caliber of weapon is this? A green one. Are you out of your mind? A green weapon is not capable of burning flames. It must be blue. It should be blue. After all, Liu Kang defeated the boss, so it must have dropped from that. Compared to the mount, the players were evidently far more intrigued by the weapon. Each gazed at Liu Kang's blazing greatsword with envy, the blue weapon. Something they could only dream of. Just possessing a green weapon would be a dream come true. Chapter 31. The essence of the game under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Liu Kang rode the demonic wolf into Silver Moon Village. Wang Bing and Liu Chong had also returned and were waiting for him at the village entrance. Upon seeing Liu Kang approach on the demonic wolf, both wore expressions of envy. With his wolf mount and full battle armor, Liu Kang looked every bit the triumphant general. What man wouldn't he envy such spirited vigor? Liu Kang dismounted before the two. Returning the demonic wolf to his inventory, he chuckled. You two are quite prompt. Well, we were waiting for you, our esteemed father, Wang Bing replied with a grin, rubbing his hands together. How many green items did you acquire this time? Not many, only about 60, due to Liu Kang's subsequent battles with elite monsters, which yielded scrolls and potions as designated drops. The number of green items was somewhat diminished. However, upon hearing this, Wang Bing and Liu Chong were momentarily flabbergasted. 60 green items, and he considered that few. All the green items they had seen thus far had been dropped by Liu Kang. Others hadn't even managed to acquire a single green item. Yet here he was, dismissing 60 as insufficient. This left Wang Bing and Liu Chong at a loss for words. After a moment, Liu Chong regained his composure and asked, Good son-in-law, shall we trade now? Liu Kang nodded, Sure. The green items this time are level 6 and 7. Wang Bing, Liu Chong. The two fell silent once more. Wang Bing was dumbfounded. Wait, we haven't even reached level 5 yet. How did you acquire level 6 and 7 green items? Liu Kang, looking quite innocent, replied, I'm fighting level 6 and 7 monsters now. It's beyond my control. Liu Chong and Wang Bing felt as if a knife had been plunged into their hearts. Is this even humanly possible? They struggled against the realization that while they found it challenging to battle level 5 monsters, Liu Kang had already started tackling level 6 and 7. Liu Kang. If Wang Bing doesn't want them, I'll buy them from you. No way, I want them. Although they hadn't reached level 6 or 7 yet, hoarding the equipment would undoubtedly prove beneficial. With so many members in their Xian Yao army, once they reached the required level, they could equip themselves and enjoy the benefits. Thus, the three quickly completed the transaction. Since this batch of equipment was of a higher level, the prices were correspondingly elevated. Though the quantity was less than the last time, they ended up with more gold. Liu Kang, satisfied, stashed the gold and exchanged all the equipment. That moment, Liu Chong noticed a flicker of flame erupting from the weapon on Liu Kang's back, causing him to stare in astonishment. Good son-in-law, is that weapon burning with flames? Wang Bing, hearing this, turned in surprise. Upon confirming it was true, he exclaimed, Father, please tell me your weapon is blue. Liu Kang shook his head. Chuckling, of course not, it's not blue. Both Liu Chong and Wang Bing breathed a sigh of relief. If Liu Kang were to possess blue equipment, their morale would plummet. However, the next moment, Liu Kang's voice rang out again. Lucky me, I opened a chest and received a purple item. Doesn't it look splendid? Liu Chong, Wang Bing. The two stared at Liu Kang, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if gazing at a demon. An eerie silence enveloped the AI. Liu Kang laughed heartily. What's wrong? Wang Bing and Liu Chong snapped back to reality. Wang Bing's eyes turned red, his voice trembling as he pointed at the greatsword on Liu Kang's back. You, purple? A purple item? Liu Chong beside him swallowed hard. Good son-in-law, where did you open that chest? Can I try? He sought not a purple item, but even a blue one would suffice. Liu Kang grinned, just from the chest awarded by the system announcement. Upon hearing this, Liu Chong and Wang Bing suddenly recalled the previous system announcement regarding the rewards. Wang Bing furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Wait, the system announcement clearly stated it was an exquisite chest. Right? Liu Kang nodded. Indeed, it was an exquisite chest. Lu Chang also noted the inconsistency. Then how did you manage to obtain a purple item? Isn't it normal for an exquisite chest to yield purple items? Lu Chang, Wang Bing. The two looked at Lu Kong, who seemed utterly unperturbed, as if he were stating the most mundane fact. They felt a surge of frustration rising within them, yet could not articulate their thoughts. It was far from normal for a blue chest to yield a purple item. Wang Bing and Lu Chang exchanged glances, both sensing an insurmountable gap in understanding between them and Lu Kong. Wang Bing was unwilling to delve further into the topic, fearing it would only deepen his heartache. Curiously, he asked, "Father, what are the attributes of that purple equipment?" Lu Kong smiled and shared the attributes in the chat room. Wang Bing. Lu Chang. The two stared in shock, their eyes wide. Is this for real? The attributes are absurd. With these attributes, wouldn't it be a one-hit kill against monsters of the same level? They were both profoundly astonished. For the first time, they realized that this game perhaps lacked any concept of balance. No, it should be said that the essence of this game resembled that of a genuine world, where anything was possible and fairness was a mere illusion. Observing their astonished expressions, Lu Kong recalled his own reaction upon first seeing the attributes of the blazing greatsword, which was quite similar. These attributes could indeed drive any player to madness. Wang Bing, feeling a complex mix of emotions, sighed. So this is what a legendary item looks like. Terrifying as a warrior, he understood the significance this weapon represented. With Lu Kong's equipment, combined with this weapon and the skills he had previously acquired, he could truly sweep through monsters with ease. Wang Bing's regard for Lu Kong increased significantly. Upon returning, it seemed Old Li would have to work even harder. He wondered how the higher-ups would react upon hearing that Lu Kong had acquired a legendary weapon. Wang Bing could hardly imagine the situation, while Lu Chang, upon witnessing the weapon, became even more convinced of Lu Kong's boundless future. Such an extraordinary young talent. Lu Chang felt it imperative for his daughter to seize this opportunity. He held a very optimistic view of Lu Kong's prospects and discreetly shared the weapon's attributes in the chat group with his two daughters. Lu Yuexin? Lu Yuexin. Both responded simultaneously with a barrage of question marks. Lu Yuexin. Old man, please don't tell me this is a drop from Lu Kong. Lu Chang. Indeed. Envious, are we? Lu Yuexin. Envious? Ha, old man, you underestimate me. Lu Chang was slightly taken aback. How could his daughter not be envious of such a remarkable weapon? Yet, the next moment, Lu Yuexin sent another message. I'm utterly jealous, Lu Chang. Lu Yuexin. Dad, my sister claims she will win over Lu Kong. Lu Chang. Really? Lu Yuexin. I never said that. Don't believe Lu Yuexin's nonsense. She's the one who wants to win over Lu Kong. Seeing his daughter's banter, Lu Chang couldn't help but smile. It was clear that both daughters had developed a keen interest in Lu Kong, which he deemed a positive development. He preferred their interest to indifference. Regardless of which daughter ultimately fell for Lu Kong, it would be a good outcome for Lu Chang. He reflected on how times had changed. As he, the father-in-law, now found himself playing the role of a wingman for his son Dash and Dash Law. That moment, Wang Bing's teasing voice interrupted. What's this, Director Lu? Why does your smile seem a bit lewd? What are you up to? Lu Chang snapped back to reality, realizing Lu Kong and Wang Bing were both watching him. Even with his thick skin, he felt a bit embarrassed. He cleared his throat and said, Nothing, just had a thought. Wang Bing looked skeptical, but Lu Chang quickly added, All right, I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing relented. Lu Kong also chuckled. Brother Wang, I'll log off now. Wang Bing was taken aback. You're logging off now? Isn't it too early? I'm a bit tired and wish to rest for a while. After battling and farming for over 20 hours. Lu Kong indeed felt mentally exhausted. Wang Bing nodded and said, All right then, take a good rest, I'll be off. After trading his gold for Dasha currency, Lu Kong logged off from the game. Chapter 32. Changes in reality. A flash of white light flickered before Lu Kong's eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself lying in bed. He turned to survey his surroundings. A modest apartment of about 10 square meters, with a familiar wooden bed. After over 20 hours of battle, Lu Kong felt as though he had returned from another world. He hurriedly sat up and checked his bank account on his phone. Balance, 2,102,912, over 2 million. Of that, 2.1 million was earned from selling gold, while the rest was his salary. After sending money to his mother and paying rent, only a couple of thousand remained. However, He believed that difficult times would eventually pass. Liu Kong reclined on his bed, a relieved smile gracing his face. This was merely day one, and in just a few days, he could clear all his debts. At that point, he and his mother could finally lift the heavy burden from their hearts. After indulging in his thoughts for a while, Liu Kong got up and checked the time. It was already past 8 in the morning. The game had elapsed 24 hours, yet only 12 hours had passed in reality. What a marvelous cosmic game! He contemplated calling his supervisor. The call connected swiftly, and a middle-aged man's voice greeted him. "Hello, Liu Kong. What is up?" "Supervisor, I'm resigning," Liu Kong stated plainly. The supervisor sounded surprised. "Resigning? Why the sudden change? Are you all right?" Liu Kong chuckled. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit worn out from work and need a break." Relieved, the supervisor replied, "Make sure to complete the resignation paperwork. By the way, you're not one of those beta testers for the online game, are you?" Liu Kong laughed. "How could I be? There are only 1 million players. I can't possibly be that lucky." "All right then, sigh. With this strange game appearing, the world is bound to change." After a few more words, the supervisor hung up. Liu Kong initially intended to transfer money to his mother directly but hesitated, deciding it best to call her first and explain the situation to avoid startling her. It was already past 8, and he knew from experience that his mother had just finished her night shift and would be sleeping. She wouldn't wake up until around 11, when she would prepare to go back to work. With time to spare, Liu Kong planned to head to the company to handle his resignation. However, before that he wanted to test whether the game's claim of bringing items into reality was true. Feeling his body, he realized that his strength and various attributes seemed significantly enhanced. This was due to the increase in his fundamental power. Liu Kong then opened his inventory and discovered he could retrieve all items, including mounts. Finally, he checked his equipment and found he could choose to conceal it, meaning he could wear his gear in reality without being detected. This was excellent news. At least he would feel much safer in a world that was about to become chaotic. Liu Kong donned all his equipment and activated the concealment. This further boosted his attributes, and when he casually threw a punch in the air, it produced a sharp whistle akin to a martial arts master. Delighted at the confirmation that he could indeed bring items from the game into reality, Liu Kong stepped out. While riding the subway, he idly scrolled through the news on his phone. He noticed that today's headlines were predominantly about the game, alongside some initiatives from Dacia, Ministry of Education Reform, online gaming officially included in the basic education system, Player Management Bureau established. What impact does the cosmic game truly have? Dacia is mighty. Official sources reveal that the first to slay a boss-level monster was a Dacia citizen. The People's Guardian, a super player, emerges from a new player village in Dacia. To Liu Kong's astonishment, he spotted several news articles related to him. This startled him. Would his identity be revealed? With a heavy heart, he opened the article about the boss monster kill. Soon, he felt a wave of relief. Although they knew someone had slain a boss monster, they could not reveal Liu Kong's name. Every occurrence of Liu Kong was obscured by a peculiar black box. Relieved, Liu Kong thought, "Thank goodness for the cosmic game." With a mix of curiosity and apprehension, he clicked on the article about the People's Guardian. His intuition told him this was likely connected to him and that Wang Bing fellow. Sure enough, the article described a super player in a novice village named Inue Village, blessed by Lady Luck, whose fortune was remarkable. It stated that the Suanio army was collaborating with this unknown player, and the army's captain, Wang, even jokingly referred to the player as Guardian. It was rumored that if the big shot could sell him green equipment, he would also address him as Guardian. At that moment, in the official forum created for the cosmic game, many began referring to this player as Guardian. Liu Kong read the article with a bizarre expression. He searched for the cosmic game forum, which quickly loaded. This official forum, constructed overnight, was divided into numerous sections, including game-related intelligence such as professions, races, monster types, and channels for player interaction. It even connected to the Player Management Bureau, allowing players to apply to join and enjoy official benefits. After skimming through it, Liu Kong couldn't help but marvel at Dacia's efficiency. He then delved into the gossip section, and to his shock, found that 5 out of 10 posts were about him. These included the system announcement of Liu Kong defeating the boss and speculations about his drop rate. Many players affectionately referred to him as Guardian, which left Liu Kong feeling a bit awkward. How had he suddenly acquired so many sons and daughters? His embarrassment was almost overwhelming. Thankfully, no one knew his true identity. After reading through the gossip threads with mixed feelings, Liu Kong explored other posts. One pinned thread titled "At the Crossroads of an Era" Speculations and expectations for the gaming age caught his attention. He clicked in to find that the original poster had pinned a lengthy discourse, almost dissertation length. Upon reading, Lu Kang discovered that this user was a seasoned player, boasting a level of 4, nearly on par with Wang Bing and the others. This player summarized the information he had gathered about the game and shared his insights. He provided valuable information regarding the magic invasion that all players had heard about upon entering the game. Moreover, as players entered the novice continent, they likely witnessed the endless darkness at the southernmost part of the largest continent, which he speculated to be the source of the magic energy. These magical energies resemble a virus, infiltrating the immune system of the universe, while we, the players, act as the immune cells within this cosmic realm. The universe game invites us to partake as players, constantly enhancing our skills, with the ultimate goal potentially being the eradication of these viral entities. I surmise that the contagion spread is alarmingly rapid. Subtle clues suggest that it won't be long before our world experiences an invasion of these magical energies. I hope everyone is prepared for such an eventuality. Furthermore, I call upon all players to consider joining the Player Management Bureau. The times have changed, and we must unite as a cohesive whole, fostering mutual benefit whether in the game or in reality, enabling us to progress further together. Lu Kang. Sixth, he initially thought it was an analytical post, only to discover it was an advertisement by the end. He harbored serious doubts that the poster was an official representative. Soon enough, the subway reached his destination. Lu Kang rose and squeezed through the crowd. Noticing that many people were engrossed in their phones, reading updates about the cosmic online game. Clearly, everyone was paying close attention to the developments surrounding it. He even overheard whispers discussing the game's content. Lu Kang couldn't help but marvel at how change permeated every corner of life. Chapter 33. Dushufa, the company where Lu Kang worked, was situated in the heart of Shanghai City, the financial and commercial nucleus, and the most vibrant area of the city. Upon exiting the subway, he was met with a throng of individuals rushing to their jobs. While many hurried along, Lu Kang strolled leisurely, observing the bustling crowd as if he were a tourist. Once, he too was part of this daily hustle, but now, having resigned, he felt no urgency to rush to an office. Stepping out of the subway station, he found himself on wide thoroughfares with a steady stream of vehicles passing by. Occasionally, a luxury car would speed past, eliciting envy from onlookers. Being in the city center, wealth was in no short supply. At that moment, a striking red convertible roared onto the street, its engine growling like a beast, capturing the attention of all. Lu Kang glanced over to see two stunningly beautiful young women in the car. Their identical features leaving the crowd in awe. Such enchanting beauty was a rare sight in reality. The allure of exquisite cars and beautiful women has always been a captivating spectacle. As the car sped away, the crowd reluctantly shifted their gaze. The Viper sports car, one of the pinnacle brands in the realm of automobiles, was a limited edition in red, valued at several million. Even if Lu Kang's parents had not gone bankrupt, such a vehicle would have remained a distant dream for him. Yet now, it represented merely a few days' worth of income. Lu Kang felt little upheaval about it. He could afford to buy one for himself in the future. While others continued to discuss the red Viper and the stunning twin girls, Lu Kang crossed the road and entered a towering building. He quickly ascended to his company's floor via the elevator. After informing his supervisor of his departure, Lu Kang's exit went smoothly. He settled his final paycheck with the finance department and received his resignation certificate, officially becoming a free man. Before he left, his supervisor and colleagues treated him to lunch as a farewell gesture, a long-standing tradition among them. Given their amicable relationships in the technical department, it was customary for supervisors to host a farewell meal for departing employees, which they referred to as a graduation. After the lunch, Lu Kang took the subway back to his apartment. He retrieved his phone and dialed his mother's number. The phone rang twice before she answered. "Hello, son. What's the matter?" Upon hearing his mother's voice, Lu Kang instinctively wore a gentle smile. "Mom, I have some good news to share." On the other end, Du Shuefei's weary face lit up with surprise. "What good news? You sound so mysterious. Is anyone with you right now?" Lu Kang inquired. Du Shuefei, who was currently working as a housekeeper, confirmed there was no one around. No. Why? Remember the cosmic game from yesterday? I've been selected for the public beta. Du Shuefei's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? That's amazing. Her face broke into a delighted smile. I've been following that game too. The government is treating public testers very well. I've heard they can even become officials. This is fantastic news. Listening to Du Shuefei's excited voice, Lu Kong cleared his throat and said, "Well, I performed quite well in the game, so I've made some money that can help pay off our debts." Du Shuefei paused, then sighed, "Keep that money for yourself. I'll find a way to manage." "Mom, aren't you curious how much I earned?" Du Shuefei seemed dismissive, not expecting Lu Kong to have made much. After all, she too had been following the Cosmic Online Games updates and knew of its high difficulty level, making it hard to earn money. Nonetheless, she asked, "So how much did you make?" 2 million at Du Shuefei. Her nonchalant demeanor froze, and her expression turned blank. She thought she misheard him and asked again, "How much?" 2 million, Du Shuefei. No? She glanced around, incredulous, pinching her hand to check if she were dreaming. The pain confirmed it was real. Taking a deep breath, she looked around to ensure no one was listening before exclaiming, "Is there really that much? Mom, why would I lie to you? But you know the situation with this game. So please keep this under wraps." Du Shuefei was no Navi woman. Having earned a bachelor's degree and experienced life's hardships, she understood society's harsh realities. She nodded, I understand," with her eyes misty. Du Shuefei choked back tears. "My son is truly remarkable." These past years, after the death of her husband, Du Shuefei had borne immense debt. Nearly collapsing under the weight of it all, it was only her son that kept her from giving up entirely. To think her son had managed to earn such a sum in such a short time. The burden of her stress began to lift considerably, hearing the quiver in his mother's voice. Lu Kong felt a warmth in his eyes. Their lives had been exceedingly difficult over these years. He smiled. "Mom, I can earn that much in a day. In just a few days, all our debts can be cleared, and then you can enjoy life. You rascal. Once the debts are settled, you should start thinking about your lifelong partner, Lu Kong." He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had dated before. But when his ex-girlfriend learned of his family's bankruptcy and their massive debts, she had swiftly chosen to end their relationship. Now, romance seemed trivial to Lu Kong. However, he suddenly recalled his teacher Lu Chang's words about finding a good daughter-in-law. He shook his head, trying to dismiss those thoughts. "I'll make an effort, but you don't need to rush it. Mom, I'm still young, by the way. Let me transfer the money to you. Wait, keep some for yourself. Just because you made money today doesn't mean you will tomorrow. You should save some for emergencies." "Don't worry, Mom. I will earn more, so you don't have to stress. You should stop working so hard. Go home and rest well, okay? You did a night shift again last night, right?" Hearing this, Du Shuefei's lips curled into a smile. "All right, I got it. You go ahead and handle your things." After concluding the call, Lu Kong transferred 2 million to Du Shuefei via mobile banking. He still had around 100,000 left. Considering his living situation, Lu Kong decided it was time for a change. This apartment was partitioned, dividing a large room into 5 or 6 smaller ones, and the soundproofing left much to be desired. Every night, he could hear strange noises coming from different rooms, making it difficult for him to sleep. Previously, he had no choice but to endure it due to financial constraints. Now that he had the means, he certainly would not deprive himself. Chapter 34. The fated adopted daughter Lu Kong was determined to find a new place to live. At the very least, he wanted a private apartment. He also planned to move away from the outskirts. While rent was cheaper there, the impending invasion of magical energies might bring forth some creatures from the wild. Living in the suburbs would certainly not be as safe as in the city center. Additionally, should any turmoil arise, life in the suburbs would become inconvenient. Lu Kong opted for an area close to the city center, ensuring it was well-equipped and conveniently accessible. However, just as he was about to set out to view potential residences, a serious concern struck him. What if the agent or landlord was a player? Wouldn't that expose his information? If it were a regular person, disclosing his details wouldn't pose a problem. However, if it fell into the hands of another player, his information could spread rapidly. He was far too well known. After the system announcement, it was likely that every player recognized him. The moment they saw his name, they would undoubtedly know who he was. This was a precarious situation. Thus, Lu Kong reluctantly decided to endure his current living conditions for a while longer, waiting until he strengthened his capabilities before contemplating a change in residence. With no pressing matters at hand, Lu Kong felt no fatigue, as his physical body rested while he engaged in the game. Aside from the initial mental strain due to prolonged combat, there were no other discomforts. As for the mental pressure, after a restful morning, he has now fully recovered. With no work obligations, Lu Kong's days have turned quite leisurely. He lay on his bed, idly scrolling through his phone, watching short videos to pass the time. Soon, he stumbled upon a live stream. The host was an exceptionally beautiful young woman, but what surprised Lu Kong most was not her appearance, but rather the theme of her broadcast. This girl has hit the jackpot by participating in the beta test of a cosmic online game, and she's in her adoptive father's Silver Moon Village. This revelation piqued Lu Kong's curiosity. He had never expected there would be a beta tester as a host. Normally, he didn't watch live streams, as many of them relied excessively on beauty filters, leaving one to wonder what the person behind the screen truly looked like. Despite the host appearing sweet and adorable, undoubtedly a stunning beauty, only she knew how much technology was involved in her presentation. However, the connection to the cosmic online game, and the fact that she claimed to be in Silver Moon Village, captured Lu Kong's interest. He paused to watch the live stream. The comments from fans flooded the screen at lightning speed. Wow, who is this new host? Is she really that stunning? Destiny's adopted daughter, 666, that dog host's name clearly indicates ill intentions towards the adoptive father. Ha, this host is dreaming. The adoptive father is mine, Lu Kong? He then realized that the host's name was actually Destiny's adopted daughter. What on earth? Is there really someone vying to be his adoptive daughter? This seemed a bit absurd, especially since he had no acquaintance with this host. The host's voice was clear and melodious, akin to a babbling brook, as she cheerfully stated, "You all needn't think too much. With my beauty, should I encounter my adoptive father, I could simply slide over and cling to his leg. I could make him unable to shake me off." Lu Kong. He was at a loss for words on how to respond. This host was somewhat alarming, planning to cling to someone else's legs so brazenly. Was she really implying such a literal embrace? The thought of being clung to by a woman in front of a crowd sent shivers down his spine. The image was utterly mortifying. How amusing! Have hosts really become this comical nowadays? Sliding over like that? The adoptive father would surely be terrified. She could easily be a beauty host, but instead opted to encroach on the territory of comedic hosts, right? Just then, a fan posed a question. To be honest, host, are you really in Silver Moon Village? You wouldn't be a fraud, would you? Upon hearing this, Destiny's adopted daughter widened her eyes. Of course it's true. I would never deceive you. Moreover, I have seen my adoptive father from a distance. 666, didn't you say you would slide over upon seeing him? Why didn't you? The moment this question was raised, Destiny's adopted daughter appeared dejected, slamming the table in exasperation. Do you think I didn't want to? You have no idea what the scene was like. The fans were all stirred up. What scene? Honestly, I'm also a player, but unfortunately, I'm not in Silver Moon Village, and I'm quite curious about what my adoptive father looks like. Damn it, with so many players, why am I not among them? Not me. Want to be frank, it's hard to imagine that someone would willingly claim to be an adoptive daughter. It's utterly preposterous. You all don't understand anything. Do you comprehend the value of green gear in a cosmic online game? Do you grasp the worth of hundreds of pieces of green gear? The person above must also be a player. I am a player too, and let me tell you, in that wretched game, I've only heard of my adoptive father dropping green gear. Do you understand what that entails? Hey. The thread is going off topic. Host, please tell us what the scene was like. A fan forcefully redirected the conversation. The host, with a starry-eyed expression, began. The scene was like this. I was still a level 3 newbie, battling mutated wild dogs, when suddenly, a mutated wolf charged at me from not far away. You wouldn't believe how stunned I was at that moment. I was truly frozen in fear. Fans who weren't players might not know that mutated wolves are level 4 and 5 monsters. And given the host's equipment, encountering a level 4 creature could very well lead to her demise, especially as she was already engaged in combat. So, what do you think I saw? As the host revealed this mysteriously, the fans erupted. Wow, dog host, quit the suspense, will you? Goddess, just tell the story without messing with our emotions. The host decided not to prolong the suspense, cleared her throat, and continued. I saw my adoptive father sitting atop the mutated wolf. That wolf was my adoptive father's mount. Do you understand that feeling, folks? A mount. My adoptive father actually has a mount. I wouldn't dare even dream of such a thing. He was clad in a full set of armor, and the weapon on his back was ablaze. And the best part? My adoptive father is incredibly handsome. Who understands that feeling, family? It was like my dream god had stepped into reality. Without hesitation, I wanted to slide over and let out a few whines. After speaking so much in one breath, The host felt somewhat parched. She took a sip of water to moisten her throat, looking distressed. Didn't someone just ask me why I didn't slide over? The answer is, I couldn't outrun the mutated wolf. I had just prepared to act when the wolf darted off far away, and I simply couldn't catch up. Family. Do you understand that feeling? The multitude of fans. Lu Kong. Observing the host's distressed expression, Lu Kong was almost certain that she was indeed a player from Silver Moon Village. After all, to be honest, very few players outside of Silver Moon Village would know he had a mutated wolf mount. He let out a significant sigh of relief. Could it be true that this person genuinely wanted to slide over to him? Is there really someone so absurd in this world? Lu Kong found it incomprehensible, but was deeply struck by the revelation. Chapter 35. Back to the game. Meanwhile, the fans were left speechless due to the overwhelming amount of information. Particularly, several players in the live stream were in an uproar. Wow, a mount? Is this for real? My adoptive father actually has a mount? A flaming weapon? What level of equipment must that be? It couldn't possibly be blue, could it? Woe is me. Why isn't my adoptive father in our novice village? I want to slide over too. Want to slide over one. Regardless of whether one was a player or not, the essence of humanity remained unchanged. In no time. The chat was filled with people wanting to slide over, sending chills down Lu Kong's spine. Humanity has become too wild. Huh. What? Am I also human? Is it because I'm not wild enough that I feel out of place with these people? The host, with a serious expression, declared, I vow here that one day, I, the adopted daughter, will slide over to my adoptive father. Lu Kong. Please, don't do that. My adoptive father would truly be frightened. Lu Kong internally complained. Just then, a fan's message popped up. Based on your description, you really are a player, right? Aren't you afraid of other players targeting you with such a high profile? Upon hearing this, many people echoed in agreement. Exactly, this world has many perverts. What if a player turns out to be a creep? The host should exercise caution. Lu Kong also wore a serious expression. He felt that this host was indeed being somewhat too brazen. After all, if her identity as a player were discovered, and she made enemies in the game, what if they couldn't eliminate her in the game but targeted her in reality? However, the host, brimming with confidence, laughed heartily. Haha, do you think I wouldn't consider that? This clever girl has already joined the Player Management Bureau. I'm officially part of the team now. Oh, by the way, I am currently the face of the Player Management Bureau. That's right, I'm an official streamer. You all understand, right? If you're a player, hurry and register. If your level exceeds 3, you can apply to join the official team. Furthermore, if you have special talents or skills, it's fine even if your level is lower. Lu Kong? He was utterly astounded. Was this yet another advertisement? He had initially thought that the advertisements and posts were already excessive. Now, even live streams had advertisements. It was no wonder that the Great Xia was so progressive. Even the official streamers were emerging. He had never come across such streams while scrolling through short videos before. He never expected to stumble upon an official streamer this time. The fans were also in a frenzy. Wow, so she is an official. The host is actually a government official of the Great Xia. Impressive. No wonder she is so arrogant. She has the backing of the Great Xia. I understand now. Speaking of which, I'm also a level 3 player. Can I really join the official team? Seeing this message, the host nodded repeatedly. Of course, you can. Don't you trust our Great Xia? Oh, right. I forgot to mention a task. The host tapped her forehead, cutely sticking out her tongue. Regarding the invasion of demonic energy, even non-players should pay attention. If you notice anything unusual, please report it immediately. The Player Management Bureau has begun establishing branches in major cities. They will be responsible for addressing the invasion of demonic energy. Those applying to join the Player Management Bureau will later be tasked with this work. She playfully winked, smiling brightly. Let me whisper this to you. They're all leaders, responsible for overseeing military officials and even the army. And they can collaborate with the Shimbird Army. You all understand the Shimbird Army, right? The designated partner of my adoptive father. I shall proceed to apply immediately. I have reached level 4, and I shall apply as well. What on earth? A level 4 expert has emerged, truly impressive, to have attained level 4. Following this, the streamer continues to engage with the audience, primarily disseminating information related to online gaming. Additionally, they are cautioning both players and the general populace about the dangers and precautions regarding the invasion of demonic energy. Lu Kang has also come to understand that this destined female companion serves as a spokesperson for the Player Management Bureau. Of course, she is not an official spokesperson. Official representatives are not so playful, nor do they engage in such antics. The official state promotes the transformative effects of cosmic online gaming through the streamer in a more relatable manner. After watching for a while, Lu Kang ultimately decided to close the stream. Speaking up was out of the question. What if he were to be mocked? After spending some time watching short videos, reading a novel, and playing a game, the evening arrived swiftly. After finishing dinner, Lu Kang took a moment to rest. As the clock struck 8, marking the beginning of a new gaming day, Lu Kang re-entered the game. A flash of white light enveloped him. This time, upon entering the game, it was not as it had been during his initial entry. Lu Kang did not descend from the heavens, nor did he behold the central continent or the other novice continents resembling stars. Instead, he found himself directly in the novice village. Upon logging in, Lu Kang instinctively surveyed his surroundings with some trepidation. He feared that someone might be led astray by that mischievous streamer and rushed towards him for mockery. Fortunately, while his arrival did draw the attention of nearby players, they maintained a certain decorum and refrained from any mockery. Lu Kang breathed a sigh of relief and mounted his demonized wolf steed. He intended to visit the potion shop first, to procure healing and mana potions for his supplies. The demonized wolf galloped swiftly, arriving at the potion shop in the blink of an eye. Upon sighting the demonized wolf, the players in line turned their heads in unison. It is Lu Kang, the esteemed one. What esteemed one? Call him adoptive father. The adoptive father truly possesses a steed. How impressive! Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Lu Kang thickened his skin and pretended not to hear. Just as he was about to cue, a player spoke up. Let the adoptive father go in first. How can we allow him to waste time in line? He is the number one in our great Xia. Indeed, let the adoptive father purchase first. The stronger he becomes, the more likely we will be able to acquire equipment in the future. Many stepped aside, hoping to let Lu Kang pass first. Seeing this, Lu Kang hesitated. I can cue myself? Your time is precious too. No, adoptive father, you needn't be so polite with us. Yes, adoptive father, once you grow stronger, you will surely play a greater role during the invasion of demonic energy, far surpassing us mere novices. Adoptive father, please go ahead. Upon hearing these words, Lu Kang fell silent for a moment before nodding. Then I thank you all. After a brief pause, he added, since you all hold me in such high regard, I shall reserve some green equipment for sale in the square in the future. Although the might of the Great Xia relies on the Xin Bird army and powerful factions, the strength of ordinary people is not to be underestimated. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere became silent. Then, an uproarious cheer erupted. Long live the adoptive father. I love you, adoptive father. Ugh, I shall call you daddy from now on. Daddy, can I have your children? Adoptive father is invincible from now on. I shall be the most obedient child of adoptive father. Lu Kang did not anticipate such a fervent reaction from the crowd, especially the absurd remarks that left him utterly speechless. I implore you all to exhibit a modicum of restraint. This title of adoptive father is quite awkward. However, the crowd paid no heed to Lu Kang's words, laughing as if they were all fools. With a sense of resignation, Lu Kang stepped into the potion shop. He noticed the shopkeeper gazing at the jubilant players outside, her expression unusually complex, as if she were lost in recollection. Boss, I'm here to buy potions. Lu Kang's voice snapped the shopkeeper back to reality. She looked at him and smiled. It seems you are quite respected among your kin? Lu Kang chuckled. It's merely that they hold me in esteem. The shopkeeper sighed. To be respected and held in high regard. The pressure will be immense when the demonic energy invades. Perhaps your kin will depend on you for survival then. Lu Kang pondered this, smiling. I shall do my utmost. The shopkeeper was about to speak when her gaze fell upon the blazing great sword on Lu Kang's back. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, is that your weapon? Is it a legendary piece of equipment? Lu Kang, surprised, glanced at the shopkeeper. Your eyesight is impressive. You recognized it as a legendary piece right away. The shopkeeper, bewildered, was inundated with question marks in her mind. Wait, let me catch my breath. She rubbed her forehead, then stared at Lu Kang in shock. You're only level 6. How can you possess a legendary weapon? This is illogical. Lu Kang blinked innocently. I obtained it from a treasure chest. What is illogical about that? The shopkeeper was taken aback. You mean the system rewarded you with a fine treasure chest? Indeed, Lu Kong nodded. The shopkeeper was incredulous. A fine treasure chest can yield legendary weapons? Lu Kong laughed and nodded. Of course. Didn't I just acquire one? The shopkeeper fell silent, her expression utterly peculiar. Lu Kong scratched his head. Are you all right, boss? All right. How could I be all right? The Silver Moon humans were once players too. When did their entire kin receive their first legendary equipment? Was it at level 20 or so? And now, this level 6 novice before me wields a legendary weapon. The shopkeeper felt that the cosmic server was profoundly unfair. A level 6 player possessing a legendary weapon. Wasn't he that akin to a god slaying gods or a Buddha stopping Buddhas? She shook her head stiffly. I'm fine, just a bit frustrated. She looked at Lu Kong. How is your luck so extraordinary? If you can maintain this luck, you may indeed have a chance to withstand the invasion of demonic energy. Lu Kong chuckled. Then I shall borrow your good fortune. Boss, no more idle chatter. Let us settle the payment for the potions. The shopkeeper did not wish to discuss further. She felt that if she continued to ponder this matter, her mindset would explode. Lu Kong nodded, purchasing 300 beginner healing potions and 200 mana potions. Afterward, he turned to leave. However, he noticed that the expressions of the players waiting in line behind him were peculiar. They regarded Lu Kong with strange eyes. Lu Kong, puzzled, touched his face. Was there something on it? It seemed not. He glanced at the bewildered players and departed. Once Lu Kong had left, the shopkeeper called out, Those buying potions? Hurry up! Her tone was not pleasant, for she had just been somewhat dazzled by Lu Kong. The many players finally came to their senses. They exchanged glances, each reflecting disbelief. Did you hear that? Indeed, legendary. It's a legendary piece of equipment. I thought the adoptive father's sword was merely fine. I never expected it to be legendary. No way, is it true? I only have 3 white pieces of equipment, and I haven't even seen green gear. I wouldn't dare dream of fine equipment. Legendary weapons? What on earth are those? The crowd buzzed with astonishment. After replenishing his supplies, Lu Kong rode his demonized wolf and dashed out of the novice village. As he entered the area of demonized wild dogs in the forest, Lu Kong remained particularly vigilant. He feared encountering that destined female companion. If she were waiting ahead to mock him, he would be somewhat panicked. Fortunately, Lu Kong ultimately did not encounter her. After about 20 minutes, he arrived at the imp camp. To his surprise, the monsters in the camp had not respawned. It was known that monsters in other areas would indeed respawn. Why were the imps not doing so? Lu Kong found it puzzling but did not dwell on it. As he ventured deeper into the imp camp, he began to hunt monsters. The imps ahead were all level 6 and 7, appearing in groups of 3, either patrolling, resting, or guarding their fortress. Upon spotting Lu Kong, the imps charged towards him with wild cries. Armed with the blazing great sword, Lu Kong swung effortlessly, dealing over 150 points of damage. If he employed a sweeping attack, the damage soared beyond 200, and if he landed a critical hit, it nearly obliterated 2/3 or more of the health of elite-level imps. 1. Particularly outrageous instance occurred when Lu Kong's sweeping attack landed a critical hit and triggered the special effect of flames, inflicting an additional 100 points of fire damage. As a result, a single skill caused 3 elite imps to perish on the spot. If any players nearby had witnessed this, they would likely have been terrified. Not only the other players, but even Lu Kong himself was taken aback. The damage was truly outrageous. A single strike could annihilate monsters of the same level or even those 1 level higher. Who could have anticipated that? The damage dealt by the imps to Lu Kong was merely 3 to 4 points, practically negligible. Lu Kong could be said to be effortlessly cutting through them, a stark contrast to his earlier caution upon entering the imp camp. He proceeded to slice through the imps with unparalleled efficiency. Within just an hour, Lu Kong had slain over 100 imps. Among this, a significant amount of time was squandered by Lu Kong on activities such as walking, designating drops, and looting corpses. In return, these over 100 little demons yielded 13 minuscule attribute stones and 2 diminutive skill stones for Lu Kong. Furthermore, considering the impending battles against boss monsters, he designated the drop of several excellent grade apprentice healing potions. Simultaneously, he also specified the drop of some weakening scrolls and various other scrolls. Apprentice Shield Scroll, excellent. Upon use, grants a shield of 100 points, lasting for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Drop rate, 0.00122. Apprentice strength scroll, excellent. Upon use, increases strength by 5 points, lasting for 10 minutes. Drop rate, 0.0021 and so forth with similar scrolls. Regrettably, the probability of scrolls appearing was not particularly high. Nonetheless, Lu Kang managed to acquire around 30 of them. Among these, the weakening scrolls were the most abundant, while he designated only 2 strength scrolls and 5 shield scrolls. The remainder consisted entirely of equipment. Totaling nearly 70 pieces of green gear, Lu Kang's inventory was now completely full, leaving him in a state of despair. The efficiency of monster farming was exceedingly high, and the drop rates were overwhelmingly generous. This was the sole downside, as he found his inventory woefully inadequate. When would he be granted a higher-level backpack? At the very least, he required one with several hundred slots to barely suffice his needs. However, it would be a shame to discard so much green equipment. After some contemplation, Lu Kang resolved to return and sell them. Conveniently, he had previously promised other players to sell some green equipment in the plaza, allowing ordinary players a chance to acquire such items. Chapter 37. An unforeseen path. As for how to return, Lu Kang naturally opted for a return to town scroll, which would save him approximately 20 minutes. Upon using the scroll, a bright light enveloped him. And when it dissipated, Lu Kang found himself in the plaza of the novice village. All around him were players hawking their wares. After a moment's thought, he produced 10 pieces of green equipment and set up a stall of his own. Green equipment for sale. Hurry if you want some. With this proclamation, the entire plaza fell into an eerie silence. The stillness was almost unsettling, as every player present, whether selling or buying, turned their wide eyes toward Lu Kang. Hundreds of players stared at him, their gazes reminiscent of zombies, sending a shiver down his spine. In the next instant, all the players surged toward him. Stall owners abandoned their goods, and players rushed forward like madmen. Father! It's Father! Father is selling green gear. Selling green gear, Father. Can I have one? Do you have any weapons? Lu Kang's stall was instantly surrounded, nearly suffocating him. Just then, he heard a somewhat familiar voice. Father, I'm here to cling to your leg. Lu Kang. His eyes widened as he spotted a female player rushing at him from seemingly nowhere, directly latching onto his leg. Lu Kang? Looking down, he was met with a pair of innocent, wide eyes. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was the dog streamer he had seen during the live broadcast earlier. He was utterly taken aback. What the? Is she serious? Does she not possess a shred of shame? He hurriedly kicked his leg. Let go! Let go! The dog streamer clung to Lu Kang's leg with both arms and legs, and as he lifted his leg, she swayed along with him, creating an absurd scene. The once frenetic players stood frozen, all eyes glued to this spectacle, utterly dumbfounded. What the heck is this? Yet, upon noticing the attractive appearance of the player clinging to Lu Kang, many male players felt a pang of envy. To be honest, they too wished to be treated like this. The female players, however, erupted in outrage. Where did this little harlot come from? This is sexual harassment. Why is she clinging to my godfather like that? Let go! As more and more female players approached with green-eye jealousy, Lu Kang sensed that the situation was spiraling out of control. Would this escalate into chaos? He felt a wave of frustration wash over him and shot a glare at the dog streamer. Let go, or I won't hold back. The dog streamer blinked innocently, then reluctantly released her grip, mumbling, seriously, why are there so many shameless women calling my father godfather? Ugh, Lu Kang. Sixth, when it comes to shamelessness, who could rival you? He was momentarily stunned by the audacity of the dog streamer. With a cold expression, he glared at her. You can't just cling to me without my permission. Do you believe I can invoke a system punishment? The system does indeed impose penalties for such behavior. Lu Kang had recently received a notification from the system, yet he felt a twinge of compassion. It was evident from the live stream that the dog streamer held a certain respect for him. Though her actions were exaggerated, he couldn't bring himself to be harsh. One might say. His heart was too soft. Father, please don't. I couldn't help myself, truly. Next time, I'll definitely ask for your permission first. The dog streamer batted her innocent eyes, trying to charm her way out of it. Lu Kang? Did she really expect there to be a next time? He was utterly at a loss. Feeling drained, He shifted the topic. Dio, you want to buy some green equipment? Yes. Then line up properly. I'm already this close to you. Father, I must be first, right? The dog streamer blinked. Upon hearing this, Lu Kong's anger flared. I just remembered, since you harassed me, I want to sell you any green equipment this time. The dog streamer? She widened her eyes in shock, as if struck by lightning. This was a path she had never envisioned. Initially, she had thought that with her overwhelmingly cute appearance, her father would surely be gentler with her. But what was happening now? No green equipment for her. Father, please don't. The dog streamer wailed dramatically. The other players erupted in cheers, particularly the female players. This is how it should be. This little harlot dared to cling to my godfather. She deserves it. Lu Kong waved his hand dismissively at the dog streamer. Go away. Don't disrupt my equipment sales. He desperately wished to rid himself of this dog streamer, as he was not particularly adept at dealing with this type of woman, especially after his breakup with his ex-girlfriend. He had developed an instinctive wariness towards such brazen individuals. The dog streamer pouted, her cute face displaying a look of grievance. Male players nearby, witnessing her expression, felt their hearts soften. The second in line, a young man, quickly spoke up. Hey, miss, don't cry. How about I give you my chance? Several male players behind him nodded in agreement. Beautiful lady, I'll give you my chance too. Can we be friends? Pretty girl, I'm willing to do the same. The dog streamer glanced at the male players who had spoken, her previous look of grievance evaporating. With hands on her hips, she declared, Who are you? You re not my father, so don't get in my way. The surrounding players, those watching were left gaping. Wow, I think I just saw several dogs. Ugh, what a pathetic display of sycophancy. Do they not want the chance to buy green equipment? They had not anticipated that she would reject them. The male players who had spoken felt utterly embarrassed, especially as they sensed the gazes of those around them. Their anger surged, yet they could not attack in the novice area. All they could do was glare at the dog streamer. After the dog streamer's rejection, she squatted in front of Lu Kong, staring up at him with wide eyes. Lu Kong, he sighed in exasperation. Why are you still here? I want to take back what I said. You want to get any equipment this time? The dog streamer blinked innocently. I didn't plan to buy anything. I just wanted to watch you sell equipment. Lu Kong felt a mix of resignation and annoyance. Suit yourself. Now, let us start selling equipment. The second young player stepped forward, beaming with a smile. Father, I'd like to buy a piece of chainmail chest armor. 70 silver. The young man paused, taken aback. Huh? That is so expensive? Lu Kong. He stared at the young man in disbelief. This is a level 7 green item. How is that price considered steep? The young man wore a smile that was almost ingratiating as he replied. Could you lower the price a bit, father? I only have 20 silver. After all, you're not short on money, right? Lu Kong. Nearby players? The dog streamer looked on in disbelief. Are you trying to scam him? Father could easily sell this to the Suanio army or the Tianyue guild. He is kindly offering it to you. And you still want a discount? Exactly. One should have a sense of fairness. Honestly, this price isn't high at all. If you can't afford it, don't crowd around. That's not entirely fair. 70 silver is equivalent to 7,000 in real currency. How many players can afford that much? Are you joking? This game is closely tied to reality. Being able to obtain a significant green item for only 7,000 is a steal. You think that's expensive? If you find it too pricey, just leave and don't disturb Father's sales. Exactly. With trading platforms so convenient, you can buy gold directly. It's just a matter of moral coercion to get Father to lower the price. IVE always despised people who engage in moral coercion. Ugh, such utter repugnance. Chapter 38, Lin Ying. The facts reveal that the vast majority of people are indeed normal. Although a few outrageous players are mixed in, most players are aligned with Lu Kong. The young man intending to purchase equipment, under the collective condemnation of the crowd, suddenly found his face flushed and was pushed aside. Furthermore, several players hoping to negotiate a lower price with Lu Kong hesitated to voice their desires. The remaining players, of course, were eager to acquire the equipment. After all, this was a level 7 green item. Even if it was not immediately useful, once the time came for its use, they would gain immense power in an instant. The attributes of the equipment were visible at the stall. Which player, upon seeing these attributes, would not feel envious? Thus, the equipment was swiftly sold out. Despite some competition, with Lu Kong present, everyone could only wait in line to purchase. After selling 10 pieces of equipment, Lu Kong dismantled the stall. That will be all for now. There will be more equipment available at irregular intervals today, also sold here in the square. So players who missed out can look forward to it. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes gleamed with excitement. Hooray! Long live our adoptive father. Oh no, but we need to grind monsters to level up. What should we do? Should we find someone to keep watch? How could that be? Who would watch over such affordable green equipment? Wouldn't they prefer to buy it themselves? The crowd murmured among themselves. However, Lu Kong was at a loss as well. After all, he had no way of knowing when he would return. It ultimately depended on his monster grinding progress. The crowd had no choice but to disperse. Some continued to set up stalls, while others went off to hunt monsters. There were even players who reached out to those who had previously acquired green equipment, hoping to purchase it at a higher price. Lu Kong remained indifferent to this. For him, he merely wished to distribute these green items, enabling ordinary players to level up more swiftly. As for who ultimately bought these items or for how much, that was not a concern for Lu Kong. Lu Kong glanced at the dog streamer squatting nearby, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. You haven't left yet? The dog streamer stood up with a grin. Hee. I just wanted to watch you a little longer. Adoptive father. You're truly handsome. Lu Kong. This woman has an astonishingly thick skin. Lu Kong found himself momentarily speechless. The dog streamer continued. Adoptive father. Can we be friends? Lu Kong maintained a stoic expression. I refuse. Who are you? I don't even know you. My name is Lin Ying. You can just call me Ying. Lu Kong. Is this what she means? Good adoptive father, just add me, okay? I'm very obedient. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to catch dogs, I will never chase chickens. Oh, quite rhythmic, isn't it? Lin Ying puffed out her chest proudly. Of course, I am the exceptionally clever Lin Ying. Lu Kong then realized that this dog streamer actually looked like this in the game. It should be noted that this game does not feature any beauty filters. With that in mind, this individual indeed looked quite devastating. However, her personality was somewhat outrageous. Lu Kong chuckled coldly. You mean thick-skinned, right? Lin Ying chuckled bashfully. Adoptive father, please don't compliment me so much. I'll get shy. Lu Kong? He felt that conversing with this individual required him to prepare some anti-hypertensives. Otherwise, it was hard to say when his blood pressure might spike. Lin Ying gazed at Lu Kong with curiosity. Adoptive father? Haven't you sold out all the equipment? Why aren't you leaving? I'm waiting for someone, Lu Kong replied calmly. Just then, two beautiful women jogged over to it. Was Jiang Su and Li Mu. Lu Kong had already notified Wang Bing and Lu Chong upon his return. The remaining equipment was intended for them. Wang Bing and Lu Chong had sent Jiang Su and Li Mu to complete the transaction, perhaps due to having seen too many green items. Both Wang Bing and Lu Chong had become somewhat desensitized. They recalled how excited they were when Lu Kong first revealed the green items, rushing over to trade personally. However, after several instances, they had relaxed, allowing Jiang Su and Li Mu to handle the transactions. As the two approached Lu Kong, smiles adorned their faces. Yet, upon noticing Lin Ying beside Lu Kong, their smiles gradually faded. A woman, and a stunning beauty at that. Jiang Su and Li Mu, both confident in their appearances, felt a pang of inferiority upon seeing Lin Ying. How could someone be so beautiful? Jiang Su merely expressed some admiration, but Li Mu sensed a significant crisis. She had initially thought that through the transaction, she could frequently interact with Lu Kong, perhaps even develop deeper feelings and become his lover. Even if she weren't officially his girlfriend, Li Mu believed it would still be a substantial gain. However, now seeing Lin Ying by Lu Kong's side, she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. How long had it been? Mr. Lu already had such a beautiful woman by his side. How would she have a chance? In an instant, Li Mu felt despondent. On the other hand, Jiang Su's thoughts were simpler. She genuinely found Lu Kong to be a good person and had feelings for him. However, her heart still belonged to the Xinyao army. Upon seeing such an attractive woman beside Lu Kong, who appeared obedient and demure, Jiang Su felt a flicker of fondness for Lin Ying as well. She smiled and said, Mr. Lu, Jiang Su reporting in. Your girlfriend is truly beautiful. She looks very obedient, Lu Kong. He was taken aback by Jiang Su's words. What was this? Girlfriend? This dog streamer. She has no idea how shameless this one is and obedient. No less, Lu Kong's expression remained unchanged. Jiang Su, you've misunderstood. This individual is not my girlfriend. Li Mu's eyes lit up, instantly revitalized. Meanwhile, Lin Yingying chimed in. Sister Jiang, you are also very beautiful. My name is Lin Yingying, and I am the destined adopted daughter of our great adoptive father, Li Mu. She looked at Lin Yingying in shock. Have the girls nowadays become so flamboyant? Just as she had revived. She was struck down again. Liu Kong gave Lin Yingying's forehead a light tap. The sound was crisp and clear, indicating a well-formed head. He maintained a stoic expression. Don't speak nonsense, oh, Lin Yingying pouted, covering her forehead. Observing their interactions, Li Mu felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. With such behavior, how could they possibly not have a relationship? Did she truly have no chance? Seeing Lin Yingying's pitiful expression, Liu Kong chuckled coldly. This woman was an actress, and her look of grievance was merely an act. He felt no emotional turmoil, remaining cold-hearted. He ignored Lin Yingying and turned to Jiang Su and Li Mu. Shall we proceed with the transaction? All right, quickly. The transaction was completed, and Liu Kong acquired nearly 100 gold. After the trade concluded, Jiang Su smiled. Mr. Liu, I will take my leave now. Li Mu also bid farewell to Liu Kong, looking somewhat listless. Mr. Liu, goodbye. A hint of lingering regret flickered in her gaze directed at Liu Kong. Liu Kong nodded. You may go. As they departed, Lin Yingying looked on eagerly. Adoptive father, let me tell you, that big-chested sister definitely likes you. Her gaze was practically ready to pounce on you. Liu Kong, the big-chested one, must be Li Mu, he thought, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. She didn't pounce on me. It was you who did. Lin Yingying giggled. Ehehe, adoptive father, you flatter me too much. Liu Kong, I'm off. I need to level up. Adoptive father, add me as a friend? Not adding. Just add me, please. Who are you? I don't know you. I am Lin Yingying. Lin Yingying insisted earnestly. Liu Kong. Not adding. Liu Kong mounted his demonic wolf and dashed off. Lin Yingying stood there, momentarily stunned. What? My adoptive father just ran off like that? 20 minutes later, Liu Kong returned to the little demon camp to continue grinding monsters. Before long, he arrived at an even more massive fortress. The last time he had seen such a colossal fortress, it housed the boss-level little demon, Jin Ning. Clearly, this place should also contain a boss monster. Liu Kong carefully peered inside, gazing into the fortress. Chapter 39. Strategic items. Inside the fortress was similarly a grand hall. At the center of the hall, there lay a magical array, surrounded by blue magical stones radiating light. A little demon mage, clad in a blue robe, stood at the center of the array, holding a staff, eyes closed as if in meditation. The little demon mage stood at a height of 1.4 meters, entirely black, and appeared rather unremarkable, especially when paired with the extravagant blue robe, giving off a rather jarring aesthetic. Liu Kong felt a surge of excitement. Based on this display, it was indeed a boss monster. He quietly cast a detection spell. Ice Hand, boss, level, 6 health, 4000 attack, 110 description. The minor boss of the little demon camp, responsible for commanding the little demon mages. Upon seeing these attributes, Liu Kong couldn't help but grin. This attribute was somewhat outrageous. Although its health was slightly lower than Jin Ning's, its attack was alarmingly high. This Ice Hand was clearly a mage, and for a physical armor class like Liu Kong, magical damage inherently dealt more damage than physical attacks. With such a high attack, Liu Kong felt a twinge of apprehension within himself. He wondered if he could withstand it. He glanced at his backpack, which contained nearly 40 weakness scrolls, as well as several shield scrolls, strength scrolls, and endurance scrolls. Added to that were over 40 bottles of superior-level apprentice healing potions. This was all the preparation he could muster. As he engaged in combat, he perused the entire list of potential drops, realizing that only a select few items would prove useful against the formidable boss. Should he find himself unable to conquer this adversary, he would have no choice but to abandon the quest, continue grinding for experience, and return once he reached level 7, equipped with superior gear. For the time being, Liu Kong contemplated a different approach. He was acutely aware that, despite the high damage inflicted by magic-based monsters, they harbored a significant and potentially fatal vulnerability, one that might just be the key to his triumph over this creature. With a plan in mind, Liu Kong opened the drop list for the Ice Hand and began to select his desired items. Much like Gu Ning, the first item on the list was a blue-quality exquisite item. To his astonishment, it was a skill book. Cold Wine Strike. Level 1 unleashes a blast of cold wind upon all enemies in front, dealing 120 ice damage and slowing them down. Learning requirements. Mage, drop rate, 0.00012, another area of effect skill. One could not deny the potency of this skill. Not only did it inflict significant damage, but it also provided a slowing effect. For a mage, it was akin to a kiting masterpiece. Unfortunately, it was a skill unavailable to warriors. Liu Kong hesitated over whether to select this skill, acutely aware of its high value. Selling for several hundred gold would likely not pose a challenge. Ultimately, he decided against it, opting instead to explore the other options available. The second item turned out to be a recipe, which surprised Liu Kong. Potion recipe. Apprentice Frost Resistance Potion. Exquisite. Upon use, learn the crafting method for the Apprentice Frost Resistance Potion. Learning requirements. Alchemist, drop rate, 0.00013. Although he was uncertain of the effects of this Apprentice Frost Resistance Potion, Liu Kong had dabbled in various online games. He understood that potions, especially rare ones, could be lucrative commodities. Some bosses were nearly impossible to defeat without potions, thus bestowing immense value upon such items. If one were to assess its worth, this potion recipe might even surpass that of the Cold Wind Strike skill book. The skill, no matter how powerful, only benefited an individual, whereas potions could be utilized by all players. As for the alchemist profession, Liu Kong had encountered it in the official post for the Great Xia on the Universe Online Game Forum. It was a secondary profession that could be learned from the potion shop owner by completing assigned tasks. Liu Kong could also pursue this alchemist profession, yet he hesitated. Learning a secondary profession required considerable time, and such a pursuit would undoubtedly slow his grinding and leveling. For Liu Kong, acquiring a secondary profession would not allow him to maximize the potential of his soul talent, which was the foundation of his strength. Thus, he leaned towards foregoing this opportunity. With the time spent on learning, wouldn't he be able to defeat more monsters and secure better loot? Despite not being an alchemist himself, Liu Kong found himself in a quandary as he gazed at the potion recipe. What if the potion proved to be exceptionally effective, perhaps even a strategic item? While such a strategic item would hold limited utility for a solitary player, it could significantly enhance the overall strength of the Great Xia if traded. Ultimately, Liu Kong gritted his teeth and resolved to select the recipe. He was also a citizen of Great Xia. The invasion of demonic energy was an affliction not just for his realm, but for humanity as a whole. He could not solely prioritize his own interest. In times of poverty, one may focus solely on oneself. In times of prosperity, one must consider the welfare of others. With newfound determination, Liu Kong felt a sense of relief wash over him as he continued perusing the list. The third item was yet another novice skill stone, which required no further contemplation. He must select it. This would allow him to elevate his combat skills, thereby significantly enhancing his fighting prowess. Following this were several exquisite-grade pieces of equipment. Much to Liu Kong's exasperation, these items were predominantly suited for magic users. Staves, robes, and mage boots, among others. He felt a headache coming on. Couldn't this little demon at least provide some chainmail? Oh, so this little demon is a mage? Very well then. After searching diligently, he found only a single ring suitable for him. However, the ring provided boosts to stamina and intelligence. While intelligence held little value for him, stamina was somewhat beneficial. Yet the overall cost-effectiveness was lacking. In the end, Liu Kong opted for the first three items: Cold Wind Strike, the potion recipe, and the novice skill stone. Having finalized his selections, Liu Kong used the strength and stamina scrolls, augmenting both attributes by 5 points. Though the monsters also dropped intelligence and agility scrolls, he discovered that the scrolls for intelligence, agility, and strength could not coexist. Only one could be in effect at a time. Naturally, Liu Kong chose strength. Prepared, he approached the fortress entrance. The vigilance range of the little demon boss was extensive. The moment Liu Kong appeared at the door, the demon's eyes snapped open, a blue glow flashing within them. Liu Kong grinned, waving at the ice hand. "Come and fight me." Seeing Liu Kong's audacity, the ice hand was immediately enraged. "Intruder, your doom is at hand." With a flourish of his staff, he conjured an ice arrow aimed at Liu Kong. However, Liu Kong deftly sidestepped, positioning himself at the side of the entrance. The ice hand lost sight of Liu Kong, his fury escalating. "Cowardly intruder! Lord Ice Hand will soon find you." He sprinted towards the entrance, but being a mage, his speed was not impressive. Liu Kong then leaned out, casually tossing a weakness scroll at the ice hand, further hampering his speed. The ice hand was indignant, Feeling insulted and angrier than ever, he bellowed, racing closer to the entrance. Just then, Lu Kang burst forth from the side of the door. Brandishing his great sword, flames swirling in the air, normal attack, heavy strike, sweep, in a single second, he unleashed 3 strikes, dealing damage amounts of -81, -199, -122. Notably, one of the heavy strikes resulted in a critical hit. This was the advantage of high agility. Throughout this period, Lu Kang had been collecting attribute stones, including agility stones. Coupled with his equipment and the enhancements from battle intent, Lu Kang's agility now surpassed that of archers and assassins of the same level. In a mere second, he inflicted around 400 damage, an astounding display of capability that even left the Ice Hand momentarily dazed. He was, after all, a boss. To lose 1/10 of his health in a second? What sort of creature was this intruder? Chapter 40. Frost Giant regaining his composure, the Ice Hand roared in fury, "Damn intruder, you've hurt me!" Yet Lu Kang paid no heed to the Ice Hand's angry shouts. After executing his combo, he swiftly retreated behind the cover outside the door. The Ice Hand, having just conjured an ice arrow, once again lost sight of Lu Kang and could only angrily hurl the arrow at the wall. With a resounding crash, the fortress wall reverberated, frost spreading across the surface. He yelled in fury, "Despicable intruder! You cannot escape!" He took small, hurried steps, finally bursting forth from the entrance. Spotting Lu Kang, the Ice Hand cackled. "Aha! Your demise is imminent." However, before the Ice Hand had finished conjuring his ice arrow, Lu Kang pivoted, darting into the fortress's interior, evading the Ice Hand's line of sight once more. The Ice Hand was left speechless. As he completed the ice arrow, unable to maintain it for long, he was forced to angrily hurl it against the wall again. Just as the Ice Hand bellowed in frustration and attempted to charge into the fortress, Lu Kang leaned out once more. With a heavy strike followed by a normal attack, he dealt 2 quick blows before retreating behind cover. This was the most fatal weakness of the little demon mage. Unless possessing instant cast skills, a mage was akin to an ordinary person wielding a gun. As long as one remained behind cover, the gun could not reach them, could it? The Ice Hand was similarly hindered. His ice arrows required chanting time and could not be instantaneously cast. Lu Kang exploited this window. The Ice Hand, filled with rage, charged into the doorway once more. Yet Lu Kang also surged forth, skirting past the Ice Hand, delivering another normal attack followed by a heavy strike. The Ice Hand trembled in fury, roaring, "Enough!" In the next moment, frost erupted from the Ice Hand, radiating in all directions. Lu Kang realized with alarm that his feet had been encased in ice. His expression shifted. This was bad. He watched as the Ice Hand wickedly conjured an ice arrow. The arrow sliced through the air, whistling toward him. With his legs frozen, Lu Kang was unable to dodge and could only brace himself for the impact. The ice arrow struck him, a massive damage notification appearing. -175. Lu Kang couldn't help but gasp in shock. On one hand, he was frozen by the ice, and on the other, he was taken aback by the damage. While he anticipated the Ice Hand's damage to be substantial, he never expected it to be this high. Despite having augmented his stamina attribute and equipped himself well, along with the enhancements from scrolls and battle intent, his health barely exceeded 500 points. This meant he could withstand only 3 ice arrows. Moreover, this ice arrow was merely the Ice Hand's basic attack. If it were to unleash a skill, Lu Kang could not guarantee his survival. A sense of trepidation washed over him. Yet, since the battle had commenced, retreat was not an option. The arrow was knocked. It must be released, with a determined effort. Lu Kang broke free from the ice binding his feet, and as the Ice Hand began to conjure a second ice arrow, he once again slipped behind cover. He hastily consumed a superior-grade apprentice healing potion, restoring 120 health points. Although this was insufficient to fully recover, it was currently the highest-grade healing potion at his disposal. Fortunately, Lu Kang had previously acquired 2 skill stones, both of which he had allocated to the novice regeneration skill. Now, his novice regeneration had reached level 5, allowing him to recover 5 health points per second. If we consider the passage of time, recovering 150 points in 30 seconds demonstrates an efficiency that surpasses even that of a proficient apprentice healing potion. This serves as a significant advantage for Lu Kang in his audacious pursuit of the Ice Hand. After utilizing his skills, The Ice Hand transforms into a state of relentless pursuit after Liu Kang. Not overly greedy for damage output, Liu Kang strikes only once with a basic attack followed by a heavy strike whenever the Ice Hand comes into view, executing these as instantaneous attacks. Should time be insufficient, Liu Kang refrains from attacking altogether, prioritizing the maintenance of his health. After all, the damage inflicted by the Ice Hand is alarmingly high. A single hit draws Liu Kang closer to the brink of death. The peril of confronting the Ice Hand is far greater than that posed by Guning. Guning's damage is not nearly as exaggerated, and he allows for a higher margin of error. Liu Kang feels a flicker of relief, grateful for acquiring the Flame Greatsword, which has significantly enhanced his damage capacity. Even relying solely on basic and heavy strikes, he can inflict nearly 200 points of damage in a single blow. Coupled with a sweeping strike every 10 seconds, the damage escalates even further. In less than 20 strikes, he can entirely deplete the Ice Hand's health. Within just 1 minute, Liu Kang has reduced the Ice Hand's health by half. At that moment, the Ice Hand, now infuriated, bellows, "Arise, my servant!" In the next instant, frost emanates around the Ice Hand, coalescing into a towering 2-meter-tall giant made of ice blocks. Liu Kang's eyes widen in astonishment. Such a skill exists? There is no time for further contemplation, as the giant roars and charges toward Liu Kang. With the Ice Hand following closely behind to attack him once more, Liu Kang casts a detection spell and discovers that this frost giant is also of elite caliber. Boasting a health of 1,000, it roars and lands a punch on Liu Kang, inflicting -3 damage. Liu Kang. What? Upon seeing the damage indicator hovering above him, Liu Kang is momentarily taken aback. The next moment, the damage he sustained is completely restored by the automatic regeneration of his basic healing. He casts a furtive glance at the frost giant, startled by its presence. He had expected it to be formidable. Is this all it can do? Ignoring the frost giant, Liu Kang deftly sidesteps behind cover to evade the Ice Hand's attack. However, the frost giant relentlessly pursues him. Even before the Ice Hand arrives, it is already upon him. Liu Kang casually delivers a few slashes to the frost giant, waiting for the Ice Hand to approach before executing a series of basic and heavy strikes. He continues to utilize cover. The frost giant, in hot pursuit, swings its oversized fists at Liu Kang. Unfortunately for the giant, the damage it inflicts pales in comparison to the healing Liu Kang automatically receives. Its furious roars, however, resonate with a sense of futility. Yet, after merely a few strikes, the frost giant's health is entirely depleted. It lets out a wail, transforming into ice shards that fall to the ground. Concluding its futile rampage, "Ah, cursed intruder, your demise is imminent. Revive, my servant." Enraged by the defeat of its beloved servant, the Ice Hand bellows once more, resurrecting the frost giant. Roar. The frost giant continues to howl and charges toward Liu Kang. Delivering punches that inflict -3 damage each time, Liu Kang casts a glance at the shouting frost giant, choosing to disregard it. Everything proceeds methodically. Liu Kang focuses on attacking the Ice Hand and occasionally strikes the frost giant when time allows. However, he soon realizes that the frost giant is instantly revived after each defeat, prompting him to abandon the effort entirely. Such a waste of his energy. The extraordinary damage from the Flame Greatsword begins to manifest. After several dozen seconds, the Ice Hand's health dwindles to a mere 400. Sensing its life slipping away, the Ice Hand's face contorts in rage, its eyes burning red. Enough. It begins to gather frost once more. Liu Kang finds himself frozen in place. Just as he anticipated another ice arrow from the Ice Hand, he suddenly perceives an alarming change. The Ice Hand slowly conjures a sharp ice spear. Measuring over a meter in length, Liu Kang's expression shifts. This is evidently a formidable attack skill. He hastily activates a novice shield scroll, conjuring a shield with 100 health points that envelopes him. In the next moment, the ice spear hurtles toward him. Chapter 41. The captain is further possessed -524. A substantial damage value floats above Liu Kang's head. He feels excruciating pain coursing through his body. Accompanied by a biting chill, the ice spear pierces through him, leaving a gaping hole in his chainmail. The 100-point health shield shatters instantaneously. Liu Kang gazes at his health, now reduced to double digits, and a chill of dread washes over him. Thankfully, he had not been careless and promptly activated the shield scroll. Had he not possessed that 100-point shield, that strike would have undoubtedly resulted in his immediate demise. The damage from this ice spear skill is overwhelmingly high. Without time for further reflection, he swiftly consumes an excellent novice healing potion. The powerful impact of the ice spear shatters the frost at his feet. Restoring his ability to move, he immediately ducks behind cover. However, Lu Kang notices that after releasing the ice spear, the ice hand seems to have lost its ability to cast spells. The diminutive imp mage, standing at 1.4 meters, gasps for breath, brandishing its staff and charging toward Lu Kang with shouts. Its staff swings heavily toward Lu Kang -4. Lu Kang, ice hand. An awkward silence envelopes the air. Lu Kang grins wickedly at the ice hand, brandishing his flame greatsword. Basic attack, heavy strike, sweeping strike, -85, -101, -250. High damage values dance above the ice hand's head. The final sweeping strike delivers a critical hit, inflicting a staggering 250 points of damage. The ice hand's remaining health is instantly obliterated. Its robe is torn asunder, revealing its frail form, and it collapses with a wailed "It turns out, it is me whose demise has come," as the ice hand utters its final words. 3 blue orbs of light emerge from its corpse. Lu Kang sinks down onto the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief. That was far too perilous. Fortunately, he had prepared adequately, not only with weakening scrolls but also with various other types of scrolls. Coupled with the legendary weapon, the flame greatsword, and the attributes and skill levels he had been diligently enhancing, Lu Kang barely managed to slay the ice hand. Had it been anyone else, it would likely take the cooperation of over 100 players to defeat such a foe. No, even 100 may not suffice. With the ice hand's damage output, a single ice arrow could easily annihilate a player. Moreover, the ice hand's defenses are formidable. Lu Kang wields a legendary weapon and dons a complete set of level 6 green gear. In addition to the powerful enhancement skills he possesses, Lu Kang's basic attacks can only deal a little over 80 points of damage. Most ordinary players might not even be able to breach its defenses. Such a boss can only be defeated at the cost of lives. Lu Kang shakes his head. Currently, there are likely very few players even at level 5. It will be some time before they can confront such bosses. After taking a moment to rest, Lu Kang rises and collects the dropped items. Regrettably, defeating a boss monster only yields system rewards upon the first kill. Otherwise, he could have easily acquired attribute points and treasure chests. Lu Kang smacks his lips, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He utilizes the novice skill stone to further enhance his battle intent. Battle intent? Level 5 passive skill. Upon entering combat, your attributes will increase by 50. A 50 enhancement, coupled with Lu Kang's already formidable attributes, he feels virtually invincible. Lu Kang revels in his newfound strength. As for the skill book and potion recipe, he shares this information with Wang Bing and Lu Chang in their small group. Wang Bing. Lu Chang. Almost instantly, Wang Bing and Lu Chang respond with a flurry of question marks, exactly as Lu Kang anticipated. He can easily imagine the expressions on their faces upon seeing the information for these two items. A grin spreads across his face. Daily quest. Manifesting glory. 1-1. Wang Bing. Adoptive father. No, my biological father. You must sell me this skill book and recipe. I absolutely must have them. At this moment, Wang Bing, training in the mountains, is flushed with excitement, his body trembling slightly. A mage group attack skill. I absolutely must obtain this. The third princess is a mage. As the only member of the royal family of the Daxia Empire to participate in the game's open beta, it is conceivable that the third princess may even ascend to the throne in the future. If this skill book can be used by the third princess, then Wang Bing will undoubtedly be a favored individual in her presence. Moreover, as the Daxia princess, when the time comes for the game to lead the Daxia citizens, she will surely stand before them, guiding them against the invasion of demonic forces. This means that the third princess must always possess formidable strength. This skill book is the ultimate proof of that strength. Wang Bing's eyes are now bloodshot. If that old fellow Lu Chang dares to compete with him for this, he will not hesitate to report him. Let us see how His Majesty deals with that rascal. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, a sinister smile creeps onto Wang Bing's face. Meanwhile, the players of the Xianyao army observe Wang Bing, whose eyes are filled with blood, grinning like a malevolent spirit, their minds flooded with questions. They exchange glances, bewildered that it's over. The captain is becoming more and more possessed. Surely it can't be because of overwhelming pressure? It was mentioned that after reaching level 10, the 3rd Legion will select a commander, and our captain might want to contend for that position. But that can't be the reason for such immense pressure. With our current equipment, do other teams even dare to compete with us? We are undoubtedly the core team of the 3rd Legion, that's a given, so why is that? I don't know. Why don't you go ask? Get lost. Why don't you go ask? Meanwhile, Lu Chang is busy leeching experience from his own leveling party. Due to having acquired a considerable amount of green equipment from Lu Kang, his leveling team is equally well equipped, nearly achieving a complete set of green gear. Moreover, the players in the leveling team are all skilled, resulting in a remarkably high efficiency in monster farming. Even if he refrains from participating, his experience points are steadily increasing. Before long, he has the impression that he is on the brink of reaching level SIX. At this moment, Lu Chang is equally taken aback, gazing at the 2 items in the chat room. As the chairman of Tianyue Group, a corporation ranked among the top 30 in the world, Lu Chang is no stranger to grand spectacles, and he usually maintains a composed demeanor. However, even he finds his heart racing at the sight of these 2 items. The skill Cold Wind Impact is sufficient to elevate a player to the status of a mage deity in a short span of time. And he is a mage. With this skill book, his efficiency in monster farming would see a significant boost. As for the potion recipe, its value is beyond question. As a businessman, Lu Chang possesses an acute sense of commercial worth, and he can easily discern the immense value of this recipe. Taking a deep breath, he is filled with an unwavering determination. This item cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of that scoundrel Wang Bing. Perhaps he should have a private conversation with his good son-in-law? Why can't this wretched game allow for photos? If only he could showcase the beauty of his 2 precious daughters to his son-in-law, surely he wouldn't dare to run away, with something so valuable at stake. It would be best if his son-in-law could show his filial piety. Lu Chang is filled with regret. Just as he prepares to take action, a message in the chat room causes his pupils to constrict. Wang Bing, Director Lu, I believe we can forego competing for this skill book, as that individual is a mage. Upon reading this message, Lu Chang falls silent. If the skill book were for a priest or an archer, he would have contested it regardless of Wang Bing's statement, as it pertains to his beloved daughter in a normal competition. Even if the emperor were to find out, he might be a bit upset. But he would not say much more. Lu Chang still has faith in the emperor's temperament. However, if it were for his own benefit, Lu Chang hesitates. For the sake of his precious daughter, he would risk incurring the emperor's wrath. But for his own sake, he feels it is not worth it. With a sigh, he concedes, very well, I shall not contend for the skill book, but the price you offer must be fair to my son-in-law. He must not be taken advantage of. Upon seeing Lu Chang's message, Wang Bing immediately breathes a sigh of relief. He knows Lu Chang is a mage, and he feared that Lu Chang would insist on competing. Reading Lu Chang's message, Wang Bing feels a pang of frustration, muttering to himself, damn it, that's my adoptive father. How could I possibly take advantage of him? Is this old fellow trying to set me up in front of my adoptive father? Wang Bing, Director Lu, your integrity is commendable. I would never conspire against my adoptive father. Please state your price, and I shall accept without objection. Chapter 42. The greatest sorrow is the death of the heart. Lu Kang observes the exchanges between the 2, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Who is this individual they are referring to? Why the cryptic hints? However, considering their statuses, this individual must not be an ordinary person. As for who it is, Lu Kang has little interest in discovering. After some contemplation, he speaks up, 500 gold. Wang Bing, adoptive father, is that price not a bit too low? Perhaps we should ask for a bit more. Otherwise, I feel uneasy holding onto this skill book. This is an exceedingly rare area of effect skill for mages at the onset of the game. One can only imagine its value. Moreover, this skill will remain useful for a considerable time, far surpassing the worth of equipment. To be candid, 500 gold seems low to both Wang Bing and Lu Chang. Lu Kang feels somewhat exasperated. What is Wang Bing doing? Why is he always pushing for a higher price? After some thought, Lu Kang suggests, then let it be 600. Wang Bing, perfect. My adoptive father is truly generous. Lu Kang, and what of the recipe? How do you both wish to proceed? Lu Chang, Wang Bing. I will not relinquish this recipe to you. Wang Bing, Director Lu, you must understand that the potion recipe is a strategic resource. You cannot withhold it from us in the military. Lu Chang, bah? Spare me those arguments. My Liu family has connections in the military as well. If I acquire it, you can rest assured that the price for the Shinbird army will be at cost. But I will not part with it. Seeing Liu Chong's firm stance, Wang Bing realizes he cannot sway Liu Chong this time. Nonetheless, the potion recipe is too precious to let go without a fight. Taking a deep breath, he calls over Li Ming, who is busy farming monsters. Old Li, come here for a moment. Li Ming is momentarily taken aback and steps back. Captain, what is it? Without further ado, Wang Bing privately shares the details of the potion recipe with him. Li Ming's eyes nearly bulge out of their sockets upon seeing the information. What the hell? What is this? His loud exclamation draws the attention of nearby players from the Shinbird army. Wang Bing shoots them a glare. What are you staring at? Focus on your monsters. He turns back to Li Ming. This is dropped by my adoptive father. You understand what I mean, right? Li Ming gulps down hard, his eyes filled with fervor. This recipe is undoubtedly a treasure. We must secure it. This could serve as the foundation for our 7th team. The only problem lies with Liu Chong. As he and Wang Bing are also in a partnership, Li Ming glares in frustration. That old scoundrel Liu is too much. I shall gather a team and smash his Tianyue group. Wang Bing shoots him a sidelong glance. Go ahead, if you dare to Li Ming. The two engage in a brief yet awkward standoff, with Li Ming breaking the tension with a dry laugh. Captain, I was only joking. Can we not take this so seriously? He is not foolish. The Liu family is one of the top families in the Great Xia, and Tianyue Group is a major tax contributor. How could he genuinely bring a team to destroy Tianyue Group? That would be akin to courting death. Wang Bing rolls his eyes. I thought you had the guts to do it. Li Ming grins. Well, my courage is certainly unrivaled compared to yours, Captain. Wang Bing feels something is off, but cannot quite pinpoint the issue. He decides not to dwell on it. Let us discuss serious matters. You should contact other leaders of the Shinbird army and inform them to request an increased quota of gold coins. I believe our current amount is insufficient, Li Ming. He looks utterly bewildered. Captain? Do we not still have a quota of 1,000 gold coins? That should be more than enough, right? Wang Bing shares the information of the Cold Wind Impact skill book again. Li Ming's eyes widen in shock. What? What an incredible skill. The nearby players from the Shinbird army glance over once more. Wang Bing glares at them, prompting them to retreat. However, they exchange glances and murmur to one another, feeling as though the vice captain is also succumbing to some strange obsession. Indeed, the situation seems quite peculiar. Amidst their hushed discussions, Li Ming turns his gaze to Wang Bing, his breathing becoming rapid. How much does this cost? Wang Bing holds up 6 fingers, 600 gold. Initially, my adoptive father suggested 500, but I couldn't bear to let him sell it for such a low price, so I persuaded him to raise the price. Li Ming is nearly moved to tears. My goodness! My adoptive father is truly a god. This incredible skill is only 600 gold. I can't believe it. I'm going to cry. Wang Bing nods. Right? My adoptive father is truly too generous, Li Ming. Captain? You are also quite remarkable for buying me such an incredible skill. Li Ming is a mage. Wang Bing. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Wang Bing looks at him in disbelief. Li Ming, did you leave your brain at home today? What are you talking about? This skill is for you. Wang Bing can no longer contain himself and bursts out laughing at Li Ming. He looks utterly incredulous. Isn't it for me? Wang Bing scoffs. Do you want it? Li Ming nods vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. You should go and tell the 3rd princess to let it be for me, Li Ming. It suddenly dawns on him that the 3rd princess is also a mage. Wait a moment. Li Ming's eyes widen in realization. He contemplates a grave matter. The 3rd princess is a mage, and so is he. If his adoptive father acquires any remarkable items in the future, would he not be left out? Li Ming feels utterly crushed. This game does not allow for account deletions. There is only this one account, and he cannot simply choose not to play. But how on earth is he supposed to navigate this? He cannot possibly compete with the 3rd princess for items, can he? Li Ming's eyes turn red with frustration. Seeing Li Ming genuinely on the verge of tears, Wang Bing is somewhat taken aback. Old Li, you can't be serious, can you? Don't cry. It's embarrassing. Li Ming rubs his eyes, filled with sorrow. Captain, do you think I will ever get my hands on good items in the future? Wang Bing ponders for a moment and sincerely shakes his head. Not likely. Well, go ahead and cry if you must, Li Ming. He takes a deep breath and states, I will go speak with the leaders and discuss the situation. The greatest sorrow is the death of the heart. At this moment, Li Ming feels as though his heart has perished. It's best to let it out. Crying is perfectly fine. It doesn't matter. He won't lose face. Wang Bing pats Li Ming on the shoulder, offering comfort. I appreciate you. On the other side, Lu Chong is also aware that this will be a challenging battle. He too, in the chat room, remarks, "Good son-in-law, I also require some funds for circulation." Lu Kong, observing the serious tone of their conversation, raises an eyebrow. He had intended to sell some gold casually. Is there truly a need for such grand gestures? Lu Kong, there is no need for such theatrics. Just propose a price that I can accept, and we can reach an agreement. Wang Bing, adoptive father, that simply will not do. This is a high-quality potion recipe. One can easily surmise its immense value. It cannot be sold casually, Lu Chong. Wang Bing makes a valid point. We cannot allow our own people to suffer losses. Would you not agree, good son-in-law? Wang Bing. 6. Lu Dong, your audacity is truly remarkable. Even our adoptive father has not suggested you become his son-in-law, yet you persistently proclaim this every day. Do you not feel a twinge of embarrassment? Lu Chong. I do not converse with my adoptive grandson. Wang Bing. Upon reflection, he realized that he called Lu Kong his adoptive father, while Lu Chong referred to Lu Kong as his son-in-law. By this logic, it made him the grandson. This realization infuriated Wang Bing. This old fellow is shamelessly taking advantage of me. I must seize that formula at all costs. Otherwise, I shall be reduced to nothing. Chapter 43. Daring and enigmatic Lu Kong observed the two squabbling and decided not to dwell on it. You may handle it as you wish. I shall continue my monster hunting. After a brief respite, Lu Kong intended to resume his quest for experience. The experience gained from boss monsters was nearly 100 times greater than that from ordinary ones. Having slain 2 boss monsters, along with a multitude of elite creatures, Lu Kong found himself nearing level 7, at this rate. If he cleared the entire little demon camp, he could nearly reach level 8. Consequently, ascending to level 10 would become a swift endeavor. Lu Kong's goal for today was to obliterate the entire little demon camp and fulfill the old village chief's task. Thus, wielding his blazing great sword, he continued his monster hunting. Presently, Lu Kong was capable of drawing 2 teams of little demons into battle simultaneously. With his sweeping skill, he dispatched monsters with remarkable speed. Coupled with a level 5 basic regeneration skill and healing potions, his health remained robust. Before long, Lu Kong had vanquished nearly 100 little demons. This bounty yielded 2 minor skill stones, 10 attribute stones, along with various green equipment and scrolls. Lu Kong utilized the minor skill stones to elevate his basic regeneration to level 6. However, further enhancements would require higher level skill stones. Reluctantly, Lu Kong began employing the minor skill stones on his sweeping skill, raising it to level 2. Sweeping, level 2. Wield your weapon to strike all enemies in front, inflicting 170 damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. It must be said that the potency of the sweeping skill far surpassed that of the heavy strike. A mere level increase resulted in a 20 damage boost. The only drawback was the cooldown period. Nevertheless, due to its area of effect capabilities, Lu Kong resolved to primarily upgrade his sweeping skill henceforth. After expending all his skill and attribute stones, he prepared to continue battling, filling the remaining slots, so he could return to sell the amassed equipment to AT. That moment, Wang Bing and Lu Chong sent messages in succession. Upon seeing them, Lu Kong realized they were ready. Lu Kong, I was just about to head back. You may bid while making your way. Wang Bing, understood. My adoptive father has the final say. I bid 500 gold coins. Lu Chong, is that it? 700. Wang Bing, 800. Lu Chong, 900. Witnessing their bidding war, Lu Kong was somewhat taken aback. The price for this formula exceeded his expectations, rapidly reaching 900. It is worth noting that the Frost Shock only sold for 600. Of course, this was partly due to Lu Kong's lack of intention to raise the bid. The auction was far from over. Before long, Lu Chong called out 1,200 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing's eyes widened with disbelief. The amount Li Ming had negotiated was merely 1,000 gold coins. With their remaining 400 coins, they could bid a maximum of 1,400. At this rate, 1,400 might not even suffice. Wang Bing was rendered speechless. Not only him, but Li Ming, who had been closely monitoring the situation, was equally stunned. Damn it, Tianyue Group is incredibly wealthy. We can't compete with them. Wang Bing gritted his teeth. No, I must try again. He continued to bid. 1,003. Lu Chang remained unperturbed. 1,004. Wang Bing. Damn, Lu Chang, kid. Are you resorting to insults because your finances can't compete? Wang Bing. Lu Kong. Wang Gu. Perhaps we should let it go. After all, Chang Gu is one of the wealthiest individuals in Daxia. To be honest, I never anticipated selling it for such a high price. It's not that Lu Kong believed it wasn't worth that much. Rather, his aim for the formula was merely to bolster Daxia's strategic reserves. He hadn't given much thought to the potential selling price. Wang Bing fell silent, hesitating at that moment. Lu Chang added, by the way, in addition to the 1,400 gold coins, I shall allocate 10 of the profits from the potion sales to my esteemed son-in-law. Lu Kong, Chang Gu, there's no need for that. The price is genuinely too high, frankly. I never expected it to reach such heights. Lu Chang, no, that's final. We still cannot ascertain the potion's effectiveness. Should it prove to be highly beneficial, selling it for 1,400 gold coins could mean a loss for you. How could your old father-in-law allow you to suffer such a loss? Lu Kong fell silent. Although he did not take Lu Chang's constant reference to himself as old father-in-law to heart, he had to admit that Lu Chang was genuinely considerate toward him. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Kong finally nodded. Since Chang Gu insists, I shall not decline. It is enough to appreciate others' kindness in one's heart. Wang Bing was equally surprised by Lu Chang's boldness. He sighed and ultimately shook his head at Li Ming. This is it. Upon hearing Lu Chang's price, Li Ming couldn't help but exclaim, there's a reason why Chairman Lu can manage such a large group. He is quite generous, indeed. Lu Kong. Just right, you two can each take an item, thus concluding this matter satisfactorily. I shall return now, and you can finalize the transaction upon your return. And there are also some green equipment to trade. Lu Chang and Wang Bing both replied affirmatively. Lu Kong activated a return scroll. In a flash of white light, he found himself in the square of the novice village. The next moment, a large head appeared before him. Startled, he stepped back and realized it was Lin Yingying. Lu Kong was somewhat puzzled. Why are you still here? Lin Yingying beamed proudly. Waiting for my adoptive father, of course, Lu Kong. He was momentarily dumbfounded. You've been waiting here all this time? He had been monster hunting for nearly 2 hours. Lin Yingying nodded. Yes, I, the noble daughter, will not rest until I add my adoptive father as a friend. Lu Kong was at a loss. This girl not only had a thick skin but was also stubbornly clingy. However, he was curious. How did you know I would appear here? Lin Yingying puffed out her chest and grinned. The astute Lin Yingying noticed a flash of white light appearing in the square last time, and then you emerged, so I deduced you must have used some item. You mentioned needing to return to sell equipment? So I figured you would use an item to come back, and thus I waited here. Lu Kong couldn't help but marvel at her cleverness. Indeed, quite astute. Heh, right? Such an astute and adorably invincible daughter. Don't you think you should consider it? As she spoke, Lin Yingying batted her innocent big eyes at Lu Kong, emphasizing her cuteness. She graded her performance a 99, deducting 1 point for fear of becoming arrogant. Surely, this would make her adoptive father relent, right? Yet, Lu Kong maintained his impassive demeanor. If your eyes are dry, perhaps you should log off and apply some eye drops. Lin Yingying, her expression froze. Her mind racing with questions. Is my adoptive father perhaps unable to find a girlfriend? How can he not see how adorable I am? Suddenly, Lin Yingying pondered a serious question. Could it be that her adoptive father suffers from the legendary face blindness? If that were the case, wouldn't her irresistibly cute appearance hold no advantage? Lin Yingying felt as if she had been dealt a heavy blow. Observing Lin Yingying's despondent demeanor, Lu Kong inquired, "What is wrong with you now?" Lin Yingying glanced at Lu Kong. "Do you have a problem, Lu Kong?" He was exasperated. "You are the one with the problem," Lin Yingying gasped, looking at Lu Kong with anticipation. "You don't have face blindness?" Lu Kong was speechless. "I am just an ordinary, normal person. I don't have any of these bizarre ailments." Lin Yingying appeared skeptical, asking, "Am I pretty?" As she leaned closer, attempting to present herself more clearly for Lu Kong. Startled by her proximity, Lu Kong pressed her head down, pushing her away. How audacious, trying to disrupt my resolve. Gazing into Lin Yingying's innocent eyes, Lu Kong's mouth twitched, then he adopted a frosty expression. "Why should I answer such a trivial question?" Lin Yingying's eyes suddenly brightened. She stroked her chin, appearing deep in thought. Generally, such an answer implies a default agreement. I understand. My adoptive father, you truly are not ill. Furthermore, my adoptive father must think I am quite pretty. Lin Yingying felt a swell of pride within. You are the one with issues. Lu Kong was exasperated, then stated. This time, I am selling equipment. Given your previous insults, you shall not partake this time. Lin Yingying. Her smile gradually faded. No, please, adoptive father. A lamenting voice echoed throughout the square, drawing the attention of all nearby players. Chapter 44. Your man is about to be taken away. Upon seeing Lu Kong, the players' eyes immediately lit up. The news of Lu Kong selling green equipment in the square had already spread. The number of players present had significantly increased, all hoping for a stroke of luck. Little did they expect to actually encounter Lu Kong. Players crowded together, encircling Lu Kong in the center. Foster father, do you sell equipment? Lu Kong nodded. Yes, I sell equipment. Please line up, one at a time. Instantly, a throng of eager buyers began to queue. As usual, Lu Kong produced 10 pieces of green equipment for sale. Meanwhile, Lin Yingying watched in anguish as others snatched up the items one by one. Her heart shattering. What? My equipment? Foster father is so mean. She was on the verge of tears. Soon, all the green equipment was sold. Lu Kong glanced at the dejected Lin Yingying and chuckled. How about it? Next time, don't wait for me. If you just buy the equipment directly, wouldn't you have gotten it? Lin Yingying snapped back to reality, hands on her hips, retorting. Impossible. Lin Yingying, keep my word. I must add foster father as a friend. I am destined to be your righteous daughter. Lu Kong raised an eyebrow. What destiny? Lin Yingying beamed. I declared it myself. Lu Kong sighed. You truly take the cake for shamelessness. Lin Yingying. Hee, am I not excellent? Lin Yingying's expression brightened even further. Lu Kong. His lips twitched. I wasn't complimenting you. Lin Yingying ignored him, her thick skin unwavering. Just then, Lu Chong and Wang Bing approached. Foster father, you're here so quickly. Wang Bing waved as he jogged over. Lu Kong smiled and nodded. I used a recall scroll. There were items to sell in the village. Impressive. I know that thing. It's quite expensive. Isn't it around dozens of silver? I couldn't bring myself to buy it. Wang Bing grinned. Lu Chong also nodded. Indeed, it's rather pricey. You could buy a piece of green equipment for that. In reality, dozens of silver equated to several thousand yuan. And Lu Chong wouldn't hesitate to spend that amount in real life to save a mere 20 minutes. However, this was a game. Although the trading platform allowed for the exchange of gold coins, these coins were limited in quantity and obtained through player sales. Having money didn't guarantee one could buy them. Even Lu Chong had to be frugal. Spending dozens of silver to save 20 minutes was, in Lu Chong's view, not worth it. That moment, Wang Bing noticed the obedient-looking Lin Yingying beside him, revealing a trace of surprise. Wow, foster father, is this your righteous daughter? She's truly beautiful. Lu Chong's heart sank. Oh no, his beloved son-in-law actually had another woman? Was he soon to be out of a job as a father-in-law? My precious daughter, you've been poached. Lu Chong's mood darkened as he scrutinized Lin Yingying. Even he had to admit that the girl was quite attractive, only slightly less so than his two beloved daughters. Especially with her obedient demeanor, Lu Chong believed Lu Kong would certainly be fond of her. This thought further weighed down Lu Chong's heart. He had just begun to play the role of a supportive father for his precious daughters, only to have someone else swoop in so quickly? Lu Chong couldn't muster a smile. Upon hearing Wang Bing's words, Lu Kong replied, exasperated. Wang, stop messing around. I'm not familiar with her. Hearing this, Lu Chong's eyes lit up, as if the previously gloomy sky had been filled with light. Not familiar. That was good, however. Lin Yingying's next words brought Lu Chong crashing back to reality. Foster father, I am your destined righteous daughter, Wang Bing. Wang Bing stared at Lu Kong in shock, not expecting this handsome foster father to be such a player. He then thought of Jiang Su and his own team. He had not anticipated that the beauty plot would falter so soon, just 2 days into execution. However, an idea struck Wang Bing as he glanced at Lu Chong. And he felt a surge of joy. Look at this old fellow. How could he still call himself a father-in-law? Who would have thought? His 2 daughters hadn't even started, and someone had already stolen the lead. Wang Bing could hardly contain his excitement. Lu Kong shot Lin Yingying a glare. Next time, there won't be any equipment for you. Lin Yingying? She looked incredulous. What? So soon. The shock was over this. Did this fellow think ahead about her missing out next time? Lu Kong was equally surprised. He hadn't expected her to have such clarity about her position. Lin Yingying adopted a defiant posture. Even so, I will still be your destined righteous daughter. No amount of green equipment can make me yield, Lu Kong. Should I still praise your integrity and virtuous character? Lin Yingying chuckled proudly. Hee. If you say so, that would be acceptable, Lu Kong. 6. Lu Chong, having seen many people, observed Lin Yingying and Lu Kong, sensing something was amiss in their relationship. His previously clouded heart began to brighten. This girl didn't seem to be Lu Kong's girlfriend after all. Lu Chong felt a wave of relief. Yet, he also felt a rising sense of urgency. With his son-in-law's looks and abilities, he was bound to attract these young ladies. If this continued, it could spell trouble. Yet, both of his daughters were not in Silvermoon Village at the moment, leaving him unable to facilitate more interaction between them and Lu Kong. This thought left Lu Chong feeling somewhat vexed. After some contemplation, he sent a message in the family chat group. Precious daughters, your man is about to be stolen. Replies flooded in quickly. Lu Yueqing. What? Which vixen dares to steal my sister's man? Just wait. I'll tear her apart. Lu Yueqing? Lu Yueqing. Are you looking for death? Lu Yueqing. Sister, this isn't the time for infighting. Our brother-in-law is about to be taken. Lu Yueqing. It's brother-in-law, not sister's husband. Dad, does Lu Kong have a girlfriend? Meanwhile, Lu Yueqing and Lu Yueqing were both glued to the chat room. Although they had never met Lu Kong, Lu Chong often spoke highly of him, and his exaggerated performances had piqued their curiosity. They had already planned to follow Lu Chong's lead and meet Lu Kong after leaving the novice village. Yet, they had not expected to hear such news today. They exchanged glances, both feeling a tinge of discontent. Lu Yueqing, sister, you said you had no feelings for Lu Kong? I can see you're upset. Lu Yueqing smiled slightly. Because Lu Kong is my brother-in-law, I certainly don't want him to be taken away. Lu Yueqing pouted. Woman, your name should be speak one way, feel another. Lu Yueqing? A question mark slowly formed in her mind. Where did you learn such nonsense? Hee. I saw it in a drama once. Lu Yueqing replied, Sister, let us not argue about that. Let us see what the old man has to say. Lu Yueqing nodded in agreement. The two sisters watched the chat group. However, to their astonishment, Lu Chong remained silent. Lu Yueqing's eyes widened. What does the old man mean? Is he trying to tease us? Lu Yueqing pondered. Perhaps he is busy? Chapter 45. Tremendous Gains, The Final Castle. Lu Chong was indeed busy. Lu Kong had long since lost patience with Lin Yingying's shamelessness. He could hardly be bothered with this troublesome woman and instead proceeded to trade with Wang Bing and Lu Chong. The skill book Cold Wind Strike was traded for 600 gold, while the recipe fetched 1,400 gold plus a 10% profit. Excluding profit sharing, the gold from the transactions alone amounted to 2,000 gold. That was equivalent to a staggering 20 million yuan. Coupled with yesterday's earnings, Lu Kong had made over 20 million in just the second day of the game. The speed at which he was earning money felt almost surreal. Yet, Lu Kong understood that the primary reason for this windfall was his sole talent. The drop rate for green equipment was so low that most players would be ecstatic to acquire just one piece after defeating hundreds or even thousands of elite monsters. However, for Lu Kong, it was a guaranteed drop. As for the bosses, Lu Kong had managed to solo them through a gradual accumulation of strength, employing methods beyond the imagination of ordinary players. The items dropped by bosses were equally rare and precious. Although it seemed that Lu Kong had made over 20 million in just over a day, it was entirely within reason. Lu Kong was in high spirits. With this money, he could clear his parents' debts. Allowing his mother to breathe easier in addition to the two blue items, Lu Kong traded the remaining green equipment to Lu Chong and Wang Bing, earning several dozen gold in the process. However, after receiving 2,000 gold, the sight of just a few dozen gold left Lu Kong utterly unmoved. Lu Chong and Wang Bing hurriedly bid farewell to Lu Kong to handle the skill books and recipes they had acquired. Lu Kong watched them leave, a smile gracing his face. Since his parents' company went bankrupt, the burden that had weighed heavily on Lu Kong's heart had finally been lifted. Lin Yingying, observing Lu Kong's relaxed smile, blinked. Foster father, you seem quite happy. Lu Kong paused, glancing at Lin Yingying. You're still here. His good mood made Lin Yingying's presence less bothersome. Lin Yingying crossed her arms and smiled proudly. Of course. I'm waiting for foster father to add me as a friend. Lu Kong. Very well. My head still aches slightly. Lu Kong rolled his eyes. Then you may continue to wait. Oh no, foster father. You're so happy today. Shouldn't we celebrate? Lu Kong shot Lin Yingying a sidelong glance. Is the way to celebrate adding friends? Lin Yingying gave Lu Kong a thumbs up, exclaiming, truly worthy of being my adoptive father. You're even smarter than I am. Off I go. I'm going to hunt some monsters. Lu Kong summoned a demonic wolf and mounted it. Oh. Lin Yingying, with a pitiful expression, lowered her head and responded despondently. She dragged her feet and slowly squatted beside him, saying, then I shall wait for my adoptive father to come next time. Lu Kong observed Lin Yingying's woeful demeanor, feeling a significant headache. Damn it. This girl is quite the sticky candy, however. Perhaps due to the relief of a debt that had troubled him for years, Lu Kong's spirits were indeed high. Seeing Lin Yingying's forlorn look softened his heart a bit. Lu Kong clicked his tongue. All right, let me add you as a friend. Lin Yingying looked up, her innocent big eyes shining as she gazed at Lu Kong. Adoptive father. Is this for real? You're not deceiving me. Are you? Lu Kong, with a frown, replied. What could I possibly have to deceive you about? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yingying ventured, beauty? Lu Kong raised an eyebrow. Perhaps it was better to let it go. He decided against adding her. Adoptive father, I was mistaken. It is I who covets your beauty. Lu Kong maintained a stoic expression. Do not covet. I am a man you cannot have. Ultimately, Lu Kong chose to add Lin Yingying. As soon as the addition was confirmed, Lin Yingying burst into joyful leaps. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I am the destined adopted daughter. Seeing Lin Yingying's exuberance, Lu Kong was somewhat taken aback. Hadn't she just been heartbroken? He pondered for a moment. Were you just pretending earlier? Lin Yingying froze, her eyes widening. She had become too boastful too quickly. With a gasp, she exclaimed, no, I was truly sad. But once I got my adoptive father's contact, my sadness vanished immediately. Lu Kong scrutinized Lin Yingying with suspicion, uncertain of the veracity of her words. Yet, given her thick-skinned nature, it was highly probable that her previous display had been an act. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was happy today, and whether she had performed or not was irrelevant. I'm off to level up now. Lu Kong ceased further conversation and waved his hand. Farewell, adoptive father. You are invincible. You are amazing. Lin Yingying showered him with flattery, waving her hands enthusiastically. Subsequently, Lu Kong continued to slay monsters in the imp camp. The imps did not respawn. He faced considerably fewer troubles. He had now ventured deep into the central area of the imp camp. In this zone, fortresses were scattered everywhere, all surrounding the core castle. Lu Kong surmised that the greatest boss of the imp camp resided within that castle. In this area, the number of imps had also significantly increased. Originally, the imps formed teams of 3. Here, they had escalated to teams of 7. Each team comprised imp warriors, imp archers, imp assassins, imp mages, and imp shamans. It could be said that this was an elite monster squad. The coordination of such a squad was certainly beyond that of the previous trio of imps. The imp shaman also possessed healing skills, making battles even more troublesome. Fortunately, Lu Kong's strength had vastly improved since he first entered the imp camp. Even when faced with 7 elite imps, he could still triumph effortlessly. After a series of imp slaying, Lu Kong soon reached level 7. His stats were once again enhanced, and he received 2 free attribute points, which he allocated entirely to stamina. As a player, his health was quite fragile, and with the final boss likely to be formidable, Lu Kong feared being eliminated in a single hit. During his time in the camp, Lu Kong defeated over 300 imps, acquiring a substantial amount of superior healing potions, various scrolls, and an array of green equipment. Remarkably, he even discovered a blue item of excellent quality in the imp's drop list. This was the first time he had encountered blue items in the drop list of elite monsters. The elite imps he had dispatched were nearing 1,000 point. One could only imagine how low the drop rate was. This blue excellent equipment was also something Lu Kong could equip at this moment. A remarkably rare ring. Each player could wear 2 rings, 1 necklace, and 2 trinkets. Aside from a ring he had spotted in the drop list from Ice Hand, he had not encountered any others. To his surprise, he stumbled upon one on a minor monster, and it was blue. Imp S Bone Ring, excellent. Strength 6, Stamina 6, required level 7, drop rate 0.000022, an excellent ring. Adding a total of 12 attributes, was nearly equivalent to the attributes gained from leveling up twice. It was almost on par with Liu Kang's legendary great sword, though it lacked the special effects of legendary equipment. Nonetheless, it was still incredibly powerful. Naturally, Liu Kang chose to claim the drop, equipping it immediately. In addition to the equipment, Liu Kang obtained 22 minor attribute stones and 4 minor skill stones. He used all the attribute stones, effectively adding 22 points to his attributes. Coupled with Liu Kang's battle intent skill, which enhanced his combat state by 50, he gained an additional 11 points. It was as if he had acquired 33 points in attributes out of thin air. Delightful? Players below level 10, even if equipped, would likely struggle to match his base attributes. As for the skill stones, Liu Kang used all of them as well. He had initially intended to allocate them all to his sweeping skill. But upon upgrading the skill to level 4, he discovered he needed basic skill stones for further enhancement. Thus, he allocated the remainder to his heavy strike skill, also elevating it to level 4. Now, Liu Kang's skill damage amplification was significantly stronger than before, representing a tangible increase in combat power. After several hours of monster hunting, Liu Kang finally arrived before the final castle. He glanced at the imposing structure, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. Chapter 46. Excellent set. The castle comprised 3 floors. The first floor was a grand hall. On either side of the hall, there were staircases leading to the second floor. In the center of the hall stood 5 imps. Among them, the tallest imp, standing at around 1.70 meters, donned black armor and bore a black battle axe on his back. Flanking this imp were 4 imp shamans. Liu Kang cast his detection skill. Gu, boss, level, 7 health, 6,000 attack, 95 description. Captain of the imp camp's guard. Liu Kang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This castle had 3 floors? And he hadn't expected to encounter a boss on the first level. Would there be bosses on all 3 floors? The thought thrilled him. Bosses meant excellent equipment and items, representing power and wealth. Liu Kang opened Gu Ji's drop list. At the top was a black-blue battle axe. Unfortunately, Liu Kang's current weapon was far superior to any excellent grade weapon. Had it not been for the flame great sword, he would have certainly chosen it. The second item was a basic skill stone, an obvious choice. Following that were basic attribute stones, excellent equipment, excellent grade healing potions, and other items. Among them, the excellent equipment brought Liu Kang great joy. Imp's precision chestplate, excellent. Male, defense 177, strength 6, stamina 6, required level 7 imp set, 2-4 reduces damage taken by 8 imp set, 4-4 increases damage by 12 drop rate, 0.87 an excellent male armor set, an upgraded version of the imp set. Currently, aside from his great sword, Liu Kang had only 1 excellent grade ring, with all other equipment being green. Previously, both Gu Ning and Ice Hand had suitable excellent equipment for him. But the value of the other items was too high. Liu Kang had no choice but to opt for the more valuable items. But what about Gu? If one were to say he was poor, he lacked any particularly precious recipe blueprints or skill books. Yet, he possessed the most suitable set of mail armor for Liu Kang. Liu Kang felt quite satisfied. He promptly selected 2 pieces of the imp precision set, the previously acquired chest plate and an imp precision leggings. Although there were other mail armor pieces in the drop list, Liu Kang could only choose 3 items. The basic skill stone was a must, leaving him with only 2 choices. However, these 2 pieces would allow him to activate one of the set effects, which was already quite commendable. Liu Kang was still pleased. Following that, he selected the drops from the imp shamans before charging forward. Compared to Ice Hand, Gu was somewhat simpler to battle. After all, Gu was a melee warrior class. Although Gu Ji's defensive capabilities far surpassed those of Ice Hand, Liu Kang could only inflict around 60 points of damage per hit. Moreover, Gu Ji's attack was also quite formidable. With health points exceeding Ice Hand by 2,000. Yet, Liu Kang used a weakness scroll to kite Gu as if he were a mere pet. The only minor inconvenience was the 4 shamans healing him. However, this minor trouble was certainly no match for Liu Kang. He drew Gu away and swiftly dispatched the imp shamans first. Although the combined healing of 4 shamans was indeed impressive, Liu Kang, wielding the flame great sword, was even more formidable. Even with the shamans healing him, it was insufficient to keep Gu alive. Once Liu Kang eliminated all 4 shamans, Gu, now furious, became easy prey for Liu Kang. The final blow from Liu Kang's sweeping strike sent Gu crashing to the ground with a cry of despair. 3 blue orbs of light emerged from his lifeless body. The entire boss battle lasted a mere 2 minutes, during which Liu Kang barely broke a sweat. After collecting the loot, he promptly equipped the items, resulting in a significant boost to his attributes. Moreover, the set bonus effectively reduced incoming damage by 8 points, rendering elite monsters incapable of inflicting substantial harm. As for the skill stone, Liu Kang naturally allocated it to his battle intent, elevating it to level 6. The enhancement brought forth by this 6th level was unsurprising to him, a remarkable 60. Once again, he experienced a considerable improvement, leaving him in high spirits. After tidying up, Liu Kang ascended the side staircase to the 2nd floor. At the top of the stairs lay a corridor lined with rooms, culminating in a black iron door. As he walked down the corridor, he discovered that each room housed 6 or 7 small demons. Liu Kang, of course, did not intend to let them escape, charging in to engage them. He soon realized that the level 7 elite demons could inflict a maximum of just 2 points of damage on him. In fact, there were several instances where they failed to breach his defenses. This was the allure of finely crafted gear. Certainly, Liu Kang's extraordinary attributes and the enhancement from his battle intent played a crucial role as well. Other players lacked the formidable stats he possessed. Even with identical equipment, they would not be able to withstand the elite monster's attacks. Reflecting on this, Liu Kang wondered whether the boss below possessed a similarly exquisite set of armor. If he could complete another set bonus for a 12 damage increase, he would truly be invincible. After clearing the rooms along the corridor, Liu Kang finally stood before the imposing black iron door. He placed his hand on it, only to withdraw quickly. Unlike conventional games, in the universe of online gaming, the alert range of monsters is considerably greater. Even if a powerful boss lurked behind that door, pushing it open would likely warrant no attention from it. However, in a cosmic game, such an action would undoubtedly attract notice, signaling the commencement of battle. Yet, Liu Kang remained unaware of the monsters that awaited him within. The confrontation was inevitable. He simply needed to prepare himself. He first utilized strength and endurance scrolls to fully restore his health, then took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy door. The creaking sound echoed as the black iron door swung wide. Inside, he beheld a chamber of roughly 100 square feet, adorned with numerous animal skulls as macabre decorations. At the far end stood a wooden table, cluttered with various documents crafted from parchment. Behind the table, a small demon fixated on Liu Kang, bow in hand, an arrow already notched. With a sharp twang, the bowstring released, sending an arrow hurtling toward Liu Kang with a piercing whistle. He barely had time to evade the projectile, which struck him squarely in the chest. 81. Liu Kang raised an eyebrow at the damage. It was acceptable. Being a ranged class, he needed little deliberation. He promptly took cover behind the partially opened black iron door, an ideal makeshift shield. Then, he heard footsteps approaching as the sound grew nearer. A smile crept onto Liu Kang's lips. He charged forth, launching a series of ordinary attacks, heavy strikes, and sweeping blows. Just as he prepared to retreat behind cover again, he found the small demon wielding twin daggers, slashing at him. 34. 32. Liu Kang stood in astonishment, his eyes wide. Both ranged and melee. He was momentarily taken aback. Previously, he had faced 3 bosses, each either melee, which he kite using health regeneration, or ranged, which he dispatched by controlling his line of sight. Now, encountering one that could perform both styles left him perplexed. Chapter 47. Hide and seek. With no time to ponder further, Liu Kang swiftly cast a weakening scroll to slow his assailant. Evading blows, he simultaneously unleashed a detection spell. Akelin, boss, level, 7 health, 5000 attack, 95 description. The deputy commander of the small demon camp and the scout captain. This foe's attack power rivaled that of the previous Gugu. Thankfully, he had just acquired 2 pieces of the small demon's exquisite set. Otherwise, the damage would likely have been even greater. Yet, despite this advantage, Liu Kang felt immense pressure. He could use a superior healing potion once every 30 seconds, restoring 120 points, coupled with a basic regeneration that granted an additional 180 points over the same duration. In total, he could recover 300 health within 30 seconds. If he failed to evade Akelin's assault, the damage he would sustain would far exceed that amount, rendering any recovery futile. At this juncture, Liu Kang's only hope lay in blocking or dodging as many of Akelin's strikes as possible, prolonging his survival. Previously, He had relied on his attributes and gear to absorb damage while exploiting weaknesses to defeat bosses. Now, however, he had to rely solely on his raw strength. Taking a deep breath, he focused intently, prioritizing evasion over retaliation. Fortunately, Akelin was affected by the slowing effect. While his attack speed remained unchanged, his overall aggression was hindered, providing Liu Kang with better opportunities to evade and defend. Yet, should Liu Kang stray too far, Akelin would sheath his sword and draw his bow to fire. This forced Liu Kang into close quarters dodging. Clearly, Akelin's attributes surpassed his own, and his movements were swift. Despite Liu Kang's efforts to evade, he could not escape all attacks. Watching his health dwindle, a sense of dread enveloped him. Would he meet his end here? Scanning his surroundings, he sought a way to turn the tide. As his gaze swept across the corridor's rooms, an audacious idea struck him. While evading Akelin's attacks, he maneuvered toward a room on the left. Once inside, he suddenly dashed out, sprinting toward the furthest small room on the right. The corridor was not long, and Liu Kang quickly reached the doorway. Just then, he noticed Akelin emerging from the room. Drawing his bow, Akelin loosed an arrow toward Liu Kang. With a swift sidestep, Liu Kang entered the room just in time. The arrow thudded against the wall, quivering as it embedded itself. Taking a moment to breathe, Liu Kang seized the opportunity to regenerate health and awaited the cooldown of his healing potion. He glanced at the door, where he observed Akelin jogging toward him. However, due to the lingering effects of the weakening scroll, the demon's speed was considerably diminished 0.3 seconds. It would take approximately 3 seconds to traverse from the innermost room to his location. In that brief interval, Liu Kang could regain 18 health, while the cooldown on his healing potion would also expire. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He had made a miscalculation. The corridor contained 12 rooms in total. Had he chosen to hide in another room before Akelin exited, would the demon not have to search each room one by one? As long as he remained undiscovered, Liu Kang would have ample time to recover. With this revelation, Liu Kang's eyes sparkled with determination. He now knew how to defeat this boss. At that moment, Akelin burst into the room, his expression furious. "Little mouse, the game is over." Given the confined space, Akelin could not utilize his bow and instead charged forward with his twin swords. Liu Kang retaliated with a standard attack, heavy strike, and sweeping blow. 101, minus 149, 201. The trio of strikes dealt a total of 450 damage. With Akelin's health, it would take merely 13 more hits to vanquish him. However, considering the 10-second cooldown on the sweeping attack, it would likely take a bit longer. Even so, the total time required would not exceed 2 minutes. If Liu Kang could endure that duration, victory would be his. After the assault, Liu Kang deftly dodged once more, leading Akelin deeper into the room. He then bolted toward the exit, not entirely focused on distance, but merely seeking a position 3 rooms away before slipping into a side chamber. Before entering, he glanced back at Akelin's room and noted the demon had yet to emerge. A sigh of relief escaped Liu Kang's lips. After a brief moment, Akelin's enraged voice echoed, "Little mouse, where are you?" The sound of his footsteps echoed menacingly as he scoured each room. Liu Kang grinned, watching his health gradually restore. Thanks to his earlier use of attribute stones, his base endurance now stood at 26 points. Augmented further by his gear, his total attributes soared to an impressive 53 points. Coupled with the 60 boost from his battle intent, Liu Kang's health had surpassed 800. Having previously depleted a significant portion of his health during the fight, he still retained over 300 points. He resolved to take his time, wary of triggering any potent skills from Akelin. If such abilities proved extraordinarily powerful, his remaining health might not suffice. After about 10 seconds, Liu Kang observed Akelin approaching the doorway to his current room. Spotting Liu Kang concealed behind the door, a sinister grin crept onto Akelin's face. "Hee, little mouse, I found you." With that, he brandished his sword and charged. Liu Kang quickly activated a shield scroll, followed by a standard attack and a heavy strike. Then, he dashed out of the room, continuing their game of hide and seek. Soon, Liu Kang heard Akelin's furious shouts once more. Having devised a strategy, the ensuing events would be straightforward. Liu Kang's previously heavy heart had finally lightened. It occurred to him that he had yet to select his loot. So, when Akelin found Liu Kang once more, he pointed out his list of dropped items. However, Liu Kang's expression fell. This fellow was truly impoverished. The The best item he possessed was merely a basic skill stone, followed by some decent equipment and items, including a longbow, a short sword, and a small demon's exquisite set. Unfortunately, the exquisite set was made of leather armor, which left Liu Kang feeling quite disheartened. Fortunately, he discovered a ring. Venomous ring, fine. Stamina 6, with a certain chance of poisoning the target upon attack, inflicting 30 points of poison damage. Required level, 7 drop rate, 0.085. This ring, enhancing both stamina and damage, proved to be quite practical for him. After some contemplation, Liu Kang ultimately chose a fine-grade longbow, along with the basic skill stone and the venomous ring. Once his selections were made, Liu Kang resumed playing hide and seek with Lin. Meanwhile, his health was gradually recovering due to the shield he had equipped. In contrast, Lin's health was swiftly declining. When Lin's health dropped to half, he finally unleashed his skill. A green glow enveloped his twin swords, striking Liu Kang and poisoning him. The poison was potent, draining 30 health points per second for 10 seconds, a total of 300 health points. Fortunately, Liu Kang's health was sufficiently high at that moment, allowing him to endure. As Lin's health dwindled to a mere 500 points, he became utterly frenzied, his attack speed significantly increasing. In just 1 second, he dealt damage 6 times, startling Liu Kang. Thankfully, Liu Kang was not standing his ground against him. Otherwise, he would have been unable to withstand such an onslaught. All he needed to do was continue the game of hide and seek. Eventually, with a single normal attack, Liu Kang defeated Lin. Chapter 48. Encountering legendary equipment, Liu Kang exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his lips. Initially, he feared he might perish. Fortunately, the environment here was conducive to battling this boss. Otherwise, he truly felt he might not have prevailed. After collecting his items, Liu Kang equipped the venomous ring, thus acquiring 2 rings. He then utilized the basic skill stone to enhance his battle intent level. With battle intent reaching level 7, his attribute surged by 70. Coupled with his newly equipped gear, Liu Kang's health exceeded 900 points. It wouldn't be long before he surpassed 1,000. He was merely at level 7. Yet his health was on the verge of breaking 1,000. How could others compete with him? Was he the only one unbalanced? Well, that was inconsequential. As for the fine longbow, Liu Kang planned to sell it next, storing it away for the time being. After a brief rest, Liu Kang ventured into Lin's chamber. He discovered a path leading upstairs behind the wooden table. As he passed the table, his curiosity was piqued by a piece of parchment. Upon closer inspection, Liu Kang's eyes widened in astonishment. The parchments contained information about Silvermoon Village. He approached and collected the parchments, which included a map of the area surrounding Silvermoon Village and details about the distribution of nearby monsters. A frown creased Liu Kang's brow as he recalled the words of the old village chief when he first accepted this quest. The chief had mentioned that the small demons were plotting the destruction of Silvermoon Village. Previously, Liu Kang had not fully grasped the gravity of the situation, but now, seeing the detailed information about Silvermoon Village, his emotions grew urgent. The small demon camp was evidently well informed about Silvermoon Village. If they truly launched an attack, they might very well succeed. After some thought, Liu Kang decided to keep the parchments. Though he was uncertain about the existence of backups, he could not allow these documents to fall into the hands of the small demons. Liu Kang scanned the room for any new and useful items. Soon, his eyes lit up. In the corner, he spotted a wooden treasure chest. Treasure chests were evidently scarce in the game. Until now, he had encountered only 2. This chest appeared more extravagant than the last one he had found. Upon opening the drop rate list, Liu Kang was elated to discover the highest grade item within was of fine quality. Numerous items lay inside, but he could only choose 3. Ultimately, he selected the basic skill stone and a pair of lock armor boots. Demon iron boots, fine. Strength 5, stamina 6, required level, 7 drop rate, 0.003. Lastly, there was a small demon exquisite long robe, which he could not utilize. These 3 items held the highest value. Liu Kang immediately equipped the demon iron boots, intending to use the skill stone to enhance his battle intent. However, Liu Kang was taken aback to learn that after reaching battle intent level 7, he would require a higher grade skill stone to continue advancing. With no other option, he utilized the basic skill stone on basic regeneration, raising it to level 7, which allowed him to recover 7 health points per second. This was quite satisfactory, as it meant recovering 210 health points in 30 seconds, significantly outperforming an excellent quality novice healing potion. After tidying up, Lu Kang ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the stairway, he peered ahead and beheld a vast room on the third floor. The interior was somewhat dim, with a bonfire flickering in the center. Casting alternating shadows and light in the deepest part of the room sat a robust figure clad in black armor. Resting upon a stone chair, it was evident that this was the final boss. Lu Kang stealthily cast a detection spell. Mag Allen, high-level boss, level, 7 health, 10,000 attack, 130 description. The commander of the small demon camp, responsible for gathering intelligence on Silvermoon Village. Gasping, Lu Kang nearly inhaled all the surrounding air. 10,000 health points and 130 attack. What manner of being was this? Lu Kang was momentarily stunned. This creature was vastly superior to the previous bosses he had faced. Moreover, this individual was classified as a high-level boss. A tier above typical bosses, yet still below that of the chief tier, right? A sense of trepidation crept into Lu Kang's heart. He wondered if he could possibly contend with such a beast. However, observing Mag Allen clad in full armor and wielding a great sword, he surmised that he was likely a melee class. He glanced at his own health, which stood at 995 points, coupled with substantial armor. After some contemplation, perhaps there was hope. One must attempt, after all. Dying would only cost him an hour. One word. Charge. Lu Kang refreshed his stamina scrolls and strength scrolls, then opened Magellan's drop list. The dazzling purple glow at the top nearly blinded Lu Kang. Another legendary piece of equipment, Bloodthirsty Necklace, legendary, strength 12, stamina 8, 10 physical lifesteal, required level, 7 drop rate, 0.000012. Lu Kang nearly lost his composure, almost leaping with joy, a lifesteal item, with his formidable attack. If he acquired this equipment, he could almost stand and trade blows with some of the weaker boss monsters. Moreover, this item added a total of 20 attributes, which, combined with his battle intent boost, amounted to 34 points. One could only imagine the immense increase this equipment would provide Lu Kang. Truly, it was legendary. His heart raced, and his eyes nearly turned red with excitement. He had to secure this item. Lu Kang then glanced at the rest of the list, quickly growing more exhilarated. Greatsword Mastery, Level 1. Upon learning, you will wield the greatsword with greater proficiency, increasing damage dealt by 10 when using a greatsword as a weapon. Learning conditions, warrior classed out a skill, and one that suited him perfectly. Without a second thought, he knew he had to choose this as well. The third option was a letter. Magellan's letter. This is a letter that Mag Allen received, containing information about the small demon's attack on Silvermoon Village. Drop rate, 30.4. This item had a notably high drop rate. Nevertheless, Lu Kang intended to select it was clearly related to a quest, and omitting it would be absurd. After finalizing his selections, Lu Kang reassessed his status. Confirming that everything was in order, he charged into the room. Mag Allen, who had been dozing in the stone chair, awoke upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Lu Kang approach with a great sword in hand, he instantly erupted with fury. Intruder! How did you come to be here? What has become of my loyal subordinates? Hearing this, Lu Kang revealed a sinister smile, akin to an evil villain. He. Your subordinates have already met their demise. I shall soon send you to join them. Magellan's expression darkened with rage. You seek death. He raised the great sword leaning against his stone chair and charged at Lu Kang. Just as Lu Kang prepared to rush forward, he noticed flames igniting upon Magellan's great sword, as if he wielded a blazing inferno. Lu Kang's eyes widened. What sort of skill was this? Fortunately, it seemed this skill was not ranged, as Mag Allen continued to charge at Lu Kang. Lu Kang swiftly cast a weakness scroll. Ding! The system notified him. Target tier exceeds the scroll's effective range. Duration reduced to 20 seconds. Movement speed reduction effect diminished by 30. Chapter 49. Another system announcement upon hearing the system's notification. Lu Kang paused, his expression shifting slightly. It seemed the high-level boss's tier was nearing the threshold of the weakness scroll's effectiveness. A sense of relief washed over him. Thankfully, it had not been entirely surpassed. Until now, he had relied on the weakness scroll to defeat boss monsters. If it were to become ineffective now, he would stand no chance against Mag Allen and would simply await his demise. Although the effect was somewhat diminished, it was not entirely unusable. The sensation of the battlefield was palpable. After being weakened, Magrin's speed had noticeably diminished. Such sluggishness rendered him utterly incapable of keeping pace with the agile Land-Sky. Advancing, Land-Sky unleashed a powerful strike, executing a series of 3 consecutive attacks, 72-47-99. Upon witnessing the damage inflicted, Land-Sky felt a pang of dismay. Truly, he was facing a high-tier boss, a warrior class clad in heavy armor. Was he not excessively resilient? This was the first time his trio of strikes had produced such meager damage. At that moment, Magran, wielding a massive sword engulfed in flames, swung it toward Land-Sky. The flames danced through the air with incredible speed, leaving a brilliant trail of fire in their wake. Land-Sky barely registered a flash of red light before an agonizing pain coursed through his body. 180-120. 2 substantial damage numbers floated above his head, sending a shiver down his spine. 1 represented the physical damage from the sword, while the other indicated the burning damage from the flames. Combined, these 2 assaults stripped away a third of Land-Sky's health in an instant. Was this comparable to the skills of other bosses? Was it truly so outrageous? Land-Sky quickly surmised that the fiery effect on the sword was likely a skill, perhaps a sustained one. Did this imply that every strike from Magran dealt skill damage? Who could withstand such relentless assault? Anxiety gnawed at Land-Sky's mind, yet he pressed on, hastily retreating. Magran's attack speed was alarmingly swift. Even wielding such a cumbersome weapon, he was already swinging his second strike toward Land-Sky. The flames grazed Land-Sky's nose, and he could feel the searing pain from the fire. 30. Damn! Land-Sky took a deep breath and swiftly consumed a healing potion. Utilizing his level 7 basic regeneration, he began to recover his health. 20 seconds later, he activated another weakness scroll to prevent the effect from fading. At this point, Land-Sky had yet to launch a second attack. After approximately 30 seconds, once his health was restored, he approached once more, executing another trio of strikes. Immediately after the 3 strikes, he retreated. Despite his caution, he still suffered a hit, incurring roughly 300 damage. Land-Sky calculated roughly. He could attack every 30 seconds, inflicting about 220 damage per strike. To slay Magran, he would need to land nearly 50 attacks. This meant he would exhaust 75 scrolls. Glancing at his backpack, he felt a modicum of relief. He was a planner by nature, always preparing ahead of time. During his previous incursions into the castle, he had collected various scrolls, particularly the weakness scrolls, of which he still possessed over 100. The shield scrolls were also invaluable, capable of saving his life in critical moments. He had gathered more than 50 of those as well. He had around 20 each of strength and endurance scrolls remaining. With these scrolls, he was well equipped for a protracted battle. Additionally, since he still had some shield scrolls that could absorb 100 points of damage, the actual number of weakness scrolls he would need to expend would be slightly reduced. Unfortunately, the shield scrolls could only be used once every minute. If only it were every half minute, that would be ideal. Land-Sky sighed regretfully, yet he resolutely activated a shield scroll for his next attack. Absorbing 100 points of damage, this would allow him to defeat Magran more swiftly. This was indeed a drawn-out confrontation. While calculating earlier, Land-Sky had not factored in critical hit damage, nor the burning damage effect from the fiery sword, or the poison damage effect from the malicious ring. During the actual combat, Land-Sky discovered that Magran's health was depleting more rapidly than he had anticipated. 7 minutes into the battle, he had reduced Magran's health to about half. At that moment, Magran threw back his head and roared, "Cowardly wretches, why do you not dare to face me?" He stamped his foot upon the ground, causing the entire room to tremble. A violent shockwave emanated from Magran. Crashing into Land-Sky, he felt an excruciating pain throughout his body, as though struck by a truck. His form was violently hurled backward, crashing against the wall. 799. Land-Sky stared at the damage displayed above him, his heart racing in disbelief. What kind of damage was this? There was no time for further contemplation. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he scrambled to his feet and fled, for Magran was already charging toward him. His speed had inexplicably returned. That previous skill had dispelled negative effects. Land-Sky hastily cast a weakness scroll upon Magran, narrowly escaping his attack range. He was drenched in cold sweat from fear. Just moments ago, his health had been just above 100. Had Magran landed a single hit, it would have been his end. Thankfully, he managed to evade. After this, Land-Sky did not rush to attack. He took a minute to fully restore his health through basic regeneration and healing potions. Once his health was replenished, he resumed his methodical assault. This time, to avoid being obliterated in a single blow, he refrained from using the shield scrolls, willing to sacrifice a bit more time. Moreover, he ensured to restore his health fully before each strike. Fortunately, the battle proceeded without further incident. Magran did not unleash that devastating skill again. When Magran's health dwindled to a mere 1,000, his expression turned grotesque. "Flames, protect me." He raised both hands, and the bonfire in the center of the room blazed fiercely, seemingly gaining a will of its own. The flames surged toward Magran, enveloping him in a fiery armor. Landsky's eyes widened in astonishment at this display. What an awe-inspiring skill! Why was it not his, however? It appeared this skill was not offensive, which provided him some solace. His greatest fear was the potential devastation from Magran's final skill. If it were too overwhelming, he might be instantly vanquished. Now, he felt reassured. Landsky continued his assault, and soon he discerned the effects of this new skill. Whenever Landsky struck Magran, in addition to the damage from the massive sword and the burning effect, the fiery armor retaliated, inflicting an additional 100 points of damage. This meant Landsky was losing 400 health with each attack. It was utterly terrifying. Landsky felt numb. If it were anyone else, would they truly be able to conquer this boss? Even players at level 10, with superior equipment, might not stand a chance. Nevertheless, for Landsky, although the damage had escalated, the absence of burst damage meant he would merely expend a bit more time. Ultimately, Landsky dealt the final blow, depleting Magran's last vestige of health. A damned invader! The Lord shall avenge me. Magran let out a bitter wail, his robust frame collapsing heavily to the ground. From his corpse emerged 3 luminous orbs. Loot. Landsky exhaled in relief. That was exhilarating. Thankfully, he had successfully dispatched the FOE.AT that moment. An awe-inspiring voice resonated from the heavens. Announcement from the Yuanqing region. Ding! Congratulations to player Landsky for his first kill of a high-tier boss. Reward: 100 gold coins, 10 free attribute points, a fine treasure chest 1, and 50 reputation in the Great Martial City. Chapter 50. Making him a prince of the Lionheart Kingdom. The system announcement reverberated 3 times, plunging all novice villages in the Yuanqing region into silence. Soon, a cacophony of discussions erupted across various novice villages regarding Landsky.in, the Barren Empire, Lionheart Kingdom, Kaladusi Kingdom, Snowfire Kingdom, and more. High-level players from each kingdom paused their monster hunts. Although they were not together, the expressions of all high-tier players mirrored disbelief. Adams and his team had just recently defeated a level 4 boss with the aid of hundreds of players. They had barely savored their triumph when the system notification of Landsky's high-tier boss kill arrived. This Dasha player for real? This is absurd. Indeed, we needed sheer numbers to take down a single boss. Yet he manages to defeat a high-tier boss all on his own. How did he accomplish that? Adams wore a solemn expression, gripping his staff tightly, his hand pale. He could not fathom how Landsky had achieved such a feat. The entire Barren Empire had poured its resources into nurturing him, and he had already acquired a majority of green gear. Coupled with level suppression, his damage against bosses barely exceeded 30 points. If he were to tackle a boss alone, Adams could not envision any possibility of victory, yet that Dasha player had done it. Even with Adams's usual confidence, he felt a tinge of defeat. In the Lionheart Kingdom region, the eldest princess, Alice Christian, narrowed her eyes, lost in contemplation. Her attendant curiously inquired, "Your Highness, what occupies your thoughts?" Alice smiled gently. "I am pondering whether we might negotiate an alliance with that Landsky once we emerge from the novice village. You are the esteemed princess of the kingdom. Naturally, you can propose an alliance with Landsky," the attendant replied respectfully. Alice chuckled lightly. "I think so too. But tell me, if I wish to make him a prince of the Lionheart Kingdom, would he agree?" The attendant's eyes widened in shock, her expression one of disbelief. Become a prince of the kingdom was a title reserved for those who would marry the princess. This implied that the princess intended to wed this Dasha player? The attendant struggled to comprehend. "Your Highness, are you jesting?" Alice squinted, shaking her head. "Times have changed. While we may not face immediate threats, once the demonic forces invade, the Lionheart Kingdom will inevitably be caught in tumultuous winds. As a royal princess, if my sacrifice could ensure the safety of the Lionheart Kingdom, I would willingly lay down my life. The maid stammered, but, at a loss for words, she hesitated. Alice, almost as if elucidating to the maid or perhaps to herself, softly spoke, "The game has only just begun. In merely 2 days, Lu Kang has already slain high-tier bosses. You have witnessed the might of these bosses, and it stands to reason that the high-tier ones will be even more formidable. His ability to dispatch foes single-handedly indicates that his prowess is on an entirely different level than ours. With him around, the Lionheart Kingdom should be secure." The maid's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "But this would only make your highness suffer." Alice chuckled lightly. "Though I am the eldest princess, I am still a woman, and I too admire strength. But you know nothing of that great summer man's appearance or temperament." Alice twirled a strand of her golden hair, glimmering like strands of gold, and teased, "I merely jest. Look how you've tensed up." It was just a playful remark. The maid blinked in surprise, then nodded in realization. "Oh, you startled me, your highness." Alice squinted at the azure sky and exhaled softly. "Let us be on our way." "Where shall your highness go?" "To grow stronger, of course, if we do not wish to rely on others to protect the Lionheart Kingdom. We must strive through our own efforts." The maid's eyes widened, clenching her small fists. "Regardless of the circumstances, I shall remain by your highness's side until death. Delia, your loyalty is beyond question." In the novice village of the Summer Realm, Xia Yin faced a horde of corrupted wolves, howling and charging towards her. Her expression remained unchanged as she waved her staff, unleashing an endless gust of pale, icy wind upon the beasts. Instantly, hundreds of damage points materialized above the wolves, and their speed diminished drastically. After retreating a few steps, she awaited the cooldown before unleashing another blast of chilling wind. After several rounds, all the corrupted wolves lay howling on the ground. Xia Yin took a breath and found a clean stone to sit upon. Surrounded by the carcasses of the corrupted wolves, she gazed at the sky, her expression a mix of emotions. "Ah, it's you again, Lu Kang." The icy wind skill she wielded was one sold by Lu Kang at a remarkably low price. All her equipment had similarly come from him, and at equally modest costs. Not only her, but many players in the Xian Bird Army possessed green equipment, nearly all acquired from Lu Kang. It was precisely because of this green gear that the players of the Xian Bird Army were significantly stronger than ordinary players, boasting a higher leveling efficiency and currently ranked among the elite. All of this was courtesy of Lu Kang. "With you here, it is indeed a blessing for the Summer Realm." Xia Yan's heart was heavy with complexity. She could foresee that once everyone progressed beyond the novice phase and left the village, all factions across the Yuan Star would likely extend olive branches to Lu Kang. But would he choose to remain in the Summer Realm then? How could they hope to keep him? Lost in thought, Xia Yin resembled a magnificent statue, seated amidst the corpses of wolves in the desolate wilderness, creating a wild yet peculiar tapestry of beauty. After the system announcement, Lu Kang's private messages chimed incessantly. He chose not to glance at the messages immediately. First, he collected all the items, equipping the bloodthirsty necklace. The necklace slot, once vacant, was now filled, and his attributes soared once again. Following that, Lu Kang learned the mastery of the great sword. Upon completion, he felt a surge of information infuse his mind. Techniques for wielding the great sword and snippets of battle experiences, as if etched into his very genes. This sensation was familiar to him. He had become accustomed to such experiences while learning skills. To his delight, as he swung the great sword, he clearly sensed that he was now more adept than before. This feeling was not that of a novice who had barely fought with a great sword for 2 days, but rather that of a seasoned warrior who had trained for 1 or 2 years. In future battles, the likelihood of being evaded or blocked by monsters should diminish. A smile crept onto his lips, a testament to the powerful passive skill enhancing his combat capabilities once more. Lastly, he opened Maglin's letter, only to find it filled with incomprehensible symbols. He shrugged it off, intending to pass it to the old village chief upon his return, who would likely have some insight. Then, Lu Kang settled down to rest and opened his chat to review the private messages. Chapter 51. Wang Bing also wants to cry. Lu Kang had few friends, aside from Wang Bing and Lu Chang. There were only Li Mu, Jiang Su, and Lin Yingying, whom he had just added today. He glanced through the messages. Li Mu and Jiang Su had sent relatively few, merely offering standard congratulations. Li Mu, however, included a few more enthusiastic remarks like, "Mr. Lu, you are simply amazing," and "Mr. Lu, both handsome and formidable. I wonder who will benefit from you in the future. Lu Kong replied briefly to both before examining other messages. Lin Yingying's messages, however, were plentiful. Father, you are my idol. Father, what level of monster is a high-tier boss? Father, are high-tier bosses significantly stronger than normal bosses? Father, how do you manage to solo kill bosses and high-tier bosses? Father, you are simply too cool. I admire you so much. I must give you a few squeaks, squeak, squeak, squeak. Lu Kong felt a headache coming on from her incessant questions. Stop squeaking. It's giving me a headache. There are indeed many good items. He casually sent over the bloodthirsty necklace. Lin Yingying. As soon as Lu Kong sent it, Lin Yingying bombarded him with a flurry of question marks. Ignoring her, he exited the chat and turned to Wang Bing and Lu Chang's conversation. Their exchanges were similar, starting with congratulations before expressing envy and ultimately inquiring whether Lu Kong had any valuable items for sale. They vividly remembered the skill books and recipes Lu Kong had sold previously. Thus, in their group chat, Lu Kong shared the 2 blue items he had recently acquired, Little Demon Precision Longbow and Little Demon Precision Robe. The moment the items appeared, Lu Chang leaped up, his breath quickening at a bow and a fabric robe, all exquisite quality. Were these not perfect for his 2 precious daughters? If he could get his hands on these items, his daughters would surely be overjoyed. Perhaps they might even give him a shoulder rub in gratitude. The mere thought ignited a fierce flame in Lu Chang's eyes. He had to have these 2 items. Longbow for 120 gold. Robe for 100 gold. On the other side, Wang Bing's breath quickened upon seeing the blue items. This was their first encounter with purchasable blue gear. The attributes of the equipment were enough to make anyone drool. With such gear, their strength would undoubtedly soar. Moreover, after sending the skill book to the 3rd princess, she had clearly begun to see him as one of their own. If he could present her with the blue robe this time, she would surely elevate his status. The longbow was manageable, but he had to secure that robe. Just as Wang Bing was about to bid, he noticed Lu Chang's pricing and nearly spat blood. Lu Dong, are you even playing fair? This is merely a level 7 blue item, and you are offering 100 gold? Equipment, skill books, and recipes were not the same. The former had a time-sensitive nature. A level 7 blue item, even if slightly superior to a level 10 green item, would not be vastly different. This equipment would be useful at most until level 12 or 13. This was Wang Bing's most optimistic estimate. For such a brief period, demanding 100,000 was madness. According to Wang Bing's assessment, the robe should be worth at most 50 gold. This price was simply unacceptable. Even if he were willing, he had to consider the cost-effectiveness. After all, the Xian bird army was not just him alone. Spending 100 gold on a blue item was less advantageous than purchasing 100 green items, which could equip many comrades. Normal bidding. If you want it, then bid, but no complaints. Wang Bing's lips twitched, but he ultimately refrained from bidding. The price was too steep. Fine, you win. Good son-in-law, when shall we trade? Lu Kong replied. I am on my way back to the city now. If it's convenient for you, you should return as well. All right, I'll be back shortly. Wang Bing, do you have any other green equipment? Lu Kong, yes. I have dozens of green items. Okay, I'll send Jiangsu over. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, apart from the 2 blue items, do you have anything else? Didn't you mention high-tier bosses? Did you not acquire any good items that you cannot use? Lu Kong, bloodthirsty necklace, great sword mastery. Both are for me, and I have already used them. Lu Chang, Wang Bing. Seeing the purple equipment and exquisite passive skills, both men fell into a stunned silence. Lu Kong grinned broadly. He relished the astonished expressions on their faces, which was precisely why he had shared it with them. Are you envious? You should be. Lu Kong feigned innocence. Why are you both silent? Lu Chang, I ought not to have foolishly posed that question. Wang Bing, my heart aches so much, damn it. How much improvement could those 2 items bring? I want them too. Wang Bing is also a warrior. After all, this moment, a sudden tremor coursed through his body as he recalled a matter of grave seriousness. Previously, Oldley had mentioned that the 3rd princess is a mage. Does that mean he would no longer have access to good items? Now he remembers that his adoptive father is a warrior. Would he still be able to use good items? Surely, the good items would be used by his adoptive father. Damn it. Am I, in fact, worse off than Oldley? Wang Bing's eyes reddened. He finally understood why Oldly had wanted to weep earlier. Now, he too felt the urge to cry. Nearby, Li Ming, noticing Wang Bing's expression, was taken aback. "Captain, what's wrong? You look like you're about to cry." Wang Bing turned his head and shot a glare at Li Ming. "Get lost. Go fight your monsters, Li Ming." He looked utterly bewildered. Here he was, concerned for this fellow, and yet this guy was so fierce. A player from the Suanio army muttered. "Vice Captain, didn't he I say? The captain is getting more and more possessed." Li Ming nodded in agreement. From the looks of it, it does seem a bit like possession. Liu Kong gazed at the chat screen, already able to envision the two of them lamenting with dramatic gestures. He grinned and, feeling quite satisfied, exited the chat room. It was then that he noticed Lin Yingying had sent numerous messages. Liu Kong opened them to read. Lin Yingying, adoptive father? Is this for real? Purple equipment. It's actually purple equipment. This is the first time in my life I've seen gear of such caliber. Adoptive father is truly amazing. Being able to see purple equipment has made my life complete. Where have you been, adoptive father? Why are you ignoring your brilliant and adorable daughter? Are you still not responding? Should I give you a few cute sounds? Yee. Liu Kong couldn't help but chuckle upon reading Lin Yingying's messages. Your life must be quite worthless if seeing purple equipment fulfills you so. Lin Yingying. Ah, adoptive father, are you done with your business? That's purple equipment, you know. Up to now, ordinary players don't even have green equipment. I don't have any, originally planning to buy green equipment from you, but ended up not being able to. Liu Kong. I'm in a good mood now. I'll let you buy one. Lin Yingying? Is this for real? Long live adoptive father. Adoptive father is invincible. How could there be such a wonderful adoptive father in the world? Liu Kong realized that this girl truly had a knack for flattery, her praises rolling off her tongue effortlessly. Liu Kong, being human, found it rather pleasant to hear. Liu Kong. I'll be back shortly, you can head to the square first. After sending the message, he stopped looking at the chat. He allocated the 10 free attribute points rewarded by the system entirely to endurance. The near-death experience had almost left a psychological scar on him. Right now, his attack power was sufficient. He merely feared being defeated in one hit. Subsequently, Liu Kong rubbed his hands together, preparing to open the treasure chest gifted by the system. Chapter 52. The powerful legendary accessory. Liu Kong opened the drop rate list for the treasure chest. As he had anticipated, the first item was still sparkling purple, another legendary piece of equipment. Liu Kong examined the item's details, his eyes widening in surprise. Song of Life, legendary, accessory, endurance 14. When receiving a fatal blow, immunity to that damage is granted, and 2,000 health points are restored. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Required level, 7. Such a formidable legendary item. The addition of 14 endurance speaks for itself, but the special effect is most significant. Immunity to a single fatal attack, and it even restores health. 2,000 health points are nearly equivalent to double Liu Kong's total health. An ordinary player typically has around 200 to 300 health points at this stage, meaning this could restore them 10 times. Although the cooldown is somewhat lengthy, this is an excellent life-saving feature. Moreover, this is an accessory. Liu Kong currently had no accessories, so he promptly equipped it. Now, with the enhancement from his battle intent, Liu Kong's health had already surpassed 1,300. This is the allure of high-level equipment and advanced skills, Liu Kong mused. Once everything was settled, Liu Kong retrieved the return scroll and, after using it, was enveloped in a flash of white light. Finding himself back in the square. Adoptive father, you're back. Liu Kong turned around to see Lin Yingying standing right beside him. Liu Kong was taken aback. You didn't wait here, did you? No, I went a level up, but when I heard you were coming back, I hurriedly ran back, Lin Yingying said with a cheerful smile. Liu Kong realized. Then you should line up. I'm about to start selling equipment. Liu Kong set up a stall, displaying 10 pieces of equipment. Green equipment for sale, Liu Kong shouted, and all the nearby players rushed over, their eyes wide with excitement. Upon seeing the green equipment on the stall, they swallowed hard, some in disbelief. Adoptive father is truly incredible. Just a few hours have passed, and he has already sold green equipment 3 times at the square, and each time it was 10 pieces. Indeed, that is only what he sold to us. The quantities sold to the Suanio army and Tianyue guild must surely be more, right? What kind of divine luck does adoptive father possess to acquire so much green equipment? This must be related to that system announcement from earlier, right? With mentions of bosses and high-level bosses, perhaps adoptive father has discovered a gathering place for elite monsters. That is possible. I wonder where it could be? You all should stop speculating. Even if there are elite monsters, do you think you can defeat them? Last time, in a 5-man team, we attempted to take down an elite demonic wild dog, and 3 of us ended up dead. How many lives do you have? Upon hearing this, the players who had been curious about where Liu Kang was grinding elite monsters suddenly calmed down. Indeed, ordinary players currently lack the ability to challenge elite monsters. Only those who have reached level 5 and learned their first-class skill might be able to tackle elite monsters, right? The Suanio army seems to have found a wolf valley. I've heard there are quite a few elite monsters there. How delightful. They're leveling up quickly with adoptive father-s equipment. The crowd was filled with envy. If only they could obtain as much green equipment as adoptive father, they too could engage elite monsters. Alas, he is part of the Dixia military. They cannot compete. Amidst the discussions, Liu Kang had already begun selling the equipment. Naturally, the first was Lin Yingying. She examined the gear and grinned. Adoptive father. I want this green staff. Liu Kang glanced at her. You're a mage? Lin Yingying nodded vigorously. Yes. Liu Kang handed her the green staff. The weapon is a bit pricey, 1 gold. Do you have the money? Liu Kang looked at Lin Yingying skeptically. Lin Yingying, looking quite pleased with herself, placed her hands on her hips. Adoptive father, are you underestimating me? I'm a big shot in the player management bureau now. And I can even stream live. I'm not short on cash. Saying this, she leaned closer to Liu Kang with a mischievous grin. Would you like me to sponsor you, adoptive father? Liu Kang felt a wave of exasperation. Pushing her head away. Don't forget, the equipment you're buying is sold by me. Lin Yingying froze for a moment, then realized that Liu Kang likely earned more than her, causing her to slump slightly. The plan to sponsor adoptive father had failed. After completing her purchase, she wandered off. After collecting 1 gold from Lin Yingying, Liu Kang proceeded to sell equipment to others. One by one, players eagerly paid for their gear. Respectfully thanking Liu Kang. Thank you, adoptive father, for all your hard work. Thank you for selling green equipment to us. My girlfriend will be so envious when I return. Before long, all 10 pieces of equipment were sold. Most players were unable to buy any. They lamented loudly, pleading with Liu Kang to sell a few more. Liu Kang shrugged. This is all I have for now. I might increase the quantity later. Mainly, my inventory is too small. Each piece of equipment takes up a slot, and I can only carry this much. I must reserve equipment for Wang Bing and Liu Chong, so being able to produce 10 pieces is already my limit. Hearing Liu Kang's words, the other players could only leave in disappointment. Lin Yingying, who had been waiting for Liu Kang, chuckled. You're really kind, adoptive father. You don't even need to care about them. Liu Kang packed up his stall and replied calmly. I was just bored waiting for someone, looking for something to do. Lin Yingying pouted. Hemph, adoptive father. You're clearly kind-hearted, wanting ordinary people to grow stronger. Yet you say such things. Lin Yingying gazed at Liu Kang, her eyes sparkling, finding him increasingly charming. Liu Chong and Jiang Su had yet to arrive. Liu Kang glanced at Lin Yingying beside him. Aren't you leaving yet? I want to keep you company, adoptive father, Lin Yingying declared with conviction. How could this daughter leave her adoptive father all alone? That would be too pitiful, Liu Kang. Don't say it as if I'm a discarded puppy. He was filled with exasperation, then remembered something and inquired. By the way, you mentioned you're with the Player Management Bureau? Yes. I'm the head of public relations, the external representative. Lin Yingying tilted her head, smiling proudly. It's mainly because I'm irresistibly cute. They believe my streams will have great impact. Yes, you're amazing, you're cute. Liu Kang replied dismissively to Lin Yingying. He then asked again, what do you think of the Player Management Bureau? Are there any restrictions for players? With Lin Yingying present, part of the reason was that she was indeed clingy, but another reason was that Lin Yingying was affiliated with the Player Management Bureau. He was genuinely curious about the current attitude of the Great Xia towards players. Liu Kang was not one to enjoy constraints, and with such formidable talents at his disposal, his future appeared bright. Naturally, he had no intention of joining the Player Management Bureau. However, he wished to gain a clearer understanding of the official stance towards players, as this knowledge would aid him in planning his future development. Upon hearing this, Lin Yingying was momentarily taken aback, then spoke. Restrictions imposed by the Player Management Bureau on players? There's hardly any. As long as you register your information, generally, just having a certain level suffices. If your level is high, you can even join the Bureau, and the salary is quite substantial, reaching several tens of thousands. Is that all? Lin Yingying pondered for a moment. That's all there is to it. Once registered, no one monitors you anymore. You can choose to join the bureau or not. Overall, I think the environment is rather lenient. It seems that His Majesty's attitude towards players is quite friendly. Lu Kong nodded thoughtfully. Lin Yingying suddenly recalled something. Oh, right? If you possess talent, the higher-ups will provide special care. Lu Kong raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. What kind of special care? It's about equipment and such. They prioritize supplying those with talent. You can also request resources, and the salary is even higher. Heard there's an uncle whose talent enhances equipment forging success rates, and he's almost treated like a living bodhisattva. Lu Kong was somewhat surprised. The treatment does seem quite generous. Lin Yingying chuckled. Isn't it? Speaking of which, I also possess talent. Otherwise, I wouldn't be responsible for such important matters in the Player Management Bureau. Lu Kong looked at Lin Yingying in astonishment. You have talent? Is that true? Lin Yingying puffed up her cheeks, fuming. Wow, why do you look at me like that? My talent is actually quite strong. It's just that I can't use it yet. Lu Kong pondered deeply and realized there was indeed a possibility. After all, the live broadcasts aimed at ordinary internet users could be considered one of the Bureau's faces. Public opinion is immensely significant in the era of the internet. The fact that Lin Yingying was entrusted with such tasks implied either a profound background or considerable talent. With this in mind, Lu Kong felt relieved and curiously asked, What is your talent? Lin Yingying glanced around, then leaned in and whispered, I can't tell just anyone. Even in the Player Management Bureau, not many know. Lu Kong pressed her head down with a bemused expression. Why do you always get so close? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Lin Yingying retorted angrily. How could that be? I'm such a well-behaved and adorable girl, definitely not that kind of woman. She changed the subject. Let's talk about talent, shall we, adoptive father? You go ahead. Lin Yingying sent Lu Kong a private message detailing her talent attributes. Lu Kong glanced at it, his expression turning to one of astonishment. This talent was indeed quite impressive. Summoning enhancement. Your summoned creatures receive a 100 increase in all attributes, and the number of summons increases by 300. Goodness, an increase of this magnitude in all attributes for summoned creatures, along with a boost in quantity. If Lin Yingying truly has summoned creatures, each would practically possess the prowess of a high-level player. If the summoned creatures themselves are sufficiently powerful, it would be quite extraordinary. This was Lu Kong's first encounter with someone else's soul talent, and he hadn't anticipated such a potent soul talent existed. Lu Kong contemplated, realizing he had underestimated other players. With powerful talents backing them, many players' strength should not be taken lightly. However, Lu Kong was different from the others. His talent meant he could acquire various rare and unique resources. Coupled with an abundance of attribute stones and skill stones, his talent would only grow stronger as he progressed. Although he was already quite formidable now. What do you think, adoptive father? Isn't it quite strong? Lin Yingying asked with a grin. Lu Kong nodded. Indeed, it is. Subsequently, Lin Yingying appeared somewhat dejected. It's a pity this wretched game lacks guides and an official website. How can I summon anything? I still have no clue. Perhaps I'll only figure it out after leaving the novice village. Without summoned creatures, my talent is utterly useless. Lu Kong nodded, speculating. Perhaps one day you can transition into a summoner or something akin to that. And by then, you will be quite powerful. Hearing this, Lin Yingying smiled broadly. That's what I was thinking too. She widened her eyes and looked at Lu Kong. When that time comes, how about I help you in battles? Adoptive father. If you tell me to attack east, I won't strike west. I'll send my minions charging in for a good bite. Lu Kong, feeling a headache coming on, hadn't expected this girl to harbor such violent inclinations. With a straight face, he replied, Forget it, I'm a good person. I won't engage in battles. Lin Yingying looked crestfallen. Oh, all right then. Suddenly, she had a thought and looked at Lu Kong expectantly. Adoptive father. Since you asked me about the Player Management Bureau, do you wish to join? If you do, I believe His Majesty would surely want to meet you personally, perhaps even appoint you as the head of the Bureau. Lu Kong shook his head. I was just casually asking. I have no desire to join the Player Management Bureau. Lin Yingying appeared even more disheartened. Oh, just then, Lu Chong and Jiang Su approached. Lu Chong's expression was somewhat anxious. After all, those were two precious blue equipment pieces. How could he not be anxious? Upon seeing Lu Kong, Lu Chong's eyes lit up with a smile. However, upon noticing Lin Yingying beside Lu Kong, His smile faltered halfway. A vixen, is it? Lu Chang silently reported the enemy situation to Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing. Good son-in-law, I have arrived. Let us trade, Mr. Lu. Lu Kong nodded at Lu Chang and Jiang Su before commencing the trade. 2 pieces of blue equipment for 220 gold, along with various other green equipment, totaled over 300 gold, netting him over 3 million. Lu Kong felt quite pleased. He had already saved up money for debts, and this was pure profit. It's a pity that the little devils in the little devil camp wouldn't respawn. Otherwise, wouldn't he be raking in money daily? Not only money, but equipment as well. He still needed 2 more pieces to complete his little demon engineering set. Lu Kong felt a twinge of regret. After trading with Lu Chang and Jiang Su, Lu Kong bid farewell to Lin Yingying and mounted his demonic wolf, heading towards the little courtyard of the old village chief. The courtyard gate was still wide open, but there was no one wandering outside now. Lu Kong dismounted the demonic wolf and entered the courtyard. The old village chief, dressed in clean cloth garments, brightened upon seeing Lu Kong and smiled. Little one, I heard the system announcement. Did you defeat the little demons? Lu Kong nodded. Yes, I defeated the commander in the little demon camp. The old village chief regarded Lu Kong with a complex gaze. Tinged with admiration, Lu Kong queried in confusion. Village chief, what's wrong? Why do you look at me like that? The old village chief sighed. I'm merely a bit astounded. This is the 2nd day of your race's public testing, right? To defeat a high-ranking boss on the 2nd day is truly unimaginable. Lu Kong was taken aback. Is it really so difficult to defeat a high-ranking boss within 2 days? The old village chief, seeing Lu Kong's innocent and bewildered expression, felt like a dagger had pierced his heart. His lips twitched in annoyance. It's not about difficulty. As far as I know, no race has accomplished this. Lu Kong was somewhat astonished. Am I really that impressive? The old village chief. I'm starting to not want to converse with you. Talking to you might drive me mad, he retorted, somewhat begrudgingly. Impressive, impressive, you're very impressive. Lu Kong felt a bit bashful at the praise. Similarly, he was curious. By the way, village chief, how long did it take your race to defeat the first high-ranking boss? The village chief. Can we change the subject? Announcement from the Yuanqing region. Ding. Player Lu Kuang has successfully completed the unique main quest, and the dungeon, Little Demon Camp, in Silvermoon Village is now officially open. Announcement from the Orion continent. Ding. Congratulations to Yuanqing player Lu Kuang for being the first to complete the unique main quest. Rewards include 30 free attribute points, 1 skill chest for the current profession, 200 reputation in Da City, and 20 reputation in Xinghe City. Announcement from the Orion continent. Ding. Congratulations to Yuanqing player Lu Kuang for being the first to complete the unique main quest. Rewards include 30 free attribute points, 1 skill chest for the current profession, 200 reputation in Da City, and 20 reputation in Xinghe City. The 2 system announcements rang out in succession, causing a sensation throughout the entire Yuanqing region. All players were left in shock. The previous announcement had barely faded, and now 2 more had arrived. Was this game even playable anymore? In the Barren Empire region, Adams, accompanied by hundreds of players, had just slain another boss, resulting in the drop of 2 green items and 1 white item. A smile spread across Adams and his fellow players' faces. Another 2 green items. Quite impressive, as long as we keep acquiring equipment. The gap between us and Lu Kuang will inevitably narrow. Soon, surpassing him will merely be a matter of time. The Barren Empire is destined to lead humanity's evolution into a new era. They cheered jubilantly. Just then, the continuous system announcements left them frozen in place. The air grew still. After a moment of silence, players began to express their disbelief. Wow, can this game even be played? What is up with that Daxia person? The previous announcement had barely been an hour ago, right? How could 2 come so quickly? Indeed, this game seems exceedingly unfair. Why has only that Daxia person received system announcements so far? Did he buy a house in the system? Is that what matters? It's about the dungeon, the very first dungeon in the game. The players of Silvermoon Village are elated, sharing the same novice village as Lu Kuang, yet they have a dungeon to conquer. Indeed, grinding in a dungeon will undoubtedly be more efficient for leveling and acquiring equipment than outside. The players of Silvermoon Village are truly reaping the benefits of Lu Kuang's achievements. After this, they will likely become the strongest novice village in Yuanqing. I am so envious. NV1. Adams and his few exceptionally talented companions now wore expressions of rigidity. They exchanged glances, and a golden-haired beauty beside Adams swallowed hard, gazing at him. Adams, do you still have confidence in surpassing him? Adams, how can he respond? For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, a tall, slender young man beside him widened his eyes slightly. Wait, something's off. Look at the second announcement. It's actually a continent-wide announcement for the Orion continent. Adams and the others stared in disbelief at the system announcement. They soon realized that the second announcement was indeed a continent-wide one. The group exchanged glances, their expressions complex. Adams exhaled deeply, his demeanor serious. Regardless of the circumstances, we must continue to pursue. Only by admitting defeat do we truly fail. As long as we strive forward, we will remain on the path. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Another young man weakly remarked, on the bright side, if Lukwang is this strong, when the demonic tide invades in the future, having someone of his caliber may lighten our burden. That isn't necessarily a bad thing. This statement caused the others to twitch their lips. Given their pride, they shouldn't entertain such thoughts. Yet, they couldn't help but find the young man's reasoning surprisingly valid. In the Lionheart Kingdom region, Alice and her Princess Guard team had just begun battling monsters when the system announcement made them all halt. Players exchanged bewildered glances. Delia turned to the silent Alice and muttered, Your Highness, I suddenly feel that if Lukwang could become a prince, it might not be such a bad thing. Alice? She shot a look at Delia, her expression filled with exasperation. Delia, where is your loyalty? Delia stuck out her tongue. I will always remain loyal to you, Your Highness, but considering how formidable Lukwang is, him becoming a prince would indeed be beneficial for you. Heh, who was it that said they hadn't even met the person and didn't know what his character was like? Alice scoffed repeatedly. Delia slightly averted her gaze. I was too young back then. With Lukwang being so strong, he surely cannot be unattractive. Alice glared at Delia in disbelief. Stop saying such foolishness and focus on leveling up. Our Lionheart Kingdom cannot depend on others. True strength lies in our own prowess. Delia blinked innocently. That may be the case, but Your Highness, it seems like you are blushing. Alice, silence. Meanwhile, Xia Yin, who was grinding monsters, was momentarily distracted by the system prompt and almost got killed by a monster. She quickly retreated, using Frost Surge several times to eliminate the creature, and without taking a moment to recover. She chose to log off. She needed to inform her father about this matter. Unsure of how to approach Lukwang, she believed her father's wisdom would provide clarity. Lukwang, oh Lukwang, Daxia has produced such a remarkable individual. With his performance, will the entirety of Daxia be able to accommodate him in the future? Perhaps the entire universe will become his stage. Ever since the emergence of the universe server, Xia Yin has had no doubts about humanity's potential to enter the universe in this new era. When that time comes, perhaps facing other races will be when Lukwang truly shines. What role will Daxia play in that scenario? Chapter 55. Epic Skill in the Mountains. Lu Chong was discussing the matter concerning the young girl beside Lukwang with Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing. Lu Yuexin, Dad, it's her freedom to choose who she wants to interact with. Why are you so anxious? Lu Chong, that's out of the question. Lukwang is my designated son-in-law. Lu Yueqing, wow. Old man, you're saying this in front of us? Huh? We haven't even agreed to it yet. Lu Yuexin. Exactly, Dad. You say this every day. We're both unmarried young women. Aren't you worried about our reputations? Lu Chong. Who dares to tarnish the name of Lu Chong's daughters? I'll deal with them all. Lu Yueqing. Father, you're so formidable. Thumbs up. JPG. Just then, the system announcement rang out repeatedly. Lu Chong was left dumbfounded. What the heck? The usually composed Lu Chong couldn't help but curse. He hurriedly typed in the chat. Look, it's a continent-wide announcement. Such amazing rewards. A dungeon has opened. I told you my son-in-law would surely be successful in the future. He is already quite accomplished. What else do you have to say? Lu Chong was brimming with pride. When had his judgment ever been wrong? He had sensed that Lukwang was special from the beginning. Little did he expect him to be this impressive. The opening of a dungeon means that players in Silvermoon Village can now grind in dungeons. What is a dungeon? Elite monsters, bosses, all filled with elite gear. Lu Chong's face flushed with excitement. Meanwhile, Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing fell silent, exchanging glances. Lu Yueqing blinked. Sis, It seems like Lu Kuang really is quite formidable. Lu Yuexin nodded slightly. Indeed, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in her eyes as she smiled and asked, "Are you feeling tempted?" Lu Yuexin crossed her arms defiantly. "Absolutely not." Lu Yuexin nodded. "Me neither." The two of them continued to stare at each other in silence. Then Lu Yuexin said, "However, since Dad mentioned it, we should meet him outside the novice village to get to know him. Right?" Lu Yuexin nodded. "Yes, Dad has said so. Since he said it, we should take it seriously. You're right, by the way. Who is that Lin Yingying? I think she might just be a passerby." "I think so too." Lu Kuang hadn't anticipated that merely completing a quest would cause such a stir. He was well aware of the little demon camp, and hadn't he expected it to open as a dungeon? Lu Kuang's eyes lit up. This meant he could acquire even more green and blue equipment. These would all be valuable. Moreover, he was finally able to complete the little demon engineering set that he hadn't managed to gather thus far. Lu Kuang noticed that a new introduction for the little demon camp dungeon had been added to the system. He opened it to find that this dungeon is a 25-player dungeon, which can only be cleared once a day. Since Lu Kuang hadn't used today's attempt yet, it meant he could go for a run today. He was eager to go right away, as it was perfect for leveling up and gathering equipment. Then Lu Kuang's attention shifted to another matter. The system rewards. A whopping 30 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Lu Kuang allocated them all to stamina. Now, Lu Kuang's base stamina had reached an astonishing 68 points. It's important to note that with each level gained, even if he allocated all 2 free attribute points to stamina, plus the additional 1 point gained from leveling up, he would only achieve a total of 3 points. To reach 68 points, one would need to be around level 20. Yet Lu Kuang was only at level 7, boasting such extraordinary base attributes. It was simply absurd. With these attributes combined with equipment bonuses and battle intent enhancements, Lu Kuang's health had soared past 2,000. With his current strength, he could easily take on several of the leaders in front of the little demon camp, in addition to the 30 free attribute points. There was also a professional skill chest. Lu Kuang discovered that there was a drop rate list as well. Filled with anticipation, he opened it, and to his astonishment, the first item was golden. Lu Kuang's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. An epic level treasure. A skill chest actually contained an epic level skill book? Lu Kuang hurriedly examined the skill. Heart of the Warrior, level 1. Passive skill. You have comprehended the essence of the warrior's path, increasing all attributes by 10, enhancing damage dealt by 10, boosting movement speed by 5, and reducing damage taken by 3. Learning requirements. Warrior class profession. Battle intent level 5. Such a powerful skill. An increase in all attributes, enhanced attack, reduced damage taken, and improved movement speed, truly comprehensive. However, the learning requirements left Lu Kuang somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that aside from being a warrior class, there was another requirement, battle intent, and it had to be level 5. It dawned on Lu Kuang that not all skills could be learned directly. Some skills required prerequisites. He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had already learned battle intent, and it was now level 7. Otherwise, even if he possessed the heart of the warrior skill, he would have been unable to learn it. Lu Kuang then thought of other players. They would have to use skill stones to increase their battle intent, and many would require several basic skill stones. Others did not possess such treasures. And even if they had the battle intent skill, it would take them a considerable amount of time to level it up to 5. Learning the heart of the warrior would likely pose a challenge. Lu Kuang estimated that without skill stones, an average warrior player would need to reach several dozen levels to elevate their battle intent to level 5. Truly, the learning conditions for an epic level skill were exceptionally high. Lu Kuang sighed inwardly before decisively selecting the heart of the warrior skill. There was no need for contemplation. Upon opening the chest, the skill book appeared in Lu Kuang's inventory. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. A wave of disorientation washed over Lu Kuang. He felt as though he had been transported to an ancient battlefield, desolate and forlorn. The howling winds echoed across the battlefield, littered with corpses and shattered weapons. In the center of the battlefield stood a tall man clad in tattered armor, wielding a broken sword, gazing up at the swirling clouds of endless black mist, roaring defiantly, "Go fight to the death." Lu Kuang felt a fiery passion ignite in his chest. He seemed to transform into that solitary warrior, howling at the endless black mist. His consciousness flickered for a moment before he found himself still standing in the small courtyard of the village chief. The chief regarded Lu Kuang with a bewildered expression, as if he had seen a ghost. Lu Kuang took a few deep breaths to recover from the overwhelming vision. He looked at the chief with curiosity. Chief? What is wrong? Why do you gaze at me so? The chief stared at Lu Kong for a long while before slowly replying. You must be a monster, right, Lu Kong? No, chief. How could you say such a thing? The chief, still looking astonished, exclaimed, A monster? I was about to curse, yet here you are, having comprehended the heart of the warrior without even reaching the first tier. What else could you be if not a monster? Chapter 56. The Letter from the Little Demon Lord. This, Lu Kong finally understood. He smiled modestly. I just got lucky. I opened the chest and obtained the skill book. The chief retorted, Of course. I know you acquired the skill book. I am not deaf. I heard the system announcement. What I cannot accept is why you were able to draw the most precious item from a professional skill chest. And your battle intent is already above level 5? As a high-level player from a destroyed race, the chief was evidently knowledgeable about the warrior's path. He understood that to master the heart of the warrior, the prerequisite was indeed level 5 battle intent. He had only given this little fellow a battle intent skill book yesterday. In just one day, he had reached level 5. Is this still human? Could this fellow be a scion of some cosmic divine race? The chief's mind was filled with questions. The events of the day had somewhat shattered his long-held beliefs about the cosmic game. Hearing the chief's words, Lu Kong smiled modestly. Perhaps it's just good fortune. This is no longer a matter of mere good fortune, is it? The chief scrutinized Lu Kong as if attempting to see through him, then shook his head. You must possess an extraordinarily powerful soul talent, perhaps one that I cannot comprehend. This is beneficial for you and your race, and I hope you can make good use of it. Soul talent is the most core secret for any player. Although the chief was now a specter in the cosmic online game, detached from reality, he did not intend to inquire further. Lu Kong nodded earnestly. I will. Thank you, chief. The chief sighed complexly. I truly envy you humans of the origin star. It is only the second day, and you have already unlocked a dungeon. With this dungeon, the growth rate of players in Silvermoon Village will significantly increase. Young one, this is all your merit, Lu Kong chuckled. Chief, you flatter me. I merely completed a task. By the way, chief, why was the little demon camp previously devoid of monsters, yet now it has transformed into a dungeon? Lu Kong recalled that when he had previously cleared the little demon camp, the little demons would not respawn upon death. He had not expected it to have turned into a dungeon now, which puzzled him. Regarding this matter, as a novice player, it is unnecessary for you to know, but since you have asked, I shall explain. The little demons in the camp were genuine demons from the invasion of the demon realm. Upon their death, they would vanish from the game world and thus would not respawn. The dungeon that has appeared now is a reconstruction by the cosmic server based on the slain little demons. Although the monsters within are still little demons, they are, in fact, creatures created by the cosmic server, and there is a fundamental difference between the two. Upon hearing this, Lu Kong finally understood. No wonder those little demons had disappeared upon death. They were indeed real demons. In fact, there are many such dungeons throughout the game world. Once you leave the Orion continent and venture to the central continent, you will discover numerous such dungeons. The chief smiled at Lu Kong nodded slightly. Subsequently, he recalled the letter dropped by the little demon commander and the parchment containing information about Silvermoon Village. Lu Kong retrieved the letter and parchment and handed them to the chief. By the way, Chief, I found these in the little demon camp. You may wish to take a look. The chief took the parchment and, upon seeing the information, his expression changed slightly. He then opened the letter to read it. Upon reading the contents of the letter, the chief's expression drastically shifted. Lu Kong, noticing this, furrowed his brow. Chief, what is the matter? The chief slowly set the letter down, exhaling a heavy sigh, his expression darkening. We have a serious problem. Upon hearing this, Lu Kong raised an eyebrow, though he had already had a premonition upon seeing the letter, so he was not overly surprised. What serious problem? The invading little demons near Silvermoon Village have established a little demon nest, and the camp you destroyed was merely a forward base. The letter you provided me is from the little demon lord within the nest, addressed to that little demon commander. They will launch a full-scale assault on Silvermoon Village in 5 days. Lu Kong was momentarily stunned. Although he had anticipated trouble, he had not expected it to be this grave. He quickly inquired, Chief, is the little demon nest formidable? Can they conquer Silvermoon Village? If Silvermoon Village were lost, players in this village would find it exceedingly difficult to level up in the future. The chief glanced at Lu Kang. If we are all still alive, then these little demons are certainly no match for us. The issue is that we are already dead, and now we are merely lingering souls, our power far diminished compared to when we were alive. The difficulty of repelling an invasion from the little demon nest is considerable, especially since the little demon lord is at least a level 10 lord level demon, possessing formidable strength, a level 10 lord. That must be a tier above high-tier commanders, right? Maglon, merely a level 7 high-tier commander, is already so powerful. How strong could a level 10 lord possibly be? Even though Lu Kang had significantly improved, he still felt a twinge of apprehension. He glanced at the chief. What level are you? Chief, I am also a level 10 lord now. Seeing Lu Kang's eyes brighten, the chief helplessly rolled his eyes. Do not pin your hopes on me. At my age, I may not even be able to contend with a little demon lord. And besides, a little demon nest may not contain just one lord, you understand? Lu Kang. Wait, there are several lords within one nest? How is one supposed to play this broken game? The chief clenched the letter in his hand, stating, this matter requires your assistance. All players must unite to defend Silver Moon Village. We cannot rely solely on the people of Silver Moon Village to hold the line. However, if you players are willing to join in, there is still hope. Lu Kang nodded. Players will certainly come together to defend Silver Moon Village. Not to mention, if Silver Moon Village were lost, players would have no place to resupply, which would drive everyone to madness. The chief nodded. However, with your letter, we at least know that the little demon nest is about to launch an attack, which gives us time to prepare. By the way, young one, I still need your help. If you can locate the position of the little demon nest, our defensive preparations can be more targeted. The chances of surviving this attack will also be higher. Could you assist me in locating the lair of the little demons? Ding, a task has been discovered. Find the lair of the little demons. Will you accept? The system's prompt echoed, and Lu Kang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Another task had arrived. He hastily glanced at the task description. Task: find the lair of the little demons. Unique description: the little demons are set to launch an all-out assault on Silver Moon Village in 5 days. The village chief hopes that players can identify the location of the little demon's lair, enabling targeted defensive preparations. Note: this task is of extremely high difficulty. It is advisable to bring your companions. Rewards: experience points, 30 gold coins, 15 free attribute points, beginner skill stone, 1, Great Martial City reputation 60. Silver Moon Village reputation 600. Chapter 57. Strategy? What strategy? Yet another unique task. Lu Kang realized that tasks related to the little demons appeared to possess this unique quality. Perhaps it was due to his initial acquisition of a unique necklace that all subsequent tasks had followed suit in uniqueness. He accepted the task, nodding affirmatively. No problem. I will locate the lair of the little demons. The old village chief nodded in response. After exchanging a few more words with the chief, Lu Kang departed from the chief's courtyard. He contemplated that the news of the impending little demon invasion of Silver Moon Village needed to be communicated to other players. It would be prudent for everyone to be prepared. As Lu Kang opened the chat interface, he noticed a flurry of messages. He understood that his previous 2 system announcements had stirred them into action. Scanning through, he found the messages rather unremarkable. Comments such as "Your adoptive father is so amazing," "You didn't buy a house in the system, did you?" "Why are all the announcements about you?" and "Mr. Lu, you are incredible," filled the screen. Alongside "Adoptive father is invincible," "Adoptive father is mighty." Among them, Lin Yingying had posted the most messages. Outshining the rest, Lu Kang quickly replied and informed Lu Chong and Wang Bing about the potential invasion by the little demons. They wielded considerable influence within Silver Moon Village, making it easier for them to notify all players. The prospect of monsters attacking the city left everyone dumbfounded. If Silver Moon Village was not defended successfully, even the novice village could fall. Wang Bing and Lu Chong confidently assured that they would relay the news to everyone. Wang Bing planned to assemble all players under the banner of the Great Xia military, urging them to log on together. Lu Kang was, of course, pleased with this arrangement. By the way, adoptive father, we have discovered a boss here. Would you care to join us in the fight? All dropped items will belong to you, and if you have no use for them, you can sell them to us privately. Wang Bing sent this message. Surprised, Lu Kang was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Wang Bing and his companions had found a boss. However, it made sense. With players gradually leveling up and venturing into the mountains, the likelihood of discovering bosses had indeed increased. Yet he was astonished at Wang Bing's generosity. All dropped items for him. Just sell them to Wang Bing. Such terms were rather outrageous. Little did Lu Kong know that the Emperor of Xia had been closely monitoring the game's developments. He was well aware of Lu Kong's two recent system announcements. The third princess, Xia Yan, had spent over 10 minutes in the Emperor's study. Upon her departure, she carried the Emperor's commands. The supreme commander of the Xian Bird Army was now Xia Yan, with all resources prioritized for her. Furthermore, everyone was required to show Lu Kong utmost respect, strictly forbidding any conflict with him. Even in matters of interest, Lu Kong's stance must take precedence. Wang Bing, too, had received this information. He understood the magnitude of the Emperor's command within the Xian Bird Army. Yet he also recognized that Lu Kong deserved such treatment. As one of the earliest players acquainted with Lu Kong in Silvermoon Village, Wang Bing was well aware of his formidable strength and the numerous miracles he had achieved. Consequently, he would undoubtedly execute the Emperor's orders to the letter, resulting in such favorable conditions. Lu Kong responded, "You can keep all the drops. There is no need for that. Instead, let us do this. If the items suit me, give them to me. If not, you can have them." Wang Bing replied, "No way, adoptive father. Isn't that looking down on me? Without you, we'd probably just get some green gear from the boss. It's better to buy from you. If you come, blue items are guaranteed. And if Lu Cheng doesn't tea contest, they'll be ours. We'll be the ones profiting." Wang Bing added, "Adoptive father, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you're being too kind to me. You need to be stricter, in light of the Emperor's orders." Wang Bing set aside any sense of pride. Lu Kong looked at the messages, bemused. He was merely considering Wang Bing's interests. Why was he reacting so dramatically? Lu Kong believed that without Wang Bing, he would not have discovered this boss. To him, the dropped items were akin to a windfall. However, since Wang Bing had expressed himself so passionately, Lu Kong decided not to refuse. "All right, send me the location. I am on my way." "Great." Wang Bing sent the coordinates through private chat. Lu Kong noted that Wang Bing was situated deep within the mountains to the west of the village. He mounted his demonic wolf steed and set off toward Wang Bing's location. The distance to Wang Bing's position was roughly equivalent to that of the little demon's camp, perhaps even a tad closer. After about 20 minutes, Lu Kong arrived at Wang Bing's designated area. It was a vast canyon, littered with the corpses of demonic wolves. Wang Bing, Jiang Su, and several members of the Xian Bird Army stood waiting for Lu Kong outside the canyon. As Lu Kong approached, Wang Bing and his companions welcomed him. Wang Bing cast an envious glance at Lu Kong's demonic wolf steed and remarked, "Adoptive father, you're so fortunate. Having a mount makes traveling so much faster. It takes us an hour to get here each time." Lu Kong chuckled, "You can catch your own mount after reaching level 10, just hang in there." Wang Bing sighed, "That is still far off. The experience required to level up in this wretched game is excessive. It will take several days to reach level 10. Then he added, "Since adoptive father has arrived, I'll have someone make room for you." With that, he scanned the group and motioned to a tall, lean youth. Wang Ku stepped back from the team. Wang Ku's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "Yes, Captain." He was somewhat reluctant, having finally secured a chance to team up with Lu Kong. Just like that, it was gone. The captain was too ruthless. Wang Bing chuckled, "Captain, let me introduce you. This is Li Ming, the vice-captain of the 7th team. You already know Jiang Su, and this is Fengqi, Song Shujia." Wang Bing introduced each player, their eyes gleaming with admiration as they gazed at Lu Kong, calling him adoptive father, nearly causing Lu Kong to lose his bearings. Suddenly finding himself with so many adoptive sons and daughters felt rather peculiar. Lu Kong nodded at the group and then inquired of Wang Bing, "Where is the boss?" "Right inside. This place is called Wolf Valley, a den for demonic wolves. The boss is a wolf king. And when we saw it, we immediately thought of you, adoptive father." In truth, with the strength of their 7th team and the numerous players equipped with green gear, they would have no trouble defeating a boss. Yet, as Wang Bing had pointed out, Lu Kong's approach to tackling a boss would vastly differ from theirs. When Lu Kong fought, the drops would undoubtedly be superior. As Wang Bing introduced, the group ventured into Wolf Valley. Soon, they arrived at a desolate clearing at the heart of the valley, where a massive black demonic wolf lay coiled. It was the Wolf King. Lu Kong cast a detection spell. Demonic Wolf King, boss, level, 6 health, 4500 attack, 90 description. The ruler of Wolf Valley. This attribute is even lower than that of the little demon boss. Lu Kong then opened the drop list. The preceding items were still predominantly blue. After a careful examination, he ultimately selected 3 items: beginner skill stone, a fine dagger, bloodthirsty fong, and fine leather wrist guards, demon wolf wrist guards. The first and third items were suitable for Lu Kong, while the second was not. Adoptive father, how do we proceed? It's your call. Wang Bing and the others looked at Lu Kong, eager with anticipation. Lu Kong pondered briefly before asking, "Is there anyone who can heal?" Wang Bing nodded, "Yes, our level 5 priest has learned healing." Lu Kong smiled. "All right then, I'll charge in. Just keep me healed. The rest of you can handle it as you see fit." Huh. Wang Bing and the others were momentarily stunned. "Wait, aren't we fighting a boss? Shouldn't we at least discuss a strategy? What is this? Just rushing in?" Before they could react, Lu Kong charged forward. A basic warrior skill. Charge was of modest quality, and its stun effect on the boss was fleeting. In that brief moment, Lu Kong had already struck. He unleashed a basic attack, a heavy strike followed by a sweeping blow. 310-461-1313. The sweep unexpectedly resulted in a critical hit, dealing over 1,300 damage in one blow. In total, he inflicted over 2,000 damage. The health of the demonic Wolf King plummeted to nearly half. This damage left Wang Bing and the others utterly astonished as they watched the numbers float up, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Chapter 58. A chasm of disparity. What the heck? Am I seeing things? Why did the boss's health drop by half all at once? There's something foul. I just saw a damage number exceeding 1,300. A chorus of exclamations erupted from the players of the Xian Bird Army. They continuously rubbed their eyes, ensuring they were not mistaken, and all gazed at Lu Kong's silhouette as if beholding a celestial being, a level 7 player, instantly inflicting over 2,000 points of damage. Everyone was human. Why was he the only one secretly evolving without their involvement? Wang Bing and his companions finally comprehended why Lu Kong had instructed them to merely observe. With such damage, was there really any need for their intervention? Was there any difference between Lu Kong battling the boss and chopping vegetables? Was this the manifestation of the strength of a foster father? Wang Bing muttered to himself, as a fellow warrior, he felt akin to a fool wielding a sword, while his foster father resembled a deity of war. Not only Wang Bing and his companions, but even Lu Kong himself was taken aback by his own damage output. He then recalled that he had acquired the Great Sword Mastery skill, granting him a 30 damage boost. Additionally, he had learned the Heart of a Warrior, which not only enhanced all attributes but also provided a further 10 damage increase. Adding it all together, the damage he was dealing was not surprising at all. Lu Kong reflected with some astonishment that his return to the novice village had remarkably amplified his power. The Wolf King, pained by Lu Kong's damage, let out a frenzied howl. Its eyes suddenly turned a deep crimson, and red light flickered upon its claws. It wildly swung its forepaws at Lu Kong, leaving a trail of crimson claw marks in the air. Thanks to his mastery of the Great Sword at level 3, coupled with continuous combat, Lu Kong's battle experience had far surpassed that of a mere novice. Instinctively, he retreated a step, parrying with his great sword. The sounds of clashing metal resounded. Clang, clang, clang. Numbers floated above Lu Kong's head. -6. -4. -5. A series of 6 numbers appeared, totaling less than 40 points of damage. Seeing Lu Kong injured, the priest had initially intended to heal him. However, as they noticed his health had only diminished slightly, they were left dumbfounded. Wow! Is this for real? Look at Father's health. A delicate priestess gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. The others quickly shifted their focus to Lu Kong's health bar. Huh? Am I seeing things? Over 2,000 health points. Why? What gives? Why does Father have over 2,000 health? This is utterly absurd. Are we truly playing the same game? The players of the Suanio army began to question their very existence. A level 5 warrior murmured in disbelief. I have maxed out my stamina and equipped myself with all green gear, yet I barely have 500 health. Why is Father's health so much higher than mine? It's not just a matter of health. Did you not see the damage inflicted by the Wolf King on Father? Damn it, it was only a single digit. A single digit. Is this Wolf King truly a boss monster? How can its damage be akin to that of a kitten? The crowd snapped back to reality. Indeed, how could a boss monster only deal single-digit damage? Just how exaggerated must Father's defense be? The group exchanged glances, unable to fathom the situation. Meanwhile, the priests, invigorated, began casting healing spells, determined to restore health. Although even without healing, Lu Kong would be just fine. This was a chance to heal Father. Such an opportunity was rare, and they were determined to pour their efforts into it. Let us keep Father's health topped off. At least they, the priests, were of some use, unlike the others who could only spectate. However, before their healing spells could be completed, Lu Kong launched another attack, a heavy strike followed by a regular attack. 624, 445, 100. The priests then witnessed 3 healing numbers appear above Lu Kong's head. 62, 45, 10. And to their astonishment, Lu Kong's health was already full. The priests stood there, bewildered, as their healing spells all displayed 0. The others, too, were taken aback by this scene, their minds filled with questions. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Then, Wang Bing's voice broke the silence. Wait, who is the real boss here? This sentiment echoed in everyone's hearts. In truth, the real boss was not the Wolf King, but Lu Kong himself. The Wolf King's attacks dealt single-digit damage, while Lu Kong consistently inflicted triple-digit damage, even healing himself in the process. How on earth does one play like this? Listening to the Wolf King's pitiful wails, they felt a twinge of sympathy for it. Lu Kong also realized that the damage he was dealing, combined with the healing effect, could fully offset any harm he sustained. He seemed to have transformed into a perpetual motion machine. Lu Kong felt a surge of joy. The lifesteal effect of the bloodthirsty necklace was indeed remarkable. He had truly reached a point where he could withstand the boss and defeat it. Lu Kong's agility was equally impressive. Not only was his critical hit rate high, but his attack speed was also swift. Now, even wielding a heavy weapon like the greatsword, he could deliver 2 strikes in a single second. Coupled with a heavy strike that could be used once per second, in less than 10 seconds, before the cooldown for the second sweeping attack was even up, and before the Wolf King could utilize its skill at 10 health. Lu Kong had forcibly slain it. With the final heavy strike, the Wolf King let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. 3 blue orbs of light floated away from the Wolf King. Ordinarily, the appearance of 3 exquisite items would have brought Wang Bing and the others immense joy. However, now, witnessing a boss-level creature that had fallen in less than 10 seconds, everyone fell silent. They realized that Lu Kong's strength was on an entirely different level from that of other players. He had surged far ahead of them. Wang Bing and his companions, clad in green gear, had previously felt they could boast among their fellow Suanio army comrades. In truth, they had certainly indulged in some boasting. They had once believed themselves to be among the top-tier players in the entire Yuanxing, which had led to a sense of pride and even arrogance. Now, witnessing Lu Kong's prowess, they felt their previous behavior was utterly juvenile. The chasm between them and their foster father was akin to a vast gulf, one that seemed to stretch endlessly. How could they be so self-satisfied with such meager strength? It was truly ironic. After Lu Kong defeated the Wolf King, he noticed an absence of movement behind him and felt a tinge of confusion. He turned to look and saw Wang Bing and his companions wearing blank expressions. He raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What's wrong? Only then did Wang Bing and the others snap back to reality. Wang Bing hurried over, grinning widely. Father, as expected of you. Your strength is such that even the boss-level Wolf King couldn't last 10 seconds. You're simply too strong. Lu Kong rolled his eyes. Do you not tire of singing my praises every day? How could I tire? I could praise you for a lifetime. Lu Kong? Wait, that sounds a bit off, doesn't it? No, you're not a beauty. I wouldn't want to hear you praise me for eternity. Wang Bing was taken aback, and then the corners of his mouth twitched as he realized the inappropriateness of his words. He quickly redirected the conversation to the 3 blue orbs. Truly, as expected of Father. Your prowess indeed yields exquisite items. Father, do take a look at what they are. Lu Kong nodded and picked up the 3 items, privately sending them to Wang Bing. The skill stone, which Wang Bing had previously seen Lu Kong acquire, was unsurprising. Upon seeing the 2 exquisite pieces of equipment, Wang Bing's eyes lit up. One of them was an exquisite level chainmail bracer. Wang Bing's face was filled with gratitude. You truly are my biological father. You dropped an exquisite bracer for me. I love you. Lu Kong was left speechless. What are you even thinking? That bracer is for me. You'll only get a dagger. Wang Bing? His expression froze. Chapter 59. Bone-eating grass. Wang Bing once again recalled that Lu Kong's profession was that of a warrior. With exquisite equipment before him, he found himself unable to claim it, and a wave of sadness surged within him. Yet, he had no choice. After all, father was paramount. Wang Bing hung his head in dejection. Well? Fine. By the way, father, how much for this dagger? Lu Kong pondered for a moment and replied. Since this boss was found by you all, otherwise I wouldn't have obtained anything else. I'll just take a symbolic fee. 40 gold will suffice. Wang Bing's smile bloomed like a blossoming flower. Father is so generous. Although 40 gold still amounted to 400,000 Daxia coins, this was exquisite level equipment, and the additional attributes were on an entirely different tier from green gear. Moreover, this was the most precious type of weapon, Tio Wang Bing. This price was undoubtedly a bargain. Let us make the trade then. All right. After completing the transaction, Lu Kong smiled. In the future, if you encounter any bosses or the like, feel free to seek me. I'll assist you in defeating them. For Lu Kong, this time's boss had yielded him a blue piece of equipment and a basic skill stone, which he found quite delightful. He was currently in need of skill stones, as he had too many skills, many of which were not yet fully upgraded. Lu Kong suddenly pondered a question. Once he left the novice village, he could negotiate with some high-end players to help them tackle bosses, thus increasing their drop rates, while he could obtain valuable items like skill stones in return. The win-win situation. Absolutely. If a boss appears, I will definitely inform father at the first opportunity. Wang Bing nodded repeatedly, as this was also what he desired. If they were to tackle it alone, who knew how many bosses they would need to defeat to acquire a blue piece of equipment? Later, Wang Bing intended to invite Lu Kong to join him in tackling the little demon camp, but Lu Kong declined. He naturally planned to solo it for more experience and to avoid having to share any equipment. Lu Kong bid farewell to Wang Bing and departed from the Wolf Valley. He intends to first tackle the little demon camp today, aiming to level up and acquire more skill stones and attribute stones to enhance his strength. After all, he still has 2 unique quests at hand. Point 1 is a task assigned by the warrior mentor involving the defeat of a level 10 demonized ferocious tiger boss. The other task is to locate the little demon lair. Both quests present a considerable challenge, and Lu Kong feels the need to bolster his capabilities before proceeding. Prior to this, Lu Kong makes a brief return to Silvermoon Village to purchase some mana potions. As his previous supply has nearly been depleted, at the entrance of the potion shop, a throng of players is queuing. Upon noticing the iconic mount of the demonized wild wolf approaching, they immediately recognize Lu Kong's arrival. After all, he is currently the only player in the novice village with a mount. Instantly, the eager players clear a path. The adoptive father is here. Make way, let the adoptive father pass. Indeed, in 5 days the little demons will launch their siege, and we must rely on our adoptive father to fend them off. Let us not waste his time. Upon hearing this, Lu Kong is somewhat astonished by Lu Chong and Wang Bing's efficiency. He didn't expect them to learn about the little demon's impending siege so quickly. He nods in appreciation to the friendly players before entering the potion shop. The shopkeeper, Hong Yang, is as leisurely as ever. Seated behind the counter, upon seeing Lu Kong, she raises an eyebrow and smiles. Well, look who's gracing my humble shop with their presence. Such a busy person. Lu Kong, feeling a bit exasperated, replies, Shopkeeper, you're being a tad sarcastic. Considering I'm one of your most valued customers. Just a jest. Hong Yang chuckles, her gaze appraising Lu Kong. I didn't expect you to make so many system announcements in such a short span of 2 days. You truly are extraordinary. Lu Kong smiles modestly, just a stroke of luck, albeit a controllable one. Hong Yang then proposes, I have a task for you. Would you be interested? Lu Kong is taken aback. Is it a potion maker's task? I think I shall pass. I have no intention of becoming a potion maker. Hong Yang rolls her eyes. With your capabilities, undertaking such a simple task would be a waste. How could I possibly assign you something so lacking in challenge? Lu Kong nods, yet feels a sense of unease, sensing that he is being exploited for labor. However, if Hong Yang hints at a rewarding task, it likely means valuable items are involved, so he is eager to learn more. What task? He inquires, I need to concoct a potion that requires an herb called bone-eroding grass, which can only be found in areas thick with death energy. To the north of our village, there lies an ancient necropolis. Could you venture there and help me find it? Hong Yang smiles. Ding, task discovered, bone-eroding grass. Will you accept? Lu Kong glances at the task description. Task, bone-eroding grass, unique, description. in preparation for the impending siege by the little demons. The elderly village chief has entrusted potion maker Hong Yang to brew a potion known as Soul Bloom for emergencies. Hong Yang requests that you venture to the necropolis north of the village to assist her in locating the primary ingredient, bone-eroding grass. Note: this task is extremely challenging. It is advisable to bring your companions. Reward: experience points and a spirit fruit, green snake fruit. Soul Bloom? The name of this potion seems rather ominous. Surely the old village chief does not intend to resort to self-destruction alongside the demon lord should the situation grow dire? Lu Kong furrows his brow, feeling a weight upon his heart. Tell him, the village chief is a pitiful elder, whose race has been decimated, whose soul lingers in anguish, and whose descendants are lost, if it comes to sacrificing the life of this unfortunate elder to ensure the survival of Silver Moon Village. It would be a tragedy indeed. Yet, perhaps this is merely Lu Kong's speculation. It could well be that the village chief seeks a potion to enhance his own strength. Nevertheless, he decides to accept the task. Smiling, he replies, "No problem, I will help you find it." Hong Yang beams, "Thank you, my busy friend. What would you like to purchase?" 300 mana potions. Upon exiting the potion shop, Lu Kong sets off without delay towards the Little Demon Camp dungeon. The dungeon description reveals the location of the Little Demon Camp, which is the very one Lu Kong had previously discovered. Along the way, Lu Kong utilizes a basic skill stone dropped by the Wolf King. As for which skill to enhance, the choice is clear. Despite having several skills in need of improvement, the priority is undoubtedly the recently acquired Warrior S Heart. After all, this skill is remarkably comprehensive and offers substantial boosts. Fortunately, the basic skill stone can elevate the level of Warrior S Heart. Warrior S Heart, Level 2. Passive skill. You have grasped the essence of the Warrior S path, increasing all attributes by 20, enhancing damage dealt by 20, boosting movement speed by 10, and reducing damage taken by 6, a significant enhancement. Lu Kong feels quite satisfied. Before long, Lu Kong arrives at the exterior of the Little Demon Camp. On the trail outside the canyon, he discovers a considerable number of other players, most of whom are level 5. Little Demon Camp needs healers. Must have ample healing power. Little Demon Camp needs a warrior. At least one green piece of equipment is required. Don't tell me you don't have it. Our adoptive father sold 30 pieces today. Little Demon Camp needs... Wait, what? Adoptive father? A high-level player who had been shouting suddenly spots Lu Kong, his eyes widening in disbelief. Instantly, the players gathered outside the Little Demon Camp turn their attention to him. Chapter 60. Is the adoptive father a deity? Upon seeing Lu Kong, the players' eyes gleam with excitement. It is indeed the adoptive father. Who would have thought he would also come to clear the dungeon? Isn't that obvious? Have you forgotten who discovered this dungeon? Without the adoptive father, we wouldn't even have a dungeon to clear. Is the adoptive father just one person? Can he take me along? I'm willing to do anything. Some female players, believing themselves to be quite attractive, openly express their willingness to do anything for a chance to accompany him. Who doesn't know of Lu Kong's formidable strength? This dungeon was discovered by him, and given his astonishing drop rates, if he were to lead them, they might even obtain blue equipment. Most importantly, being close to Lu Kong could mean a bright future. What is the harm in sacrificing a little dignity for that? Lu Kong glances at the eager players, noticing that some of the ones willing to do anything are indeed quite attractive. However, he is not so superficial as to lead a group of pretty faces for such trivial reasons. He simply smiles. Everyone, do your best. There are 5 bosses in the dungeon. If you can defeat them, your equipment will see significant improvement. Upon hearing this, many players' eyes light up. One astute young man quickly interjects, "Adoptive father, it's me. We've met before." Lu Kong recognizes him as someone he encountered during a previous monster hunt. "What's up, adoptive father? Could you share the skills of the bosses with us? If it's inconvenient, just ignore my question." Lu Kong pauses, realizing this is indeed something he could share. Knowing the skills of the bosses would undoubtedly ease the battle. If these players can grow stronger, it would benefit Silver Moon Village in the upcoming battle in 5 days. Lu Kong smiles. "Of course, I'll tell you about the boss's skills." The crowd is taken aback that Lu Kong is genuinely willing to share. Knowing the boss's skills is crucial during combat, Lu Kong could easily sell this information to wealthy players, yet here he is, freely sharing it. The players are momentarily stunned. Had they been in his position, they would not have been able to do the same. The previously speaking young man's eyes well up with gratitude. "Thank you, adoptive father." Others quickly echo their thanks. Liu Kong smiles. In the future, if any players inquire, I hope you will share this information so that everyone can grow swiftly. Many players nod solemnly. Rest assured, adoptive father. I'll definitely post it on the official site. I'll tell the newcomers as well. Liu Kong nods in satisfaction, then proceeds to share the skills and information of the 5 bosses with the eager players. Upon learning that the final high-tier boss boasts a staggering 10,000 health and 130 attack, with the ability to inflict damage upon being struck, everyone is left in shock. How on earth are we supposed to defeat this? Not only does this dungeon allow only 25 players inside, but even 250 would struggle. The players' expressions shift as they gaze at Liu Kong with newfound respect. Such a formidable high-tier boss. How did the adoptive father manage to slay it? He isn't just an ordinary player. He is practically a deity. After concluding his explanation, Liu Kong adds with a smile, well, it's up to you now. Given the current gear of most players, tackling the bosses might prove challenging, but there are plenty of elite monsters within. You can farm those to improve your gear, and perhaps then you'll have a chance to AT this. The players nod in agreement. After sharing the insights he possesses, Liu Kong finally steps into the dungeon. The entrance to the dungeon is where the little demon camp's exit used to be, now transformed into a swirling vortex resembling a mirror. Leading to the realm of the dungeon, as Liu Kong steps inside, the gathered players exchange glances, buzzing with conversation. Could the adoptive father truly be a deity? How could he possibly defeat such a powerful high-tier boss? Those teams that have already entered are in for a tough time. Those bosses aren't meant to be taken down by mere mortals. Indeed, it seems only the Tianyue team and Suanio Legion have a chance against the first 2 bosses. The latter ones may be beyond even them. You inquire, how long will it take for our adoptive father to clear the dungeon? I'm uncertain. Isn't there a record of dungeon completion times? We shall see when the time comes. Beside the dungeon, a stone tablet stands tall, inscribed with the records of completion times. The shorter the completion time, the higher the ranking. This serves as both an incentive and a means of promotion for players. Furthermore, the top 3 players to complete the dungeon receive corresponding rewards. For ordinary players, even those who are high-level themselves, such rewards remain a distant aspiration. The teams in the top 3 will undoubtedly include our adoptive father. Along with the Tianyue Guild and the Suanio Army, I intend to join the Tianyue Guild once it is officially established. Perhaps I might even receive a share of our adoptive father's equipment, which would be quite desirable. I also plan to join the Suanio Army later, as it boasts a strong affiliation with the Dacia military, likely surpassing the Tianyue Guild in strength. The Suanio Army is indeed formidable, but being a military entity, its discipline requirements are likely quite stringent. I prefer a bit more freedom, so I shall also join the Tianyue Guild. A gathering of high-level players has already begun to discuss their future paths. Just then, the young man who had previously conversed with Liu Kong timidly remarked, if only our adoptive father could establish a guild, I'd be the first to join. The surrounding chatter suddenly fell silent. Startled, the young man glanced around, realizing that all eyes were upon him, their gazes peculiar. He felt a chill run down his spine. What's wrong? Did I say something amiss? No, you spoke correctly. How did we not think of this? What if our adoptive father indeed creates a guild? Perhaps we should inquire when we next encounter him. That sounds reasonable. If our adoptive father establishes a guild, we must join it. The high-level players buzzed with excitement and speculation. Meanwhile, Liu Kong had already entered the dungeon and begun battling monsters. Compared to the arduousness of his first encounter with this dungeon, Liu Kong now seemed to be on a rampage. The small elite demons in front of him were utterly incapable of breaching his defenses. Inflicting a damage total of 0, Liu Kong attracted the attention of the small demons without retaliation, allowing their attacks to land upon him as he began to select loot. He prioritized skill stones and attribute stones, opting for a few scrolls if those were unavailable, and selecting all green equipment thereafter. Once he had attracted a considerable horde, amounting to about 20 small demons, Liu Kong unleashed a sweeping strike, unleashing a torrent of high damage numbers. The minimum damage dealt was over 700, and with critical hits, it soared to 1,005. These elite small demons only had health pools of 400 to 500, and with a single strike, they all fell. Liu Kong began to gleefully collect the equipment. He continued this method of attracting small demons, selecting loot, sweeping through them, and gathering more equipment. In this manner, he quickly dispatched 200 to 300 small demons and arrived at Guning's fortress, all within a mere 10 minutes. Most of this time was spent selecting loot, navigating the map, and picking up items. Chapter 61. Lu Chong. I wish to be alone. Standing outside Guning's fortress. Lukong did not rush to confront the boss. He assessed his haul. His inventory was nearly full of green equipment, alongside various scrolls, excellent grade healing potions, 2 tiny skill stones, and 12 tiny attribute stones. Lukong noticed a concerning trend. This time, the monster's loot table yielded less favorable items than before. The probability of obtaining tiny skill stones and attribute stones had significantly decreased. Nevertheless, these spoils remained commendable for Lukong. He utilized all the attribute stones and then applied the tiny skill stones. Lukong's current skills included basic regeneration, heavy strike, battle intent, sweeping strike, charge, greatsword mastery, and warrior's heart. 0.7 skills in total. This was considerably more than the average player. Having used all the tiny skill stones he had previously acquired, he found that basic regeneration, battle intent, and sweeping strike could no longer be enhanced with tiny skill stones. He then attempted to enhance warrior's heart, but as expected, being an epic skill, it could not be improved with tiny skill stones either. He also tried greatsword mastery. Previously, he had used 2 tiny skill stones obtained from quest rewards to elevate it to level 3. Now, however, he could not increase it further with the same stones, only with basic skill stones. Thus, his options were limited. The only skills left to enhance were heavy strike and charged. AS charge does not deal damage. Lukong decided to postpone its enhancement until he had a surplus of tiny skill stones, choosing instead to upgrade heavy strike. Previously, he had elevated heavy strike to level 5 using tiny skill stones. Now, with the application of 2 skill stones, its level surged to 7. Heavy strike, level 7 unleashes a powerful attack, inflicting 190 damage. The damage increase is now 20. However, since heavy strike is solely a single target skill, its enhancement is not as significant as that of sweeping strike. It offers only marginal benefits against single targets. As for equipment, it surely pales in comparison to what Lukong possesses, so he intends to sell it all later. After defeating Guning, he planned to exit the dungeon. Lukong glanced at Guning once more and selected loot. The loot table still displayed blue equipment at the forefront. Unfortunately, there was little of worth. He selected basic skill stone, the one-handed sword, training stick, and the mail belt, malicious waste. Then, he perused the drops from Guning's little treasures before charging inside. Upon seeing Lukong enter, Guning, who was feeding the little creatures, erupted in fury, shouting, "Intruder! Little creatures, tear him apart!" Instantly, a horde of demonized wolves charged at Lukong with ferocious howls. A sinister grin crept across Lukong's face as he charged at Guning. When surrounded by Guning and the demonized wolves, he swung his blazing long sword. The fiery blade emitted a torrent of substantial damage values. In an instant, all the demonized wolves collapsed. Witnessing this scene, Guning was momentarily left in shock. He gazed at the fallen bodies, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. "My little treasures, you have perished so tragically." Lukong, listening to this, felt like a villainous scoundrel. "You damned intruder. I will slay you." Guning brandished 2 long swords and charged at Lukong. During their last encounter, Lukong had to rely on weakened scrolls to contend with Guning. However, this time, Lukong simply absorbed the damage. The damage dealt to him by Guning's attacks was merely in single digits. Meanwhile, Lukong consistently struck at Guning's vital points, inflicting damage in the hundreds, with critical hits soaring into the thousands. The damage Guning dealt was dwarfed by Lukong's lifesteal in less than 10 seconds. Guning's health was completely depleted, and he collapsed with a wail. Compared to the last arduous battle, this one felt as if he were using cheats. Well, it seems Lukong indeed possesses a sort of cheat. His soul talent is not dissimilar to that of a cheat. After collecting the items on the ground, Lukong equipped the malicious waste and used the basic skill stone. He had initially intended to enhance warrior's heart, but the system prompted that a higher grade skill stone was required. This indicated that basic skill stones could not enhance warrior's heart either. Lukong felt somewhat distressed. High-grade skill stones were indeed beneficial, but their enhancement process was far too cumbersome. Ultimately, he decided to apply the skill stones to greatsword mastery. Greatsword mastery rose to level 4, increasing damage by 40. Lukong's damage was once again bolstered. He then began to gather the items dropped by the demonized wolves, and as he continued, he discovered his backpack was full. With a sense of resignation, he ultimately had to discard some lower-value scrolls. His backpack was still rather small. Lukong muttered to himself in frustration. However, he currently has no means to acquire a larger backpack. Given the situation, it seems that high-level elite monsters might drop larger backpacks. The small demons in the nest might also yield some .0, and perhaps the undead land has monsters that drop items as well? Lukong planned to check it out after finishing the dungeon. For now, he intended to exit and sell the equipment. Lukong posted the exquisite one-handed sword, training stick, in the chat room with Wang Bing and Lu Chong. The next moment, both Lu Chong and Wang Bing were startled into the conversation. Lu Chong, good son-in-law, have you encountered a boss again? Wang Bing, wow, what a powerful one-handed sword. I love it. I want it, Lukong. I'm currently clearing the small demon camp dungeon. This is the first boss's drop. Lu Chong, I'm also in a dungeon right now. This cursed dungeon is so difficult. The small monsters are manageable. With our 25 people, we can handle them, but Gu Ning is simply unbeatable. Every time we kill a demonized wolf, the others go berserk. With so many demonized wolves, the warriors can't withstand it. Not to mention Gu Ning's damage is so high. We've been wiped out several times. Thankfully, death in the dungeon doesn't count as normal death, so we don't have to wait an hour to respawn. Otherwise, it would be utterly hopeless. Seeing Lu Chong vent his frustrations in a flurry of messages, Lukong scratched his head. Well, he found it hard to empathize. After all, for him, Gu Ning was merely a few strikes away. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of people cannot be comprehended by others. Wang Bing, wait, adoptive father, weren't you just at the small demon camp? I heard you had just entered when I arrived. You've already defeated the first boss. Lu Chong, good son-in-law, how long have you been in the dungeon? Lukong glanced at the system time. Almost 11 minutes. Lu Chong, Wang Bing. The two of them slowly produced a question mark, especially Lu Chong, who began to doubt life at that moment. What kind of joke is this? He had been struggling here for nearly an hour, and yet he had not even managed to defeat the first boss. Meanwhile, Lukong had completed it in just 10 minutes. Can it be any more absurd? Lu Chong, good son-in-law, did you solo it? Lukong, yes, Lu Chong, sorrowfully smoking.jpg, he just wanted to be quiet. Wang Bing, sorrowfully smoking.jpg, compared to the explosively frustrated Lu Chong, Wang Bing was slightly better off. He had already lost his composure when he saw Lukong defeat the Wolf King earlier. Although he had anticipated Lukong's strength, he still could not fathom that Lukong would be so extraordinary. 10 minutes to defeat the first boss. Was there no hope left for others? Lukong, wait, have you guys strayed from the topic? Do you want this one-handed sword? Lu Chong, 120 gold. Wang Bing? Lu Chong, Wang Bing, will not stand for this. Although he estimated that he had no chance of obtaining a two-handed weapon, given that his adoptive father needed it, as a warrior, he could still use a one-handed sword. Yet, before he could even place a bid, Lu Chong snatched it away. How do you play this game? Please tell me how this broken game works. Chapter 62. Collaboration with the Player Management Bureau. Lu Chong. If you can't afford to bid, then don't speak. Wang Bing. He was so infuriated that his stomach hurt. This old fellow was so shameless, using money to pressure a junior? Is this even human? Lukong, by the way, I have some green gear. Is anyone at the dungeon entrance? I'll step out for a trade. Lu Chong, we just came out. We'll grab the gear and go back in. Although Lu Chong had already purchased quite a bit of green gear from Lukong, it was still a bit challenging to fully equip all 25 people. Now was the perfect time to update their gear. Of course, the most crucial were the blue items, to be allocated to their assassins or warriors. Perhaps they could eliminate the smaller mobs before the tank could no longer hold up. Then defeating a boss would be relatively simpler. Wang Bing. We just entered the dungeon. Adoptive father. Wait a moment. We'll be out too, Lukong. Alright. Lukong was chatting with Wang Bing and Lu Chong while heading towards the dungeon exit. Just then, he suddenly noticed a message from Lin Ying. He opened it and raised an eyebrow. Lin Ying. Adoptive father, can you obtain quite a bit of gear from the dungeon? Our Player Management Bureau would like to collaborate with you to purchase some green gear. Price is not an issue. Lukong was a bit surprised. ISNT, the Player Management Bureau, also an official entity. With Xianyao Army collaborating with me, why do you also want to join in? Lin Ying. There's no choice. Although we are both official, the equipment from Xianyao Army is prioritized for them, and we can't get our hands on it. Up until now, we still don't have much green gear. So we can only turn to you. adoptive father. Luckily, your clever adopted daughter, added you as a friend earlier. Otherwise, it would be challenging for us to approach you for collaboration. Lu Kong could already imagine Lin Yingying's smug expression. He smirked. Indeed, there was competition among different systems. Although both Xianyao Army and the Player Management Bureau were official organizations, it was evident that the two were in competition. For Lu Kong, selling to either the Xianyao Army or the Player Management Bureau made little difference. However, having collaborated with Wang Bing for so long, he thought for a moment and said, I can only provide you with 10 pieces of green gear for now. The rest must still be traded with Wang Bing and the others. Gradually increasing the quantity, he understood from reading posts in reality that the Player Management Bureau was akin to a police station, dealing with daily matters regarding the invasion of magical energy. If their strength was too weak, ordinary people's lives might be affected, so selling some gear to them would be beneficial at the very least. If the Player Management Bureau was stronger, society could be more stable. Lin Yingying, 10 pieces are already great, thank you. Adoptive father Mua. Lu Kong, I suspect you are taking advantage of me. Lin Yingying, hee, absolutely not. Adoptive father, I'm currently farming in the dungeon. As soon as you come out, let me know, and I'll come right away, Lu Kong. I happen to be heading out now. Lin Yingying, I'll be there soon. In another dungeon world of the Little Demon Camp, a group of players stared at Lin Yingying, not daring to breathe. Once they entered the dungeon, they realized how difficult it was to conquer. Forget about defeating bosses. Even fighting small mobs could result in death with their tattered gray-white equipment. Defeating a boss was utterly out of the question. They were quite envious of Lu Kong's equipment. However, Lu Kong had always collaborated with Wang Bing and Lu Chong, occasionally distributing gear to ordinary players. How could they possibly compete? So many eager players were watching. Upon hearing that Lin Yingying had added Lu Kong as a friend, everyone's eyes lit up, hoping that Lin Yingying could negotiate a partnership with Lu Kong. Lin Yingying pondered and decided to give it a try. After all, everyone was collaborating, and it wouldn't be a loss for her adoptive father, but rather an additional collaboration partner and choice. Unexpectedly, her adoptive father was indeed willing to sell 10 pieces of green gear to the Player Management Bureau. Surely, her clever and adorable adopted daughter held a special place in his heart. Right? Seeing Lin Yingying's expression change, everyone's eyes brightened. Minister Lin, what's the verdict? Did he agree? Minister Lin, our Player Management Bureau is counting on you. Otherwise, we won't be able to defeat bosses at all. Lin Yingying raised her chin, hands on her hips. Adoptive father agreed. We'll have a share in the future, but only 10 pieces at a time. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled. Then, all of them erupted into cheers. 10 pieces are already marvelous. This is a stable source of green gear. If we accumulate slowly, we can certainly grow stronger. Yes, Minister Lin is magnificent. To think she could persuade the adoptive father. Lu Kong is notoriously unyielding. Countless beauties have offered themselves, yet he remained indifferent. Lin Yingying chuckled smugly. At that moment, a middle-aged man said with a smile, Minister Lin, we owe you this time. Who would have thought our Player Management Bureau could establish a partnership with the adoptive father? I heard that Tianyu and Xianyao Army obtained many rare items through him. Those are incomparable to mere equipment. If we could also have the opportunity to obtain some in the future, that would be splendid. Hearing this, everyone began to discuss animatedly. Even Lin Yingying's eyes sparkled. However, she then wondered if Mr. Wang forging some equipment would impact her adoptive father's business. That wouldn't be good for him. Lin Yingying glanced at her colleagues and discreetly sent a message to Lu Kong. Upon seeing the message from Lin Yingying, Lu Kong was left bewildered. What nonsense is this? Would someone else forging affect his business? What a joke. No matter how many monsters he defeated, he could never supply all players. How could it possibly have an impact? Moreover, the quality of the items he dropped was likely beyond what a regular blacksmith could forge. Lin Yingying, adoptive father, do you think this will affect you? If it does, we can refrain from selling. Lu Kong found it amusing. It's fine. There won't be any impact. However, he hadn't anticipated that Lin Yingying was quite considerate of her adoptive father. Even though this streamer was a bit thick-skinned and clingy, Lu Kong didn't dislike this aspect. That's settled then. If my adoptive father acquires any good items in the future, can I also compete alongside Wang Bing and the others? Lu Kong thought for a moment. Having more competitors was certainly beneficial for him. Moreover, he was quite curious about the player who mastered the forging talent. If he could indeed forge standard equipment, It would hold significant meaning for all players in Daxia and even the entire Yuanqing. Relying solely on the equipment he dropped would never be enough to arm all Yuanqing players. Hence, Lu Kong did not refuse that. No problem. Who is your person in charge? I'll add him to the trading group. Lin Yingying. I can take charge of this. This is a great opportunity to get close to my adoptive father. I want to let anyone else take this chance. Not even the director. Lu Kong did not expect Lin Yingying to be in charge. Was she really capable? Without overthinking, he added Lin Yingying to the trading group with Wang Bing and Lu Chong. As someone entered the group, Wang Bing and Lu Chong were both startled. Lu Chong, good son-in-law, how did Lin Yingying manage to join the group? Wang Bing, what the hell? Lin Yingying, you're not here to snatch our gear, are you? Chapter 63. The art of changing faces. Upon seeing Lin Yingying enter the group, Wang Bing felt a surge of anxiety. After all, the Player Management Bureau had previously communicated with him, hoping to acquire some of his equipment. However, the Xin Yao army was already short on supplies. How could he possibly share with the Player Management Bureau? Wang Bing had naturally refused to owe his surprise. Lin Yingying had directly approached his adoptive father and was even pulled into the trading group. Wang Bing immediately turned to Lu Kong, lamenting, "Adoptive father, please do not allocate our equipment quota. We are barely managing as it is." Lu Kong reassured him, "Do not worry. It's merely 10 items. We brought her in because the Player Management Bureau has players with special talents, and they might have use for certain items." At this, both Wang Bing and Lu Chong breathed a sigh of relief. Just 10 pieces of equipment was something they could accept, especially since what they received was already more than double what the Player Management Bureau obtained. However, upon hearing the latter part of Lu Kong's statement, both Wang Bing and Lu Chong felt a pang of dread. The good items from Lu Kong were already insufficient for the two of them. And now there was an additional competitor? If it came down to competition, would it not become even more intense? Even if Lu Chong had wealth, money could not entirely be converted into gold coins. Given the limited production of gold coins, when push came to shove, he could not guarantee victory over both sides. As Lu Chong walked towards the dungeon entrance, his teeth clenched in frustration. This Lin Yingying was truly a vixen. He never expected his good son-in-law to be swayed by her. Of course, this was merely Lu Chong's impulsive thought. He understood that with Lu Kong's growing power and reputation, the number of forces seeking collaboration with him would likely increase. It was utterly unrealistic for him and Wang Bing to monopolize Lu Kong's resources. This realization weighed heavily on Lu Chong. He furrowed his brow in contemplation before turning to the middle-aged man beside him, asking which areas in the novice village have higher material drop rates, or where gold coins are more likely to drop. This was Lu Chong's assistant, Nan Gongli, who had previously been a senior executive in a large corporation. As a fellow beta tester, he had been lured to the Tianyue group with a generous offer from Lu Chong. At this moment, Nan Gongli was assisting Lu Chong in managing the Tianyue guild. Nan Gongli replied, "I have compiled statistics on the current player leveling zones. Non-humanoid monsters drop materials exclusively, with no gold coins. However, these materials can be sold at the village's general store. Humanoid monsters, on the other hand, drop both gold coins and materials. Generally speaking, if you're farming for gold, humanoid monsters offer better value. Nearby areas with humanoid monsters include the Cobalt Mine and the Merman Lake, where copper coins can be found." "Boss, is something wrong? Are the gold coins running low?" Lu Chong nodded, frowning as he replied, "Now that more people are becoming aware of the items my good son-in-law possesses, if we don't have enough money in the future, we might not be able to secure anything." Nan Gongli. His lips twitched slightly. The audacity of his new superior was quite remarkable. The likes of Lu Kong had never even met his daughter. Yet he was already calling him good son-in-law without a hint of shame. Nevertheless, since he was the boss, Nan Gongli refrained from commenting further. He nodded. "Understood. I will organize a dedicated gold farming team." "Excellent." Meanwhile, Wang Bing and Li Ming were also deep in discussion, equally troubled by Lin Yingying's arrival. It seemed that in the future, more people would likely seek to collaborate with their adoptive father. They needed to prepare more funds. Wang Bing expressed his concerns, and Li Ming nodded in agreement, saying, "I will apply for a budget from above." "All right, make sure to submit the request when you return today." As Lu Kong exited the dungeon, Lu Chong, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying's teams were already waiting. Sparks flew between the three teams. Particularly, Lin Yingying's team, being newcomers, was subject to the scrutinizing gazes of Lu Chong and Wang Bing, who would willingly share their green equipment. Each wore a stern expression, clearly displeased. Although Lin Yingying's team consisted of members from the Player Management Bureau, they were predominantly ordinary individuals recruited from the public. Faced with the oppressive stares of military and corporate elites, they trembled and feared. A delicate girl murmured, "Minister Lin, why do I feel like their eyes could kill us?" Lin Yingying recoiled slightly, surprised by the fierce demeanor of these individuals. Truthfully, she felt a twinge of panic. She was bold, but not without fear. "How should I know? You all insisted I speak with my adoptive father. I don't care. You stand in front." Just as Lin Yingying was about to slip away, she spotted Lu Kong emerging. Her eyes lit up, and she halted, a sweet smile gracing her face, one that none of her teammates had witnessed before. Adoptive father. The players from the Player Management Bureau collectively gasped. Is this a dirty trick, complete with a change of face? They then noticed Lu Chong and Wang Bing wearing expressions of delight. Their previous animosity seemingly vanished like a mirage. Everyone was left bewildered. They had all mastered the art of changing faces. Lu Kong approached, smiling. "You all are quite prompt." Lu Chong sighed. "We have no choice. Without equipment, we can't possibly defeat the first boss." Wang Bing chimed in. "We just entered. Who would have known you'd finish off the first boss so quickly? Adoptive father?" Lu Kong chuckled. "Let us trade." Thus, Lu Kong initiated the trade. Upon hearing that a blue one-handed sword was up for grabs, Lin Yingying and the members of the Player Management Bureau nearly had their eyes pop out. In a way, as expected of the adoptive father, already trading exquisite gear? I don't even have any green equipment. Lin Yingying felt a surge of excitement. Exquisite gear. If she could get her hands on it, it would undoubtedly be powerful. She quickly inquired, "Adoptive father, how much for the exquisite gear?" She even batted her eyelashes playfully. Lu Kong pretended not to notice and replied calmly, 120 gold. Lin Yingying and the others were left speechless. A question mark slowly materialized in their minds. How much? 120 gold. ISNT that one. 2 million? Although the Player Management Bureau also had official funds at their disposal, they could not possibly afford such exorbitant equipment. Lu Kong glanced at Lin Yingying and the others, smiling. "Do you want it?" Lin Yingying laughed nervously. "We can't afford it. Let us just settle for some green gear for now." Wang Bing sneered repeatedly. The quota for the Xianyao army far surpassed that of the Player Management Bureau, and even he could not afford it, let alone Lin Yingying. Lu Kong, however, was unfazed. Besides the blue equipment, he also traded some green items, accumulating around 200 gold in total. With nearly 3,000 gold coins in his possession, that equated to a staggering 30 million. Other players, who were busy forming teams, looked on enviously, filled with jealousy and longing. They too desired green gear. Lu Kong, unable to withstand the pitiful gazes of these players, reserved 10 pieces of equipment for ordinary players, which were quickly snatched up. Afterward, Lu Kong bid farewell to the group and re-entered the dungeon. Following the same pattern as before, Lu Kong swiftly made his way to the second boss, Ice Hand. Along the way, he obtained various green items once again. This time, luck was on his side, as he acquired 3 minor skill stones. Initially, he intended to use them all to upgrade his heavy strike skill. However, after using 2, the system indicated that heavy strike had reached level 9 and required a higher grade skill stone for further enhancement. Lu Kong raised an eyebrow. It was unexpected that a fundamental skill like heavy strike would necessitate an upgrade with a junior skill stone. How absurd! There were still plenty of skills that junior skill stones could enhance. Lu Kong had no intention of wasting them on heavy strike. That would have to wait. He decided to use the remaining minor skill stone to enhance his charge skill. The second level charge increased its range slightly and reduced the cooldown time by 1 second. Originally, charge had a cooldown of 20 seconds. At this rate, maxing it out would likely result in a 10-second cooldown. That was quite favorable, especially considering the potential for player versus player encounters once they left the novice village. Upon encountering Ice Hand, Lu Kong had initially been eager to obtain a recipe for Cold Wind Impact and a potion recipe. However, upon checking the loot list, he was dismayed to find that neither item was available. Lu Kong realized that, indeed, the loot from dungeons was not as plentiful as that found in the wild. Of course, this could also be attributed to the fact that these demons were real demons, leading to a higher drop rate upon defeat. Fortunately, he still had the junior skill stones, which were non-negotiable. For his other choices, Lu Kong selected a blue staff and a blue cloth robe for mages. None of it was suitable for Lu Kong. Ice Hand's defenses and health were inferior to Goning's. With a swift charge, Liu Kang dealt 2,500 damage to Ice Hand in a 3-hit combo, leaving the creature momentarily dazed. A few more strikes, and Ice Hand was vanquished. Liu Kang easily posted the 2 mage items in the trading group. Wang Bing, Lu Chong, Lin Yingying, Stun.jpg, all 3 were taken aback. Following the customary question mark, Wang Bing could no longer contain himself. Wait, adoptive father, hasn't it only been about 10 minutes since you entered? UVE already defeated the second boss? Lin Yingying exclaimed, adoptive father is amazing. Admiring.jpg. Lu Chong gritted his teeth. Which man could withstand the adoration of a young girl? Humph, this girl is truly a vixen. My beloved daughter, I fear I can no longer endure this. Chapter 64. I must undertake a challenging task. Liu Kang. Is anyone interested? Lu Chong. Staff for 120 gold. Robe for 100 gold. Lu Chong felt confident that this round was secure. But unexpectedly, Wang Bing had a different perspective. Wang Bing. Staff for 130 gold. Robe for 110. Lin Yingying trembled as she observed the bids. Over 1,000,000 gold. How could these individuals possess such wealth? It is truly astonishing. As a mage herself, she naturally coveted the blue mage gear. However, even if she were to sell herself, it would not suffice to cover such a sum. Although the Player Management Bureau had a corresponding allowance, it was evident that this amount could not be allocated solely for her benefit. Lin Yingying. I can't afford it. Lu Chong, surprised that Wang Bing dared to bid, exclaimed, Wang Bing, have you suddenly come into wealth? Wang Bing scoffed repeatedly. This time, I am bidding for that lady. I have already reported to her. She desires all the magical equipment. Xia Yin had recently given him a strict order that any suitable equipment or items appearing in Liu Kang's possession must be competed for with utmost effort. As the third princess, Xia Yin had her own little treasury. She had no need to tap into the funds of the Shimbird army. With Xia Yin's command, Wang Bing naturally felt emboldened and intended to vie fiercely against Lu Chong. Lu Chong furrowed his brow and sighed inwardly. Indeed, the competition was intensifying. Staff for 140, robe for 120. Wang Bing continued to raise the stakes, and the prices for the equipment soared. Ultimately, Lu Chong astonishingly called out a price of 200,000 for the staff and 180,000 for the robe. This made Wang Bing frown. Despite the third princess's orders, this price was exorbitant. He found himself unable to make a decision. Wait, let me consult with that. Wang Bing sent the prices in a private message to Xia Yin. Xia Yin, engaged in monster hunting, could not help but frown upon hearing the prices. Humph, Lu Chong. Although she felt somewhat dissatisfied, the two were engaged in fair competition, and she could not voice her grievances. Abandoning the staff, she decided to compete for the robe, stating that any price within 250,000 was acceptable. Xia Yin issued her command. Wang Bing promptly complied. No staff, robe for 200 gold. Lu Kang observed the two calling out prices with a smirk point. One could only say that the wealthy were truly extravagant. While fine equipment was indeed impressive, Lu Kang frequently acquired such items and thus did not find them particularly precious. Selling for 200,000 was merely the result of defeating a boss. Upon hearing Wang Bing's words, Lu Chong understood that the third princess had made a concession. He pondered for a moment and then sighed. The staff could be given to his cherished daughter, Uxin, while the cloth robe had already been acquired by her previously. As for himself, even with green gear, he could manage. He could not afford to lose face before the third princess. Lu Chong. No robe, then. Thus, the transaction was finalized, with both pieces of equipment fetching the exorbitant price of 200 gold. Lin Yingying, who had been following the entire process, was left dumbfounded. Her adoptive father was truly a money-making genius? He earned 400,000 simply from defeating a boss. She had once contemplated supporting her adoptive father, but alas, such a thought was now utterly impossible. Lu Kang. I am heading out now. Those trading green equipment should hurry. Lu Chong. Good son-in-law, I am also heading out. Wang Bing. We will arrive shortly. Lin Yingying. Adoptive father, I will come myself. Lu Kang once again made his way towards the entrance of the instance. Having arrived in the area of the second boss, it would take several minutes to retrace his steps. Liu Kang felt somewhat helpless. Every time he engaged in a dungeon run, he had to make multiple trips, which was rather time-consuming. However, there was no alternative. After all, he had a high drop rate. Should he let Wang Bing and the others send someone into the dungeon to retrieve the gear? Lu Kang considered this possibility. However, teaming up with others would surely mean splitting the experience. Despite the notion that he could retain up to 80% of the experience under the team contract, completing it all at once would undoubtedly be faster than making several trips. Each journey to sell equipment consumed a significant amount of time. With that in mind, Lu Kong suddenly devised a plan. He sent a message in the trading group. I have an idea. Let me know what you all think. Lin Ying. Adoptive father's idea is my idea. I support it unconditionally. Lu Chong, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought to himself that indeed, she was quite the vixen, with Lin Ying's proactive demeanor. Did his two daughters truly see each other as rivals? What was his good son-in-law's opinion? Wang Bing, adoptive father, is there yet another grand scheme in the works? Lu Kong shared his thoughts with them. You can send a person over to join me in the dungeon, responsible for trading. Lin Ying, me, I'll come myself. Lu Chong, good son-in-law, let me take on this arduous task myself. Wang Bing, I cannot bear to see my comrades picking up gear. If I do not enter the fray, who will? I shall handle this myself. The three of them were all exhilarated. What a joke. Even if they could only receive 20% of the experience. With Lu Kong's efficiency in defeating monsters, the speed at which they could gain experience was incomparably superior to that of other teams. Such a golden opportunity must certainly be seized for themselves. Lu Kong did not expect such enthusiasm from Lin Ying and the others. He smiled. In that case, after the transaction, I will form a team with you. Lin Ying. So wonderful. I can team up with adoptive father. My life will have no regrets. Lu Kong could not help but retort. Your life seems rather inexpensive, does it not? Lu Chong, feeling discomfort, chose to exit the chat group, preferring not to see or hear any further. After exiting the dungeon, Lu Kong completed the transaction just as before. Subsequently, Wang Bing, Lu Chong, and Lin Ying all withdrew from the team. Lin Ying and Lu Chong were fine. They had already informed their team members beforehand. As the boss, Lu Chong naturally made the final call. As for Lin Ying, she was the only one familiar with Lu Kong amidst the entire player management bureau, so it was only fitting that she took on this role. Besides, Lin Ying could not possibly forego such an opportunity. It was an excellent chance for her to grow closer to Lu Kong. Who would dare compete with her? She would fight tooth and nail. Although the players from the two teams were enviously green with envy, there was nothing they could do. However, Wang Bing did not inform his team members. His sudden withdrawal left Li Ming and the others momentarily stunned. Wait a minute, Captain. Why did you suddenly leave the team? Wang Bing cleared his throat and spoke solemnly. I am about to undertake a challenging task. Brothers, I hope to return safely. Lu Kong, Lu Chong, Lin Ying. The three looked at Wang Bing with peculiar expressions. Splitting experience is arduous? This seems rather extreme. However, Li Ming and the others were unaware that upon hearing Wang Bing's declaration of undertaking a challenging task, they each protested vehemently, Captain, such a task should not fall to you. We can handle it ourselves. Exactly, Captain. You are the soul of our seventh team. What will we do without you? Li Ming gazed at Wang Bing with heartfelt admiration. Captain, what is the task? Let us discuss it together, Wang Bing. He felt awkward. Lu Chong could no longer watch and interjected. It is nothing of great consequence, merely teaming up with my good son-in-law to collect equipment and conduct some trades in the dungeon. Li Ming and the others. Their expressions of admiration gradually faded, and all eyes turned towards Wang Bing with a murderous glint. Damn it, this truly is quite the arduous task. Chapter 65. The skill book reappears. Li Ming and the others looked at Wang Bing with fiery eyes. Li Ming stated, Captain, this sort of arduous task is not suitable for you. Allow me to take it on. Jiang Su argued vehemently. Captain, trading with MR.LU has always been my responsibility. How can this burden fall on you? Seeing the insistence of his comrades, Wang Bing cast a resentful glance at the cheerful Lu Chong and then adopted a stern demeanor. Am I the captain, or are you? This is an order. It is settled. He wielded his authority as captain to impose his will. Li Ming and the others rolled their eyes at Wang Bing, but they had no choice in the matter. In the end, Lu Kong invited all three of them into the team. All right, let us proceed into the dungeon. Leading the way, Lu Kong guided Wang Bing and the others into the instance. This time, they finally witnessed how Lu Kong navigated the dungeon. He effortlessly lured all the elite little demons, and after gathering a wave, he executed a sweeping attack, causing 20 to 30 elite little demons to fall simultaneously. The damage of 700 to 800, even exceeding 1,000, was utterly astonishing in the current game. Dealing 20 points of damage to an elite monster was already considered remarkable. Liu Kong's damage output was the sort they had only dared to dream of previously. Lin Yingying watched with stars in her eyes, exclaiming, "Truly my adoptive father. So impressive." Liu Kong was even more convinced of Liu Kong's prowess. Just 2 days into the game, Liu Kong had demonstrated such formidable strength, indicating immense potential for the future. He even began to worry that his 2 daughters might not be worthy of Liu Kong. The advent of the cosmic online gaming era meant that prowess within the game represented strength in reality. Such a character, barring unforeseen circumstances, was destined to soar to great heights. Only Wang Bing, having witnessed Liu Kong's capabilities during the encounter with the Wolf King boss, was not particularly surprised. Meanwhile, the 3 watched as Liu Kong defeated each elite monster, causing 2 green orbs to drop, leaving them numb with astonishment. Wang Bing murmured, "Now I understand why adoptive father emerges to trade equipment after defeating each boss. With such a drop rate, could adoptive father be the server's administrator?" Beside them, Liu Chong and Lin Yingying nodded in agreement. The drop rate was simply beyond their comprehension. Lin Yingying blinked. "Are we just here to watch? It feels a bit awkward to let our adoptive father do all the work alone." Liu Chong rolled his eyes, thinking, "Is this woman pretending? The good son-in-law can wipe out monsters in one sweep. What need is there for us to intervene?" Upon reflection, Lin Yingying conceded and refrained from further comment. Before long, Liu Kong had slain over 100 monsters. Aside from the attribute stones, skill stones, and scrolls that he intended to use, he traded all other equipment on the spot. Lin Yingying and the others had all purchased the little demon backpacks dropped by Liu Kong, which now afforded them the same storage space as his. Together, the 3 could carry a substantial amount of items. Thus, Liu Kong need not worry about his backpack, allowing him to focus on hunting monsters. A smile spread across his face. Indeed, his strategy proved effective. Soon, Liu Kong led Liu Chong and the others to the central castle. Liu Chong's eyes widened as he gazed at the 3-story structure, inquiring, "Good son-in-law, is this the final area of the little demon camp?" Liu Kong nodded. "Yes, there are 3 floors inside, each housing a boss, with the highest level featuring an advanced boss." Wang Bing expressed curiosity. "This is a perfect opportunity to observe the boss. It will help us when we face it ourselves." Lin Yingying and Liu Chong nodded in agreement. Before long, the trio entered the 1st floor, where they encountered the little demon guard captain, Gu Gu. Accompanied by 4 little demon shamans, their eyes widened in astonishment. "What the heck? 4 healers and 1 warrior. This boss has 6,000 health and an attack of 95. How are we supposed to fight this?" They were completely taken aback. Just Gu Gu alone was already quite formidable, and with 4 shamans providing healing, he could easily eliminate players one by one. Liu Kong chuckled. "The first 2 bosses are relatively simple. We can farm them for a while. Once we have better equipment, we can challenge this boss." Upon hearing this, the other 3 nodded slightly. With a few fine pieces of gear, the main tank could withstand the damage. And with a priest healing, they might stand a chance against Gu Gu. However, that was a consideration for later, not the present. As for Liu Kong, he had already set his sights on the potential drops, a basic skill stone and the remaining 2 parts of the little demon craftsmanship set. With these, he could complete the entire set. Lin Yingying, filled with anticipation, asked, "Adoptive father, how shall we engage him?" Liu Kong replied with a smile, "You all can just watch from the sidelines." With that, Liu Kong charged forward, closing the distance to Gu Gu, initiating a rapid 3-hit combo. With a sweeping attack, he dispatched all the little demons, leaving only Gu Gu standing. Subsequently, Liu Kong relied solely on heavy strikes and regular attacks. Although Gu Gu dealt significant damage, inflicting dozens of points of health loss on Liu Kong, it was still less than what Liu Kong could recover through lifesteal. After the cooldown for his sweeping attack concluded, Liu Kong unleashed another 3-hit combo, and Gu Gu fell. The entire process was effortless and enjoyable. Wang Bing was mentally prepared, yet Liu Chong and Lin Yingying were left speechless. The atmosphere grew quiet, and Liu Chong murmured, "Wait, isn't this a boss? And it just died." He even questioned whether he was dreaming. Liu Kong hadn't lost any health. How could the boss have perished so easily? Was it not more challenging than fighting regular monsters? Wang Bing shot a sidelong glance at Liu Chong. "What did you expect?" Lin Yingying was brimming with excitement. Adoptive father is amazing. Truly, he was worthy of the title, and even though she possessed talents, She felt that her future summons would likely pale in comparison to his. Lin Yingying resolved to work hard, striving to follow in her adoptive father's footsteps and enhance her abilities. As Gugu fell. 3 blue orbs of light appeared, capturing the trio's attention. Adoptive father, quickly see what they are. Is there anything we can use? Wang Bing rubbed his hands together, filled with eager anticipation. Liu Kong, aware of the drops, could not reveal them prematurely. After picking up the items, he posted them in the trading group. Upon reviewing them, Lin Yingying and Lu Chong felt somewhat disappointed. None were useful for them. However, Wang Bing was envious. Wow! An exquisite level armor set. Such impressive attributes. Wang Bing looked at Lu Kong with a pitiful expression. Adoptive father, do you have this set? If you do, could you let me have it? Lu Kong chuckled. As luck would have it. I don't. I need all 3 pieces. Wang Bing's heart shattered at that moment. After equipping the remaining 2 pieces of the little demon armor set, Lu Kong was now largely clad in exquisite gear, including 3 legendary items. This was only the second day, and with such equipment, he was likely unparalleled across the entire Orion continent. The 4-piece set bonus from the Little Demon Craftsmanship set would enhance damage by 12, meaning Lu Kong's future damage output would be even more terrifying. As for the basic skill stone, Lu Kong had intended to use the one dropped by Bing Shou on his great sword mastery. But unfortunately, the system indicated that a higher grade skill stone would be necessary for that. Thus, he applied the basic skill stone to his sweeping attack, raising it to level 6 and increasing damage by 250. Ascending to the second floor, they cleared out the little demons in the small rooms and soon arrived at the black iron door. Liu Kong instructed Wang Bing and the others to stand back to avoid being targeted by the boss. He stepped forward to push open the door, only to have an arrow shoot towards him. Liu Kong's agility had improved significantly since before. He stepped back and raised his great sword to block, barely managing to deflect the arrow. The damage was minimal, resulting in a mere -13. This made Lu Kong smile, for he realized he had indeed grown much stronger, not only in attributes but also in combat skills. He took his time, not rushing into battle, and instead opened the drop list. However, upon seeing the items listed, Lu Kong was momentarily taken aback. He had initially thought that the dungeon boss would not drop anything worthwhile, only to discover he had been mistaken. The first item on the list was, astonishingly, a skill book of exquisite quality. Green Poison Arrow, Level 1. Shoot a green poison arrow at the target, causing 50 damage per second for 6 seconds, cooldown time 20 seconds. Learning requirements, Archer. This was a formidable single-target skill, equating to a total damage output of 300, albeit with a lengthy cooldown of 20 seconds. Nevertheless, it was still quite powerful. Unfortunately, it was an archer's skill. Otherwise, Lu Kong would have acquired another formidable attack skill. Without hesitation, Lu Kong chose the skill book, recognizing its high value. In addition to the skill book, he selected a basic skill stone and a green leather glove. After making his selections, Lu Kong charged forward, swiftly dispatching Ake Lin with a series of strikes. Compared to the previous encounters where he had to maneuver around to find advantageous positions, this was remarkably effortless. Although Ake Lin's damage remained considerable, Lu Kong could recover health through lifesteal. Given enough time to deal damage, he could deplete the boss's health in just 10 seconds. Liu Kong collected the 3 items. As for the basic skill stone, he naturally kept it for himself, raising his sweeping attack to level 7 with a damage increase of 270. Regarding the green poison arrow skill book and the leather glove, Lu Kong posted them in the trading group. Upon seeing these items, Lu Chong's eyes lit up. Lu Yueqing was an archer. If he could purchase the skill for her, she would surely be overjoyed. Good son-in-law, I'll offer 1,000 gold for the green poison arrow. Lu Kong was taken aback. The previous Frost Impact had only sold for 600 gold. To Lu Kong, the value of Frost Impact was arguably higher than that of green poison arrow, given that it was an area of effect skill with a slowing effect. Although green poison arrow's damage was significantly higher, it was solely a single target attack with a longer cooldown. After contemplating, Lu Kong shook his head. Brother Chong, let's settle on 600 gold, the same price as Frost Impact. We've had a pleasant collaboration, so there's no need to inflate the price. Having earned nearly 3,000 gold that day, not including the green poison arrow, the leather glove, and the high-tier boss's drops, Lu Kong felt he could easily make 4,000 gold by the end of the dungeon. That was a staggering 40 million. Such wealth left Lu Kong somewhat numb. It was only the second day, If he wished, he could effortlessly become the world's richest man through the game's loot. He suddenly realized that money seemed merely a number to him. Thus, Lu Kang did not place much importance on the price of the skill book. Rather, he appreciated the collaboration with Lu Chang. Each time, Lu Chang endeavored to consider his needs, even offering a hefty sum for the recipe for the apprentice frost resistance potion and ensuring Lu Kang received a 10 profit share. Lu Kang had taken note of all these gestures. Upon hearing Lu Kang's words, Lu Chang hesitated before shaking his head in disagreement. That won't do. We should compete fairly. There's no need for the good son-in-law to favor me. Lin Yingying shook her head. I can't afford the green poison arrow. Although it was powerful, 600 gold was already quite a sum for her. She preferred to use her money to purchase equipment recipes, which were her true desire. Wang Bing indeed harbored the desire to make a purchase, yet upon reflecting on his foster father's words, he realized that placing a bid now would be akin to slapping his father's face. Such an act was certainly beneath him. With a chuckle, he remarked, last time, Brother Chang, you allowed me a concession. This time, I shall extend the same courtesy to you, and we shall be even. Lu Kang responded with a smile. Brother Chang, since they are all abstaining, let us settle on 600. Lu Chang found himself momentarily bewildered. Having navigated the business world for many years, he never anticipated encountering someone like Lu Kang in commerce. While others lamented insufficient profits, Lu Kang seemed apprehensive of profits being too high. He cast a somewhat resentful glance toward Lu Kang and said, I must say, good son-in-law, if you conduct business like this, you will all end up being swindled until you have nothing left to wear. Lu Kang was at a loss for words. Brother Chang, I'm not a businessman. To me, skill books are not particularly rare. Lu Chang, Wang Bing, Lin Yingying. They were left speechless. The truth in his words cut deep. Reflecting on it, Lu Chang calculated that in just 2 days of gameplay, Lu Kang had amassed nearly 40 million. This was merely the early game. At this rate of earning, once the novice village was out, Lu Kang's efficiency in making money would surpass even Tianyue Group. Lu Chang felt a sense of acceptance wash over him. Indeed, the era of gaming was transforming everything. Even the methods of earning had evolved beyond Lu Chang's comprehension. He nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I shall not be polite then. Consider it a filial tribute from a good son-in-law to his venerable father-in-law. Lin Yingying thought, what father-in-law? This old fellow is utterly shameless. She couldn't help but mutter to herself. Lu Kang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Lu Chang was good in every respect, except for his penchant for such jokes, which was somewhat irksome. However, he chose not to comment further. So, are you bidding for this leather armor? Lu Chang started with 200 gold. Wang Bing exclaimed, damn it, Lu Chang, I shouldn't have let you have it. 200 gold again? He had been contemplating purchasing a blue piece of equipment himself. Yet, Lu Chang struck again with a swift bid. This was not wizard gear. Princess San would certainly not desire it. It could only be purchased by their 7th team. Wang Bing felt it was madness to have their 7th team spend 200 gold on blue equipment. Lu Chang laughed. I must acquire gear for my precious daughter. No matter the cost. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing was utterly speechless. What an outrageous father to be so devoted to his daughter. Lin Yingying was taken aback, realizing that Lu Chang was indeed a doting father. It was astonishingly indulgent. Moreover, it seemed Lu Chang was intent on matchmaking between his daughter and her foster father. Lin Yingying's lips twitched, contemplating whether Lu Chang was in need of another daughter. It wasn't merely a matter of money. The idea of a connection with her foster father seemed appealing. Ultimately, Lu Chang spent 800 gold to acquire 2 pieces of archer equipment. After the transaction, Lu Kang grinned and announced, the final boss awaits, just upstairs. Let us proceed. All right. The 3 followed Lu Kang up the stairs. Along the way, Lu Chang cheerfully shared the newly acquired items in their family group chat. Lu Yueqing immediately responded with enthusiasm. Wow, dear daddy, I love you. Lu Chang's smile widened. It had been ages since he had heard such affection from his precious daughter. The proud father felt tears welling up. Lu Yueqing thought, how envious. My sister is about as sore. Lu Yueqing added, hee. Of course, with such formidable skills, I'm bound to take off. Old man, did this drop from Lu Kang? Lu Chang confirmed, yes, we were farming dungeons with Lu Kang. And he defeated the boss, acquiring the gear. Lu Yueqing exclaimed, that's fantastic. Why doesn't our novice village have dungeons? Both Lu Yueqing and Lu Yueqing expressed their envy. Lu Chang continued, speaking of skill books. Yueqing, I was initially going to bid 1,000. Guess what Lu Kong said? Lu Yueqing queried. What did he say? Lu Chang replied. When he learned that I intended to gift it to my precious daughter, he voluntarily reduced the price to 600 gold. Do you grasp the significance of that? I had been discussing you two with him, and it is evident he holds some affection for you. You must strive to progress. Lu Chang reflected on the effort it took to support both sides simultaneously. If this were to culminate in success, he, as the father-in-law, would surely indulge in a few celebratory drinks. It was quite exhausting indeed. Meanwhile, Lu Yueqing and Lu Yuexin, upon seeing the messages, exchanged wide-eyed glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, Lu Yuexin advised, Sister, your face seems a bit flushed. Lu Yueqing replied. Oh, perhaps it's just a bit warm. Lu Yuexin. She glanced at the leather armor Lu Yueqing wore, thinking it was quite breezy. So how could she be feeling warm? Suit yourself, she thought as they reached the highest floor. Lu Kong glanced into the room at the stairway and observed Maglon still slumbering in a stone chair. He turned to the three behind him and stated, This boss possesses area attack skills. So you should refrain from engaging. I shall handle it alone. Upon hearing this, the three stared wide-eyed. An area attack skill? Wouldn't he that make the encounter exceedingly challenging? Wang Bing rubbed his hands together. Eager to inquire, Foster Father, may we see this boss's attributes? Lu Kong shrugged. You can check for yourselves. The three promptly cast their detection spells. Upon witnessing Maglon's extraordinary attributes, they gasped in astonishment. Wang Bing exclaimed, That's utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, Lu Kong opened the drop list, and a wave of disappointment washed over him at the sight of a string of blue items. Tiske, as expected, there are no legendary items this time. The last time I encountered a legendary item was solely due to it being a genuine little demon, right? Nevertheless, as the final boss, Maglon's drops were still quite impressive. The first item was yet another potion recipe. Potion recipe. Apprentice Fire Resistance Potion. Fine. Upon use, it teaches the crafting method for the Apprentice Fire Resistance Potion. Learning requirement. Alchemist. Drop rate. 0.0000193. Upon seeing this potion, Lu Kong suddenly recalled something. The Fire Resistance Potion presumably reduces fire damage. Since most of Maglon's skills dealt fire damage, possessing this potion would seemingly provide ordinary players a glimmer of hope against him. Moreover, Lu Kong also recalled the previously acquired Ice Hand. The potion from Ice Hand was the Apprentice Frost Resistance Potion. If they had that, wouldn't he battling Ice Hand become significantly easier? Reflecting on this, Lu Kong pondered. Yet this was not the time for contemplation. He continued his selections. After that, there were no more noteworthy items. Lu Kong chose a fine-grade shield, Little Demon's Shield. For the third item, he naturally picked the basic skill stone. After making his selections, Lu Kong stepped out from the stairwell and charged directly at Maglon. Despite Lu Kong's formidable gear and nearly 100 points of stamina bolstering his defenses, Maglon's attack still dealt over 130 points of damage. Although this was a significant reduction from before, it remained a formidable force. However, that was the extent of it. Lu Kong didn't even need to use a weakening scroll. With his current combat skills, he easily maintained his health through blocking or dodging with a great sword, supplemented by his lifesteal, healing potions, and the effects of basic regeneration. The clash of swords echoed in the room, and flames flickered in the dim light. Both Lu Kong and Maglon exceeded the capabilities of ordinary individuals, their speeds markedly superior, rendering their battle exceptionally intense. Yet, from the health bars, Lu Kong consistently maintained over 90 health, while Maglon's health plummeted like an avalanche. Unable to halt its descent, Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying keenly observed the duel, and witnessing Maglon's rapidly diminishing health, Wang Bing murmured, Seeing my foster father fight so effortlessly, I almost believe I could manage it too. Lu Chang shot him a glance. If you think you can do it, go ahead. Wang Bing retorted with a cold smile. Do you think I'm afraid? Although his foster father had mentioned an area attack skill, merely dashing in for a strike and retreating should pose no significant issue, right? However, before he could advance, they heard Maglon roar in fury. Then, a violent gust surged forth, forcing Lu Kong to stagger backward. The three at the stairway felt as though a terrifying whirlwind swept through, nearly lifting them off their feet. Simultaneously, over 300 damage points floated above their heads. Wang Bing, having the highest health among them, still didn't exceed 500 in an instant. Their health was nearly depleted. Their faces turned pale. What kind of damage is this? Wang Bing hastily retrieved a healing potion and gulped it down. Lin Yingying and Lu Chong did the same, quickly consuming their healing potions. Wang Bing, filled with trepidation, thought, "Thank goodness I didn't rush out. Otherwise, I would have met my demise. My foster father would have laughed me to scorn." Lin Yingying trembled slightly. "This boss is too powerful. Just a graze, and I'm nearly dead. How high would the damage be if I were directly confronted?" Lu Chong pointed to the damage floating above Lu Kong's head, his expression unfazed. "Look, 298 damage." Lin Yingying, Wang Bing. They were both utterly confused. How was it possible that they, from such a distance, received over 300 damage from a mere graze, while Lu Kong, standing directly before the boss, only sustained less than 300 damage? Wang Bing's lips twitched slightly. "That is my adoptive father, a celestial being, not an ordinary person. He cannot be used as a reference." Lu Chong replied, "If you wish to know how much damage an average person can endure, why not try it yourself?" Wang Bing retorted, "Get lost. I have no intention of doing that. If anyone should go, it should be you. That wretched old man is quite mischievous." Following Maglin's furious roar, Lu Kong was forced back a few steps. However, compared to being sent flying before, he had grown significantly stronger. Lu Kong charged back in a swift dash, resuming his assault. After a brief span of over 10 seconds, Maglin activated his flame armor, yet it proved insufficient to withstand Lu Kong's onslaught, leading to his demise at the edge of Lu Kong's blade. Nevertheless, the burning effect of the flame armor was formidable, leaving Lu Kong with only 70 of his health remaining. Truly, he was a high-level boss and a formidable adversary. Lu Kong gathered the 3 luminous orbs that had dropped. At that moment, the system notification chimed in. Yuanxing region announcement. Ding. Congratulations to players Lu Kong, Lu Chong, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying for successfully clearing the dungeon for the first time. Rewarded with 50 gold coins, 10 free attribute points, 30 reputation in Dao City, 300 reputation in Inue Village. Inue Village announcement. Ding. Congratulations to players Lu Kong, Lu Chong, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying for being the first team to clear the Little Demon Camp dungeon. Rewarded with 20 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, a superior treasure chest, 1,100 reputation in Inue Village. The 2 system announcements echoed in succession, startling the players within Inue Village. What the heck? Another system announcement? Huh. It's the adoptive father? Then it's all good, just a normal occurrence. Wait a minute. Why are there other people involved? Lu Chong, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying. Lu Chong is the Lu family's patriarch, isn't he? Wang Bing is the captain of the Shinbird army, and Lin Yingying seems to be that dog streamer. I heard she's from the Player Management Bureau. What the heck? Someone actually managed to cling to the adoptive father's leg and got taken along to clear the dungeon. I am utterly envious. Why wasn't I the one to cling to the adoptive father's leg? The players were abuzz with conversation, especially the high-end players gathered at the dungeon entrance. Their eyes were bloodshot with jealousy. There was a system announcement and such splendid rewards. They had just witnessed Lu Kong and the others enter the dungeon moments ago. Now, seeing the generous rewards received by Wang Bing and the others, they were consumed with envy. If only they had been a bit more shameless earlier, sobbing and pleading for the adoptive father to team up with them. Perhaps they would have been on the announcement as well. Oh, please, even if you cling to the adoptive father's leg, wouldn't he take you along? Meanwhile, the members of Wang Bing's trio fell into a heavy silence. They were filled with regret. Why didn't they persist a little longer? If they had just held on, who knows, the adoptive father might have brought them along. Especially the Shinbird army, the atmosphere was grim. Li Ming spoke softly. Let us log off and form a team to hunt Wang Bing. Let us settle the score. 1, 2. Thus, the entire 7th squad of the Shinbird army formed a team to hunt Wang Bing. Chapter 68. Not reaching a certain height yet. As for those in another area of Yuanxing, they could not hear the announcement regarding the first clear of the Novice Village dungeon, but they did hear the first announcement. At this moment, the reactions from various factions were exceedingly intense. They had become numb to the news of Lu Kong making the announcement again. However, this time was different. This time, besides Lu Kong himself, there were 3 others included. Did this imply that Lu Kong could bring others along for the announcement? The rewards for each announcement were quite generous. Not to mention, free attribute points were essentially free gains. How wonderful it would be if they could persuade Lu Kong to take them along for the announcement as well. At this moment, whether it was Xia Yin, the Lu sisters, or Alice and other high-end players from different kingdoms, they were all contemplating this matter. Once they exited the novice village, perhaps they could consider collaborating with Lu Kong. At the very least, they should befriend him. Who knows when they might get the chance to be brought along for an announcement. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, Wang Bing and his companions also heard the system announcement. They gazed in awe at the additional 13 free attribute points, gold coins, and the superior treasure chest, overwhelmed with excitement. Wang Bing's voice trembled. What the heck? What the heck? Adoptive father, you are incredible. I, Wang Bing, actually have a day of being on the system announcement, and the rewards are so abundant. This is amazing. Lu Chang's face was also filled with surprise. Good son-in-law, this time we owe it all to you. I never expected such splendid rewards. Lin Yingying looked at Lu Kong with starry eyes. Adoptive father, you have helped me acquire so many wonderful things. I don't know how to repay you. Just say the word. I will do anything, Lu Chang. He shot a glare at Lin Yingying. Ha, shameless vixen. This isn't repayment. You're just thinking of something else, aren't you? Lu Kong glanced at Lin Yingying. No need for repayment. After all, teaming up with you is part of the deal, so consider this a perk. Lin Yingying drooped her head in disappointment. Oh, Lu Chang, however, was amused. His good son-in-law was still very principled. How wonderful. He had been somewhat worried that Lu Kong might agree to something earlier, but now he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Naturally, Lu Kong had no intention of entertaining any frivolous thoughts. Although Lin Yingying was attractive, how long had he known her? Not even 2 days, and that was only in the game. Who knows what ulterior motive she might have? Besides, even if Lin Yingying truly had no ulterior motives, it was currently unsafe for Lu Kong to meet anyone in real life. Lu Kong had no plans of revealing himself in reality anytime soon. Everything must prioritize his own safety. Once his strength was sufficiently formidable, only then would he consider revealing himself in reality. Given his rate of progress, it shouldn't take long. Lu Kong smiled. Let us use the system rewards first. Upon hearing this, the three snapped back to reality. They hurriedly began to allocate their attribute points. Lu Kong initially intended to allocate all his points to stamina. However, upon raising his stamina to 100 points, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Due to the influence of the Yuanqing human life essence, your stamina has reached the current tier's limit. To continue improving, please advance to the next tier as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Lu Kong was taken aback. Is it limited by the essence of life in Yuanqing? At this stage, can humans only reach a maximum stamina of 100 points? Lu Kong felt a bit of a headache. He had originally thought he could enhance it indefinitely. He hadn't anticipated the existence of this life essence limitation. However, Lu Kong's other 3 basic attributes were only in the 30s, far from their limits. He didn't need to rush. By the time he reached level 10 and was about to advance to the next tier, perhaps his 4 attributes wouldn't even be maxed out. Yet, Lu Kong allocated the remaining 4 free attribute points to strength. Meanwhile, Lu Chang and the others were free from the concerns of reaching their limits. Their base attributes, aside from their primary attribute, likely didn't even reach 20 points. The 3 quickly completed their attribute allocation and began discussing the superior treasure chest. Wang Bing had initially thought of trading the superior treasure chest to Lu Kong, hoping his adoptive father would help him draw a prize. After all, one couldn't underestimate the adoptive father's luck. He was sure to draw something good. However, who would have thought that the superior treasure chest awarded by the system was bound and could only be used by the recipient? This was quite awkward. Wang Bing looked at Lu Chang and Lin Yingying, grinning widely. Let us open it. Let us see what we can draw. Should we have a little competition? Lu Chang replied calmly. My luck is usually quite good. Lin Yingying seemed a bit apprehensive. My luck appears to be rather average. Lu Kong also looked at the 3 with curiosity. He had never seen anyone open a prize before. I'll see what you all draw from the chest then. The 3 began to open their chests in unison. Lu Chang's lips curled into a smile, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Not too shabby. I drew a blue piece of equipment. He shared the item in the group chat. Soul boots, superior, cloth armor, defense 41, intelligence 5, stamina 4, required level 6. Lu Kong was somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected Lu Chang to draw a blue item. Strong brother, Your luck is quite impressive. Lu Chong smiled broadly. Just then, Lin Yingying exclaimed, I can't believe I drew this. She posted the item in the group chat, catching both Lu Kong and Lu Chong off guard. Revealing expressions of astonishment. It was actually a skill book. Brutal Strike, Level 1. Unleash a brutal attack, dealing 180 damage, with a 10 chance to stun the target for 1 second. Cooldown time 15 seconds. Learning requirement. Warrior. Lu Kong was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Lin Yingying's luck to be even better. Drawing such a powerful skill book. It had damage and a stun effect. Although the 10 chance was only at level 1, it should increase with higher levels. Lu Kong was somewhat tempted to purchase it from Lin Yingying. This skill was perfectly suited for him, while Lin Yingying, being a mage, had no use for it. Just as Lu Kong was about to speak, Lin Yingying initiated a trade with him. She giggled. Adoptive father, this skill book suits you perfectly. I'll give it to you, Lu Kong. Huh? He was momentarily stunned, unable to process her words. But it's meant for you. You're the warrior. This skill book is perfect for you. Lin Yingying blinked, looking at Lu Kong with a hint of confusion. Could it be that adoptive father? You already have this skill? Lu Kong shook his head, somewhat astonished. You're giving it to me? Lin Yingying nodded. Yes. Lu Kong? He was a bit dumbfounded. I can pay 1,000 gold for it. Lin Yingying immediately frowned. That won't do. I am the fated adopted daughter. How can I accept your money? Adoptive father. Adoptive father, if you can use it, I shall surely give it to you. Beside them, Lu Chong felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Damn, this girl possesses a cunning mind, utilizing small advantages to gain the favor of a desirable son-in-law through such tactics. He interjected, isn't this merely making the good son-in-law indebted to you? Lin Yingying, casting a sidelong glance at him, blinked and responded, I don't need my adoptive father to owe me a favor. Lu Kong pondered for a moment and suggested, how about this? In the future, if I acquire skills that suit you, I will gift them to you. Lu Kong was aware that Lin Yingying's talents leaned towards summoning. At worst, he could simply return her a skill that was fitting for her later on. He truly desired the Brutal Strike skill. It was evidently a powerful one. Lin Yingying chuckled gleefully. Then it shall be a gift from my adoptive father. Lu Kong's forehead twitched with irritation. No, it is a trade. An exchange of goods. Lin Yingying did not refute him. In her heart, it was a gift nonetheless. Lu Chong, observing the scene, felt a surge of discomfort. Damn it, this little girl is crossing the line, attempting to undermine him right in front of his eyes. Sensing the situation was turning unfavorable, he hurriedly shifted the topic. By the way, Wang Bing, what did you obtain? Why are you so silent? At that moment, the others finally noticed that Wang Bing was standing frozen, resembling a statue. Lu Kong, puzzled, inquired, Wang Ge, are you all right? Wang Bing wore a face devoid of hope. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be an illusion. Lu Kong and the others exchanged glances, bewildered. Lu Chong, sensing the atmosphere, felt a surge of anticipation. With a hint of schadenfreude, he asked, what on earth did you pull? Show us. Wang Bing silently glanced at him, utterly despondent, before revealing the item he had drawn. Apprentice healing potion, excellent. Gazing at the green healing potion, the atmosphere turned awkward. In the midst of the silence, Wang Bing felt a profound sense of humiliation. Could someone say something? What does your silence mean? Lu Chong burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Lin Yingying turned around, her shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Lu Kong's lips twitched as he discreetly opened the drop list for the exquisite treasure chest. Just like before, the top item was a legendary one. Previously, Lu Kong had only selected the legendary item and hadn't looked further. This time, he glanced at the drop list and finally understood why both Lu Chong and Lin Yingying had received exquisite items. It turned out that the exquisite treasure chest awarded by the system had an over 50 chance of yielding exquisite items, with the remainder being green items. One could only say that the system's treasure chest rewards were indeed quite generous. As for Wang Bing's drawn apprentice healing potion, it was at the bottom of the drop rate list, with a mere 0.12 chance. Lu Kong's lips twitched as he quietly reassured, it's all right. You did well. Statistically speaking, drawing an apprentice healing potion was even less likely than obtaining an exquisite item. Wang Bing had reached a certain level of achievement, representing a different kind of prowess. Chapter 69. Exaggerated prices. 6,000 gold. Upon hearing Lu Kong's consolation, Wang Bing seemed to dissolve into a gray-white statue, scattering in the wind. He was utterly despondent, squatting on the ground in silence. Lin Yingying, however, curiously turned to Lu Kong. "Adoptive father, why don't you open a chest and see what you can obtain?" Lu Kong smiled. "All right." He casually selected the top legendary equipment. Berserker's Cloak, Legendary. Cloak, Strength 13, Stamina 10. Attack has a certain chance to increase attack speed by 20. Required level 8. Drop rate 0.00000089. The cloak was precisely an equipment piece that Lu Kong lacked. He promptly shared the equipment in the trading group. Lin Yingying, Lu Chong, Wang Bing. All three were left dumbfounded. "Wow, another legendary item. Adoptive father, your luck is simply extraordinary," Lin Yingying exclaimed repeatedly. Lu Chong concurred with Lin Yingying's sentiment, nodding vigorously. He was filled with astonishment. "Good son-in-law, how many legendary items do you possess now?" Lu Kong glanced at his collection. The Flame Greatsword, Bloodthirsty Necklace, Song of Life, along with the newly acquired Berserker's Cloak. 4 items. Hiss. All three inhaled sharply. Wang Bing was on the verge of tears. "Why is my luck so abysmal? Why am I the only one with green items?" Lu Kong consoled him. "Perhaps there are fewer green items in the chests, making your luck relatively good, resulting in such a low probability item." Wang Bing, with a mournful expression, replied, "Adoptive father, please spare me the consolation. If you keep it up, I might just jump off a building." "Very well then," Lu Kong acquiesced. Lu Chong then shifted the conversation. "By the way, good son-in-law, what items did the boss drop?" This question jolted Wang Bing and Lin Yingying back to reality. They looked at Lu Kong with eager anticipation. After all, that had been the final boss. And the items dropped should not be too shabby, right? Lu Kong chuckled. "I 1T share the basic skill stone, but the remaining items are these two." Lu Kong presented the small demon shield and the fire resistance potion recipe. After viewing them, the three widened their eyes, breathing rapidly. The shield was essential equipment for any defense-oriented warrior. It could be considered the core of their defense. Not to mention, just this small demon shield alone provided armor that nearly equaled a quarter of Lu Kong's own armor. One could imagine how formidable the shield's defense was. With this shield, the main tank of their team would undoubtedly find it much easier to withstand enemy attacks. The three understood this, their eyes gleaming with desire. As for the fire resistance potion, there was no need to elaborate further. Wang Bing and the others had witnessed the boss's fire damage firsthand. With this potion, their success rate against the boss would increase significantly. Moreover, it wasn't just them who needed to face the boss. Other players would need to as well. If this potion were to be sold, the market would be vast. Lu Kong remarked, "By the way, Changgu, the second boss is an ice mage little demon. Your ice resistance potion might come in handy. You could have some made and then lead a team to give it a try." Upon hearing this, Lu Chong's eyes widened with delight. "I'll arrange it immediately." If they could indeed defeat it, it would mean a stable source of equipment for them. This was evidently excellent news. Wang Bing's eyes turned green with envy. He flatteringly added, "Changgu, you previously mentioned that the ice resistance potion would only be sold to us at cost price." Lu Chong shot a sidelong glance at Wang Bing, replying irately, "The current production rate is still low. The herbs needed for crafting are primarily found in high-level areas. We might not even have enough for ourselves, let alone sell to you." Upon hearing about the ice resistance potion, Lin Yingying could hardly contain her excitement and quickly asked, "Director Lu, can you sell some of this potion to our player association? We will buy it at market price." Lu Chong was instantly amused. This little girl was not only stealing men from his precious daughters, but also wanted him to sell potions. With a forced smile, he replied, "Oh, little Lin, you've heard correctly. The current production of potions is insufficient. And unfortunately, we can't provide any to your player association at this time." Lin Yingying huffed internally. She had realized that Lu Chong clearly thought she had a good relationship with her adoptive father. If he wouldn't sell, then so be it. She would simply cling to her adoptive father and drive him mad. Meanwhile, Lu Kong spoke up, "As for these two items, let us discuss the price." Instantly, sparks of interest flickered in the eyes of all three. Both items would greatly enhance the team, and it was evident that none of them would back down. The wealthiest among them, Lu Chong, immediately declared, "The shield for 200 gold, and the recipe for 300 gold plus 10 profit." Wang Bing gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly at Lu Chong's wealth. Nevertheless, he had to compete as well. These two items were far too crucial for the team. With clenched teeth, Wang Bing countered, the shield for 210 gold, and the recipe for 1,400 gold plus 10 profit. Lin Yingying, however, was remarkably decisive. I don't want the shield. The recipe for 1,800 gold plus 20 profit. Both Lu Chong and Wang Bing looked at Lin Yingying in astonishment. They had not anticipated that she would offer such a high price. Seeing Lu Kong's surprised expression, Lin Yingying flashed him a sweet smile. Hee, earning for my adoptive father is also like earning for our own family. Lu Chong's forehead was filled with black lines. Little girl, you can't just say whatever comes to your mind. Who's your family? The recipe for 2,000 gold plus a 25 profit share, and the shield for 230 gold. Although Lu Chong had been diligently gathering gold, he had spent a considerable amount recently, and now only had a little over 2,800 gold coins left. He couldn't afford to bid too high, which left him feeling quite vexed. It seemed he needed to expedite the gold farming group arrangements. Otherwise, when good items came along, he would be at a loss for how to compete. Meanwhile, Wang Bing was utterly dumbfounded. Were these two people out of their minds? Collecting gold was no easy task. Why did it feel like they were treating gold coins as if they had picked them up off the ground? He muttered, forget it. You two can fight over the potion recipe. I'll take the shield for 250. That's my final offer. If you want to bid higher, Changgu, I will concede. Upon hearing this, Lu Chong hesitated. His gold was limited, and he needed some time to accumulate more. If good son-in-law had any more valuable items, he would be in a difficult position without enough gold to purchase them. He contemplated whether to continue bidding. After some thought, he shook his head and declared, forget it. I won't take the shield. Lin Yingying initially decided against using a shield, as her focus remained steadfastly on the recipe. Within the Player Management Bureau, a diverse array of players existed, particularly those dedicated to life professions, whose numbers surpassed even those of the Shinbird Army and the Tianyue Guild. She had no doubt that the potion recipe would be manageable. As for the exorbitant price, after all, it was the money earned by her adoptive father. If he made a profit, so be it. The only issue was that her current amount of gold was rather limited. The Player Management Bureau, being a newly established official organization, despite receiving the attention and support of the Summer Emperor, lacked the deep-rooted foundation of the Shinbird Army. After collaborating with Lu Kong, Lin Yingying had already applied for subsidies, but the total only amounted to 3,000 gold. The primary constraint was the limited production of gold, while the cap on real currency was significantly higher. Unfortunately, real currency could not be exchanged for gold, rendering it useless. Lin Yingying's intention was to spend money now to acquire the recipe, confident that it would not result in a loss, while intending to use the remaining funds to purchase forging blueprints, which were the items she needed most. If the price of the recipe was too high and hindered her subsequent purchase of forging blueprints, there would be little she could do. When Lu Chong offered 2,000 gold, Lin Yingying gritted her teeth but ultimately regained her composure, shaking her head. Forget it, I won't buy it. Although she longed to purchase something from her adoptive father, she was, after all, the head of the Player Management Bureau, and could not overindulge. As an adult, she understood her limits. Upon hearing Lin Yingying's decision, Lu Chong sighed in relief. If Lin Yingying had offered a higher price, he would have felt somewhat uneasy. Lu Kong, however, was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the recipe was priced so high. Together, they had amassed over 2 million gold, not including profit sharing. Even Lu Kong was startled by the speed of their earnings. He nodded. Since that's the case, let us proceed with the transaction. Once the trade was completed, Lu Kong found his gold total had surged to 6,000 in his entire life. Even cumulatively, he had never possessed such a sum. Lu Kong announced, all right, the dungeon is cleared, let's head out. The three nodded and followed Lu Kong outside. Lu Kong planned to tackle the Shattered Bone Grass quest next, as he already knew its location. However, he was still unaware of where to find the demonized tiger for the warrior mentor quest. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to the three. By the way, do you know where I can find the demonized tiger? Chapter 70. The Land of the Undead. Upon hearing this, the three fell silent. The demonized tiger? They had yet to encounter one. Wang Bing slowly replied. Lin Yingying and Lu Chong also shook their heads, indicating they had not come across it. Lin Yingying smiled. I will notify the Player Management Bureau if I hear of anyone who has encountered a demonized tiger, and I will let you know. Adoptive father, Wang Bing and Lu Chong also expressed their intent to keep an eye out. Lu Kong nodded with a smile. That would be appreciated. This exemplified the benefits of networking. If he had to search alone, the vast expanse surrounding Silver Moon Village would make the task daunting. Even if he rode the demonized wolf, with others assisting in the search, it would be much easier. By the way, I plan to undertake a quest next. I may need someone to trade equipment, so you can arrange for someone to come over for the exchange. Lin Yingying's eyes lit up. Can we go ourselves? Lu Chang and Wang Bing also looked at Lu Kong eagerly. They had only been in the dungeon for a little over 10 minutes and had gained significantly more experience than before. If they could join Lu Kong in battling monsters, their leveling speed would surely accelerate. Lu Kong, exasperated, replied, "What are you thinking? You can't enter the dungeon without a party. I take a long time to exit. Outside, you can roam freely without a party." Lin Yingying and the others hung their heads in disappointment, feeling quite let down. They had hoped to accompany Lu Kong to gain experience. Wang Bing said, "All right, I will arrange for Jiang Su to continue trading with you, adoptive father." Lu Chang mentioned he would still involve Li Mu. As for Lin Yingying, she blinked and looked at Lu Kong expectantly. "Where are you going to do the quest? I can level up nearby and come to collect the equipment later." Lu Kong shrugged. "Do as you wish. I'm heading north to the land of the undead to undertake a quest." The three looked at each other, bewildered by the mention of the land of the undead. Having no prior knowledge of it, however, they were aware of the direction to the north of the village. Lin Yingying nodded, beaming, indicating she would head north to grind monsters. Lu Chang and Wang Bing had their own matters to attend to. The four chatted idly as they quickly exited the dungeon, and no sooner had they stepped out than they felt envious gazes directed at them. The trio was taken aback upon realizing that the looks belonged to high-level players outside the dungeon. They breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Bing puffed out his chest, grinning. "They're just envious. Envious that I get to reap rewards alongside my adoptive father." Lu Chang, expressionless, replied, "Don't say that." Healing potions, Wang Bing. He was immediately struck to the heart, falling silent. Lu Kong chuckled. "I'll be on my way now. Goodbye, adoptive father." Lin Yingying waved cheerfully at Lu Kong. Wang Bing and Lu Chang also bid farewell. Lu Kong mounted the demonized wolf and galloped towards the northern village. Dressed in a formidable little demon ensemble, with a flowing crimson cloak, Lu Kong resembled a general on the battlefield. Lin Yingying gazed at him in admiration. "As expected of my adoptive father. So handsome." Lu Chang shot Lin Yingying a glare before turning to leave. As for Wang Bing, he remained enveloped in silence. The environment to the north of the village differed from that to the east. Not far from the village entrance flowed a river, crossed by a wide wooden bridge. Beyond the bridge lay vast stretches of wasteland, and further on, a series of small hills formed a hilly terrain. This area appeared far less vibrant than the eastern village, exuding an air of desolation. Numerous lower-level players could be seen grinding monsters on the wasteland. However, upon entering the hills, one would encounter monsters of level 5 and above. With far fewer players present, Lu Kong understood that most level 5 players were currently engaged in dungeon runs at the Little Demon Camp. This was a common occurrence, as the dungeon was filled with elite monsters, guaranteeing white item drops, and with a stroke of luck, a green item could lead to a windfall. Most importantly, since the bosses at the Little Demon Camp resided within the fortress, players could avoid agitating them and focus on grinding lesser monsters, where the number of elite creatures was plentiful and experience abundant. Clearly, grinding elite monsters was more advantageous, if it weren't for the limitation of only being able to run the Little Demon Camp once a day. Lu Kong suspected many players would remain in the dungeon indefinitely. The speed of the demonized wolf was impressive. Lu Kong dashed past wild monsters before they could react. Soon, he ventured deep into the hills. After nearly half an hour of running, he encountered monsters of level 7. The terrain became increasingly barren, with patches of decaying gray soil appearing. Before long, Lu Kong arrived at a vast expanse of gray land, dotted with numerous tombstones, with a multitude of undead roaming about. The sight of these undead nearly made Lu Kong retch. The game was incredibly realistic, with all senses intact. The odor here was intensely foul. Additionally, the undead consisted of skeletons and zombies, still bearing remnants of flesh, some even writhing with maggots. Lu Kong spotted a zombie with one eye dangling out. Swaying as it walked, he felt numb. Those who were timid would likely perish from fear while battling monsters here. This was even more terrifying than a horror movie. Fortunately, Lu Kong had a strong disposition, and with his attributes, even if ghosts did appear, they would surely receive a few slaps before departing. Liu Kang cast a detection spell. Silver Moon Skeleton, Elite, Level, 7 Health, 580 Attack, 40 Description. Once a deceased human of Silver Moon, corrupted by the power of the undead, now transformed into a skeleton. Liu Kang's eyes brightened, and a smile spread across his face. Another elite monster. This promised valuable loot. Excited, Liu Kang began to open the drop list, selecting equipment, skill stones, attribute stones, and so forth. Despite the Silver Moon Skeleton and Silver Moon Zombie being level 7 and 8, they still could not breach Liu Kang's defenses. He easily lured over a dozen monsters and swept through them in one fell swoop, dispatching them all. Afterward, he collected the drops, continuing to peruse the loot. The experience from defeating level 7 and 8 elite monsters was substantial. During his earlier dungeon run, Liu Kang finally leveled up to level 8. However, even now, battling elite monsters of level 8 in a group setting, the experience bar for Liu Kang barely budges, moving at a pace akin to that of a tortoise. The arduousness of leveling up is evident. For an average player to reach level 10, would it not take 10 days or even half a month? This wretched game is truly challenging. Yet, upon reflection, Liu Kang realizes that this game is intrinsically linked to the attributes of reality. If an ordinary individual can transform into something extraordinary within such a time frame, it is indeed remarkable. As Liu Kang progresses, his inventory quickly fills. Fortunately, Jiang Su, Li Mu, and Lin Yingying, along with the others they summoned, have already arrived, following the map. The troublesome aspect is that the monsters on the map are slightly higher in level. However, clad in their green gear, they are more than capable of handling ordinary monsters that are 1 or 2 levels above them. As for the elite monsters in the land of the undead, Liu Kang has already cleared them, so there is no need for concern. Time passes as Liu Kang advances, dispatching every elite undead he encounters. He remains mindful of his quest to find the bone erosion herb. Regrettably, in this desolate land of the undead, there is not a single blade of grass, much less the herb he seeks. It is an utterly lifeless expanse. Liu Kang has no idea where he might locate the bone erosion herb. At that moment, he spots a grayish-white stone mausoleum ahead, its grand entrance wide open, flanked by 2 armored skeleton warriors. He gazes in astonishment. These skeletons appear somewhat different. Chapter 71. The effects of max-level skills. Silver Moon Skeleton Warrior, Elite, Level, 8 Health, 640 Attack, 45 Description. Once the guardians of General Silver Moon, they have been transformed into skeleton warriors through the corruption of undead power. Upon reading this description, Liu Kang's eyes gleam with excitement. The name Silver Moon General alone suggests a formidable boss. A leader signifies a treasure trove, and Liu Kang certainly will not let this opportunity slip by. With a sweeping strike, he dispatches the 2 skeleton warriors and strides confidently into the mausoleum. Inside, the entrance leads to a staircase descending into the depths, with torches lining both sides. The flickering yellow light dances upon the torches, casting a spectral glow throughout the stairway, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of phantoms parading. The sound of Liu Kang's armored boots resonates sharply against the stairs as he descends. Upon reaching the bottom, he discovers a vast burial chamber filled with numerous coffins, all of which have been opened. Countless elite undead wander aimlessly within the mausoleum. Skeleton warriors, skeleton mages, skeleton archers, and more. All elite monsters of level 8. This is an excellent area for farming monsters. Liu Kang's eyes sparkle. The density of monsters, all elite, presents a daunting challenge for ordinary players. However, with his superior attributes and area damage skills, Liu Kang can swiftly farm waves of them and level up rapidly. The little demon camp can only be farmed once a day, and the monster levels ranging from 5 to 7 are somewhat outpaced by Liu Kang's current level. He is in dire need of a new farming ground, and this place fits the bill perfectly. Thus, Liu Kang embarks on a delightful monster farming journey. The burial chamber spans approximately 30 or 40 meters, teeming with 2 to 3 dozen elite undead. Liu Kang quickly gathers them all, unleashing a sweeping attack that obliterates them. The end of the chamber leads to another door, with several chambers branching off to different burial sites. Liu Kang fights his way through, clearing 5 or 6 chambers until he enters a massive mausoleum. The interior is littered with decaying corpses and repulsive gray soil. At the far end of the chamber stands an unusually tall figure, grotesquely corpulent, its body seemingly stitched together from several corpses. The swollen, putrid fluids ooze from its surface, and maggots crawl over the gaping, ghastly wounds. Liu Kang nearly retches at the sight. Ordinary undead are already revolting, but this abomination is even more nauseating. He casts a detection spell. Die, boss, level, 8 health, 7400 attack, 110 description. The beloved pet of the undead mage Mu Du. Lu Kong. What on earth? A pet? This grotesque creature, staring at the mound of rotting flesh before him. He is left bewildered yet utterly shocked. He never imagined that anyone's aesthetic could be so uniquely strange as to consider such a thing a pet, and to top it off, it has an oddly endearing name. He silently scoffs while opening the loot list. In the next moment, his eyes widen with excitement. This boss drops several items that are quite suitable for him. Undead warrior armor, fine, type. Chain armor defense, 202 strength, 7 stamina, 8 required level, 8 undead warrior set, 2/6-10 health undead warrior set, 4/6-6 health regeneration per second undead warrior set, 6/6 reduces damage taken by 10. A new fine quality chain armor set. Lu Kong's current little demon refined set is of levels 5 to 7, whereas he is already level 8, making it somewhat outdated. Now, with an 8 level set available, Lu Kong is undoubtedly pleased. In addition to the chest armor, there are also leg armor components. In fact, this boss drops not only chain armor set pieces but also leather and cloth armor pieces, which Lu Kong cannot use. Thus, he opts for the chain armor. Besides the chest and leg armor, he also selects a basic skill stone. Subsequently, Lu Kong charges forward. As he approaches die, the nauseating stench causes his face to pale. However, this is a boss, and Lu Kong has no choice but to endure the smell. Swinging his blazing great sword with fervor. Previously, he had not utilized the basic skill stone dropped by Magran on the brutal strike skill. Based on his experience, the earlier levels of fine-grade skills can be enhanced with minor skill stones. Using a basic skill stone would be wasteful. Currently, the only skills he can still enhance with basic skill stones, aside from brutal strike, are the primary regeneration skill. However, with his newfound lifesteal, the primary regeneration has become less useful. Thus, Lu Kong decides to invest the basic skill stone into brutal strike. Brutal strike, max level, execute a powerful attack, dealing 220 damage, with a 30 increase in critical hit chance. Reaching level 10? The brutal strike skill has attained its maximum level, with the damage increase reaching 220, which Lu Kong had anticipated. However, he is taken aback to discover that the skill has gained an additional special effect. It enhances the critical strike chance of brutal strike by 30. Lu Kong speculates that perhaps skills reaching maximum level possess unique effects, and these effects are likely quite potent, considering that brutal strike is merely a basic skill. Such a formidable special effect suggests that other skills should not be lacking in strength either. This prompts Lu Kong to remain vigilant, intending to elevate his skills to maximum level whenever possible to obtain these special effects, thereby transcending the skill's capabilities. As for the brutal strike, the minor skill stones he obtained from defeating the skeleton elites have already elevated it to level 4. Brutal strike, level 4, unleash a savage blow, dealing 210 damage, with a 40 chance to stun the target for 1 second, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. In comparison to brutal strike, the savage strike is indeed a fine-grade skill that boasts significantly greater power. The level 4 damage nearly rivals that of the maxed-out brutal strike. Unfortunately, to enhance it further, he will need basic skill stones. At this moment, Lu Kong's blazing greatsword, radiating with light, descends upon die. Ordinary attacks, brutal strike, savage strike, and sweeping attack, all combine into a sequence of 4 strikes. 302, 1224, 649, 1733, 4 substantial damage numbers flash before him. Among them, both the brutal strike and sweeping attack have landed critical hits. The total damage soars to 4,000. This exaggerated damage causes die's health to plummet by more than half in an instant, such is the effect of high-level skills. Each of Lu Kong's attack skills boasts formidable damage amplification, coupled with his own impressive attributes, resulting in terrifying damage output. This is still considering that die is a level 8 boss with decent defense. Were he to face a weaker boss, Lu Kong's damage output would likely be even higher. If this trend continues, once he boosts his base strength to the cap of 100 points, equips more powerful gear, and combines it with effects from Battle Intent and Warrior's Heart, might he not be able to eliminate a boss of equal level in a single round? Wouldn't that be somewhat absurd? Of course, considering how absurd he already is, Lu Kong muses that a little more absurdity is hardly a concern. However, it is not long before Lu Kong's amusement fades. His terrifying attack power, accompanied by the blade's radiance, rends through Dai's bulging flesh, and putrid fluids mixed with maggots burst forth. Liu Kong? Ugh, damn it. He immediately vomits. What the hell? Is this what it's like to be unable to surpass a mental assault? His armor is splattered with bodily fluids, and his face pales in disgust. He has never encountered anything so revolting in his life. Dai, wounded and enraged, screeches, "You hurt Dai. Dai will slay you." Wielding a small kitchen knife, he lunges at Liu Kong, his wounds still oozing a grotesque liquid. Liu Kong's expression shifts dramatically. He dodges the spewing fluids while continuing his assault. It must be said that the 30 increase in critical strike chance from Brutal Strike is truly formidable. Coupled with the critical hit chance provided by Liu Kong's agility, he can achieve a critical hit every 2 or 3 attacks in mere seconds. He reduces Dai to a mass of pulpy flesh. Gazing at the fallen Dai, Liu Kong neglects the glowing orb atop the corpse, bending over and retching repeatedly. Why on earth does this wretched game have to be so realistic? Fortunately, after a while, the liquid on the battle armor, like the blood of the previous monster, was refreshed. Liu Kong felt somewhat relieved. With a hint of disdain, he approached and picked up the orb of light lying on the ground. Chapter 72. Jiang Su's speculation. After equipping the 2 pieces of the Undead Warrior set, Liu Kong's attributes from the Little Demon set were dismantled. Although he lost the damage boost from the 4-piece Little Demon set, he gained an additional 10 health. However, the inherent attributes of the Undead Warrior set were superior to those of the Little Demon set, resulting in a considerable overall enhancement. Liu Kong casually posted the 2 removed pieces of the Little Demon set in the trading group, which immediately elicited exclamations from Lu Chong, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying. Wang Bing, also a warrior, was nearly beside himself with excitement. With these 2 pieces of equipment, he felt he could soar to new heights. Naturally, Lu Chong and Lin Yingying were equally envious. After all, the 2-piece set from the Little Demon set, which reduced damage by 8 points, was incredibly practical, and combined with its formidable attributes, it would significantly bolster the main tank. Lu Chong wished to purchase it, but having recently spent a fortune on a recipe, his gold reserves were tight, ultimately leading Wang Bing to buy the 2 pieces. Wang Bing was ecstatic. With the 2-piece Little Demon set and the Little Demon shield, the main tank will undoubtedly be able to withstand attacks. We can even take on the 2 bosses ahead. Lu Chong, somewhat envious, remarked, "If only I had more gold, I would let you bask in your glory." While messaging, Lu Chong turned to Nangongli and asked, "Has the gold farming team been arranged?" Nangongli nodded. "It has been arranged. Alas, I never expected my good son-in-law to produce such an exquisite set of equipment. I can't believe I lack the funds to purchase it." Lu Chong lamented. At that moment, Lin Yingying, curious, asked, "By the way, foster father, if you sell this equipment, what will you use?" Liu Kong shared the 2 pieces of the Undead Warrior set in the group. Instantly, the trading group fell silent, followed by a flurry of question marks from the 3. Liu Kong chuckled heartily, relishing the moment of triumph. Closing the chat group, he applied the Novice Skill Stone to the Barbaric Strike. The stun probability of Barbaric Strike reached 50. With a 1 in 2 chance to stun the target, this was already quite advantageous during combat. Liu Kong continued to hunt monsters with great satisfaction. After clearing several more tombs, Liu Kong encountered another room housing a boss. It was a skeletal warrior clad in black armor, wielding a blazing greatsword. Haika, boss, level 8 health, 7600 attack, 110 description. A warrior among the Silver Moon humans, corrupted by the essence of death after death, transformed into a wandering soul. The necromancer Mudu came here and tamed him. Liu Kong raised an eyebrow. Once again, it was that necromancer Mudu. Who exactly was this individual? It seemed he was also present in this tomb. This place was originally the burial ground of the Silver Moon humans. It was one thing to be corrupted by the essence of the undead, but it had also attracted a necromancer to enslave souls. Gazing into the hollow eye sockets of Haika, where pale soul flames flickered, Liu Kong pondered whether his soul still resided within the skeletal form. Enduring endless torment, shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. He opened the loot list and noticed a pattern. The bosses in this tomb seemed to drop the Undead Warrior set. Previously, Dai had dropped the chest piece and leggings, while this Haika had dropped the helmet and shoulder pads. As Liu Kong lacked a helmet and shoulder pads, he decisively chose those for the last slot. It was reserved for the Novice Skill Stone. Haika's strength was comparable to Dai, with slightly stronger defense, But it made little difference to Lu Kong. In his view, Haika was even easier to defeat. After all, Haika was not as bothersome. Haika's skill was to summon skeletal warriors. But unfortunately for him, Lu Kong swept through with a single strike, leaving nothing behind. As for Haika's skill triggered when his health dropped to 10, Lu Kong did not witness it. With one critical hit from a heavy strike, combined with a normal attack, he dealt over 15 of Haika's health and damage. He did not even have the chance to unleash his final attack before collapsing. Lu Kong felt a twinge of regret and guilt. Picking up the dropped equipment, Lu Kong immediately equipped it.as for the novice skill stone. He continued to invest it in Barbaric Strike, leveling it up to level 6, enhancing its damage and increasing the stun duration. After defeating Haika, Lu Kong continued to clear the tombs. As he delved deeper, the level of the undead had reached level 9, one level higher than Lu Kong. However, to him, it made no difference. He continued to unleash his power, cutting through the enemies effortlessly. The elite monsters dropped an abundance of loot, prompting Lu Kong to summon Li Mu and the others for trading. Upon their arrival, Li Mu, Jiang Su, and a young player named Fang Qi were taken aback by the eerie atmosphere of the tomb. Jiang Su, being a former female soldier, maintained her composure, but Li Mu's face paled in fear, needing to stay close to Jiang Su for reassurance. Fang Qi, though not overly brave, also appeared a bit pale. As they witnessed the numerous level 8 and even level 9 elite undead corpses scattered across the ground, their initial tension and fear gradually morphed into numbness and astonishment. How had Lu Kong managed to slay all these elite undead in such a short span? Before long, they would discover just how formidable Lu Kong truly was. Approaching him, they witnessed Lu Kong sweep through and obliterate around 20 undead in an instant. Staring at the neatly fallen level 9 elite undead, the three were momentarily stunned, particularly Li Mu, whose eyes nearly brimmed with tears of admiration. "Mr. Lu," she exclaimed, sprinting towards him with wide, adoring eyes. Lu Kong felt a touch of embarrassment under her gaze. Were today's beauties so audacious? Jiang Su and Fang Qi followed closely behind. Jiang Su saluted Lu Kong with her trademark seriousness. "Mr. Lu." Fang Qi, a regular player who had recently joined the Player Management Bureau, gazed at Lu Kong with admiration. Having played many online games and being a dedicated player, he understood the difficulty of this game, which made him fully aware of Lu Kong's strength. The chasm between them left Fang Qi with nothing but admiration. Devoid of envy or jealousy, in fact, it was not just Fang Qi. Everyone in the Player Management Bureau revered Lu Kong. Some were genuinely impressed by him, while others were influenced by Lin Yingying, who could be considered Lu Kong's #1 fan, constantly referring to him as foster father. She had even considered forming a support group for him and had begun inquiring about others' opinions internally. Every time they came to trade with Lu Kong, it was always the members of the Player Management Bureau clamoring to participate. Fang Qi was fortunate to have this opportunity due to his decent skills, but he also faced the challenge of balancing his time as running back and forth could hinder his leveling. To compensate, they prioritized green equipment in trades. "Foster father, we have arrived," Lu Kong nodded. "Let's trade." After completing the transaction, Lu Kong's inventory emptied once more. At that moment, Jiang Su glanced around, curiosity piqued. "Mr. Lu, where is this place?" Lu Kong shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure. It should be a problem area left behind after the invasion of the undead essence in Silvermoon Village." Jiang Su pondered for a moment before speaking. "Mr. Lu, I have an idea. I wonder if it's correct." Lu Kong smiled. "Please share." Jiang Su's eyes sparkled. "Mr. Lu, when you initially found the little demon camp, you also fought your way through, didn't you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Kong paused, his eyes widening slightly. Wait a moment. When he annihilated the little demon camp, a dungeon had appeared afterward, right? Could this place also be a dungeon? Lu Kong's expression became somewhat peculiar. If that were the case, perhaps Silvermoon Village would gain yet another dungeon. Lu Kong felt a twinge of regret. What a pity. Li Mu finally seized an opportunity to interject. "Mr. Lu, what do you regret?" Lu Kong chuckled. "I regret that discovering the dungeon does not yield system rewards. Otherwise, I could have brought you along for some rewards." The three of them felt a tightness in their chests, their expressions stiffening as they processed the feeling of having missed out on millions. It was truly heartbreaking. Chapter 73. Encountering unique items again, the three left with a sense of emptiness. While Lu Kong shook his head and resumed hunting monsters, as he cleared tomb after tomb, he continued to delve deeper, ultimately finding that only one path remained. Venturing inward, Lu Kang arrived at the deepest tomb, a hall approximately 100 meters in diameter. At the innermost part of the hall stood a tall platform, upon which rested a metallic seat. Seated upon it was an undead clad in pitch-black armor, wielding a greatsword. Flanking the hall on both sides were 8 elite undead standing in silence. Resembling statues, Liu Kang cast a detection spell. Luo, high-level boss, level, 9 health, 15,000 attack, 160 description. In life, he was a general among the Silver Moon humans, interred in this place. The necromancer Mudu came here and transformed him into his prized bodyguard. Another high-level boss, moreover. To be candid, this attribute seems somewhat exaggerated. It possesses a staggering health pool of 15,000 and inflicts a damage of 160. Even Lu Kang couldn't help but furrow his brow, uncertain whether he could withstand the onslaught. Regardless, he decided to give it a try. If he couldn't endure the attack, he could always resort to his former expertise and utilize a weakening scroll, of which he still possessed AFEW. Liu Kang opened the loot list and, to his delight, a smile graced his face, as he had anticipated. The initial drop from the high-tier boss was quite impressive. The first item was, once again, a purple legendary item. However, Lu Kang felt a twinge of disappointment as it was not an equipment piece, but rather a skill stone, a mid-level skill stone. Although it was not equipment, which had initially disheartened him, the mid-level skill stone held significant value for Lu Kang at this juncture, as many of his formidable skills required it for enhancement. Without hesitation, he decisively selected the mid-level skill stone. Subsequently, as he scrolled down, his eyes lit up upon discovering another valuable item. Equipment blueprint, glimmering greatsword, fine. Upon use, it allows one to learn the forging method for the glimmering greatsword, with the prerequisite of being a blacksmith. Drop rate, 0.000021. A blueprint for equipment. Much like potion recipes, equipment blueprints are also exceedingly rare treasures for crafting professions. 1 could only imagine the substantial sum this item could fetch. Liu Kang recalled the uncle from the Player Management Bureau, who boasted a talent for enhancing forging success rates. If that uncle were to obtain this blueprint, he would likely be able to forge numerous glimmering greatswords. This would be a boon for the entire daxia. Lu Kang selected this blueprint, leaving only one item remaining, and he was prepared to make his choice. Basement key, unique. This key can be used to unlock the basement door. Yet again, it was a unique item. And a key to the basement no less. Liu Kang recalled the introduction of the 3 previous bosses, all of whom mentioned the necromancer Mudu. Surely, that creature resided within the basement. Unique items are precious. And thus Lu Kang did not hesitate. After making his selections from the drops of the surrounding undead guardians, he stepped into the main hall. The undead's patrol range was not extensive, and given the spaciousness of the hall, neither the guardians on either side nor the boss on the platform were alerted. Liu Kang took the initiative to strike. He eliminated all the guardians on both sides and, after collecting their drops, charged towards the imposing figure of Luo on the platform. Upon seeing Lu Kang, the fiery essence in Luo's eye blazed intensely. He rose, his towering stature exceeding 2 meters, and lifted his greatsword. Luo bellowed, "You audacious thief, do not presume to act with impunity." With a leap, he descended from the platform, raising his greatsword to deliver a powerful downward slash toward Lu Kang. The greatsword was enveloped in tendrils of ashen mist, the overwhelming pressure sending a shiver down Lu Kang's spine. A skill, indeed. As a high-tier boss, Luo commenced the battle with a skill Liu Kang had no time to evade and could only raise the flame greatsword to block Luo's mighty strike. Clang! The clash of metal reverberated through the hall as Lu Kang felt an immense force surge through him, causing the stone floor beneath to crack like spider webs. He staggered back, managing to dissipate some of the impact. Even so, his hands felt somewhat numbed. 394. A considerable amount of damage floated above Lu Kang's head. He was taken aback. After all, he had successfully blocked the attack. Even so, he had sustained such a high amount of damage. Had he taken the hit directly, the damage would undoubtedly have been even greater. Truly, the high-tier boss at level 9 was formidable, with a level surpassing his own by 1, rendering the damage utterly outrageous. After blocking the attack, Lu Kang surged forward, swinging the flame greatsword at Luo. However, to his astonishment, the Silver Moon general, even in death, exhibited unparalleled combat experience. His greatsword parried Liu Kang's strikes with remarkable precision, deflecting each blow. The sounds of their weapons clashing rang out incessantly. -120, -227, -245, -521. Due to the successful blocks, Liu Kang's inflicted damage was significantly diminished. What would normally yield 4,000 damage against other bosses resulted in a mere 1,000 here. This discrepancy stemmed not only from the blocks, but also from Enluo's inherently formidable defenses. With damage barely exceeding 1,000, Liu Kang could only recover a little over 100 health through lifesteal. Failing to replenish even the health lost from Enluo's earlier blows, Liu Kang furrowed his brow and consumed a healing potion, bringing his health close to full. The exchange of blows between Liu Kang and Enluo was fierce, each party attacking and evading in a breathtaking display of combat. Enluo's skill damage was exceptionally high. However, his regular attacks were manageable for Liu Kang. After being blocked, the damage was reduced to merely over 100 points. Throughout this prolonged battle, bolstered by his increasing agility attribute, Liu Kang managed to evade a number of attacks, rendering the damage he sustained tolerable. Despite his healing potions and the innate regeneration from his equipment set, which offered a health recovery of 6 points per second, his health still gradually diminished, albeit at an acceptable rate. The cooldown for his sweeping strike was 10 seconds, while the cooldown for his mighty blow was 15 seconds. During these intervals, Liu Kang could only rely on regular attacks and heavy strikes to inflict damage. Consequently, Enluo's health depletion was rather sluggish. After nearly 30 seconds, Liu Kang's health dipped below half. While Enluo still retained 60 health, Liu Kang produced a weakening scroll and applied it to Enluo, subsequently resorting to his familiar tactic, kiting at this moment, his health had surpassed 3,000. And with the aid of his basic regeneration and the effects of the Undead Warrior set, he regained 13 health points per second. Combined with the excellent quality of the Novice Healing Potion, it wasn't long before Liu Kang's health was fully restored. He then charged back towards an Luo. And Luo's health fell below 50. The flames of vengeance in his eyes flared. "I am immortal," he declared, raising his greatsword. In the next instant, a flurry of bone shards erupted around him, seemingly possessing a will of their own, shielding him from Liu Kang's attacks. Each of Liu Kang's strikes was intercepted by a bone shard. Reducing the damage to merely 20 points, Liu Kang's eyes widened in disbelief. What a formidable defensive skill! Fortunately, Enluo's bone shards were finite, totaling only 10. After absorbing 10 attacks, they vanished without a trace, failing to significantly influence the battle's outcome. However, as Enluo's health continued to dwindle, he began employing his initial attack skill with increasing frequency, escalating the pressure on Liu Kang's health. Thankfully, with the weakening scroll in hand, this did not pose a grave threat for Liu Kang. It merely meant a longer battle. After a minute, Enluo's health dwindled to 10. The flames flickering in his eyes blazed even brighter. A gray-green mist swirled around his greatsword. "My soldiers, fight for me. Fight for Silvermoon. Slay the abomination before you." The mist thickened, and a procession of skeletal elites emerged from the haze, responding to Enluo's call. Liu Kang was taken aback. "The Silvermoon humans have long perished. Ironically, you are the true abominations now, moving about in death. Words of the abomination cannot sway my resolve." Liu Kang's retort seemed to further enrage Enluo. He, alongside the skeletal elites, charged towards Liu Kang with a furious roar. Chapter 74. That glimmer of golden radiance in Luo's offensive capabilities appeared to have intensified, forcing Liu Kang to retreat repeatedly. Unbeknownst to him, however, the summoning of minions served to replenish Liu Kang's health. The minions posed little threat, and with a sweeping strike, Liu Kang annihilated them all. The immense damage from his sweep restored his health to full. This saved him a considerable amount of time in kiting. Amidst the gray-green mist, the minions continued to emerge, seemingly unending. While their emergence was slow, for an average player team, managing both the minions and the rampaging boss would be an arduous task. Yet for Liu Kang, it was a boon. Whenever Liu Kang's health waned, he would strike down the minions to recover, and within mere seconds, he bore down on Enluo, enduring the confrontation until he ultimately vanquished him. Enluo let out a wretched scream as his body disintegrated into numerous bone fragments, scattering across the ground. The gray-green mist dissipated with Enluo's demise. Liu Kang exhaled in relief and stepped forward to collect the 3 dropped items. However, as soon as he grasped one, The pale soul flame ignited unexpectedly. Liu Kong paused, gripping the flame greatsword tightly, eyeing the soul flame warily. The flames surged, coalescing into the figure of a middle-aged Silver Moon man. Liu Kong frowned, remaining vigilant as he observed the apparition. The figure regarded Liu Kong with a gentle expression, a smile gracing his features. He bowed slightly and spoke softly. "I am in Luo, thank you, friend, for liberating my soul from endless torment." Liu Kong was taken aback, scrutinizing the specter of the middle-aged man before him. He had not anticipated this being in Luo, the remnants of bones scattered at his feet. He smiled and replied, "It was merely serendipity. No need for thanks." And Luo shook his head, gazing at Liu Kong with earnestness. "In this life, I fought and perished for the Silver Moon race, only to find my spirit and body desecrated in death. Were it not for you, I could not have reclaimed my true self." Liu Kong smiled again. "Now that your soul is liberated, it is time for you to fade away." And Luo's expression turned grave. "There is one matter that weighs heavily on my heart." Liu Kong was taken aback. "What matter?" Luo's face was etched with a fierce resentment. "The torment I endure is the doing of the necromancer, who resides in the depths of the crypt. I implore you to slay that vile necromancer and avenge me. I shall impart to you my most formidable skill." Upon hearing these words, Liu Kong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "A quest?" He nodded vigorously. "No problem. I was already intending to eliminate that necromancer." Luo smiled faintly, "However, I hope you can complete the task swiftly. My soul has lost its corporeal anchor and lacks the necromantic spells to sustain it, and is on the verge of dissipating. If you cannot return within half an hour, I fear I will be unable to grant you your reward." Ding, quest discovered. Eliminate the culprit. Will you accept? Quest: eliminate the culprit. Unique description: General Luo of Silver Moon wishes for you to eradicate the culprit, the necromancer Mudu, to honor the tortured souls of himself and the Silver Moon warriors. Note 1. This quest has a time limit of half an hour. Note 2. This quest is of extreme difficulty. It is advisable to bring your companions. Reward: experience points. Skill: copper skin iron bones. Liu Kong grinned widely. Another unique quest. The reward was indeed a high-quality skill book. Quite impressive. However, the only drawback was the half-hour time constraint. Without further ado, Liu Kong's expression turned serious as he nodded. Understood. Which way to the basement? Luo pointed towards a metallic seat atop a platform and spoke. The entrance lies beneath the seat. You possess the key. The keyhole is on the left armrest. Once you unlock the entrance, you may descend into the basement. Liu Kong was taken aback by this revelation, pondering the implications. So, it required him to obtain the key to activate this quest. Otherwise, even if Luo's spirit emerged without the key, he would be unable to open the basement door. Without access to the basement, there would be no opportunity to confront the necromancer Mudu. This realization filled Liu Kong with satisfaction. Indeed, he was fortunate to have chosen a unique item. This effectively granted him a high-quality skill alongside a substantial experience boost. A splendid bargain. Liu Kong nodded affirmatively. I understand. He glanced into his backpack. The key was a long hexagonal column. Ascending the platform, he located the hexagonal indentation on the left armrest of the metallic seat. He inserted the column into the recess, which fit perfectly. Gripping the column, he turned it, and a series of clicks echoed. Suddenly, the ground beneath the seat began to rotate, revealing a passageway below. The passage featured descending stairs, flanked by torches. The flames flickering atop the torches were not a vibrant red, but an eerie pale hue, exuding a chilling ambience. Raising an eyebrow, Liu Kong stepped toward the basement. As he descended the stairs, he soon reached the end, which opened into a vast cavern. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, while stalagmites jutted from the ground below. In the center of the cavern lay a platform inscribed with a sickly green magical array. Surrounding the array were various skulls, each etched with runes. At the center, a young man clad in a black robe, his face ashen, sat cross-legged. A grayish-green aura emanated from him, shrouding the area in an oppressive chill. Liu Kong stealthily concealed himself behind a stalactite and cast a reconnaissance spell. Mudu, high-tier boss leader. Status: advancing level, 10 health, 75,000 attack, 250 description. An apprentice necromancer from the Pale Cult. A wanted criminal in Dao City, hiding in this necromantic realm, seeking to advance to the next tier. Liu Kuang's mind filled with a question mark. What was this? a mage with 75,000 health. Not to mention, an attack power of 250. What kind of nonsense was this? This game must be utterly absurd. How could they throw such an exaggerated boss at him? How was he supposed to fight this? Lu Kuang felt a chill of despair. His gaze flickered as he regarded Mudu, hesitating slightly. Under normal circumstances, he doubted he could defeat this creature. Even if he managed to position himself correctly, it would still be futile. However, the fact that Mudu was in a state of advancement sparked a glimmer of hope within him. If he could interrupt this advancement, it should negatively impact Mudu's status, right? Logically, a level 10 boss should not possess such a high health pool. The tier of the creature indicated that Mudu was indeed a boss. Should he advance to the next tier, he would become a leader. He was merely a step away, which explained the absurd health and attack stats. But what if Lu Kuang interrupted his advancement? His eyes glimmered with determination. If the impact was minimal, Lu Kuang would be left with no options but to await his demise. The weakening scroll had already diminished its effectiveness against high-tier bosses, and it was highly likely to be ineffective against Mudu. He wouldn't even be able to escape. Yet, if it did prove effective, defeating such a high-level boss would surely yield valuable loot, wouldn't it? With that thought, Lu Kuang opened Mudu's loot list. The top entry, gleaming with radiant gold, caused his eyes to widen. He made his decision. This was a chance he had to seize. Wailing Souls, Epic, Accessory. Each attack will ensnare the target in Wailing Souls, inflicting 50 points of death damage per second, lasting 1 minute, with a maximum of 20 stacks. Required level 10. This equipment left Lu Kuang utterly astounded. At 50 points per layer, stacking up to 20 layers meant a potential of 1,000 damage per second. It could last for a full minute, meaning that if he fully stacked it, he could inflict 60,000 damage within that minute, even if some damage was mitigated by defenses. Truly, an epic piece of equipment. Although it possessed just one effect, it was straightforward and devastating, despite having encountered many impressive items before. Lu Kuang found himself yearning for this one, and aside from this epic item, there were several other purple-tier treasures, including unique items. The wealth of valuable loot was almost overwhelming. Pale Cult Insignia, Legendary, proof of membership in the Pale Cult, grants rewards when presented to the guards of Dao City. Mudu's Emblem, Unique. Mudu is a wanted criminal in Dao City. Obtaining his emblem allows for a reward to be claimed in Dao City. Although the exact reward remained unknown, unique items assuredly held great value. The Pale Cult Insignia, relating to factions within the game, would likely yield substantial rewards as well. After contemplating, Lu Kuang selected both items. Upon completing his selection, he anticipated that this would conclude the process. However, to his surprise, he was allowed to choose yet another item. He was astonished and soon realized the reason. Since Mudu was in the process of advancing to a leader, he was classified as a leader-tier monster, thus dropping 4 items instead of the usual 3. This was undoubtedly advantageous for Lu Kuang. He perused the other legendary items, most of which were mage equipment, leaving him somewhat exasperated as they were predominantly suited for necromancer classes, such as skulls that could only be wielded by that specific profession, of no use to him. Ultimately, Lu Kuang opted for a mid-tier skill stone. With all 4 drops selected, he prepared for the next phase. Previously, Onlua had dropped a mid-tier skill stone that Lu Kuang had yet to use. He directly applied it to his Heart of the Warrior. As an epic skill, it was comprehensive and powerful. Heart of the Warrior, level 3. Passive skill. You have grasped the essence of the warrior's path, enhancing all attributes by 30, increasing damage dealt by 30, boosting movement speed by 15, and reducing damage taken by 9. With these enhancements, Lu Kuang's health surpassed 4,000 in combat. The reduction in damage and increased speed would play a significant role during battle. It could very well be the key to victory. Contemplating further, Lu Kuang also utilized the novice scrolls for strength and endurance, as well as a shield scroll. Although it only provided a mere 100 points of shielding, it was better than nothing. He employed every available means at his disposal. After exhausting these resources, Lu Kuang felt a pang of anxiety. After all, if he perished, he would waste an hour of gaming time. However, upon deeper reflection, should he succeed, there were not only these treasures but also a skill book awaiting him. Though the risk was substantial, it was a gamble worth taking. If one were to constantly hesitate, opportunities would slip away unnoticed. Lu Kuang took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening into a steely resolve. Gritting his teeth, he charged directly towards Mudu, who was ensconced within the magical array. Yet, as he approached the outer edge of the array, it suddenly flickered with green luminescence, and the wails of tormented souls echoed around him. Eerie green apparitions lunged toward Lu Kuang, passing through his armor and flesh, a frigid chill gripping his heart. A high damage notification floated above his head. -1022. Lu Kuang's lips twitched. Without even engaging, he had already lost a quarter of his health. Nevertheless, his gaze quickly hardened. The arrow was nocked, and it had to fly. With a fierce charge, Lu Kuang collided violently with Mudu, who had just opened his eyes. Still unprepared for action, Lu Kuang's flaming greatsword came crashing down in a flurry of strikes. Normal attacks, heavy strikes, brutal impacts, sweeping slashes. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Mudu was in the midst of his advancement. Situated in the basement and shielded by the protective array, he was utterly unprepared. Each strike landed with a blood-red critical hit. -822, -1690, -1883, -1876. In less than a second, the blazing greatsword left a trail of afterimages, and Mudu lost a staggering 6,000 health points. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to Lu Kuang. At the very least, Mudu's defenses seemed rather lackluster. However, this loss of health was hardly fatal for someone with over 70,000 health points. Yet, in the next moment, Mudu's eyes turned crimson, blood vessels surfacing ominously. "Damn it, you wretched scoundrel! Look at what you've done!" "Ah!" he roared, the gray-green mist swirling around him as he coughed up blood, revealing grotesque fissures across his body. "Ding!" The necromantic spell backfired on Mudu due to your ambush, inflicting severe injury and reducing all attributes by 50, rendering him unable to act for 30 seconds. Lu Kuang's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. What? 30 seconds of inaction? Is this a stroke of luck? He swung the greatsword with fervor, repeatedly striking Mudu as the latter's expression twisted in agony. Simultaneously, Lu Kuang cast a detection spell upon Mudu. Mudu, high-level boss lord, status, severely injured from backlash. Unable to act level, 10 health, 37500 attack, 125 description. An apprentice necromancer from the Pallid Brotherhood, a wanted criminal in Dao City, lurking in this necromantic land in hopes of advancing to the next tier. Lu Kuang's mouth nearly split in two with joy. Not only was there 30 seconds of inaction, but even without that time, given Mudu's current attack attributes, he could easily dispatch him despite having over 30,000 health points. Clearly, Mudu had no chance left. Lu Kuang discovered that against an immobile Mudu, he could inflict critical hits with every strike. Mudu's health was no longer merely declining. It was utterly collapsing. In just about 20 seconds, Mudu was drained of all his life force. With a look of deep resentment, he glared at Lu Kuang. I, damn you. In a furious roar, Mudu breathed his last. Lu Kuang, gazing at the corpse on the ground, felt an overwhelming irritation. This fellow, having died, still had the audacity to curse? How rude, however, upon witnessing the 4 luminous orbs, 1 gold and 3 purple, emanating from Mudu's body, Lu Kuang's anger dissipated. Although he was rather impolite, he was undeniably wealthy. In light of the substantial treasures he had dropped, Lu Kuang decided to overlook his rudeness. He was eager to equip the Soul Woe accessory. Ding! Player level insufficient to equip this item. Lu Kuang's smile froze. Oh, he had forgotten. He was only level 8. How could he possibly equip a level 10 accessory? He felt foolish. He had defeated a level 10 lord at level 8, but what good was that? He couldn't even use the spoils? At that moment, the resounding voice of the system echoed once again. Yuanxing region announcement. Ding! Congratulations to player Lu Kuang for his first-time defeat of a lord-level monster. Reward, 200 gold coins, 20 free attribute points, legendary treasure chest 1, Dao City reputation 150. Yuanxing region announcement. Ding! Congratulations to player Lu Kuang for his first-time defeat of a lord-level monster. Reward, 200 gold coins, 20 free attribute points, legendary treasure chest 1, Dao City reputation 150. The system's announcements reverberated throughout the Yuanxing region. All human players of Yuanxing, regardless of their location, were left utterly dumbfounded. What? Did I hear that correctly? A lord? Lu Kuang has actually managed to kill a lord? How is that possible? In the Balan Empire region, Adams and a group of elite players were expressions of sheer shock. They had been tirelessly searching for bosses, hoping to acquire good equipment. Indeed, they had amassed a considerable haul of green gear. However, they couldn't even defeat a high-level boss. If high-level bosses were this formidable, one could only imagine the strength of a lord. How on earth did Lu Kuang achieve this? They were completely at a loss. He was far too powerful to contend with. Beside Adams, a tall, slender young man with golden hair chuckled bitterly. The others fell silent, exchanging glances without a word. When Lu Kuang's announcement first rang out, they had felt impressed, yet there was no sense of insurmountability. At that moment, they had been exceedingly confident, believing they were no less capable than others. However, with each subsequent system announcement, their confidence began to crumble. The prowess Lu Kuang displayed far exceeded their imaginations. Even Adams wore a somber expression, muttering to himself, "What kind of soul talent does he possess? How could he be this powerful?" Not only in the Balan Empire but throughout the Lionheart Kingdom, the Karadusi Kingdom, and other Yuanqing nations, the elite were abuzz with discussion. Even within the Great Xia Kingdom, players from various families and groups were contemplating how best to curry favor with Lu Kuang. To have slain a lord merely 2 days into the game was simply astonishing. Aside from the players, locals from various novice villages and main cities were also looking up towards the sky in the Duwu City Lord's residence. A stunningly beautiful woman with a silver horn protruding from her forehead and flowing silver hair stood with her hands clasped behind her back at the window. She was the city lord, Silvermoon Han. Gazing out at the cerulean sky, her golden vertical pupils flickered with intrigue. Lu Kuang. It's only the second day of the Hunter Continent's open beta, and already a player capable of defeating a lord has emerged? The Yuanqing humans? I had never heard of anyone from this region before, yet such a monster has appeared. If this continues, the future seems promising, she murmured to herself, lost in thought. Many local elites shared her sentiments, and Lu Kuang's name officially entered the radar of the game's local powers. Lu Kuang himself had not anticipated receiving yet another system announcement. He had initially thought that this did not qualify as a legitimate lord. If it were a true lord, then receiving a system announcement after defeating it would be entirely normal. However, this fellow was still in the midst of his advancement, wasn't he? Did that count? Lu Kuang was astonished by his own stroke of luck. He felt elated. Defeating Mudu had required minimal effort, akin to reaping rewards without toil. At that moment, Lu Kuang's communication system beeped. He could easily surmise that Wang Bing and the others were likely beside themselves with worry. Lu Kuang chuckled to himself, ignoring their calls. First, he had to turn in his quest. After all, it was time-sensitive. He jogged out of the basement. Upon exiting, he found Onluo waiting anxiously. When he saw Lu Kuang emerge, Onluo was momentarily taken aback. A look of astonishment crossing his face. "Friend, how did you come out so quickly? Could it be that the necromancer has already advanced?" Onluo retained some memories of the past, knowing that the necromancer had come here to break through to the next tier. Lu Kuang was momentarily stunned. He looked at Onluo and inquired, "Did you not hear the system announcement? Shouldn't he, the village elder, and the others be able to hear it? Why can't Onluo hear it? Could it be because he had died in this world, leaving only a wisp of his soul behind, preventing him from hearing it?" Upon hearing Lu Kuang's words, Onluo paused, then suddenly grasped the situation. His eyes widened in disbelief. "System announcement? You have already slain that necromancer?" Lu Kuang nodded. Indeed, he produced Mudu's insignia, a white metal plate emblazoned with Mudu's likeness. This must have been generated by the system. Upon seeing the insignia, Onluo immediately believed Lu Kuang's words. He expressed his astonishment. "In such a brief time, you have actually killed a high-level boss. I never expected you to be this formidable, my friend." Lu Kuang smiled, refraining from mentioning that Mudu had already been in the process of advancing, and that he had merely seized the opportunity to slay the newly ascended lord. He replied with a grin, "The quest is complete. You can depart with peace of mind now." Onluo nodded, then spoke, "Yes? I can leave with peace of mind. The Silver Moon Star has been consumed under the ravages of demonic energy, and I failed to protect it, friend. I hope you can safeguard your own kin. This skill may assist you." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a skill book materialized before Lu Kuang. Lu Kuang accepted the skill book, nodding earnestly. "Thank you." The system prompted that his quest was complete, and his experience bar surged significantly. Perhaps it was due to the uniqueness of this quest, particularly one involving a lord in the midst of advancement, that the experience gained was substantially higher than previous unique quests. This brought Lu Kuang a step closer to level 9. I must take my leave. Anluo smiled faintly, his expression one of relief. Just then, Lu Kuang recalled something and quickly asked, "By the way, General Anluo, do you know where I can find bone-eating grass?" He had not forgotten that he had ventured into this cursed place in search of bone-eating grass. Yet, despite thoroughly scouring the entire necromantic realm, he had found none. Anluo seemed taken aback for a moment, then pointed toward a shadowy corner of the hall. "Isn't that bone-eating grass right there?" Lu Kuang. Following Anluo's, he looked over to the dim corner of the hall, where a small, pitch-black grass, merely 10 centimeters tall, grew against the wall. Lu Kuang was left speechless. Growing up in such a wretched place, and being so unremarkable, who could possibly find me? Lu Kuang smiled gratefully at Anluo, saying, "Thank you." Anluo let out a light laugh, and the already ethereal ghost became even more dim, his form beginning to dissolve into countless specks of light, drifting in all directions. A look of relief washed over Anluo's face as he gazed upward at the top of the tomb. As if he could see the sky beyond in his eyes, there seemed to be a stretch of azure sky adorned with white clouds in the garden of his home on Silver Moon Star. He sat beside his wife, basking in the sun. Not far away, his young and adorable daughter was swinging, her laughter carried by the spring breeze. That was the most beautiful scene etched in his memory. Now, he was about to meet the person he longed to see the most. UNX-ing region announcement. Ding. Player Lu Kuang has initiated the Silver Moon Village Dungeon, Tomb of Silver Moon. UNX-ing region announcement. Ding. Player Lu Kuang has initiated the Silver Moon Village Dungeon, Tomb of Silver Moon. Players of UNX-ing? Wait, is this ever going to end? The announcement of defeating the Lord has just concluded. And now this? What are the strong players of the Barren Empire doing? Why is there still no system announcement? Why wasn't I born in Silver Moon Village? 2 dungeons. There are actually 2 dungeons? Damn it! In the entire UNX-ing region, all players were filled with envy and frustration. Not to mention players from other countries, even those from the Great Xia Empire were consumed by jealousy. Why was Lu Kuang not in their novice village? Silver Moon Village had 2 dungeons. Those bastards in Silver Moon Village had so many places to farm monsters and loot, yet they didn't even have a single dungeon. Why was there such a vast gap between people? Chapter 77. Clash change items. Just as the private messages for Lu Kuang had calmed slightly, they suddenly became even more frantic. Lu Kuang had suspected this was a dungeon, but after defeating the final boss, it had not opened. He thought he might have been mistaken. It seemed that the dungeon could only be activated by completing a quest. Naturally, Lu Kuang was delighted. After all, dungeons meant that the bosses could be farmed repeatedly, and he had yet to gather the entire set of the undead warrior gear. Moreover, the final boss, the undead mage Mu Du, was a lord. A lord that was relatively easy to defeat. This was akin to acquiring high-level equipment. Just thinking about it filled him with excitement. Lu Kuang decided to handle his loot first before replying to Wang Bing and the others' private messages. This time, the rewards were truly substantial. Excluding the system rewards, the most precious item was undoubtedly the epic-level accessory, Wailing Soul. Unfortunately, he was currently not at the required level to equip it. Mark of the Pale Brotherhood, legendary, and Mu Du's insignia, unique, were evidently good items as well. However, these could only be utilized in the Great Martial City, which meant they were temporarily useless to Lu Kuang. The only item dropped by the final boss that he could use was the intermediate skill stone. Lu Kuang had intended to apply it to Heart of the Warrior, only to be met with a system prompt indicating that the skill stone level was insufficient. This left Lu Kuang feeling somewhat frustrated. Not having enough intermediate skill stones was indeed a setback, but it was a testament to the epic-level nature of the skills. Since he couldn't upgrade Heart of the Warrior for now, Lu Kuang had no choice but to apply it to another skill. Ultimately, he chose Battle Intent, raising it to level 8. Battle Intent, level 8 passive skill. Upon entering combat, all your attributes will increase by 80. Although this enhancement is not as significant as Heart of the Warrior, an 80 boost to all attributes is still quite impressive. Lu Kuang was satisfied. Next, he considered Anluo's gains. The blueprints for the Radiant Greatsword should fetch a handsome price. He would think about that later. Then there were the skill books obtained from Anluo's quest. Bronze Skin, Iron Bones, level 1. Passive skill, Stamina 5, Strength 5, damage received reduced by 5 points. Learning conditions, all classes. Lu Kang was surprised to discover that it was a skill book applicable to all classes. However, Bronze Skin, Iron Bones was indeed quite beneficial, with both strength and stamina increased by 5 points. It was very practical, especially the reduction in damage received, a reduction of 5 points, combined with the potential 10-point reduction from gathering the complete set of Undead Warrior gear, would amount to a total of 15 points. Currently, even level 10 elite monsters could inflict damage on Lu Kang, which made him feel somewhat insecure. He needed to activate this skill as soon as possible. During his previous encounters with elite monsters, he had acquired several minor skill stones, all of which he had applied to his charge skill. His charge had already been upgraded to level 9. Charge. Level 9, the warrior charges towards the enemy at great speed, stunning them for 1 second, with a cooldown of 11 seconds. After this, the charge skill, like Heavy Strike, would require basic skill stones for further enhancement. Of course, Lu Kang did not possess any basic skill stones for this skill. He still had 3 minor skill stones in hand. Lu Kang decided to use them all to enhance Bronze Skin, Iron Bones. However, after using 2, he found that upgrading Bronze Skin, Iron Bones to level 3 would require basic skill stones. Bronze Skin, Iron Bones, level 3 passive skill, stamina 15, strength 15, damage received reduced by 15 points. Learning conditions. All classes. It must be said that a level 3 Bronze Skin, Iron Bones was indeed quite powerful. The 15-point damage reduction was particularly gratifying for Lu Kang. Next, he turned to the system rewards. He received 20 free attribute points, which he allocated entirely to strength. Coupled with the attribute stones obtained from defeating elite monsters, Lu Kang's base strength had now surpassed 60 points, drawing near to the cap. The most delightful surprise for Lu Kang was the legendary treasure chest. The contents of system-rewarded treasure chests were generally impressive. Even Lu Chang and Lin Yingying had opened excellent items, except for Wang Bing. Lu Kang eagerly opened the treasure chest's drop list. As he had anticipated, the first item was a golden epic item. Upon reading the description, Lu Kang's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this truly exist? Secret Notes of the Ice Soul Mage, Epic, contains the path of advancement for the Ice Soul Mage. Usage conditions, Mage class. Lu Kang's eyes glistened. It was indeed a class change item. An Ice Soul Mage was clearly a hidden class. However, the problem was that he was a warrior, rendering this item utterly useless to him. How frustrating! An opportunity to change to a hidden class lay before him, yet he was unable to seize it. Beneath this epic item lay a plethora of legendary items, including equipment, skill stones, attribute stones, scrolls, potions, and much more. Among them were many items Lu Kang desired. However, he soon realized that regardless of the level of the system-rewarded treasure chest, it seemed he could only select one item. He found himself torn between choices. Should he select an item that would be useful to him, or the epic class change item? After much contemplation, Lu Kang ultimately decided to choose the epic class change item. Though he could not use it, he could sell it for a handsome sum. Most importantly, his previous encounter with Luo had reminded Lu Kang of the harsh realities of the demonic invasion. Although he was powerful, the entire UNX-ing would likely be thrown into chaos after the demonic incursion. No matter how strong he was, one person could not be everywhere at once. If he could bring forth a few more strong allies, Lu Kang would gladly do so. He recalled Wang Bing's keen interest in mage items during their previous trading discussions, and how he had mentioned a distinguished individual who was a mage. Wang Bing was affiliated with the Great Xia military, and the esteemed person he referred to was most likely a high-ranking official or even a member of the royal family. Selling the item to the Great Xia's upper echelons would ensure that they had more powerful individuals to maintain order in the face of impending turmoil. This would enhance the safety of Great Xia. After making up his mind, Lu Kang selected Secret Notes of the Ice Soul Mage. Once he had processed his rewards, Lu Kang approached to gather the bone-corroding grass. However, he was somewhat exasperated to discover that collecting bone-corroding grass required a specialized herbalism skill to preserve its medicinal properties. Lu Kang was at a loss. He had never learned such a thing. With no other option, he could only check if Lu Chang and the others had any herbalists among them. He opened his private messages. As expected, several individuals had messaged him a flurry of responses. The content of their messages invariably revolved around Lu Kang's feat of defeating a Lord-level monster. They praised Lu Kang's prowess, which had grown tiresome for him. Why couldn't these fellows come up with anything more original to say? He replied briefly and then posted the blueprint for the Radiant Greatsword in the trading group. Instantly, Wang Bing, Lu Chang, and Lin Yingying were bombarded with messages. Wang Bing, damn Lu Chong. Lin Yingying, equipment blueprint. Salivating.jpg, the three of them were utterly astonished. It was well known that equipment had always been a pain point for all players. After all, the drop rates for monsters were exceedingly low. Even elite monsters seldom dropped green equipment, with white gear being the norm. Many players still sported a mishmash of white and gray equipment. Those who managed to acquire even a single piece of green equipment were regarded as formidable players. This underscored just how difficult it was to obtain quality gear. Now that they possessed an equipment blueprint, it meant they could produce gear in bulk. Moreover, this was a blueprint for superior quality equipment. Capable of crafting the finest weapons, the market potential was immense. The three of them were filled with excitement, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Chapter 78. What mischief is the minister up to again? Especially Lin Yingying, who clenched her fists tightly, her gaze fixated on the blueprint, her breathing quickening. Among the players in their guild, one possessed a talent that enhanced the success rate of equipment upgrades. If they obtained this blueprint, his talent would finally have a practical application. As the players engaged in their tasks, they soon found themselves less pressed for funds, and with the glimmering greatsword in hand, they could accumulate a substantial fortune. Then, she could procure a myriad of splendid items from her adoptive father. Imagining this scenario, Lin Yingying couldn't help but chuckle with delight. The players nearby exchanged glances. Puzzled, why was the minister laughing so heartily? What could possibly occupy her thoughts? Surely, it had to be about her adoptive father. Did they not know their minister well enough? It was as if she wished to leap into his arms right then and there. The murmurs of the crowd surrounded her. Upon hearing their chatter, Lin Yingying's eyes widened, and she retorted, "What nonsense are you all speaking? I would never engage in such behavior. I am not that kind of woman." Indeed, indeed. The crowd nodded vigorously, silently acknowledging their understanding of her character. Minister, have you already established contact with your adoptive father? What on earth has he done to achieve such feats? 2 system announcements in quick succession. And he even vanquished a Lord-level boss. Truly, he is like a celestial being. Our group has yet to defeat Guning, and if the sub-bosses are so formidable, how could we hope to face a Lord? The mention of the system announcements from Lu Kong sparked a glimmer of excitement in everyone's eyes. Their levels were slightly lower, and even the minor demon elites were a challenge, let alone the level 6 elites. The small demon camp dungeon had been open for quite some time, and they had already exhausted all possible elite monsters to defeat, as for the boss. Their attempts had ended in utter failure, leading to their retreat. Given that the dungeon could only be cleared once a day and monsters did not respawn upon defeat, they had no choice but to continue grinding for experience elsewhere. Only the group with the best equipment within the Player Management Bureau remained in the dungeon, still striving to conquer Guning.as for Lin Yingying, having followed Lu Kong through the dungeon. She had already exhausted her attempts for the day. Even though she had not defeated the first 2 bosses, their attempts counted towards Lu Kong's quota, leaving her unable to continue. Thus, she could only join the other players in hunting for experience. Not just Lin Yingying, but also Lu Chong and Wang Bing found themselves in a similar predicament. With a smile, Lin Yingying nodded, "Yes, I have indeed contacted my adoptive father. Let me show you something wonderful." She produced the equipment blueprint for the glimmering greatsword. Instantly, all the players gasped, their breaths quickening. Goodness! An equipment blueprint? Uncle Zhang's talent will surely come into play. Minister, we must secure this blueprint. Lin Yingying, her expression serious, nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, I will secure it without fail." By the way, Xiao Xiao, could you please speak to the director about this blueprint? We need him to allocate us additional funds. This is an opportunity for our Player Management Bureau to rise. And we must acquire this blueprint. Lin Yingying turned to Qin Xiao Xiao, a young woman whose delicate features suggested she was around 20. Qin Xiao Xiao nodded. "All right, Yingying, I will go right away." Just then, Lin Yingying's eyes widened, and she grabbed Qin Xiao Xiao, who was about to log off. "Wait, never mind." "Ah?" Qin Xiao Xiao blinked in confusion at Lin Yingying. Everyone noticed Lin Yingying biting her lip, her adorable face flushed with excitement and shyness. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their minds filled with questions. What was their minister up to now? In the trading group, Wang Bing remarked, "Changgu, you probably don't have many gold coins left, do you? Haha, I want that blueprint." Lu Chong replied with a smile, "I'm willing to pay a premium for gold coins. Rest assured, I have more than you." Wang Bing exclaimed, "What on earth? You want every blueprint that comes your way? Aren't you afraid of overindulging? Lu Chang retorted. I have a big appetite. I can handle it. Observing the two bickering, Lu Kang rubbed his forehead. He pondered for a moment before sending a message. By the way, Wang Gu, Chang Gu, do you have any players with forging talents? Lu Chang responded. Soul talent? I don't have anyone like that. Why do you ask? Wang Bing added. Neither do I. Soul talents are rare, mostly combat-oriented. And even then, they provide minimal enhancement. Why do you inquire about our adoptive father? Lu Kang replied, then stop arguing. I intend to sell this blueprint to Lin Yingying. Lu Chang's reaction was one of utter disbelief. A string of question marks flooding his mind. He felt a chill run down his spine. What? They weren't even allowed to compete for it, and it was being handed to Lin Yingying directly? Could it be that their beloved son-in-law was truly being ensnared by that vixen? Oh, dear daughter, it is not that your father has not tried. It is simply that proximity often grants advantage. Lu Chang felt dejected, realizing that such a fine son-in-law was unlikely to come by again. Tio think he might miss out this way? Clenching his teeth, he resolved, no. After all, they were not officially together yet. There was still hope. Wang Bing, on the other hand, was oblivious to the deeper implications. What? Why? Adoptive father? Lu Kang explained, I heard from Lin Yingying that the Player Management Bureau has a player with forging talent. This blueprint will suit him best. While the three could certainly drive the price higher through competition, Lu Kang was not in dire need of funds. There was no reason to create unnecessary tension over a few million. This was the first equipment blueprint, and it was best to offer it to the talented player in the Player Management Bureau. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang's disappointment dissipated instantly, his eyes shimmering with newfound excitement. So it wasn't merely for Lin Yingying, but for the Bureau's talented player. He sighed in relief and couldn't help but exclaim, My dear son-in-law, you are simply too kind. This blueprint could fetch quite a sum. Equipment is in high demand, Lu Kang replied. Blueprints are not overly difficult to produce. If you were to compete, I would merely earn a bit more. It is best to allocate it to those suited for it. Lu Chang and Wang Bing both felt as if Lu Kang was wielding a sharp sword, piercing their hearts. Lu Chang remarked, Wang Bing, look at my esteemed son-in-law, then at yourself, with your healing potions. Ha, Wang Bing retorted, Lu Chang. I'll fight you. Ignoring their squabbling, Lu Kang addressed Lin Yingying, are you watching? How about this? You propose a price, and if it is reasonable, I will sell it to you. Lin Yingying, having seen the message, bit her lip, her eyes brimming with emotion. Oh, adoptive father, you are too good to me. You even reserved the blueprint just for me. Surely, you have me in your heart, minister, minister? The crowd's calls jolted Lin Yingying back to reality. Noticing their curious gazes, she felt a touch of embarrassment. What is the matter? Wait, minister. You're not daydreaming, are you? Should Xiao Xiao go speak to the director? Lin Yingying hurriedly replied, No need, no need. I'm discussing this with my adoptive father right now. Please wait a moment. After contemplating, Lin Yingying concluded that equipment was a necessity. The glimmering greatsword might yield even more profit than potions. Given how kind her adoptive father was to her, she certainly wouldn't let him suffer any loss. Adoptive father, how about this? I currently possess only 3,000 gold coins. I will give you all of it along with a 50 profit share. Lu Kang was taken aback. What? Lin Yingying added. Ah, does adoptive father think that isn't enough? I can ask the director for more funds, but for a higher profit share, I will need to consult him, or he might not agree. Lu Kang was left speechless. Was this girl out of her mind? 50% of the profits? He was merely selling a blueprint. Collecting materials was already a cumbersome task, and the equipment forgers needed to hone their skills, which came with risks of failure and high material costs. Furthermore, time was also a factor. Offering 50 of the profits meant that Lin Yingying would essentially be handing over the majority of her earnings to Lu Kang. After all, the glimmering greatsword was equipment that would become obsolete as players leveled up. Its value would dwindle over time. After a while, even if the success rate remained high, if the equipment couldn't sell, it would be of no use. Lu Kang couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Was she not afraid of being reprimanded by the higher-ups of the Player Management Bureau? Chapter 79. Selling notes. Not only Lu Kang, but also Lu Chang and Wang Bing wore expressions of bewilderment. They could certainly do the math. Under the conditions Lin Yingying proposed, there would be minimal profit from the equipment blueprint. The Player Management Bureau would need to invest considerable time into forging the glimmering greatsword before recouping their costs. Lu Chong felt a wave of frustration wash over him, mentally cursing the vixen for not simply handing the player management bureau over to Lu Kong. Afterward, Lin Yingying sent 2 more messages that left Lu Chong and Wang Bing utterly speechless. Did she really dare to propose such conditions to the director? She must have never faced any consequences before. Lu Kong interjected, "No, no, no. Let me state the conditions. It will be the same price as before when Changgu purchased the firebed potion formula, 2,000 gold coins and 25 of the profits." "That is far more reasonable," Lin Yingying responded. "Ah, isn't that a bit too low?" Lu Kong was taken aback. Lu Chong and Wang Bing shared the same bewildered expression. "All right," Lu Kong admitted, feeling a touch of warmth. "But is she truly not afraid of repercussions?" He sighed. "That's the price. I have the final say." Lin Yingying replied, "Oh, since adoptive father has said so, then all right." She chose to agree, and Lu Kong felt a wave of relief wash over him. How was it that he felt more drained from selling something than from negotiating a purchase? What sort of sale was this? Wang Bing interjected, "Adoptive father, do you have any other treasures? Didn't you just defeat a lord? Is there anything we can use?" Doghead Anticipation.jpg, Lu Chong. "Indeed, good son-in-law, is there anything else for us to see? If it's too precious, we can first gather some gold coins and trade later." Lin Yingying, however, was out of money and was merely curious. "Adoptive father, what has the lord dropped?" Lu Kong, seeing the curiosity in the 3, chuckled lightly. He casually posted the Soul Wo insignia. Suddenly, the entire trading group fell silent. Lu Kong laughed heartily. "What's the matter, Wang Bing? I just remembered I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave." Lu Chong, "I can't afford it, truly can't." Lin Yingying, "Wah, an epic piece of equipment, and it's an accessory. I can't believe I'm seeing such a treasure. My life is worth it." Lu Kong, "Your life seems rather inexpensive. It's merely an epic item. What is there to be astonished about?" Sunglasses Smoking.jpg, Lu Kong, "This time luck was on my side. I obtained 2 epic items. I intend to keep one for myself and sell the other." Upon hearing this, the 3 widened their eyes, expressions filled with disbelief. Lu Kong's announcement resonated in their minds like a nuclear explosion, leaving them utterly stunned. Epic items, and he intends to sell one? Lu Chong, "Good son-in-law, what epic item are you referring to?" Wang Bing, Yes, adoptive father. What is it?" The 3 looked expectantly at the trading group. Lu Kong smiled, posting the Ice Mage's secret notes in the group. Instantaneously, the entire group fell silent. Lu Chong and the others stared blankly at the message, their minds momentarily blanked. A job transfer item. It is well known that all players start with the most basic professions upon character creation. Who wouldn't want to advance to a more powerful class? This item represents such an opportunity. To possess the Ice Mage's secret notes is to gain the chance to ascend to greatness. With the game era upon them and the invasion of demonic energy imminent, the world is about to descend into chaos. To become a strong individual means having a more stable existence amidst the tides of this new era. Even becoming a trailblazer, such a treasure, and Lu Kong dares to sell it. For a moment, the 3 were at a loss for words. Lu Kong had long anticipated the silence in the trading group. After all, this item was indeed invaluable. A smirk played on his lips as he cheerfully inquired, "What's wrong? Why is everyone silent?" Lu Chong, "Good son-in-law, the value of this item is too high. I hardly know what to say." Lu Chong, being a mage himself, desired this item immensely. Yet, he understood it was not merely a potion recipe or equipment blueprint. It was a career choice that could shape the entire game. The value of this far surpassed what Lu Kong had sold previously. Even the epic accessory Lu Kong had just posted held lesser worth than this job transfer item in a forest. Wang Bing ceased his monster hunting, his eyes reddening as he gazed at the messages in the trading group. The 3rd princess is a mage. If he could secure this item for her, she would surely reward him handsomely. Wang Bing quickly sent the Ice Mage's secret notes in a private message to Xia Yin. Almost instantly, Xia Yin replied, "At all costs, we must acquire it. I will find a way to gather gold coins. Please ask Lu Kong to wait a moment." Wang Bing exhaled a deep breath. "Understood, Your Highness." In another area, Xia Yin stared at the private message. Her fists clenched, her usually calm demeanor flushed with excitement. She bit her lip, for the first time feeling her luck was lacking. If only she had been born in Silvermoon Village, she could have communicated face-to-face with Lu Kong. Now, that opportunity was lost. She had never wished so fervently to reach level 10. Once she exited the novice village, she would contact Lu Kong immediately to establish a cooperative relationship. Xia Yin narrowed her eyes, then opened the private message, issuing a series of commands. The most pressing matter was gold. No, besides gold, there must be other items that could serve as bargaining chips. After pondering for a moment, Xia Yin sent another private message to Wang Bing. In the trading group, Wang Bing, adoptive father, we've begun collecting gold. Could we postpone the trade a bit? Simultaneously, Wang Bing messaged Lu Chong. Brother Chong, the princess has instructed me to acquire it at all costs. Perhaps you should not contest with me? Lu Chong had initially planned to gather gold. Upon reading this private message, he furrowed his brow slightly. If it came to contention, he could certainly compete. After all, this was a legitimate competition involving the purchase of an item. Even the third princess couldn't object too strongly. However, the third princess was the only heir of the Xia family granted public testing privileges. If a dispute arose, the emperor would likely be displeased. Yet, this was a mage's job transfer item. He desired it immensely. Lu Chong hesitated for a moment. After contemplating, he spoke. Wang Bing, you should know that my good son-in-law put this up for sale to provide everyone with a fair chance at competition. The third princess surely would not deny others even this opportunity, would she? Wang Bing, Brother Chong, I understand your point. I will discuss it with the princess and offer compensation to you and the Lu family. How does that sound? Wang Bing, Brother Chong, you know the princess is the only royal public tester. The emperor will undoubtedly support her. If you yield this time, the emperor will surely remember your loyalty to the Lu family. Lu Chong squinted, a faint smile appearing. This was a win-win solution, avoiding the emperor's ire while securing benefits for both the Lu family and himself. Lu Chong, I have indeed kept the emperor and the princess in mind. I have already stepped aside for her on numerous occasions. Haven Ti? Wang Bing, I understand. I understand that you are loyal to the royal family. If you concede this item, I will ensure the princess rewards you handsomely. Lu Chong, sigh. If the princess desires it, then so be it. I shall not contest it. However, do ensure my good son-in-law is not shortchanged, or I may reconsider. Wang Bing was speechless. What are you saying? How could I dare? You must not have received the news. The emperor has already declared that in the future, you will be a distinguished guest of the Suanio army. If any conflict arises with the army, they must first consider your situation. Lu Chong? He widened his eyes, somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that merely a day later, even the emperor would make such a decision. Lu Chong felt utterly astonished. Truly, times have changed. Chapter 80. You are the great talent of the Daxia era. Though he thought this, Lu Chong could understand. After all, Lu Kong's performance was indeed astonishing. The following day, he managed to procure even epic-level equipment. He had even brought forth such a precious job transfer item for sale. It was easy to imagine how splendid Lu Kong's future would be. Lu Chong, if that is the case, I can rest easy. My good son-in-law is indeed extraordinary. Wang Bing, 6. He, too, was speechless. This old fellow truly had thick skin. Nevertheless, Lu Chong had made a concession this time. He certainly would not directly ridicule him. At that moment, Wang Bing noticed a private message from Xia Yin. After reading the message, Wang Bing's pupils dilated slightly. He paused, exhaling deeply, and spoke in the trading group. Wang Bing, adoptive father. How about I make an initial offer, and you can let me know if it satisfies you? If not, I can increase it. Lu Kong raised an eyebrow. From Wang Bing's tone, it seemed Lu Chong would not be bidding. This led him to suspect the individual behind Wang Bing might indeed be from the royal family. As for whether Lin Yingying would be participating, Lu Kong had already excluded her from consideration. After all, the Player Management Bureau could not possibly afford this item. Moreover, Lin Yingying's sole talent destined her to walk the path of a summoner. She certainly wouldn't use such an item herself. Lu Kong, all right, make your offer. Wang Bing, let us establish a contract. I'll offer 100,000 gold coins, plus a request from Daxia. Whatever you wish to accomplish, as long as it does not harm Daxia. We will assist you. Upon seeing this message, Lu Kong could almost guarantee that the person behind Wang Bing was indeed a member of the Daxia royal family. Furthermore, they likely held a significant position within it. Surely it couldn't be the emperor? If the emperor were truly a public tester, he wouldn't be so secretive. Though Lu Kong, this price was utterly unexpected. Not to mention the gold. 100,000 gold coins was equivalent to a staggering 1 billion daxia coins. Such wealth, Lu Kang could never exhaust in his lifetime. Most importantly, the request from daxia. This was a promise from the royal family, and its value was immeasurable. Lu Kang smiled. Very well, if that is the case. Let it be at that price. Seeing Lu Kang's agreement, Wang Bing's face lit up with joy. He felt immensely grateful. Adoptive father, you are truly wonderful. You are like a father to me. This was indeed a job transfer item. Even if Lu Kang asked for a higher price, Wang Bing would have to accept it. Yet, Wang Bing had merely stated a price, and Lu Kang had agreed outright. This left Wang Bing utterly astounded. Lu Kang. No, I don't wish to gain another son as old as you. To be honest, you are the one spreading around the title of adoptive father. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing chuckled awkwardly, shifting the topic. If that is the case, shall we sign a contract? In the game, there exists a specific contractual clause, duly notarized by the cosmic server, the breach of which undoubtedly incurs severe consequences. However, even in the absence of such a contract, Lu Kang would not be concerned that Wang Bing would default on their agreement. Unless Wang Bing wished to cease their trading partnership. No issues there. Wang Bing, I will repay the 100,000 gold coins within a month. Does that work for you, adoptive father? After all, the quantity of gold coins generated by players is limited. Amassing 100,000 coins is no trivial task. Lu Kang acquiesced. Upon signing the contract, Lu Kang spoke again. Well, this is the most precious item. I have completed the purchase. Wang Bing. So, adoptive father, do you wish to return now? Shall we trade? Lu Kang, recalling the matter of the bone erosion grass, inquired. By the way, do you have any players proficient in herbalism? I need assistance in gathering a particular herb. Lu Chong. My good son-in-law, I have just the person. Wang Bing. Adoptive father. I have someone too. Lin Ying. Adoptive father. May I bring my team over? I am currently leveling up not far from the land of the undead, and one of my teammates is skilled in herbalism. Lu Kang. Very well, Lin Ying, come over. Lin Ying. Hee, adoptive father. Why not just call me Ying? Using my full name feels so formal. Lu Kang. Who are you? I don't recognize you. Lin Ying. Sobbing uncontrollably. JPG. Lu Kang's lips twitched slightly. He felt a tinge of awkwardness in calling her Ying. One might mistakenly think he was trying to act cute with such a name. Lin Ying soon arrived with her companions, and as Lu Kang waited, he found that all the elite monsters had been cleared. Leaving him with nothing to do, he decided to sit on a chair atop a platform while he waited. After a while, Lin Ying sent a private message. Adoptive father, are you currently inside the dungeon? Lu Kang. He appeared bewildered. Inside the dungeon? Wait a moment. His expression shifted suddenly as he realized something significant. The tomb had transformed into a dungeon. Was the outside now the entrance to this dungeon? How had Lin Ying and the others managed to enter? Since he had yet to exit, the environment seemed unchanged for now. Would it alter once he stepped outside? Lu Kang was dumbfounded. If Lin Ying and her team could not come in, how could he gather the bone erosion grass? After contemplating, he sent a private message. Is Fang Qi with you? He knows the way. Has the tomb entrance become a dungeon entrance? Lin Ying, indeed. Lu Kang grimaced, realizing the predicament. If Lin Ying and her team could not enter, then obtaining the bone erosion grass would be impossible. As he lacked the skills for herbalism himself, it seemed he would have to venture out. Yet, he wondered if the herb existed within the dungeon. One would assume it should, as the items previously found in the small demon camp dungeon still remained. He posted a message in the trading group. By the way, isn't there a new dungeon available now? I plan to run a dungeon and need participants to trade equipment. Who is interested? Wang Bing. Father, dear father, take me with you. Dogheadcuteness.jpg. Lu Chong. Pa. How disgraceful. Others are unable to join, so my good son-in-law, I shall accompany you this time. Lin Ying. Hee, I will go. The three responded almost instantaneously. After all, the benefits from today's small demon camp had left them craving for more. It was a public announcement, and there were rewards involved. With a new dungeon available, how could they resist coming over? Just then, Lu Kang had a sudden thought. Wait a minute, if he only brought 3 people, wouldn't that be a bit wasteful? After all, the first completion of a dungeon came with system rewards, including treasures and attribute points. Why not bring a few more people? If he filled the party, the rewards would be maximized, wouldn't they? This, in turn, would be beneficial for the players of daxia. Having concluded this, Lu Kong sent another message. The first completion should yield system rewards. Here is the plan. I will form a full team. This is a 25-person dungeon, and besides myself, there are 24 spots available. Each of you should bring 7 people with you. Once Lu Kong's words were sent, the trading group fell silent once more. Observing the quiet, Lu Kong felt a bit perplexed. He had not made a grand show of himself this time, nor had he hurt their feelings. Why was there no response? Lu Kong, what is it? Is it not feasible? Wang Bing. No, it's just that I didn't expect my adoptive father to be so magnanimous, willing to bring other players along to earn rewards. Such generosity, adoptive father. Lu Chong, truly, my good son-in-law. With such a noble spirit, you are a hero of Daxia. Lin Yingying, adoptive father, I don't know what to say. Should I just squeak a few times for you? Lu Kong, no, thank you. Chapter 81. This wretched game is unplayable. After agreeing, Lu Kong departed from the tomb. Meanwhile, Lin Yingying and the others began gathering players to form a team. When Lu Kong stepped outside the tomb, he found Lin Yingying already waiting for him. Turning to look, he saw that the place he exited had indeed transformed into a dungeon entrance. Adoptive father, you are out? Lin Yingying chirped cheerfully as she approached. Lu Kong pressed Lin Yingying's head down to prevent her from getting too close. He noticed that only Fang Qi had followed her. He found it puzzling. Didn't I ask you to bring 7 people? Why is there only 1? Lin Yingying chuckled. This opportunity is too rare. Naturally, I prioritize the players from our guild. They are on their way. Upon hearing this, Lu Kong was struck with understanding. It made sense. After all, typically, the first guild consisted of the most powerful players within a faction. With a dungeon now available, if the guild players could acquire more attributes and equipment, it would significantly ease their progress through the dungeon. Lu Kong glanced at Fang Qi. Is Fang Qi also from the first guild? Lin Yingying shook her head. He is, after all, the one coordinating with you, so I thought to bring him along. Fang Qi nodded eagerly. Hee, I am indeed benefiting from the favor of the adoptive father. Minister Lin would not have brought me otherwise. Minister Lin, you and the adoptive father are simply a perfect match. A talented man paired with a beautiful woman. As he spoke, Fang Qi gave a thumbs up. Lu Kong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What nonsense was this? Had Lin Yingying's sweet words completely won him over? How disappointing. Meanwhile, Lin Yingying was quite pleased. Her spirits lifted. Lu Kong inquired in the group about Wang Bing and Lu Chong, discovering they were also bringing players over. He learned that they, too, intended to bring members from the first guild, specifically tanks and healers. In dungeon runs, having sturdy tanks and sufficient healing was paramount. Even if their damage output was slightly lacking, they could still prevail against the boss. However, if the tanks couldn't hold their ground and the healers couldn't keep up, no amount of gear would suffice. This sentiment was shared by Wang Bing, Lu Chong, and Lin Yingying alike. After more than half an hour, a group of players rushed over. It was Lu Chong and his team. Adoptive father, we have arrived. Adoptive father, you are my real father. The fact that you are willing to take us to run a dungeon, I love you to bits. Each player's eyes lit up upon seeing Lu Kong, and they clamored excitedly to Lu Kong, exasperated, replied, quiet down. Instantly, silence fell over the crowd. Wang Bing and Lu Chong exchanged glances, both bewildered. Why were they, the leaders of the team, so easily silenced by Lu Kong? They resolved to return and give their team a proper lesson. Lu Kong smiled. I will form the party. Beginning to assemble the group, he filled all 25 slots and confirmed that the players skilled in herbalism had also arrived. Only then did he feel at ease to lead everyone into the dungeon. Inside the tomb, skeletons and corpses littered the ground. The foul stench made faces pale, inducing a wave of nausea. The dimly lit chamber was filled with indistinct shadows, sending chills down their spines. These players had never encountered such a sight before. The female players quaked with fear, and even the male players swallowed hard. Wang Bing and the warriors of the Suanio army were somewhat unfazed, particularly Jiang Su, who had been here before. However, Lu Chong and the players in Lin Yingying's team were visibly shaken. Lu Chong's face paled slightly. My good son-in-law, this ghastly place is simply too repulsive. Lin Yingying nodded fervently, inching closer to Lu Kong. Adoptive father, I am feeling a bit frightened. Lu Chong could only shake his head in exasperation. This girl certainly never missed an opportunity. Lu Kong's lips twitched slightly. We have barely begun. The real horrors lie ahead. He still remembered that foolish one. The rest of the group exchanged glances. Unable to comprehend, Liu Kong did not elaborate further, instead stating, "All right, keep your distance. These monsters are of a higher level, and your lower levels will increase their alert range." Everyone nodded obediently. The players present were primarily at levels 5 and 6, while the monsters were all level 8 or higher, indicating a significant disparity. Noticing their hesitation at the entrance, Liu Kong stepped into the tomb to begin battling the monsters. Apart from Liu Chong, Wang Bing, Lin Yingying, and Jiang Su, the rest of the players were witnessing Liu Kong's prowess for the first time. They watched in awe as Liu Kong gathered over 20 monsters from the tomb and unleashed a sweeping attack, dealing over 2,000 damage as all the monsters perished. The players' eyes widened in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping. "Is this damage for real? Over 2,000 damage? We barely dealt 50 damage to the small demon elite. This gap is simply too vast." It dawned on the multitude of players that indeed, one could not compare individuals. Liu Kong's damage output exceeded theirs by dozens of times. In truth, even Liu Chong and his companions, who had previously mixed with Liu Kong, were taken aback. Last time, the damage dealt by Liu Kong's sweeping attack was merely around 1,003 to 4 in such a short span of time. Liu Kong had astonishingly grown stronger. As the monster perished, a multitude of green orbs floated upwards, causing the players' eyes to glisten with excitement. This bounty surpassed what they had accumulated over several days of effort. Liu Kong proceeded to collect all the loot, keeping for himself the skill stones and attribute stones that he could utilize. The remainder was exchanged with Liu Chong and his 3 companions, simultaneously clearing his inventory. He had been somewhat hasty when entering the dungeon, leaving last time's drops untraded. Especially Wang Bing, who, upon receiving the Ice Spirit Mage's secret notes, felt his face flush with excitement. He had never encountered such treasures in his lifetime. Subsequently, Liu Kong continued to hunt monsters. Each tomb became a sweeping affair, though selecting the drops took a bit of time. However, having practiced for so long, Liu Kong had become quite adept at it. With just a glance, he could discern which items were more valuable, and the selection process was swift. Before long, Liu Kong arrived at a Dai's tomb. Upon seeing a Dai's form, many players couldn't help but retch. "What the hell? This little creature looks utterly bizarre," Li Ming exclaimed. "Seriously, what kind of fool would consider this thing a pet? I've truly seen it all." Wang Bing's mind was filled with questions. Liu Chong's mouth twitched as he looked at a Dai, covered in maggots. "Good son-in-law, you aren't actually planning to fight this boss, are you?" Liu Kong shrugged. "I already fought it once before." Liu Chong and Wang Bing were left in shock. Wang Bing exclaimed, "Adoptive father, you truly are a warrior." Liu Kong rolled his eyes. "Then you don't want the exquisite equipment that's coming next?" "Please, father. Wang Bing is just a bit dim-witted. Don't hold it against him." Li Ming pushed Wang Bing aside. Liu Chong nodded repeatedly, as expected of my excellent son-in-law, unconfined by the environment. Liu Kong simply smiled and charged forward. Then came the 4 consecutive hits, -477, -1023, -1500, -1933. The sheer magnitude of damage left Wang Bing and the others dumbfounded. "I can't believe I'm witnessing this. He must be a god." Indeed, 5,000 damage, and this is against an 8th level boss with formidable defenses. If it were the small demon camp's boss, that hit would have obliterated it instantly. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Yes, that attack could have easily annihilated the small demon camp's boss, and yet, they had struggled for so long, fighting tooth and nail, only to find themselves unable to defeat the boss. The thought filled many players with sorrow. This wretched game is unplayable. Chapter 82. Adoptive father calls this simple? After the onslaught, a Dai was left with barely over 2,000 health. Liu Kong's agility attribute had reached impressive heights. Even wielding a great sword, he could strike 3 to 4 times per second. As he swung the flame sword, flames flickered. Though some of his attacks were dodged or blocked by a Dai, he still inflicted considerable damage. Coupled with the heavy strike skill, in merely 3 seconds, a Dai let out a wail and collapsed. This time, Liu Kong was not inexperienced like the first encounter. He deliberately avoided the liquid A Dai spewed, remaining relatively clean. As for the loot, aside from a basic skill stone, Liu Kong opted for 2 pieces of the Undead Warrior's armor set, which were more valuable together than separately. Watching the 3 blue orbs, the players had become desensitized. Having just entered the dungeon, They felt that whatever Lu Kang did would no longer astonish them. The basic skill stone was immediately used to upgrade Copper Skin and Iron Bones to level 4. Copper Skin and Iron Bones, level 4, passive skill. Stamina 20, Strength 20, damage taken reduced by 20 points. As for the equipment, Lu Kang posted it directly in the trading group. Lin Ying had already spent all her money on the blueprint for the glimmering greatsword, thus withdrawing from the competition. Meanwhile, Wang Bing and Lu Chong were fiercely vying for it. Ultimately, Wang Bing acquired the 2 pieces for 600 gold coins each. Lu Kang then resumed hunting monsters. He received another 2 basic skill stones and 4 pieces of the Undead Warrior's armor set from Haika and Anluo. The Undead Warrior's armor set dropped by Anluo was new to Lu Kang, as during their first encounter, Anluo's loot list had contained superior items. Yet this time, there were no intermediate skill stones, no blueprints, and no unique basement keys. Lu Kang's choice was clear: he would take the set pieces. Thus, he completed his 6-piece Undead Warrior set. He also used the 2 basic skill stones to further enhance Copper Skin and Iron Bones. Copper Skin and Iron Bones, level 6, passive skill. Stamina 30, Strength 30, damage taken reduced by 30 points. The level 6 Copper Skin and Iron Bones granted a remarkable boost of 60 points to attributes, not accounting for Lu Kang's Battle Spirit and Warrior's Heart enhancements. When considering those boosts, it translated to an impressive increase of over 120 attributes. An ordinary player would only gain a meager 6 points from leveling up. This was equivalent to the attributes gained from leveling up 20 times. Additionally, with a reduction of 30 points in damage and the 10 points from the Undead Warrior set, Lu Kang could mitigate 40 points of damage from each attack, significantly enhancing his resilience. What surprised Lu Kang was that after defeating Anluo, Anluo's soul did not appear, and the basement door opened directly. Lu Kang speculated that this was likely due to the dungeon being a small world constructed by the server. Anluo's soul was no longer present, and the cosmic server had not recreated it. Fortunately, the bone erosion grass remained in its original position. A player gathering herbs approached and traded the bone erosion grass to Lu Kang. With that, Lu Kang's task was complete. Subsequently, Lu Kang led the group into the underground cavern. Upon seeing Mu Du within the magic circle, everyone was left dumbfounded. What the hell is this thing? 75,000 health? Can we even defeat it? This creature, a boss situated between the regular boss and the Lord, had absurd health and attack stats. Of course, the crowd also checked Mu Du's attributes. It was precisely because of this that they were filled with trepidation. Lin Ying suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Kang. Adoptive father, the Lord you killed earlier, it wouldn't be this one, would it? Wang Bing and Lu Chong quickly connected the dots and turned to Lu Kang. Lu Kang nodded. Exactly. The crowd was left speechless. Wait, this is a boss with over 70,000 health. Adoptive father, you can kill this? You aren't cheating, are you? Lu Kang thought to himself, your little cleverness is spot on. He replied, actually, this boss is quite manageable. The group was even more baffled at a boss with over 70,000 health. Manageable? Lu Kang, not wishing to elaborate, said, you'll see in a moment. They exchanged glances, still murmuring amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Lu Kang opened the drop list. To his astonishment, it contained only 1 legendary item, while the rest were all exquisite. Though Lu Kang had anticipated this due to the unique circumstances of their first encounter with the boss, he couldn't help but feel disappointed at the disparity in drops this time. Only 1 legendary item? It seemed that he had not yet fully surpassed the Lord level. However, the legendary item was indeed useful to Lu Kang, a mid-level skill stone. He chose to take it. The next item surprised him even more. The second item was a recipe. Potion recipe. Apprentice Undead Resistance Potion, exquisite. Using this allows one to learn the crafting method for the Apprentice Undead Resistance Potion. Learning requirement, Alchemist, drop rate, 0.00021113. This was, of course, a must-select item. The remaining items were mostly mage-related equipment and items, and Lu Kang casually selected a level 10 exquisite staff. Just as he intended to choose the 4th item, he discovered that he could only select 3 this time. It seemed that upon entering the dungeon, not only had the drop quality diminished, but the quantity had also decreased. The previous encounter must have been a stroke of luck when Mu Du was evolving. Lu Kang didn't dwell on it further and charged towards Mu Du.as before. After the magic circle's counterattack, Lu Kang reached Mu Du's side and unleashed a flurry of 4 strikes, causing high damage to erupt. Within less than 20 seconds, Mu Du was vanquished. Mu Du fell in defeat. The crowd finally came to their senses. They exchanged incredulous glances, falling into silence. The boss, nearly at the lord level, had perished just like that? And in such a pitiful manner? Only now did they grasp why Liu Kang had previously declared this boss simple. How could it not be simple? The boss hadn't moved a single time, only uttering a curse as it fell. The players' eyes sparkled with eagerness. If this was how easy it was to defeat this boss, wouldn't they all be able to tackle it with similar ease? They marveled at their newfound fortune. This game had finally allowed them to face a dungeon boss without the usual struggle. However, Liu Kang, with an expression devoid of emotion, remarked, "Don't be foolish. We simply cannot defeat this boss." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Why not? Isn't my son-in-law's defense formidable enough? Those elite monsters couldn't breach it, and we just suffered over 1,000 health from the backlash of the magic array. Who among you can even approach the array? Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, each one on the verge of tears. I had thought this boss was truly simple. My adoptive father has deceived us. What he calls simple is akin to hellish difficulty for us. We can scarcely withstand the backlash of the array, and he dares to label this as simple? What the hell? Everyone, look at the boss. At that moment, Li Ming suddenly exclaimed. The group turned their gaze towards the boss, their eyes widening in disbelief as they beheld a purple glow emanating from the corpse. Their breaths quickened. A legendary item. It is indeed a legendary item. To witness a boss drop a legendary item within my lifetime, not to mention other players, even Lin Yingying and the others, though they had seen Liu Kang post legendary items in the trading group and even glimpsed epic items. This was their first time witnessing a boss drop a legendary item with their own eyes. Seeing the crowd so exhilarated, Liu Kang chuckled. It's merely a legendary item. Why the excitement? The crowd responded with glances of resentment towards Liu Kang, feeling disinclined to speak. Forget legendary items. Even high-quality items were something they had only glimpsed in this dungeon. At that moment, the system's notification rang out. Silver Moon Village Area Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to players Liu Kang, Liu Chong, Wang Bing, Lin Yingying for being the first team to clear the Silver Moon Tomb dungeon, earning 20 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, a quality treasure chest 1, and 100 Silver Moon Village reputation. Silver Moon Village Area Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to players Liu Kang, Liu Chong, Wang Bing, Lin Yingying for being the first team to clear the Silver Moon Tomb dungeon, earning 20 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, a quality treasure chest 1, and 100 Silver Moon Village reputation. Chapter 83. The lucky and the unlucky. The entire team fell into a stunned silence, which was soon followed by an uproar. What the hell? I'm on the announcement. And there's a system reward. Treasure chests and attribute points. This is incredible. Thanks to my adoptive father, I'm going to give you a grandchild. Liu Kang cast a glance at the player who had said this, a burly man, and felt a wave of black lines on his forehead, wishing he could knock him out. If you were a cute girl, that would be fine, but a man saying such things is rather disgusting. Liu Kang felt a tinge of regret that there was only one system announcement this time, and it was for the Silver Moon Village area. However, it made sense. The previous announcement had been for clearing the dungeon for the first time, which should have been an achievement announcement. Now that the achievement was gone, there would naturally be no second announcement. Liu Chong and the others, having experienced the previous instance, were excited but not to the extent of nearly jumping with joy like the others. Wang Bing cast a serious glance at the players from the Shinbird army and said, "Aren't you going to thank my adoptive father?" The Shinbird army players, with solemn expressions, saluted Liu Kang and said, "Thank you, adoptive father." The other players, snapping back to reality, quickly followed suit, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, adoptive father. Such righteousness." Liu Kang truly had no obligation to bring them along to tackle this dungeon. In fact, he could have sold the team position. Opportunities to get on announcements and receive system rewards were certainly plentiful for players willing to pay. Yet Liu Kang chose not to, instead unconditionally bringing them along. This was a testament to Liu Kang's magnanimity. Smiling, Liu Kang waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. I hope you all can put in the effort and clear the little demon camp soon. Train well, so that when the demonic tide invades in the future, you can lend a hand." The group nodded earnestly, clearly taking Liu Kang's words to heart. Lin Yingying chimed in, "Quick, open the treasure chest. Let's see if there's anything good." Only then did the crowd remember. They had been awarded a treasure chest this time. They eagerly turned their attention to their backpacks, Ready to open their chests, Li Ming also intended to open his chest but suddenly recalled something and looked towards Wang Bing. By the way, Captain, didn't you also receive a reward from the last announcement? You never told us what you got from your treasure chest. Jiang Su and the others also turned their gaze to Wang Bing. Yeah, Captain, you clearly received a reward last time and had a treasure chest. Why didn't you mention it? Lu Chang and Lin Yingying's team members looked at Wang Bing with curiosity. As the boss. Lu Chang didn't have to disclose what he obtained from the chest to his subordinates. As for Lin Yingying, she had received a warrior skill book, and anyone could guess she had given it to her adoptive father. Wang Bing, however, didn't share with the Shinbird army members, and the others hadn't thought of it either. Hearing Li Ming's question, Wang Bing's face darkened. His expression stiffened as he replied, "What is there to say about it?" "Ha ha!" Lu Chang beside him burst into laughter. Lin Yingying stifled her giggles, her shoulders shaking. Seeing Lu Chang and Lin Yingying's reaction, Li Ming and the others were even more perplexed. "What are you two laughing about?" "Lu Dong and Lin Minister?" Li Ming was a bit dazed. Lu Chang grinned and said, "It's nothing, just recalling what Captain Wang got last time, brother gang. Are we still friends?" Wang Bing was nearly exasperated. Hastily interrupting, however, Li Ming and the others were not so easily dismissed, bombarding him with questions. Even the other players looked on with curiosity. Wang Bing could no longer bear it. His forehead was lined with black lines as he said, "What is there to talk about? I only opened a healing potion." Li Ming and the others. Everyone's minds were filled with question marks. Li Ming, somewhat worried, asked, "Is the drop rate for this chest really that low?" Lu Chang couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't worry, the drop rate is decent. Both Lin Minister and I receive quality items." The players from the Shinbird army fell silent. They looked at Wang Bing with a complex expression. Wang Bing felt overwhelmed. "Why are you all looking at me like that? It was a mistake last time. I swear, this time I'll definitely get something good." Saying this, Wang Bing gritted his teeth and opened his treasure chest. This time, he wanted to redeem himself. However, the next moment, Wang Bing's expression froze. Seeing his look, Lu Kong's lips twitched. "Brother Wang, you didn't just get another healing potion, did you? How is that possible?" "No." Wang Bing jumped up. Quickly denying it, Li Ming and the others let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Su asked, "Captain, what did you get?" Wang Bing. His lips quivered slightly as he stiffly replied, "Nothing worth seeing." Seeing Wang Bing's expression, Lu Chang couldn't help but laugh. "You didn't just get another green item, did you?" Wang Bing's eyes turned red with anger. He shot a glare at Lu Chang, wishing he could devour him whole. "Lu Dong, if you don't speak, no one will consider you a mute." Lin Yingying was also shocked. "Is it really a green item?" Lu Kong regarded Wang Bing with complex eyes. This guy might really be the unluckiest player around. Last time, he thought it was just an accident. Wang Bing had given up on himself, posting in the team chat channel that he had received an apprentice shield scroll. The group fell silent. Even Lu Kong was taken aback. Could it be that he hadn't washed his hands? Noticing that Wang Bing was beginning to doubt his existence, Lu Kong shifted the topic. "All right, you all should open yours as well." The crowd snapped back to attention and eagerly opened their treasure chests. Instantly, exclamations filled the air. "What the hell? Quality breastplate. I'm so powerful now. What the hell? Quality gloves. I'm flying." One by one, players opened their treasure chests, posting their loot. Most of the items were blue equipment, along with blue attribute stones. A few players received green items, but even those were equipment suited to their professions, and some even obtained minor skill stones. This surprised Lu Kong. The drop rate for such items was rather low. Lu Chang opened another blue piece of equipment, a cloth robe that was just right for his use. He was quite satisfied. The luckiest of all was unexpectedly Lin Yingying. Although the item she received was green, it was a blueprint for equipment. Blueprint, black iron breastplate, excellent. Upon use, it teaches the forging method for the black iron breastplate. Learning condition, blacksmith. This was perfectly suited for that blacksmith talent uncle from the Player Management Bureau. In Lu Kong's view, this item was even more valuable than components of a quality set. Lin Yingying joyfully posted in the team channel, "I can't believe my luck is still this good." This made Wang Bing's eyes turn red. Calculating everything, it seemed he was the only one with the worst loot. Why was that? Especially when Lin Yingying, of all people, had obtained something good again? Could it be that his luck was genuinely this poor? Lu Kong observed the disparity between Wang Bing and Lin Yingying. The fortunate and the unfortunate was truly staggering. Lu Kong felt a tinge of regret that no one had opened a skill book usable by him this time. Such a pity. He glanced at the treasure chest in his backpack and opened the drop list. Sure enough, it was the same as before. The first item was a legendary item, and it was equipment that suited him perfectly. Crystal stone bracers, legendary, chain armor, defense 298, strength 16, endurance 16. Each time damage is received, a layer of crystal shield is gained, reducing the damage taken by 10 points, stacking up to a maximum of 10 layers. Required level 8. The basic attributes speak for themselves. Legendary and higher tier equipment emphasize the special effects. This special effect is quite remarkable. If the crystal shield is fully stacked, it can reduce damage by 100 points. Coupled with Liu Kang's inherent toughness and the damage reduction from the Undead Warrior set, even a boss of the same level would inflict only a minimal amount of damage on him. Even when facing a lord, Liu Kang's survivability would be significantly enhanced. For a warrior, durability is paramount. Furthermore, Liu Kang possesses a lifesteal effect, allowing him to regain lost health as long as he remains steadfast. Liu Kang happily donned this equipment, feeling even more powerful. By the way, adoptive father, what did you obtain? Lin Yingying inquired curiously at that moment. Liu Kang's eyes sparkled. He had been pondering how to show off, and Lin Yingying had unwittingly provided him the perfect opportunity. Wang Bing's expression changed, to be honest. He was reluctant to know. He feared it would only deepen his wounds. However, before he could speak, Liu Kang let out a sigh. Just barely as he spoke, he presented the crystal wrist guard, Wang Bing. He felt as though his heart was already riddled with wounds. The others? Chapter 84. Jiang Ming observing the expressions of doubt on everyone's faces, Liu Kang felt a surge of satisfaction. A display of prowess won. It felt delightful. Afterwards, he traded the newly acquired equipment and casually used the intermediate skill stone he had obtained, applying it to his battle intent, raising it to level 9. Once he had processed all his rewards, Liu Kang smiled. All right, the dungeon is complete. Everyone can head back now. The crowd bid farewell to Liu Kang, who then retrieved a return scroll and instantly returned to Silver Moon Village. He had now acquired the bone-eating grass and was ready to complete his quest. Upon his return to the square, Liu Kang overheard nearby players discussing how he had once again taken a group through the dungeon. When they saw him, their eyes lit up with desire. Adoptive father, can you take me through the dungeon next time? Godfather, please take me along. I'm willing to do anything. Liu Kang was taken aback by their enthusiasm and hurriedly mounted his demonic wolf. Bolting out of the square, it was quite overwhelming, especially the gazes of the female players, which seemed to hunger for him as he traversed the village. Every player who laid eyes on Liu Kang wore expressions of envy. He swiftly arrived at the apothecary. Players waiting in line naturally parted to let him pass. Liu Kang smiled at the crowd before entering the shop. The matchmaker was concluding a transaction when she spotted Liu Kang, her expression shifting to one of surprise as she scrutinized him. Liu Kang felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze. He rubbed his face and asked, "Boss, what's the matter?" Recovering her composure, the matchmaker replied, "We and the old village chief underestimated you. You can even defeat a lord? How did you manage that?" It was hard for her to fathom, as lords were at least level 10, while Liu Kang was only level 8. Even with excellent equipment and skills, it seemed impossible to best a lord. However, the previous system notification had confirmed that Liu Kang had indeed accomplished this feat. The original inhabitants of Silver Moon Village were equally bewildered. Realizing why the matchmaker was regarding him so intently, Liu Kang chuckled. It was merely luck. I happened upon an undead mage undergoing an evolution and fortuitously interrupted it, allowing me to slay it. Liu Kang was self-aware enough to know that, given his current strength, he would certainly be unable to defeat a lord under normal circumstances. Tio solo a lord. He needed to grow stronger. An undead mage? The matchmaker's expression shifted slightly, her brow furrowing. Is it from the Pale Cult? Liu Kang was taken aback. You know of the Pale Cult, boss? The matchmaker exhaled sharply, nodding. Of course, it's a notorious cult on the central continent. And here, it's just a minor offshoot. There are many cultists roaming the Greater Marshall City area. When you venture to Greater Marshall City, you might encounter them. Liu Kang pondered her words thoughtfully. He then produced the bone-eating grass and handed it to the matchmaker. I found the bone-eating grass. Upon seeing the grass, the matchmaker's expression grew complex. After a moment of silence, she sighed and accepted the herb, if possible. I would prefer you hadn't found this herb. Liu Kang was taken aback, pondering its purpose. What is this herb used for? The matchmaker glanced at him and replied, "The old village chief needs it. But you needn't concern yourself with that. Focus on leveling up and improving yourself. When the little demon nest attacks, we will need your strength." Seeing that the matchmaker was unwilling to elaborate further, Lu Kong nodded, refraining from asking more. The matchmaker smiled. "Your quest is complete. Here's your reward." As her words fell, Lu Kong's experience surged significantly, bringing him just a step away from level 9. The matchmaker then handed him a green fruit. It was roughly the size of an apple, glistening and emitting a fragrant aroma. Lu Kong examined the fruit and read the information. Green snake fruit, spiritual fruit. Consuming it increases poison resistance by 30. Lu Kong raised an eyebrow at the attribute. An increase in resistance? Although he had yet to encounter any poison-type monsters, enhanced resistance was undoubtedly useful. He smiled at the matchmaker. "Thank you, boss." Taking a bite, he found the fruit pleasantly sweet and tangy. After finishing it, Lu Kong noticed his poison resistance had indeed increased by 30. Quite satisfactory. After confirming there were no further tasks, he bid farewell to the matchmaker. He was left with only 2 remaining quests, one for materials from the warrior minter and another to locate the little demon nest. Lu Kong inquired with Lu Chong and the others to see if they had discovered the whereabouts of the demonic tiger. Unfortunately, they had not. Resigned, Lu Kong decided to search for it himself. Coincidentally, he also intended to seek out the location of the little demon nest. Combining the 2 tasks, he mounted his demonic wolf and charged out of the village, planning to start from the east, as the little demon camp lay in that direction. Riding the demonic wolf, Lu Kong swiftly passed the area of the little demon camp and plunged deeper into the mountains. As he ventured further, the monsters he encountered grew in level. Demonic apes, demonic mountain lions, and so forth, with levels ranging from 7 to 8, then to 9. These creatures were merely ordinary monsters, yielding little of value. With even green items being a rare sight, Lu Kong, feeling disinterested, ceased to collect their drops. Utilizing the speed of his demonic wolf, he circled around, gathering all the monsters together before executing a sweeping strike to eliminate them all. After neglecting the drops, Lu Kong finally witnessed the game's true drop rates. After defeating around 100 monsters, he had obtained merely a few gray items. Quite disheartening, Lu Kong realized he seemed to be quite unlucky. Fortunately, he had his talents to rely on, rather than sheer luck. After several hours of battling, Lu Kong had cleared several hundred monsters, nearly exhausting the mountainous region. At long last, his level reached 9. Unfortunately, he still had not encountered the demonic tiger, indicating that it was not located east of the village. He hadn't even seen a trace of the little demons. Just as he was contemplating searching elsewhere, Lin Yingying sent him a message. "Adoptive father, I've discovered the area where the demonic tiger spawns." Lu Kong's eyes brightened. "Where is it?" Lin Yingying sent him a location, indicating it was to the west of the village. One of our assassins in the group, who enjoys searching for treasure, learned an invisibility skill and found the demonic tiger in the level 8 monster area west of the village. "Here's the exact location." "Great, I'll head there now." Lu Kong promptly used a return scroll and mounted his demonic wolf, racing toward the western direction of the village. The western area, like the eastern, was filled with endless mountains. Lin Yingying's indicated location was in the level 8 monster zone, quite a distance from the village entrance. After nearly an hour of running, Lu Kong arrived at the designated spot. It was a vast forest where a slender young man was crouched behind a tree. Upon seeing Lu Kong, he hurriedly ran over. "Adoptive father, over here." Lu Kong approached. "You're the one who found the demonic tiger." The young man nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, that's me. I'm Jiang Ming. I aspire to be a treasure hunter. While searching for treasure, I happened to see the demonic tiger, and then I thought of what Minister Lin mentioned, so I notified her." Lu Kong smiled and traded 1 gold to Jiang Ming. "This is a token of gratitude." "Huh?" Jiang Ming was momentarily stunned. Then he quickly shook his head. No, adoptive father, you're the pride of our Disya players. This is just a small matter. No need for thanks." Lu Kong chuckled. "You should accept it. I've searched for ages without finding the demonic tiger, and you've saved me a lot of time. Unfortunately, I don't have any assassin gear on me. Otherwise, I would have equipped you directly." Jiang Ming hesitated. Coming from an ordinary family, he sought treasure not merely for adventure, but to earn money. 1 gold equated to 10,000. He felt tempted yet embarrassed to accept it. He believed he had done little more than casually report a location. You should take it. Observing Jiang Ming's continued hesitation, Lu Kong pressed on. Jiang Ming regained his composure and smiled sheepishly. Foster father, how about this? I shall forego the gold and instead, would you grant me a place on your friends list? Lu Kong raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment before responding. Adding you as a friend is acceptable. But you must keep the gold. After all, you have rendered assistance, and I would feel remiss if I did not express my gratitude. Faced with Lu Kong's insistence, Jiang Ming reluctantly agreed to the transaction. Subsequently, Lu Kong sent a friend request to Jiang Ming, having disabled the option for him to initiate the request. Once Jiang Ming was added to his friends list, Lu Kong smiled and said, Very well, you may return to your own affairs. I shall be entering now. Jiang Ming nodded repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much, foster father. Farewell. Lu Kong nodded in acknowledgement, mounting his demonic wolf and venturing into the forest where the demonic tigers resided. As Jiang Ming watched the demonic tigers chase after Lu Kong into the depths of the forest, he retracted his gaze, feeling a sense of admiration. His foster father was truly kind-hearted and remarkably formidable. The equipment he possessed appeared incredibly impressive. Jiang Ming resolved to work harder, aspiring to emulate his foster father and become an exceptional player. As Lu Kong delved deeper into the forest inhabited by the demonic tigers, he encountered a significant number of them, with their levels steadily increasing from 8 onward. By the time he reached the forest's innermost region, the demonic tigers had reached level 10. There, he spotted a colossal tree, thick enough for a dozen people to embrace, its canopy resembling a vaulted ceiling that obscured the sunlight. Beneath this giant tree lay a massive, nearly 10-meter-long demonic tiger, its pitch-black form sprawled in slumber. Lu Kong raised an eyebrow and cast a detection spell. Demonic Tiger King, boss, level, 10 health, 12,000 attack, 130 description. The ruler of the demonic tigers, the overlord of the forest. Lu Kong's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was the creature he sought. He opened the loot list and was astonished to find the first item was a purple legendary artifact, the intermediate skill stone. Without hesitation, he made his selection. The second item was a quest item. Demonic Tiger Spine, unique. An excellent forging material drop rate. 100. Perhaps due to Lu Kong having accepted the quest, this item's drop rate was guaranteed. The subsequent items were standard quality gear, all at level 10. After some consideration, Lu Kong chose a level 10 chainmail belt, reasoning that if he didn't find better equipment by level 10, he could use this belt. Tiger King's belt, fine. Chainmail, defense 233, strength 9, stamina 10, required level 10. Having made his selections, Lu Kong charged toward the demonic Tiger King. The beast, still in slumber, was caught off guard by the sudden assault. Before it could rise, Lu Kong's flame greatsword was already swinging with ferocity, delivering a 4-hit combo. Normal attack -450, critical hit -1822, savage strike -998, sweep -1021. Given the demonic Tiger King's higher level, only the critical hit registered a critical strike. The other 3 attacks did not. Nevertheless, the total damage exceeded 4,000, an impressive feat for a level 10 boss, as this initial burst of power had already whittled down a third of its health. The demonic Tiger King let out a pained roar in response to the substantial damage. It sprang to its feet, its massive form towering over 2 meters high, even exceeding Lu Kong's height. Its enormous claws glimmered with dark demonic energy as they swiped at Lu Kong. Lu Kong raised his greatsword defensively, clang. The force of the blow sent him staggering back 2 steps, and a damage number floated above his head. -57. Lu Kong raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping across his face. Indeed, with his current stamina exceeding 400 points, coupled with the defense from his chainmail and damage reduction effects, as well as the mitigation from blocking, even a level 10 boss inflicted only minimal damage upon him. Moreover, with each attack he endured, his crystal shield stacked an additional layer, meaning that subsequent damage would be reduced by another 10 points. At this rate, once he accumulated 6 layers of crystal shield, as long as Lu Kong could block the attacks, even the level 10 demonic Tiger King would be incapable of inflicting damage. Given that this was a boss with a level higher than his own, the fact that it couldn't break through his defenses was a testament to Lu Kong's formidable resilience. Lu Kong was more than capable of tanking the demonic Tiger King and overpowering it. He swung his greatsword, evading the beast's claw attacks while counterattacking. The greatsword struck the demonic Tiger King multiple times, each hit inflicting significant damage, causing its health to plummet at an alarming rate. When the demonic Tiger King's health dipped below 50%, it emitted a furious roar that reverberated through the air, crashing against Liu Kang. -9. Seeing the damage number, Liu Kang couldn't help but chuckle. If even its skills could only deal such minimal damage, one could only wonder how the demonic Tiger King would feel if it possessed intelligence. Alas, despite being a boss, the demonic Tiger King was still of low intelligence. Driven solely by primal instincts, it continued to roar angrily, determined to attack Liu Kang again. Before long, with Liu Kang's relentless assault, its health fell below 10%. Unfortunately, before it could unleash a skill with that remaining health, Liu Kang's 4-hit combo struck it down, leaving it in a heap on the ground. The immense corpse emitted 3 orbs of light, 2 blue and 1 purple. Liu Kang felt quite satisfied. This was his first encounter with a boss-level creature, and it had yielded a legendary drop. He consumed the intermediate skill stone, and as he had suspected, upon reaching level 9 in his combat spirit, he would require a higher skill stone for further enhancement. While there were still many skills he could upgrade using the intermediate skill stone, he was reluctant to waste it on skills that could be improved with a lower skill stone. Only the sweep and greatsword mastery skills were exclusive to the intermediate skill stone for enhancement. After some deliberation, Liu Kang decided to invest the intermediate skill stone into greatsword mastery. His mastery level rose to 5. Increasing the damage dealt with greatswords by 50%, Liu Kang's damage output saw yet another boost. He collected the quest item that had dropped, ready to return and complete the task. Using a return scroll, Liu Kang arrived back in Silver Moon Village. Upon reaching the tavern, he quickly located his inebriated warrior mentor, Battle Axe, nursing a drink in the corner. "Mentor, I have returned." Battle Axe looked up, the scar crossing his cheek still as menacing as ever. He burped, "Ah, it's you, lad. You completed the task faster than I anticipated. But then again, if you can slay a lord, defeating a boss should be a walk in the park, right? Too bad there aren't any lord-level demonic tigers near Silver Moon Village. Otherwise, I'd send you to fetch that material for me." Battle Axe rambled on, leaving Liu Kang feeling quite exasperated. If he were to fight a lord-level demonic tiger, it would be more prudent to eliminate him instead. He was far from capable of battling a boss of that caliber. His previous encounter had been a sheer stroke of luck. Liu Kang forced a chuckle and replied, "Mentor Battle Axe, here is the demonic tiger spine. Take a look." He retrieved the bloodied white spine and placed it before Battle Axe. Nodding in approval, Battle Axe declared, "No problem. You've completed the task." With that, the quest for the weapon materials was marked as finished, and Liu Kang's experience surged significantly. Following this, Battle Axe produced a skill book and handed it to Liu Kang. "Here, this is the skill book I promised you. My unique secret technique." Liu Kang's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted the skill book. "Thank you, mentor." He learned the skill and examined its details. Counterattack, level 1. When taking damage, you can retaliate against the target, inflicting significant damage. When receiving 1,000 points of damage, it reaches its maximum potential, causing 500 damage with a cooldown of 10 seconds. This skill, Liu Kang gasped in astonishment. It was incredibly powerful, truly deserving of the title of a unique secret technique. Even at level 1, it could deal a staggering 500 damage. Such a feat was almost unheard of, even among legendary skills. However, the skill's drawback was evident. It required the user to take damage. The more health one lost, the greater the damage potential. For a level 10 warrior, losing 1,000 health points was exceedingly rare. Only a select few could achieve such a feat yet. For someone like Liu Kang, whose health approached 5,000, reaching that threshold of damage was trivial. Considering the mechanics, it appeared that for every 200 health points lost, one could gain an additional 100 damage. This realization brought clarity to Liu Kang's mind. For average players, this skill might merely serve as a decent offensive option. But for Liu Kang, engaging with lord-level monsters and losing 1,000 health points was a mere trifle. This effectively granted him frequent access to a 500 burst damage skill, with only a 10-second cooldown. Coupled with Liu Kang's lifesteal abilities, which would allow him to recover some health, this skill was indeed a godsend for battling bosses. Moreover, its potential for growth was substantial, as players tended to accumulate greater health as they progressed, making the loss of 1,000 health a trivial matter in later stages. Even ordinary players could achieve the maximum counterattack damage of 500 IT, was in the later stages that this skill would truly shine. However, given Liu Kang's exceptional attributes, even in the early stages, it was an immensely powerful offensive skill. He felt exhilarated. With this skill, the prospect of taking down Lord-level monsters seemed increasingly feasible. Thank you, Mentor. I truly appreciate this skill. Zhang Fu glanced at Liu Kang and chuckled. It seems you are aware of the formidable power of this skill. Only those with a sufficiently high health pool can truly unleash its potential. By the way, what is your current health? Liu Kang smiled and replied, over 4,000, nearly 5,000. His base endurance was already at 100 points, and with his luxurious equipment, he had added over 100 to his endurance. Coupled with the enhancements from Battle Intent and the Warrior's Heart, reaching 5,000 health was imminent. Zhang Fu? Upon hearing this, he was momentarily bewildered, even jolting back to sobriety. He stared wide-eyed at Liu Kang. How much health? Liu Kang was taken aback. Almost 5,000. Why? 5,000. Zhang Fu sprang from his chair, his voice drawing the attention of several locals and players in the tavern. The locals quickly returned to their conversations, but the players began to whisper amongst themselves upon noticing Liu Kang beside Zhang Fu. Isn't that the adoptive father? What did he say to astonish the warrior mentor so? Something about 5,000. What 5,000? I don't know. A throng of players buzzed with curiosity, fixated on the unfolding scene. Zhang Fu, realizing his gaffe, cleared his throat and sat back down, yet his gaze upon Liu Kang was akin to that of a creature of legend. You possess 5,000 health? How did you achieve this? His voice, though low, trembled with shock. Zhang Fu murmured to himself, even with a full set of exquisite gear, one cannot attain such health at this level. Can they? No, even a complete set of legendary equipment should fall short. One's base endurance must be significantly high. Suddenly, he recalled a question and turned to Liu Kang. What is your base endurance? Liu Kang replied. 100. He then expressed a hint of regret. Unfortunately, the limit for us Yuanqing humans is capped at 100, and we cannot enhance it further. Zhang Fu exclaimed. Ah? His mouth agape, his expression momentarily vacant, his previously menacing visage now appeared somewhat comical. What's wrong? Zhang Fu swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on Liu Kang as if beholding a deity. Your base endurance has reached its limit? Liu Kang nodded. Yes, is there a problem? Zhang Fu nodded, then shook his head. No, no problem at all. His expression contorted as he exclaimed, You are nothing short of a monster. He took a series of deep breaths to steady his astonishment, then regarded Liu Kang thoughtfully. Now I finally understand why you were able to slay the Lord. His gaze towards Liu Kang grew increasingly intricate. Perhaps you will become a formidable force traversing the cosmos. Liu Kang was taken aback by Zhang Fu's statement and inquired with curiosity, what does it mean to be a top-tier powerhouse traversing the cosmos? Zhang Fu fell into reverie, lamenting, in our time, the leader of the Silver Moon humans, Lord Ming. Although he reached the demigod level and could traverse a star domain, even surviving briefly within a star, was still not considered a top-tier powerhouse. I have heard that true top-tier powerhouses can extinguish stars with a breath, annihilate star systems with a wave of their hand, and even battle on neutron stars, easily escaping the grasp of black holes. That is the realm of the divine. Liu Kang? As he listened to Zhang Fu's words, a shiver ran down his spine. What? Extinguishing stars with a breath, annihilating star systems with a gesture. That sounds like a superhero, battling on neutron stars. The gravity there must be immense. It is 200 billion times that of Earth. Any matter would be crushed into neutrons. To fight in such an environment, even escape the pull of a black hole? No wonder they are referred to as deities. What ordinary being could achieve such feats? With such power, the entire universe would be unable to confine oneself. I might actually have hope to become such an existence. Liu Kang felt a sense of disorientation. A peculiar flame ignited within him. Understanding this level of existence stirred a burgeoning ambition within Liu Kang. Perhaps he could indeed aspire to become such a being? Zhang Fu, noticing the fervor in Liu Kang's eyes, chuckled softly. Liu Kang, while you possess the potential to become such a powerhouse, the likelihood remains rather slim. Liu Kang paused, slightly bewildered. Why do you say that? Zhang Fu explained. You yourself mentioned that your endurance limit is 100 points. Correct? Liu Kang's heart sank as he nodded. Yes, the system indicates this is the essence of Yuanqing humans. Zhang Fu smiled lightly. Indeed, that is the essence of your race. This reflects the innate potential of a species. Our Silver Moon humans have a limit of 120 points during the apprenticeship phase, slightly stronger than your Yuanqing humans. Some races have limits of only a few dozen points, even less than that of Yuanqing humans. This is the fundamental potential of a race. The greater the potential, the easier the path ahead, and the higher the limit. Our Silver Moon humans possess slightly greater potential than yours, yet even the mightiest among us is merely a demigod. The future path for your Yuanqing humans may prove more arduous. Hearing this, Lukong's heart grew heavier. Zhanfu, noticing Lukong's frown, smiled gently. Do you know what the attribute limit is for the most powerful race I have encountered during their apprenticeship phase? Lukong snapped back to reality, shaking his head. No, I do not. Zhanfu's expression turned bittersweet as he spoke slowly. That is the race endowed with deities. Their apprenticeship phase attribute limit is 5,000 points. Chapter 87. Methods to Enhance Potential 5,000. Lukong's pupils widened, his eyes brimming with astonishment. He had assumed that the base attribute limits of all races were relatively similar. However, reality dealt him a crushing blow. If the apprenticeship phase, presumably below level 10, had a base attribute limit of 5,000, how much stronger would that be compared to ordinary races? Lukong found it hard to fathom. Observing Lukong's shocked expression, Zhanfu chuckled. The universe is far grander than you imagine. Some races are born amidst stars, flourishing under stellar flares. Others thrive in frigid temperatures below zero, naturally dancing with ice and snow. There are even beings formed directly from matter in the vacuum of space, capable of existing there effortlessly, with cosmic rays as gentle as a breeze, and planets merely their sustenance and toys. As Zhanfu spoke, Lukong's expression grew increasingly incredulous. This world was vastly more expansive than he had ever envisioned. Seeing Lukong's solemn demeanor, Zhanfu grinned, the scars on his face appearing even more pronounced. However, you need not be overly pessimistic. Such races are exceedingly rare. The majority of races, like you and me, are merely ordinary beings born and raised on a single planet, with potential disparities not being too vast. For instance, among the 4 races on this rookie continent of Orion, the potential of the 3 races, Yuan Ren, Ban Ruan Xingshi Ren, and He Mu Xing Huli Ren, is quite comparable to that of your Yuanqing humans. If the potential differences were too great, they would not be assigned to the same rookie continent. The cosmic server is still quite fair in this regard. Hearing this, Lukong felt a measure of relief. If such monsters as those born in the sun emerged on their rookie continent, what hope would they have? Lukong suddenly recalled something and looked at Zhanfu expectantly. By the way, Minter, you just mentioned I have hope to become a powerhouse? Since the potential disparities are so significant, where lies that hope? Zhanfu smiled. There are many methods to enhance racial potential. For example, the simplest method is to fuse with the bloodlines of other races. Transforming from a pure Yuanqing human into another race, in doing so, your potential limit would rise accordingly. Lukong, humans have their limits, so am I to cease being human? If possible, he still preferred to remain human. Are there any other methods? Zhanfu chuckled softly. Of course, for instance, through advancement challenge tasks. Every being, when advancing, will unlock challenge tasks. The difficulty of these tasks can be chosen. The higher the difficulty of the completed task, the greater the enhancement of potential limits. Moreover, each time you level up afterward, the attributes gained will also increase significantly, along with various other rewards. This revelation caused Lukong's eyes to light up. If he could complete the highest difficulty challenge tasks every time, then his potential limit would gradually rise. Perhaps he could catch up to those terrifying divine races. Observing Lukong's expression of delight, Zhanfu grew slightly serious. However, there is something I must inform you. Seeing Zhanfu's seriousness, Lukong paused. Minter, what is it? Each player can only undertake their challenge tasks 3 times. If all 3 attempts fail, they will be unable to advance for the rest of their lives. Hearing this, Lukong was momentarily stunned. Quickly grasping the gravity of the situation, if he wished to attain higher potential, he would have to opt for high-difficulty advancement tasks. However, such tasks were evidently not easy to accomplish. Failing 3 times would mean being barred from further advancement. This effectively closed off the path for players to continuously strive for progress. Lukong's mood grew somber. Despite his current strength, he did not dare claim he could complete high-difficulty advancement tasks. Noticing Lukong's contemplative demeanor, Zhanfu continued. Additionally, every time a challenge task fails, a waiting period is required before one can attempt to advance again. The higher the level, the longer the waiting time. Even more punitive failures await, such as the loss of equipment. reduction in attributes, and even the potential decline in skill levels, Lu Kong grimaced. This wretched game is exceedingly difficult. It's one thing to limit failures to 3 attempts, but imposing penalties for each failure? How can one possibly challenge their limits under such circumstances? Zhanfu chuckled. Therefore, when advancing, one must be thoroughly prepared and possess self-awareness, choosing the advancement tasks in which you have the utmost confidence. Lu Kong nodded thoughtfully. Then a realization struck him, and his expression changed as he spoke. What about those beings that are incredibly powerful from birth? Do they undertake the same advancement tasks as us? If that's the case, wouldn't they be able to consistently complete the highest level advancements? The notion of a player with 5,000 attributes doing the same task left him flabbergasted. Zhanfu reassured him, you need not worry. The difficulty of advancement tasks is determined by race. Thus, players of different races face varying levels of difficulty, and even the content of each player's advancement tasks differs. Lu Kong exhaled in relief. So that's how it is, then I can accept that he resolved that, even at the risk of failure, he would choose the highest difficulty for his first attempt. If he succeeded, his potential would be greatly enhanced. If he failed, he would gain a clearer understanding of his shortcomings. Zhanfu regarded Lu Kong with a serious expression. To be frank, in my many years of experience and having encountered numerous players, I have never seen anyone quite like you among those of around 100 potential. This is why I believe you might have the hope of becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. Lu Kong beamed. Then it seems I must strive to become that formidable force traversing the universe, so that my mentor's discernment is duly recognized. Zhanfu laughed heartily. Then go for it. His expression turned serious. However, the path to becoming such a powerhouse is fraught with challenges. Presently, the first trouble awaits you. If Silvermoon Village is destroyed, it will undoubtedly affect you, correct? Lu Kong nodded, his expression grave. Rest assured, mentor, I will help defend Silvermoon Village. One can only hope. After bidding farewell to Zhanfu, Lu Kong realized that his gaming time for the day was nearly at an end. He had accomplished quite a bit today, having attempted dungeons 3 times. One of which was the initial raid of the Silvermoon Tomb. Compared to yesterday, when he had barely managed to finish the Little Demon Camp, his progress had seen a significant leap. This was primarily due to his equipment continually strengthening, his skill levels rising, and his overall power increasing dramatically. He hoped to locate the Little Demon Nest by tomorrow. After all, Silvermoon Village had only 5 days to prepare, and time was of the essence. Lu Kong began managing the gold he had earned today, discovering he possessed nearly 7,000 gold coins. After some contemplation, he decided to sell 5,000 gold coins for 50 million in cash. After settling his debts, he intended to enjoy life with the remaining sums.as for the rest of the gold. He planned to keep it in the game. Although he didn't currently need the money, who could say what the future held? It was prudent to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Given that this game involved the reality of the entire Yuan Star, money was of paramount importance to the average player. All the wealthy individuals were fixated on the trading platform. Even when Lu Kong listed 5,000 gold coins, they were sold out within moments. Lu Kong's account swelled by 50 million after managing the gold and confirming there were no pressing matters. He exited the game. Chapter 88. The invasion of demonic energy in reality. Lu Kong awoke in his single apartment. Sitting up, he immediately took out his phone to check his online banking information. Indeed, a balance of over 50 million lay quietly in his account. A smile of excitement spread across Lu Kong's face. This was no dream. He was finally about to be free of debt. The pressure that had loomed over him since incurring debt had vanished without a trace. Only those who have truly been in debt, struggling to repay it, can comprehend such anguish. However, from this moment forth, his life would no longer resemble what it once was. Money had become the least significant aspect of his existence. Lu Kong quickly dialed his mother, Du Shuefa. After a few rings, a somewhat fatigued voice answered. Hello, son. What is the matter? Lu Kong hesitated, frowning. Mom, are you still working the night shift? I told you I would earn money to pay off the debts. Du Shuefa chuckled softly. Of course, I know your capabilities. Earning millions in the game is impressive, but we must be cautious. What if you can't earn enough later? Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you truly can't manage it, at least we'll have repaid a portion, and life will gradually improve. Hearing his mother's gentle voice made Lu Kong's heart warm. He smiled and replied, Mom, you don't need to work the night shift anymore. I earned 50 million today. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Du Shuefa seemed momentarily stunned, and after a brief pause, Her astonished voice came through. How much? 50 million. I earned 50 million in just one day. And there will be more to come. We don't need to worry about money anymore. Liu Kong could distinctly sense the weight of breath on the other end of the line. His smile widened, radiating joy. After enduring for so long and bearing such pressure, his mother could finally release her burdens. Du Shui's voice trembled. Are you serious, son? Liu Kong nodded. Absolutely true. I'll transfer 30 million to you right now. After you settle the debts, use the remaining money as you wished. No, that's too much. I can't possibly spend that much money. You should save it well. Once the debts are cleared, we need to consider your lifelong matters. Liu Kong thought to himself, there's even a corporate president in the game calling me her son-in-law. He could only imagine how many women would line up to warm his bed. Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought, realizing that if he did, his mother's personality might compel her to start matchmaking him the very next day. Liu Kong chuckled. I still have 20 million left. I won't need much for myself. Before our family went bankrupt, you used to spend money too, right? You've worked hard these years. Treat yourself to some pampering, do some yoga. As for traveling, let us hold off for now. Monsters from the game could appear outside at any moment, and it wouldn't be safe. Suddenly, Liu Kong paused, hearing faint sobs on the other end of the phone. He fell silent for a moment before smiling. Mom, you're not crying from happiness, are you? The sobbing abruptly ceased. How could that be? Your mother is not the type to cry. I don't even remember the last time I cried. Liu Kong thought to himself about how she had locked herself away in her room. Heartbroken when Dad passed away. She probably thought he couldn't hear her, but he was right outside the door at that time. Yet, he chose not to mention this, wanting to spare her from sadness. Liu Kong laughed. I thought you might be crying. Just take the money. All right, I'll help you save it for now. You really don't need to die. It's only the second day, and I've already made 50 million. Tomorrow will be even better. By the way, I almost forgot to ask. What exactly are you doing in the game to earn so much? Du Shui's voice came through, laced with surprise. Liu Kong hesitated before responding with a smile. You don't need to worry about that right now. I can't disclose game information at the moment. If he revealed his identity to his mother, who knew whether that would be considered a breach of the privacy agreement? If it were perceived as such, others could easily track him down. Upon hearing Liu Kong's words, Du Shui fell silent for a moment before saying, All right then, it seems the world is changing. Your success in the game is a good thing. Yes, Mom. Please don't share any details about my game activities with others. Don't worry. After all these years of ups and downs, do you think I don't understand this? I won't mention it to anyone. That's good. I'll transfer the money to you now, and you can start repaying the debts. Liu Kong paused before continuing. By the way, once you've cleared your debts, how about coming to Shanghai City to live with me? No one knows how the monsters from the game will emerge, and if you're here, I can't protect you. This made Du Shui ponder for a moment. After some thought, she replied with a smile. Once I've paid off the debts, I'll come to Shanghai City to take a look. Whether to stay or not can be discussed later. Sure. Liu Kong smiled. His experiences in the game over the past couple of days had made him acutely aware of the increasing dangers in the real world. He genuinely felt uneasy leaving his mother to live alone. What if she encountered a monster? What would they do then? Moreover, due to his need to conceal his identity, many things were inconvenient for him to do. However, Du Shui had no such concerns. She could act on his behalf. For instance, if Liu Kong wanted to rent a better apartment, he couldn't register under his identity, but Du Shui could easily do so using her name. Given his current financial situation, he could even purchase a property. Although housing prices in Shanghai were steep, with prime areas requiring 30 to 40,000 per square meter, Liu Kong could earn enough in a few days to afford a luxurious estate. This was something to consider once his mother arrived. After hanging up the phone, Liu Kong promptly transferred the money to Du Shui. Afterward, Liu Kong ordered a breakfast takeaway and began scrolling through his phone. Naturally, the information about players was his primary concern. He accessed the Cosmic Game Forum and started browsing the official posts. A pinned thread quickly captured Liu Kong's attention. Demonic energy invasion occurs. 3 dead, 3 injured. The occurrence of a demonic energy invasion. He hastily clicked on the post, which contained a brief news article. At 3:40 in the morning, a black demonic energy appeared in the outskirts of Unta City, Donglin Province. Eyewitnesses reported that demons emerged from the demonic energy, resulting in the tragic deaths of 3 civilians and injuries to 3 others. The demons were subsequently dealt with by members of the Player Management Bureau who arrived on the scene. A reminder was issued. All civilians encountering a demonic energy invasion must immediately notify the Player Management Bureau. The news was accompanied by photos and short videos. Due to the dim lighting and the suburban location where the invasion occurred, the video and photos were not very clear, but one could still make out the details. The image depicted a small, grotesque figure shrouded in black mist. Liu Kang was all too familiar with this creature. It was a little demon. Moreover, it was a little demon warrior. Liu Kang was somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected the invasion to involve an elite monster right from the outset. The little demon in the photo was situated outside a dilapidated building, surrounded by several equipped players. Clearly, this was the situation after the Player Management Bureau had arrived. The damaged building beside the little demon was likely the site of the incident. Liu Kang clicked on the video. In it, players collaborated with law enforcement officers, using firearms in conjunction with their skills to bring down the little demon. He noticed that the little demon's defenses seemed formidable. The handgun barely inflicted any damage, merely causing superficial wounds. Ultimately, it was through a clever distraction by the players that the little demon was shot in the head with a sniper rifle, resulting in its demise. Liu Kang also observed that, perhaps due to the little demon's transition into reality, it did not appear to have a health bar like in the game. After being shot in the head, it simply collapsed without the usual health bar fading away. It was possible that the little demon still possessed data, but was affected by the rules of reality, thus differing from the game's mechanics. Of course, it was also plausible that the sniper rifle's damage was so substantial that it killed the little demon instantly, rendering the health bar invisible. Only by witnessing it firsthand could one see the health bar. Liu Kang's mind was racing with thoughts. Just then, he heard a roar from outside the window. His expression changed, and he quickly dashed to the window to look outside. Chapter 89. Transformation of Monsters. Liu Kang resided in the suburbs of Shanghai City, where his apartment overlooked a large square. Surrounding the square were shopping malls, hospitals, schools, and other facilities, constituting a vibrant residential area. At that moment, a massive black dog, approximately 1 meter 30 to 40 in height and emanating dark mist, appeared in the square. Its eyes glowed crimson as it lunged at a nearby woman. The woman's face turned pale. Faced with such a ferocious beast, she could scarcely stand, let alone flee. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, her screams capable of shattering glass. Witnessing this, Liu Kang's expression shifted, and he contemplated leaping from the window to rescue her. Although his floor was over 10 meters high, his attributes had become akin to those of a small superhero. With equipment bonuses, his stamina exceeded 200 points, making a 10-meter drop inconsequential for him. Not only could he handle it, but even a moderately skilled warrior could jump from such a height without issue. However, he was still a bit far from the square, and he wasn't certain he could save her. At that moment, a man clad in heavy plate armor suddenly approached at remarkable speed, colliding forcefully with the black dog. The creature staggered back a few steps. Coming to a halt, Liu Kang recognized this maneuver all too well. It was the charge of a warrior. He breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew his hand from the window. The man's equipment was rather basic, a mix of white and gray hues. In truth, aside from the Silver Moon village where Liu Kang resided, players in other novice villages were struggling immensely. Liu Kang discarded plenty of green equipment daily, and even ordinary players could occasionally snag 1 or 2 items if luck was on their side. Not to mention, Liu Kang had already completed 2 instances, while the Silver Moon Tomb's level was too high. Many players could now farm the little demons in the Little Demon Camp. The drop rate for elite little demons was certainly decent, with white items being almost guaranteed and, with good fortune, green equipment might drop. Other novice villages did not enjoy such privileges. The players there typically donned a mix of gray and white gear. Only those top-tier teams qualified to challenge bosses might occasionally score a green item if luck favored them. But such occurrences were rare. The warrior before Liu Kang was just an ordinary player. Fortunately, the black dog wasn't particularly strong. Otherwise, the man's charge would not have been enough to stagger it. Liu Kang cast a detection spell, and to his surprise, data appeared. Demonic pet dog, novice level 2. Originally an ordinary pet dog, it was completely transformed into a monster after being corrupted by demonic energy. This data left Liu Kang astonished. There was no level, health, or attack stats, only a brief description. What intrigued Liu Kang was that this demonic pet dog was classified as a novice level 2. This differed somewhat from the levels of players and wild monsters in the game. Liu Kong speculated that the internal datization of the cosmic online game was a result of the immense power of the cosmic server. The game world existed as a separate realm, governed by rules that diverged from those of reality. Thus, monsters that emerged after the demonic energy invasion fell within the realm of real-world rules, lacking detailed classifications of level, health, and attack. They were merely assigned a basic tier. Liu Kong pondered this, believing that Novice Level 2 was likely comparable to an ordinary Level 2 monster. However, since it lacked health and attack stats, it did not adhere strictly to the game's data. In the game, although attacking the head or heart might inflict critical damage, it would not be fatal in reality. Striking those areas could prove lethal if defenses were breached. As Liu Kong contemplated this, he observed the battle unfolding in the square. The warrior player appeared to lack combat proficiency, but he had undoubtedly experienced monster hunting before. Although somewhat flustered and briefly forced back by the demonic pet dog, he quickly regained his composure. Leveraging his strength and the advantage of wielding a weapon, he took the initiative. The warrior player gradually found his rhythm in combat, coupled with his cautious demeanor. The Level 2 monster posed little threat to him. Before long, he struck the demonic pet dog in the neck with his sword. Blackish-red blood gushed forth as the creature howled and fell. A wisp of black mist gradually dissipated from its corpse. In a loot drop, Liu Kong observed the lifeless body of the demonic pet dog. Deep in thought, it appeared that the demonic energy invasion differed indeed from the game. Monsters lacked specific data and did not drop items. Liu Kong instinctively attempted to check for loot, only to discover that no drop list was available. This situation confirmed his suspicions. Items would not drop if there was no loot list. In the square, a crowd of onlookers erupted into cheers, rushing to converse with the man. The male player wore a broad smile, clearly pleased with himself. This was only natural. Any ordinary person suddenly endowed with extraordinary power, coupled with the adulation of many, would likely feel a sense of pride. Liu Kong also noticed several attractive women exchanging contact information with the man, who accepted each request without hesitation. Suddenly, Liu Kong thought of himself. If his identity were revealed, would he be besieged by a horde of terrifying female players, unable to step outside? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. How terrifying! After a while, several officials clad in black uniforms arrived. Liu Kong recognized the uniforms as belonging to the Player Management Bureau. The officials exchanged a few words with the male player, but Liu Kong couldn't discern the details, despite his enhanced attributes and improved hearing. The distance was simply too great. After their discussion, the officials removed the corpse of the demonic pet dog, cleaning up even the blood. Liu Kong surmised that the blood of the monsters might also harbor demonic energy, posing potential risks to ordinary individuals. As the Player Management Bureau officials departed, the assembled crowd gradually dispersed. Liu Kong observed that the male player had stowed his equipment away, accompanied by two attractive women as they left. He withdrew his gaze and returned to his bed. Having witnessed a demonic energy invasion firsthand, Liu Kong gained a clearer understanding of the phenomenon. This was merely the beginning. If a large-scale invasion occurred, resulting in numerous pets being transformed, a significant number of monsters would likely emerge. And that did not even account for elite monsters arising from the demonic energy. He wondered if the demonic energy could directly invade human bodies, leading to potential corruption and transformation of humanity. The thought sent a chill down his spine. He hoped it wouldn't come to that. Shaking his head, he decided to stop overthinking and resumed browsing the official posts of the cosmic online game. In addition to the pinned thread about the demonic energy invasion, there were several other posts detailing players who had broken the law after gaining power. Some players, emboldened by their heightened agility, had broken into others' homes to steal, predominantly rogue players. Others had resorted to zero-cost shopping, targeting luxury goods stores and gold shops. Most astonishingly, a group of 10 players had even banded together to rob a bank. The players, both terrestrial and aerial, were utterly bewildered. What surprised them the most was that 3 players had managed to escape and are now on the run, undoubtedly being pursued by the Player Management Bureau. It is reasonable to assume that the Bureau will not let them off lightly. The official stance towards law-breaking players is severe, with no leniency afforded, whether it be zero-yuan purchases or burglary. The consequences are dire. The prisons designed for players are not ordinary cells. They are specifically tailored to confine players, guarded by members of the Shanbird Army, the elite of the Daxia. Especially notable is Wang Bing and his group, who generously bestowed all their discarded green gear upon their allies. Point 1 can easily surmise the immense strength the Shinbird army possesses. Under their watch, escape is virtually impossible for a lifetime. However, it is rumored that exceptional behavior might warrant a reduction in sentence or even release. Lu Kang was taken aback. How could these players be so foolish? Did they truly believe that acquiring such modest power would enable them to oppose an entire empire like Dacia? Having stood at the pinnacle of the world for so many years, how could it be so easily challenged? Chapter 90. Turbulent times. In fact, it wasn't just within Dacia that Lu Kang observed posts. He also came across messages from foreign netizens. Players from other countries were equally restless. The more powerful nations, much like Dacia, had established their own player management bureaus. Even if ambitious individuals arose, the authorities would swiftly suppress them. However, in smaller nations, the situation was markedly different. With a limited number of players and ongoing turmoil, the government's capacity to maintain order was severely restricted. Now, with players surpassing ordinary humans, the authorities were utterly powerless to intervene. If this trend continues, as players level up further, it is highly likely that those from smaller nations may overthrow their governments, plunging their states into even greater chaos. This realization struck Lu Kang anew. With the advent of the cosmic online game, the era had undergone a monumental transformation. Today's posts were dominated by discussions of player crimes. In addition to those, Lu Kang found himself mentioned multiple times, having featured in several system announcements. What caught the attention of all players was that Lu Kang had unlocked 2 dungeons, granting the players of Silver Moon Village exceptional benefits. As previously noted, players from other villages predominantly wore a mix of white and gray gear. In contrast, some from Silver Moon Village had already acquired green equipment. The discussions surrounding Lu Kang's dungeon unlocks were rife with envy and resentment from players in other novice villages. Damn it, the players of Silver Moon Village must have hit the jackpot. They ended up in the same novice village as their foster father. The previous comment is mistaken. This isn't merely luck. It's a full-blown miracle. 2 dungeons. Even the minor monsters are elite. Just think of the quality gear that can be farmed. The players in our village are all dressed in beggar attire, a mix of gray and white. My colleague from Silver Moon Village went with Minister Lin to a dungeon and made it onto television. He opened a treasure chest and pulled out a blue item. He leveled up instantly. I am so envious. Whoa, look who it is, a big shot from the Player Management Bureau. Big shot? I'm just a small fry. They already have blue items. The stats on those make me want to snatch them away. The conversation quickly shifted to the high-end players who had accompanied Lu Kang into the dungeons. Upon hearing that these players had managed to obtain blue items from treasure chests, their eyes burned with envy. They were itching to rush over to Silver Moon Village, clinging to Lu Kang's coattails for a chance to play alongside him. Lu Kang found this rather amusing. Soon, he was even more entertained. Whether it was someone from the Shinbird army, Tianyue Group, or the Player Management Bureau, news of Wang Bing's treasure chest finds had been disseminated. Revealing his unfortunate luck to Lu Kang could easily envision the expression on Wang Bing's face upon reading those comments. Furthermore, news of the little demon lair attacking novice villages in Silver Moon also spread across the posts. Upon learning that demons could indeed lay waste to villages, players from other villages panicked, vowing to check if any similar lairs were near their own. Should they inadvertently fall victim to a demon raid, they would have nowhere to lament their fate. However, Lu Kang speculated that such demon raids would not be overly frequent. Yet, it was unlikely that Silver Moon Village was the only target. After all, the reason demons infiltrated the game world was to hinder player growth. Lu Kang did not believe that only Silver Moon Village harbored a little demon lair. Others must certainly exist. Contemplating this, Lu Kang resolved to inform Wang Bing, Lu Chong, and Lin Ying about the origins of the little demon lairs upon his next game entry. By spreading this information, they could alert other novice villages. Simultaneously, Lu Kang pondered that if other novice villages also faced demon raids, he might be able to sell some high-tier gear to those villages through Wang Bing and the others. This way, they could bolster their strength and perhaps assist the native villagers in fending off the demon onslaught. While he could not concern himself with players from other countries, he still hoped that those from Dacia would receive adequate support during their novice phase. Otherwise, their journey ahead would be fraught with difficulties, lagging significantly behind other players. Aside from this, there were a few posts about other novice villages. Lu Kang skimmed through them and found nothing particularly intriguing. So he exited the official forum for the cosmic online game. Just then, his breakfast delivery arrived. As he ate, He scrolled through short videos, captivated by the long, fair legs of various young women, although the items beside them appeared somewhat distorted. Giving an eerie impression, Liu Kong quickly liked a video to avoid being deprived of similar recommendations in the future, regardless of whether the individuals behind the videos were human or ghostly. As long as they were visually pleasing, he was content. In addition to the videos featuring young women, there were also clips about player news and the Cosmic Online game. As the game officially entered the public consciousness, everyone recognized it as a world-changing phenomenon. Consequently, many sought to ride the coattails of its popularity. Additionally, numerous videos followed the official educational reforms and the establishment of the Player Management Bureau. While browsing, Liu Kong suddenly encountered a familiar face. Today, let's talk about the heroic deeds of our beloved foster father. The well-known voice made Liu Kong's hand tremble, nearly causing him to drop his phone. Goodness, he had stumbled upon Lin Yingying again. However, this was to be expected. As the official publicity minister, her daytime live broadcasts were surely being promoted by the platform. It would be no surprise for Liu Kong to come across her videos, for surely all would see her content. Our foster father was truly incredible today. By sheer luck, the destined adopted daughter accompanied him to clear 2 dungeons. Do you know how long it took him to conquer each one? Not even an hour. Isn't that impressive? I ask you, isn't that impressive? Everyone, rise to praise our foster father. Watching Lin Yingying's flushed, animated face, exuberantly gesturing as if she were a cult leader, Liu Kong couldn't help but feel unfortunate. He was the unwitting figurehead of that very cult. His face turned crimson. He unwittingly glanced at the viewer count. Over 136 million. Liu Kong thought, what on earth? Do these people not have jobs? Are they all so bored that they're glued to this live stream? No wonder their salaries aren't increasing. They should be grateful their bosses aren't deducting their pay. The thought of over 100 million people watching this scene made Liu Kong's toes curl in embarrassment. He silently scrolled past the live stream, preferring not to see it. When he next entered the game, he would have to have a serious discussion with Lin Yingying. Just from that brief moment, she had praised him as if he were an omnipotent deity. Anyone unaware might think he was some kind of celestial being. Please, don't exaggerate so much. After a while, having finished his breakfast, Liu Kong delightedly dove into the game. With no work obligations, debts cleared, and a few million in his pocket, he relished the freedom to play as he pleased, enjoying life to the fullest. He spent the day immersed in gaming, reading novels and watching videos. It wasn't until evening that he re-entered the game. Chapter 91. The terror of Level 4 counterattack. Upon re-entering the game, Liu Kong had a clear objective, first to clear both dungeons, then to seek out the little demon lair. He estimated that by the end of the day, he would reach level 10, allowing him to equip the epic accessory, Soul's Lament. The mere thought of this filled him with motivation. Since this was not his first time tackling these dungeons, he no longer needed to consider system rewards for other players. Instead, he merely sent a message in the trading group, Daily Dungeon Run. Who's in? Wang Bing. Foster father. Take me with you. Liu Chong. I'm in. Lin Yingying. Foster father, I'm coming. Liu Kong replied, let us gather outside the little demon camp. After issuing the instructions, he first visited the apothecary to restock on mana potions. Healing potions were no longer necessary for him. After all, the novice healing potion only restored a mere 100 health points, a trivial amount that he could easily recover with a single skill. However, mana potions remained essential, as utilizing skills required their consumption. After purchasing 2 sets of 200 mana potions, Liu Kong mounted his beloved enchanted wolf and headed towards the little demon camp. By the time Liu Kong arrived at the dungeon entrance, players were already nearby, seeking to form parties. As player levels continuously rose, there were increasingly more level 5 players. Everyone would first come to the little demon camp to farm a wave of elite monsters. Even if one cannot defeat the boss, there is still much to gain from elite monsters, and with a stroke of luck, one might even acquire green equipment. Upon the arrival of Liu Kong, all players were instantly filled with enthusiasm, greeting him with warmth. Greetings, adoptive father. You have come to farm dungeons as well. The 2 instances in Silver Moon Village were both unlocked by Liu Kong, providing tangible benefits to the players of Silver Moon. Furthermore, the news of the little demons ravaging the village also originated from him. Occasionally, Liu Kong would release some green equipment for trade, which earned him the heartfelt respect of many players. This reverence was not solely due to Liu Kong's formidable strength. but also because he brought them substantial advantages. Lu Kuang reciprocated their greetings with a smile. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chong, Lin Yingying, and Wang Bing approached, accompanied by players from their three factions, some of whom were familiar faces from the previous day when Lu Kuang led them through the Silver Moon Tomb. They all greeted Lu Kuang. These individuals did not intend to join Lu Kuang in the dungeon, but instead sought to explore the little demon lair on their own. After all, during the treasure chest opening yesterday, some of them had obtained blue equipment, significantly enhancing their power. Defeating the frontline boss, Gu Ning, seemed to be within reach. As for Bing Shou, Lu Kuang held high hopes for the Tianyue Guild. Lu Chong possessed a formula for the novice frost resistance potion that he had previously purchased from Lu Kuang, enabling him to craft frost resistance potions. To Lu Kuang's knowledge, Lu Chong had yet to sell these potions to Wang Bing and Lin Yingying, evidently aiming to secure the frost hands first, of course. It was also possible that the players' levels were insufficient and the herb yield was not yet abundant. Lu Kuang did not delve further into the specifics. After forming a party, Lu Kuang led the three into the Little Demon camp. Now at level 9, the Little Demon elites were only level 5, meaning the experience gained was no longer substantial. However, Lu Kuang's purpose in clearing dungeons was not merely for experience. He sought skill stones and attribute stones as well. In less than an hour, Lu Kuang successfully cleared the dungeon with his companions. Ji Ning and the other bosses fell before him in a single charge, eliminated in a mere instant. This was no exaggeration. It was a genuine one-hit kill. With his current attributes, facing such low-level bosses was akin to a complete domination. Even the high-tier boss, Maglon, with his 10,000 health points, could not withstand more than 3 seconds against Lu Kuang. Upon completing the Little Demon camp, Lu Kuang sold all the green equipment and items to Lu Chong and his companions, while he retained the skill stones and attribute stones for himself. Having defeated so many elite monsters, Lu Kuang had amassed over 100 attribute stones. Due to reaching the endurance cap, he could not utilize any more endurance stones at present, so he planned to keep them until he advanced. He used all other attribute stones, and his strength had now surpassed 80 points, nearing the cap. His agility and spirit were also approaching 50 points, at this pace. In just 2 more days, Lu Kuang could fully max out his 4 primary attributes. He would then focus on acquiring better equipment and enhancing his skill levels, allowing him to contemplate his advancement. As for the skill stones, there were 5 bosses in the Little Demon camp, each consistently providing a basic skill stone. Lu Kuang claimed them all, while the common elite drops yielded minor skill stones, which he invested in his counterattack skill. The minor skill stones allowed him to elevate his counterattack to level 3. Counterattack, level 3. When taking